The next moment, a beam of light shot out from the stone tablet that recorded the opening chapter of the Immortal Sutra and fell into Gao Yan's body, and the complete Immortal Sutra of creation also appeared in his mind. But he didn't feel excited at all. Instead, his whole body was in a state of tension, because he was worried that there would be huge visions when the Book of Immortal Creation was released. At this moment, other people in the Forest of Steels also looked up. When they found out that it was Gao Yan who inherited the skills, everyone was a little concerned, because this guy didn't seem to have a high level of cultivation, but he could often do unexpected things. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. Apart from that ray of light, there was no other vision. At this time, Gao Yan was completely relieved. Fellow Taoist Gao, I wonder what level of skill inheritance you have obtained? Yu Xinyan floated over and asked with a smile. Gao Yan originally wanted to tease Yu Xinyan and tell her that it was an immortal scripture, but he was worried that he would be self-defeating, so he smiled and said, it's not bad, it's a low-grade technique at the heaven level. If fellow Taoist Yu is interested, I can sell it to you. Considering the number of transactions we have made, I will give you a cheaper price. Hearing Gao Yan's words, Yu Xinyan couldn't laugh or cry. Why does this fellow Taoist Gao like spiritual stones so much? As for the heaven-level skills, as a saint of the Tianyi sect, the first class sect in Zhongzhou, she practices high-level heaven-level skills, so how can she look at the lower-level skills of the heaven level? I appreciate your kindness, Mr. Gao Dao, and I will do business with you again when I have the opportunity in the future. Yu Xinyan apologized. Hearing this, Gao Yan obviously showed a hint of disappointment. Suddenly, he shouted to the others, the low-grade heaven-level cultivation method only costs 10 billion. Which Taoist fellow wants to buy it? Everyone pretended not to hear Gao Yan's words and continued to study the opening exercises on the stone tablet. It's a fool's errand. Others ignored him, and Gao Yan didn't take it seriously. Later, he considered whether to study the 2 emperor scriptures. And at this moment, in that space, Linger and Feng'er both looked dull. After a while, Feng'er said quietly, I didn't expect that Gao Yan would actually get the Immortal Sutra. Yes, it's so unexpected. Linger nodded with deep understanding. When will we send him to the inheritance place? There's no rush yet. Feng'er shook his head. If I sent him there now, wouldn't it be obvious to others that he has obtained the Immortal Scripture? After the assessment levels were initially set, their master had made instructions not to expose the identity of the emperor and their heirs. In fact, the imperial scriptures are pretty good, and many sects have inherited them. But the immortal scriptures, even the great emperor's orthodoxy, have not been passed down. Once the news that someone has obtained the Immortal Sutra is leaked, it goes without saying that the person who inherited the Immortal Sutra will definitely become the target of public criticism. Other side. Gao Yan hesitated for a moment and decided to get the 2 imperial scriptures, although he can only choose one of 3 inheritance. But after he brought the complete emperor scripture back, he could use it to make deals with the sect. This realization took several days to pass. Relatively speaking, the opening chapter of the Emperor Sutra that he comprehended was much more difficult than that of the Immortal Sutra. It's done. A brand new spiritual power appeared in the body, and soon after, another ray of light from the stone tablet fell on Gao Yan, and a complete emperor's scripture appeared in his mind. This Emperor Sutra is called Taihua Emperor Sutra, and it is a technique Practiced by Emperor Taihua, the Taoist companion of the immortal emperor. Again, there are no visions. And others no longer paid attention to him, because these days, many people broke into this place, and many people also obtained the inheritance of skills. And in that space, Feng'er and Ling'er looked shocked again. He actually chose the emperor. Sutra again. I have a hunch that maybe he will choose my master's imperial scripture. Ling'er sighed softly. If Gao Yan could hear Ling'er's words, he would definitely smile and say, "Congratulations, you guessed it right." The next few days, Gao Yan understood the opening chapter of another emperor's sutra and obtained the complete technique. This emperor's sutra is called Xianyu Emperor Sutra, and it is a technique practiced by another Taoist companion of emperor creation. Both the Immortal Sutra and the Emperor Sutra have been obtained. Gao Yan became a little idle. Simply leave the forest of steels, take out the barbecue rack and start grilling meat. A quarter of an hour later, the aroma of barbecue began to spread around. Unexpectedly, Gao Yan had just cooked a large plate of kebabs, and Xia Homeng had also comprehended the beginning of the middle-grade holy level technique and obtained the complete inheritance of the technique. She had taken advantage of all three opportunities. Therefore, she also escaped from the forest of steels. Gao Yan took out the tables and chairs and placed them, and the two started eating and drinking in tacit understanding. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month has passed, and more people have passed the previous checkpoints and arrived at the forest of Gongfa steels. But during this period, no one received the inheritance of the Immortal Sutra or the Imperial Sutra like him. Gongsun Yaoyao, on the other hand, has been studying the exercises since yesterday. As for which one she practiced, Gao Yan didn't know. 10 days later, Gongsun Yaoyao cultivated a ray of spiritual power, and then a ray of light poured into her body. Seeing this, Gao Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. Because the stone tablet that casts the brilliance is the one that records the beginning of the Taihua Emperor Sutra. In other words, Gongsun Yaoyao successfully selected the Emperor Sutra from 36,000 exercises. If there is no insight, not to mention the immortal scripture, Gao Yan couldn't even choose the Emperor Scripture. But Gongsun Yaoyao, who didn't cheat, successfully chose the Emperor Scripture. It must be said that she was very amazing. Similarly, after Gongsun Yaoyao obtained the completed Emperor Scripture, she also looked at Gao Yan obscurely, because she knew that Gao Yan also chose this Emperor Scripture. At the same time, she was quite shocked in her heart, because Gao Yan's speed of comprehending the beginning of the Emperor Scripture was faster than her. What made her even more incredible was that Gao Yan had chosen the Taihua Emperor Scripture early. Was he lucky? Or was there another reason? However, she would not expose the fact that Gao Yan obtained the Emperor Scripture, because she knew that the Nine Saints sect where Gao Yan was located could not keep the Emperor Scripture. Once she leaked this news, the Nine Saints sect might suffer a catastrophe. Hey, I don't know when I can leave here. Lying on the chair, Gao Yan looked quite bored. Now there are 128 people entering the steel forest. But so far, only he and Gongsun Yaoyao have chosen the Emperor Scripture. Call up the system sub-interface. The current income value is more than 4,800 billion, which can be upgraded to 2 levels in a row. Originally, Gao Yan planned to collect enough income value to upgrade to 5 levels in a row and then upgrade together, but now he has nothing to do. So he ordered the system to upgrade. Soon, 6 hours passed. The system upgrade was completed. Reward 10 luxury draws and 20,000 free attribute points. System, combined 2 special draws. Gao Yan ordered. Special draws are combined. Gao Yan ordered to start drawing again. Ding, congratulations to the host for a training badge. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a high-quality holy weapon. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Let's talk about the training badge first. As long as you carry this thing with you, you can practice automatically, and the effect is 10 times that of practicing by yourself. After learning about the benefits of the practice badge, Gao Yan couldn't help but be happy. With this practice badge, there's no need for me to practice at all. I can improve my practice even when I'm lying down. It's worthy of being a special draw. With a thought, Gao Yan activated the function of the practice badge. But the practice badge gives a choice. After all, he is now a fellow practitioner of the immortal way and gods and demons. In addition to the Wind God book that he himself practices, he also practices the Creation Immortal Sutra, Taihua Emperor Sutra and Xianyu Emperor Sutra. The practice badge can only select one technique for practice. After thinking about it, Gao Yan still chose Book of Wind God. As for the Immortal Sutra of Creation, it is better to practice it formally. After leaving the Emperor's tomb, the second special prize is a top-grade holy weapon called the Dragon-Slaying Sword. Because it is produced by the system, it was very compatible with Gao Yan himself, so in just a few minutes, he completely refined this high-grade holy weapon. Putting away the dragon-slaying sword, Gao Yan nodded secretly. He has one more trump card. Next, Gao Yan focused on the alchemy factory. So many days. A large amount of refined foundation establishment pills have been stored in the factory warehouse. There are so many foundation building pills that can't be sold out in a while. Therefore, Gao Yan decided to refine elixirs suitable for the foundation building stage and golden elixir stage. In the blink of an eye, another month has passed in the forest of steels. The voice continued, the assessment is over and everyone will get a chance. The words fell. Everyone was teleported into a void. In the void ahead, there are stone houses. The voice continued, the stone house in front has been blessed by the great avenue. Entering and cultivating inside will benefit you a lot. Go quickly. After 1 year, you will be teleported out of the Emperor's tomb. After everyone heard this, they all chose a stone house to enter. After everyone stepped inside, the entire stone house was sealed and no breath would be leaked. Gao Yan entered the stone house. The voice rang in his ears, Gao Yan, do you choose to be the successor of Emperor Creation, or the successor of Emperor Taihua and Emperor Xianyue? Gao Yan, I choose the Emperor of Creation. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan was teleported out of the stone house and reappeared in a closed hall. In the main hall stands a statue of a young man more than 10 feet high. The statue is lifelike and exudes a domineering aura that looks down on the world. The voice continued to ring in my ears, kowtow and worship, and you will receive the inheritance of the great Emperor of Creation. Disciple Gao Yan, see Master. Gao Yan decisively knelt down and kowtowed 9 times to the statue of Emperor. Good fortune. As for the gold under the man's knees, it's because you didn't give enough. As long as you give me more, I can break even the floor made of diamond into pieces for you, believe it or not. Just after he kowtowed, a stream of cyan light shot out from the statue, directly submerged into his sea of consciousness, and took root in his sea of consciousness. At the same time, the voice continued to sound, but the tone became softer. Young master, this is the Tao seed given to you by the emperor. With the existence of this seed, you can easily break through to the Hadao realm in the future. The figure flashed by, and two girls, one red and one green, appeared out of thin air in the hall. Are you guys? Gao Yan asked. The girl in green said, I am Linger, the weapon spirit of Emperor Xianyu, the emperor's Taoist companion. The girl in red said, my name is Feng'er, the weapon spirit of Emperor Taihua, the emperor's Taoist companion. After the death of our master, we will choose the successors for the three emperors. Hearing this, Gao Yan asked thoughtfully, then my master, don't you have any imperial soldiers? No. Feng'er shook her head. When the emperor fought against the immortals, not only did he self-destruct, but even the emperor's soldiers also self-destructed. Hearing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but look regretful. As far as I know, only Gongsun Yaoyao has chosen the Taihua Emperor Sutra. Will you choose to recognize her as your new master? Feng'er nodded. According to the will left by the master, I will indeed choose to recognize Gongsun Yaoyao as my master. What about you? Gao Yan looked at Linger, but no one has become the descendant of Emperor Xianyue. Do you still want to stay in the emperor's tomb? As soon as she heard this, Linger showed a bitter look. She had been staying in the emperor's tomb for 1,000,000 years, and she didn't want to stay here any longer. Why don't you follow me first? Gao Yan suggested. When someone obtains the inheritance of Emperor Xianyue in the future, it won't be too late for you to recognize him as your master. Upon hearing this, Linger couldn't help but feel very excited. Anyway, this Gao Yan is not an outsider, but a descendant of the emperor, so there is no problem in following him for the time being. Besides, the next time the emperor's tomb is opened will be millions of years later. Even the great emperor would find it difficult to live for 1,000,000 years. By then, after Gao Yan has passed away, it will not be too late for her to return to the emperor's tomb. So, she nodded. Okay, then I will follow you from now on. Hearing this, Gao Yan smiled. He didn't expect the imperial weapon spirit to be so easy to fool. Gao Yan said again, by the way, I heard that there are a large number of top quality spiritual stones, law crystals, and avenue crystals in the emperor's tomb. As the only descendant of the great creation emperor, I should be qualified to collect them. Hey, I understand if you want law crystals and avenue crystals. Why do you want so many spiritual stones? Linger asked puzzledly. Just think that I like spiritual stones. Gao Yan said. Here you go. Linger threw a storage ring to Gao Yan and said, there are 2,000,000 top grade spiritual stones, 100,000 law crystals, and 10,000 avenue crystals in it. Only 2,000,000? Gao Yan was a little surprised. You must know that too. Million top-grade spiritual stones are only 2 trillion low-grade spiritual stones. Otherwise, how many do you think we can have, not to mention the difficulty in condensing the best spiritual stones? Linger rolled his eyes. In order to create the small world of elixirs and the innate secret realm, a large amount of spiritual stones have been consumed, and there are only 2,000,000 of the best left. The spiritual stones are already pretty good. Besides, the most valuable ones are the law crystals and the great Tao crystals. I really don't know why you care so much about the spiritual stones. Linger is right. Gao Yan nodded in agreement. He couldn't be too greedy. he had already gained a lot from this trip to the emperor's tomb. Linger, what is your true body? My true body is the shennying wheel. The next moment, a silver crescent moon appeared on Linger's hand. Linger, can I activate the imperial soldiers now? Gao Yan asked. Linger said, you are still far away. The consumption of the imperial soldiers is huge, and they can barely be used in the late stage of the holy realm. However, this girl is a weapon spirit and can activate the imperial soldiers, but she cannot use them casually. If she consumes too big and I'll fall into a deep sleep. How many times can it be activated? Gao Yan asked, curiously. Linger said, neither Fenger nor I have used it in these years. We have accumulated a lot of energy. We should be able to use it hundreds of times. Originally, Gao Yan thought it would be good if he could use it 3 to 5 times. I didn't expect to be able to use it hundreds of times. Then, Gao Yan looked at Fenger again. Fenger, after you recognize your Master Sun Yao Yao, you won't tell her that I obtained the Immortal Sutra of Creation, right? Although Gong Sun Yao Yao was kind to him and showed no hostility, his friendship value could only reach 80 points. He couldn't guarantee whether the other party would betray him. Don't worry, I won't leak it. Fenger said firmly, besides, I only recognize her as my master, and I am not completely controlled by her. However, if she becomes the great emperor in the future, she will completely control me. By then, I will not be able to help. You keep the secret. Haha, then thank you Miss Fenger. Gao Yan smiled and said, Gong Sun Yao Yao has only transformed into the 9th level of the gods now. Although the opponent's physique is much stronger than him, don't forget that he is a loser. He is quite confident that he can become the emperor one step ahead of his opponent. Gao Yan, let me take you back to the stone house. Linger said. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan was teleported back to the stone house, and at the same time, the shennying wheel fell into his hands. Linger's figure appeared immediately. You can't refine my body now, so just keep it close to your body. Good. Gao Yan picked up the shennying wheel and looked at it, and then asked. Linger, do you know why the immortal wanted to slaughter the people in the first place? Scripture. Linger said, I heard the emperor and the master talk about this matter, saying that the immortal killed the people in order to collect resentful souls, to refine some kind of immortal weapon. Moreover, I also heard the emperor and his master discussing that the upper world does not allow the killing of creatures in the lower world at will, and it is not easy for the immortals in the upper world to come down to earth. In that case, how did that immortal descend to earth? Gao Yan asked. Cooperatively. Linger said, that immortal is the heir of a certain big shot in the upper world and secretly came down to earth. Later, after he was killed by the emperor, the big shot in the upper world sent 12 immortals down to avenge his son. Speaking of this, Linger showed an angry look. If those 12 immortals hadn't threatened all the creatures in the sky world, the emperor would not have fought with them head-on. Gao Yan sighed, I didn't expect immortals to be so despicable. No. Linger agreed very much and said, if they hadn't threatened the creatures in the sky world, it wouldn't be long before the emperor could become an immortal. Even if 12 immortals joined forces, they would not be able to match him. Indeed. Gao Yan nodded in agreement. Although he didn't know the specific strength of the great emperor, he was able to kill 12 immortals with the emperor's cultivation. In the end, he killed 5 of them and seriously injured 3 of them. It can be seen from this that the strength of the great emperor of creation is No longer weaker than that of ordinary immortals, and is even stronger than ordinary immortals. Okay, hurry up and practice. This stone house is blessed by the great Tao. 1 year of practice here is comparable to 100 years outside. At this time, Linger reminded. As soon as the words fell, the other party turned into a stream of light and fell into the shennying wheel. Gao Yan, on the other hand, communicated with the cultivation badge and modified the hang-up technique into the Immortal Sutra of Creation. Unconsciously, 1 year has passed. Under the automatic blessing of the Dao cultivation badge inside the stone house, Gao Yan's realm has reached the 3rd level of Dongshu. Here, I have to mention the technique of the Immortal Sutra of Creation. This Immortal Sutra is divided into 10 levels. The first 3 levels are all about laying the foundation, but starting from the 4th level, the power of the Immortal Sutra becomes apparent. By practicing to the 4th level, you can improve your own understanding. Up to now, Gao Yan's understanding has increased more than 10 times. After cultivating to the 5th level, one can subtly improve one's physique. Currently, Gao Yan's physique has been upgraded from divine body to holy body, and is still improving. In the future, his physique will definitely transform into an immortal body. And after cultivating to the 6th level, you can improve your own cave world. Gao Yan's background is already strong enough. After reaching Dongshu, the condensed Dongshu world is not small. But he had only reached the 3rd level of Dongshu, and his Dongshu world had grown more than 5 times. He estimated that even the ordinary Dongshu world at the 9th level of Dongshu was not as huge as his Dongshu world. In addition, starting from the 4th level, every time you complete a level, an innate magical power will be born. The 4th level of Gao Yan gave birth to the divine eye of creation, which can analyze the weaknesses and flaws in the enemy's spells, magical powers, magic weapons, and even the body. After reaching the 5th level of cultivation, Gao Yan was born with the magical power of creation Tianya. This is a magical power used to escape one's life. It can reach tens of thousands of miles in one step. The stronger the cultivation level, the farther the distance can be taken. After reaching the 6th level, Gao Yan's new magical power was an attack power, named Kai Tian, which could explode several times or even dozens of times his own attack power. After using it, there were no side effects. When the great Emperor of Creation fought against the immortals, he frequently used the magical power of Kai Tian. It's a pity that Kai Tian's magical power would be more effective if it could be used in conjunction with the Emperor's weapon of creation axe. However, in the battle that year, the Emperor of Creation also self-destructed the Emperor's weapon. Brush. The figure flashed by. Gao Yan and his group of more than 100 people were teleported out of the square outside the Emperor's tomb. Immediately, the entire Emperor's tomb shook violently. The various cultivating forces staying in the square rose into the sky one after another. After a while, the Emperor's tomb disappeared directly into the void. Walk. Shangguan Shang gave the order and flew towards Donghuang with his flying boat team. As for Gao Yan, there are 2 more strong men at the peak of Dongshu to protect him. Of course, the Xiaohojian brothers, Nangong Yao and others all broke into the Forest of Steels, and the disciples also sent experts for personal protection. At the same time, everyone in the 9 Saints sect also increased their vigilance to avoid being attacked halfway. With the blessing of the Hadao masters, all the flying boats flew at super speed. It only took 1 day. Then he returned to the 9 Saints sect. Gao Yan hasn't had time to communicate with his master, Xiao Lingyue. He was taken to the sect's main hall. Afterwards, the immortal soldiers sealed off the entire hall, so that even the most powerful experts at the peak of Hadao could not eavesdrop. Shang Guanshang said with a gentle expression, "Xiahou Jian, it's up to you too. Tell me the details of the emperor's tomb." "Yes, sect master." Xiahou Jian took a step forward and told everything that happened in the emperor's tomb in a leisurely manner. Although Shang Guanshang and others had already learned part of the information from the disciples who came out first, they still listened very carefully and attentively. "Good." After Xiahou Jian finished speaking, Shang Guanshang nodded with satisfaction. "Next, the disciples who enter the Forest of Steels will report to the side hall alone. Xiahou Jian, you come first." Time passes slowly. After more than 5 hours, it was Gao Yan's turn to go to the side hall. "Gao Yan, you performed quite well in the emperor's tomb this time." Shang Guanshang said meaningfully. Obviously, Shang Guanshang already knew about him earning spiritual stones in the emperor's tomb. Gao Yan deliberately looked embarrassed. "The sect master has given me the reward. What is the level of the skills you obtained in the Forest of Steels?" "If there are saint-level skills, and they are dedicated to the sect, your spirit stones will be indispensable. Shang Guanshang can be regarded as taking the right medicine." "Sect master, how many spiritual stones are rewarded by the holy level?" "Technique?" Gao Yan did not hide his excitement. Shang Guanshang was not disgusted with this at all, but found it a bit funny. He did this trick correctly. It seemed that the holy level skills were not as important as the spiritual stones in his eyes. "I will give you 1 trillion for the low-grade saint level, 2 trillion for the middle grade, and 3 trillion for the high grade. What do you think?" "What if it's the Emperor's Sutra?" Gao Yan asked again. Upon hearing the words Emperor Sutra, both Shang Guanshang and the Hadao experts present changed their expressions. Then Shang Guanshang stared at Gao Yan. "You have obtained the Emperor's scripture?" "Yes, sect master. How many spiritual stones can I get if I offer the holy scripture?" Gao Yan asks again. 10 trillion. Shang Guanshang said in a deep voice. "Make a deal." Gao Yan showed a satisfied smile, then took out a jade slip, engraved the Taihua Emperor Sutra into it, and then handed it to Shang Guanshang. Shang Guanshang was obviously a powerful person, but when he took the jade slip, his hand trembled uncontrollably. The surrounding Hadao experts also widened their eyes at this moment, and the light in their eyes turned faintly green. After a while, after reading the exercises, Shang Guanshang couldn't help but look up to the sky and scream, "Ha ha ha, our 9 Saints sect has the potential to become a first-class sect." Just then, 9 figures suddenly appeared in the hall. One of them reached out and grabbed it, and the jade slip in Shang Guanshang's hand fell into his hands. "Presumptuous!" Shang Guanshang shouted subconsciously, but when he saw the faces of the 9 people clearly, he immediately stood up and saluted. "I don't know if the 9 ancestors have arrived, but Shangguan is not far away to greet them." None of the 9 ancestors paid attention to what he meant. The person who took the jade slip quickly read the imperial scripture inside, and then passed it on to 8 other people for viewing. After reading this, there was a look of extreme surprise on each of their faces. Gao Yan, on the other hand, acted as a transparent person and looked at the 9 founding sect ancestors curiously. The 9 ancestors are both male and female. The 6 male ancestors all have white beards and hair, and they look like immortals. However, the three female ancestors still maintain their faces in their 20s. It seems that female cultivators at any stage care about their appearance very much. After a while, the eyes of the 9 founding ancestors all fell on Gao Yan. Gao Yan, right? One of them asked. Hui ancestor, he is a disciple. Gao Yan quickly bowed and replied. You're great. The ancestor said with a kind face, by the way, I call myself ancestor Shang Yun, this is ancestor Qian Yun, this ancestor Hong Yun, this ancestor Zi Yun, this is ancestor Tao Yun, this is ancestor He Yun, this is ancestor Bai Yun, this is ancestor Lan Yun, and this is ancestor Lu Yun. After Patriarch Shang Yun finished introducing them, Gao Yan bowed and greeted them one by one. Some ancestors gave compliments, while others responded with smiles and nods. See this scene. Even Shang Wanshang is a little jealous. Even though he is the sect leader and lives in the same secret realm as the 9 founding ancestors, the number of times he meets them is only a handful. And each time they meet, he only sees 1 or 2 people at most. It is simply impossible for the 9 ancestors to come forward together. You have done a great service by bringing back an emperor's scripture for our 9 Saints sect. Tell me, whatever you want, the 9 of us can satisfy your conditions. Patriarch Shang Yun spoke again. Upon hearing this, everyone present was filled with envy. This reward is too generous. Dear ancestors, this disciple can't think of what he wants at the moment. Can he make this request later? Gao Yan said cautiously. He is now in the eyes of the 9 ancestors, and has the support of the 9 ancestors. Although he is walking sideways in the 9 Saint sect, absolutely no one dares to easily embarrass him. As for the secret plot, this is also something that cannot be put on the table. As long as he is strong enough, these calculations cannot harm him at all. Can? Ancestor Shang Yu nodded. He originally wanted to directly declare Gao Yan as the next sect master. After all, he had contributed too much in bringing back the emperor's scripture. With the emperor's scripture, not only would they break through to the great emperor realm, but their own background and strength would undergo earth-shaking changes. However, they discovered that this boy had hidden his cultivation. He was less than 100 years old and had already reached the 3rd level of Dongshu. The other saints and saints were no match for him. Even if they don't need to appoint him personally, the position of the ultimate sect leader will still be his. What's more, there are still more than 2,000 years until the election of the next sect leader. This little guy possesses the Emperor's Sutra. With his talents and qualifications, he will definitely be able to enter the Hadao after more than 2,000 years. Those saints and saints will be even less likely to be his opponents. Thank you, ancestor. Gao Yan quickly thanked him. Take this. With this token, you can enter the spiritual peak where the 9 of us are. Patriarch Shang Yun threw a token to Gao Yan. Gao Yan had no choice but to thank him again. And Shang Wanshang and others were so envious that their eyes almost popped out. There must not be any leakage about the emperor's scripture. Otherwise, not to mention the Zhongzhou sects, even the 8 major sects in the eastern wasteland will have to seek the emperor's scripture. Also, anyone above the level of Hadao can comprehend the emperor's scripture. Ancestor Shang Yun glanced at everyone and said slowly, "Thank you, ancestor." All the great masters of Hadao showed great joy. That was the emperor's sutra. Who didn't want to understand it? Maybe after comprehending the emperor's scripture, they can advance to the Holy Realm. Among them, Patriarch Xiaohe was the most excited. His lifespan was running out. Although he had taken the magic medicine to increase lifespan, he only had a few thousand years left. But once he is promoted to the Holy Realm, he will be able to increase his lifespan by another 70,000 years. The 9 ancestors laughed. Shangguan Shang warned him again and asked him to return to the hall. 2 days later, Gao Yan returned to his home, Xingzi Peak. Qin Xiangxue and the Yi family sisters had already prepared people to welcome him. I'm determined. Gao Yan smiled and waved his hand, but at home, you don't need to be so particular. Xiangxue, arrange for someone to prepare a banquet and send it to my palace. Yes, Your Highness. Knowing that Gao Yan likes delicious food, Qin Xiangxue, the great housekeeper, arranged for her maid to learn cooking skills. It is very easy for a cultivator to learn cooking. After all, they can easily master knife skills, heat, etc. The only thing they have to learn is the dishes, and Gao Yan also gave them super seasonings. Therefore, the meals prepared by his chef are extremely delicious. After taking the Yi family sisters to eat a banquet, Gao Yan pulled them into the room again. The next period of time, Gao Yan is very busy. Many people come to visit every day. It is worth mentioning that Qin Mi, Meng Ruyan, Li Jincheng and the male elder, who formed the team in the emperor's tomb, all directly joined Gao Yan's disciples. It happened that the masters were also in short supply, so they were all taken over. Then Gao Yan gave them a task. Let them form a business firm. 2 more days passed. Shangguan Shang sent him his reward, a total of 10 trillion spiritual stones. As a result, Gao Yan's income reached more than 138 trillion, and the total number of spiritual stones soared to 136 trillion. Half a month later, Kuiyue City. In this Kuiyue City, immortals and mortals live together. There are 3 immortal cultivating families. Also today, a store called Dixing Trading Company opened. At first, no one paid much attention to it. After all, it was normal for new stores to open and old stores to close. But after several Qi refining cultivators visited the Dixing Trading Company, the news spread. Because Dixing Trading Company actually sells foundation establishment pills. Although the foundation building pill is only a second-level pill, it is the most special and the most expensive one among the second-level pills. The market price is at least 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, and it is still a relatively scarce one. But in the Earth Star business, the foundation building pill can be purchased at will, and there are no additional requirements. Therefore, after the news that the local star business had foundation building pills for sale spread, all the casual cultivators who had the financial resources to buy foundation building pills came here one after another. In just one day, the Earth Star business actually sold 3,000 foundation building pills and earned 600 million spirit stones. After the 3 immortal cultivation families in Kuiyue City learned of this news, they were also shocked and began to send people to secretly investigate the background of the Earth Star business. However, the Earth Star business did not hide it. The 3 immortal cultivation families quickly figured out the background of the Earth Star business, which was the industry of Gao Yan, the son of the 9 Saints sect. Can't afford to offend. After knowing that the Earth Star business was Gao Yan's industry, the 3 immortal cultivation families all had the same idea. Then they sent gifts to congratulate the opening of the Earth Star Trading Company. At the same time, they also showed goodwill and proposed cooperation with the Earth Star Trading Company. The Earth Star Trading Company did not refuse and provided them with a batch of foundation-building pills, human spirit pills and human essence pills at market prices. A few days later, the reputation of the Earth Star Trading Company gradually spread to several nearby cities under the spread of casual cultivators. This also attracted cultivators from several surrounding cities to come here. The income of the Earth Star Trading Company is rising steadily. Similarly, as the Earth Star Trading Company sold a large number of foundation-building pills, many casual cultivators broke through to the foundation-building stage in just a few days. Especially the three major immortal cultivation families in Kuiyue City. Each family has added more than 10 members of the foundation-building stage. 1 month passed in a flash. Qingmi, Mei Ruyan and the other 4 came to Xingzi Peak to report on their work. During this month, each of them opened a store in a city of immortal cultivation. The 4 stores all had considerable income, bringing Gao Yan a total of 76 billion low-grade spirit stones in revenue. In addition, the 4 of them also recruited a group of true disciples to work for Gao Yan. After all, the goal of the Earth Star business is not to open 3 or 5 stores, but to open a store in all the immortal cultivation cities within the influence of the 9 saints. 2 days later, the true elder Zhang Ruoyu came to visit Gao Yan. This Zhang Ruoyu is an alchemy master, and is also in charge of the affairs of the pill hall. Your Highness, I heard that you opened a Earth Star business and sold a large number of foundation-building pills? Zhang Ruoyu asked. That's true. Gao Yan nodded. Then, Zhang Ruoyu began to complain about the difficulties of himself and the pill hall. Elder Zhang, if you have something to say, you can speak frankly. Gao Yan said lightly. Zhang Ruoyu's expression was slightly stern. Your Highness, I want to purchase some pills from you, what do you think? At first, he didn't take it seriously when he heard that Gao Yan opened a business to sell pills. After all, the pills refined by their pill hall were not enough to supply the sect, and there were no shops outside. The Saint's son selling pills outside had nothing to do with him at all. However, when he heard about the number of foundation-building pills sold by Gao Yan's 4 businesses, he couldn't sit still. Because the sect has a large demand for pills. But it's not so easy to train alchemists. Therefore, even he, the head of the pill hall, needs to go out and refine pills himself. This not only delayed his practice, but also delayed his improvement of his alchemy level. So, when he knew that Gao Yan had a large number of pills, he thought about it and took the initiative to find him. Okay, that's a good thing. Gao Yan smiled. Well, for Elder Zhang's sake, I will sell this pill to you at 80% off the market price, how about that? Your Highness the Holy Sun is joking. Zhang Ruoyu smiled bitterly. Your Highness the Holy Sun, do you think this is okay? Foundation building pill is 50,000 spirit stones per piece, and human spirit pill and human yuan pill are 80% off? Hearing Zhang Ruoyu's offer, Gao Yan was not surprised. The other party was also an alchemist, so he naturally knew the spiritual medicine cost of foundation building pill. But the most expensive part of the pill is not the spiritual medicine cost, but the human cost. Although the foundation building pill is only a 2nd-level pill, it is also very expensive to train an alchemist who can refine the foundation building pill. After thinking about it, Gao Yan said, Elder Zhang, how about this? I won't say 80% off, and you won't say 50,000, how about 100,000 per piece? There are millions of outer disciples, but not many have reached the peak of Qi refining. Moreover, not every outer disciple can come up with so many contributions and spirit stones at the first time. Therefore, the sect's demand for foundation-building pills is not as high as imagined. Instead, the demand for human spirit pills and human yuan pills is relatively large. Zhang Ruoyu still wanted to bargain, but Gao Yan picked up the teacup and made a gesture to see him off. Seeing this, Zhang Ruoyu decisively gave up bargaining. He chose to agree to Gao Yan's conditions. In the end, Zhang Ruoyu bought 10,000 foundation-building pills from Gao Yan for 1 billion. With these 10,000 foundation-building pills, their Danielle Hall will not have to refine foundation-building pills in the next 10 years. He can arrange the alchemists who refine foundation-building pills to refine other pills. He himself will become much more relaxed. This day, Gao Yan was basking in the sun on his Xingzi peak. After all, he had a practice badge, and the effective practice was 10 times that of his own. He would be stupid to practice by himself. So, he just needs to enjoy life. He drank a sip of spiritual tea. Gao Yan extracted the memories of the scattered cultivators where he had released soul seeds. However, this time, he found that the number of scattered cultivators had decreased a lot. It seems that the world of immortal cultivation is still very dangerous. After thinking about it, he decided to sneak out again after a while and release another batch of soul seeds to facilitate his collection of news from the world of immortal cultivation. But when he finished reading these memories, his brows frowned, because he had eaten his own melon. Although the incident in the emperor's tomb had passed for more than a month. However, the heat about the emperor's tomb has not subsided. The most talked about thing is who has obtained the immortal scripture and the emperor's scripture. Originally, Gao Yan had no reputation, but his several tricks in the emperor's tomb made many people remember him. So, now it is reported that he obtained the emperor's scripture in the emperor's tomb. Although this matter did not wrongly accuse him. But if this matter spreads, I am afraid that many people will have ideas about him. In a blink of an eye, several days have passed. This trend is getting more and more intense. Even many people in the Nine Saints sect are discussing this matter. I heard that you have inherited the emperor's scripture. Xiahou Meng is here. Gao Yan drove away the others, and then unceremoniously pulled Xiahou Meng into his arms. The other party struggled a little unnaturally, and then let Gao Yan hold her. Gao Yan was naturally not satisfied with this, and his hands began to be dishonest. Until his hands became more and more dishonest, Xiahou Meng finally couldn't help it and hit him hard. Be honest. Xiahou Meng glared and said, now it's rumored everywhere that you have obtained the emperor's scripture. How are you going to deal with it? If they want to spread it, what can I do? Gao Yan said helplessly, do you want me to kill those who spread the rumors? In short, you should be careful. The temptation of the emperor's scripture is too great. Even the great masters of Hadao will be tempted. Maybe some of the great masters of Hadao will believe the rumors and will harm you. At this point, Xiahou Meng's eyes were full of worry. Don't worry, I know that I will not leave the Nine Saints sect until the rumors are gone. Gao Yan said with a smile. Half an hour later, Xiahou Meng, dressed neatly, left the hall. Although the two did not go to the canyon battlefield together, their relationship has become closer, and their friendship has reached 97 points. However, Gao Yan will not tell Xiahou Meng that he has obtained the emperor's scripture until the friendship is 100. However, Xiahou Meng's words reminded him. Although he hid in the Nine Saints sect, he might not be able to defend against the powerful Hadao. Although he has the Emperor's soldier. But it is not advisable to expose it. After all, even the matter of the Emperor's scripture has not been resolved. If the Emperor's soldier appears again, it is estimated that by then, the Nine Saints sect will not be able to protect him. Therefore, it has to rely on lottery to solve it. System, upgrade as many levels as you can. Ding, consume 3 trillion income value, upgrade to level 33. Ding, consume 4 trillion income value, upgrade to level 34. Ding, consume 5 trillion income value, upgrade to level 35. The total income is still more than 1.9 trillion, which is not enough to continue upgrading. Time flies, and 6 hours pass quickly. The system upgrade is complete. A total of 15 luxury draws and 30,000 free attribute points were obtained. Luxury draws may not solve the problem. So, Gao Yan decisively combined 15 luxury draws into 3 special draws. System, use a special draw. Gao Yan said. Ding, special draw is open. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the special magical power. Precognition, the prize has been distributed to the system space, please check it yourself. The mind moved. A magical jade slip appeared in Gao Yan's hand. After sticking it to the center of his eyebrows and fusing, he mastered another magical power. However, after understanding the function of this magical power, Gao Yan was overjoyed. Because this magical power of foresight can successfully deduce what will happen in the future. Of course, the primary magical power of foresight can only deduce what will happen in the next 3 days. Anyway, the free attribute points have accumulated to more than 100,000, so Gao Yan decisively added points. The result shocked Gao Yan. It took 10,000 free attributes to increase the magical power of foresight to the intermediate level. It can deduce what will happen in the next 10 days. So, he continued to add 20,000 points to upgrade the magical power of foresight to the advanced level. Added another 50,000 points and finally reached the top level. The top level of foresight can successfully deduce what will happen in the next 3 months. With a thought, Gao Yan activated the magical power of foresight and deduced what will happen to him in the next 3 months. Oh my! When he saw the deduced picture, he was shocked. According to the deduction of the precognition power, 2 days later, a strong man from the Holy Realm will sneak into the Nine Saints sect and capture him. Then read his memory through soul search, and then squeeze him to death. But then, Gao Yan frowned. The result of this deduction is obviously inaccurate. Not to mention that he owns the system, even if his cultivation is blocked, he can be transported back to the world of the 1960s or the main world with a single thought. Secondly, he also carries an imperial weapon with him. After all, he is also a descendant of Emperor Good Fortune, so the imperial weapon will not sit back and watch him be killed. So, he asked the system, what is this magical power of predicting? Could this magical power be a copycat version? System, the future is uncertain, and the ability to predict events can only deduce approximate events. I see. Gao Yan suddenly realized that the main reason was that the future was too uncertain. However, it is impossible for him to be killed, so it should happen that the strong man from the Holy Realm comes to catch him. So, how to deal with it? Thinking of this, he asked, Linger, can you control the Emperor's soldiers to kill the Holy Realm? Linger said proudly, that's of course. Although the emperor's weapons cannot exert their full power without the control of the emperor, they can still exert 50% of their power with the control of the weapon spirit like me. Is the noise caused by that big? Gao Yan asked again. Linger said, of course not. My body is the shennying wheel. When attacking the enemy, I can be invisible, and even my breath will not leak out. My master almost used me to kill an emperor. It's a pity that the great emperor cultivates the Tao of life, and his soul was smashed to pieces by me. But he was able to recover again, and he was also good at escaping, otherwise I would definitely kill him. Gao Yan's eyes lit up. So, if you kill a saint, wouldn't you be able to capture him easily? Of course. Linger said arrogantly. I got news that a saint will sneak in here in 2 days, to catch me. Can you stab him to death? Linger promised, don't worry, he will die without anyone noticing. But out of caution, Gao Yan decided to make some arrangements. First, he took out an innate secret realm and integrated part of its space with Saint Child Peak. The main reason is to prevent the aura of the saint from being exposed after death. As long as the other party breaks into this place, he will immediately seal the secret realm, and then Linger will take action. Secondly, he used the magical power of twins to summon a twin to pretend to be him, while he himself would hide deep in the secret realm. After all, he still doesn't understand the strength of the powerful people in the Holy Realm. What if Linger didn't kill him immediately, but the other party counterattacked before death and pulled him back? So, you should be careful when you should. After all, he is not the son of destiny. 2 days passed by in a flash. This day, the true disciple Chao Yan returns from outside. He first returned to his cave, then took out the materials and quickly arranged them in the cave. 2 hours later, a one-time teleportation array was successfully deployed by him. This teleportation array can teleport him directly outside the eastern wasteland, and after being used, this teleportation array will be destroyed. Then, he used his spiritual thoughts to scan the Saint Child Peak where Gao Yan was. A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although the formation of Saint Child Peak was good, with his 3rd-level Holy Realm cultivation, it was almost like paper and could be broken with just a poke. Yes, he is not Chao Yan himself, but is impersonated by Wang Yu, who is at the 3rd level of the Holy Realm. He was originally from the Zhoutian Holy Land, the top orthodoxy in Zhongzhou. More than 10,000 years ago, he violated the sect's rules and was originally going to have his cultivation revoked by the Holy Land. Later, his master interceded on his behalf and he was saved from having his cultivation revoked. But the mistake he made was so big that he was eventually expelled from the Holy Land, banned from being a disciple of the Holy Land, and could never set foot in Zhongzhou. He left Zhongzhou with hatred and worked hard to improve his cultivation. Unfortunately, without the support of the resources of the Holy Land, after more than 10,000 years, he was only promoted from the 2nd level of the Holy Land to the 3rd level. On the other hand, those who were on par with him in cultivation back then had all broken through to the 5th level of the Holy Realm or above. Especially the woman who caused him to be expelled from the Holy Land had reached the 8th level of the Holy Realm. He wanted revenge, but couldn't see any hope at all. Until recently, he heard a news that Gao Yan, the holy son of the 9 saints sect, might have obtained the emperor's scripture in the emperor's tomb. This gave him hope for revenge. So, he came to stay near the 9 saints sect, and finally set his sights on The true disciple, Gao Yan. After capturing him, he obtained the memory of the other party through soul-searching, and then disguised himself as the other person and sneaked into the Nine Saints sect. Xingzi Peak. A sneer appeared on the corner of Gao Yan's mouth, which was hidden deep in the secret realm, because he had just felt an extremely secret divine thought sweeping across Saint Child Peak. If he hadn't integrated part of the secret space with Saint Child Peak, he really wouldn't have noticed it. But fused with part of the secret realm, he can discover the other parties' spiritual thoughts through the secret realm. Linger, be prepared, that guy should be here soon. Gao Yan sent a message to the imperial soldiers who were ambushing in the secret territory. Don't worry, it's just a holy realm, look at how nervous you are. Linger replied disapprovingly. Now, Gao Yan's twins were lying leisurely on a chair outside the palace, basking in the sun. Time passes slowly. About half an hour passed. A figure appeared out of thin air. As soon as he reached for it, he caught the twins in his hands. Just as he was about to break through the air and leave, the secret realm suddenly closed. Linger, take action. Gao Yan knew that an innate secret realm could not trap a Saint Realm master. Of course, he did not want to use the secret realm to trap the other party. His purpose was nothing more than not wanting the breath of the Saint Realm master to spread when he fell. Puff. Without any sign, Wang Yu's head was poked and exploded, and then the fire avenue in his sea of consciousness was also shattered by something. Feeling the dissipated avenue energy, Gao Yan immediately performed the great devouring technique to devour it. Unfortunately, the avenue energy of a Saint Realm level 3 was too huge. And the great devouring technique only devoured 1% and then had indigestion. At this time, a silver wheel appeared, and in an instant, it swallowed up the remaining avenue energy. Tisk, Saint Realm level 3, too weak. Linger's figure flashed, and said with disdain. Awesome, my Linger. Gao Yan gave Linger a thumbs up. Gao Yan was shocked. A Saint Realm master didn't even have the strength to resist, but was killed by the Emperor's soldier. I must hold on to this thigh tightly in the future. Just average, third in the world. Linger said proudly. After hanging out with Gao Yan for a while, this weapon spirit also learned some dirty talk. With a flicker of his body, Gao Yan flashed to Wang Yu's headless body and began to touch the body. Found a storage ring, 2 top-grade spiritual treasures and a mid-grade saint soldier. After the other party died, the mark on the storage ring collapsed. Therefore, Gao Yan's divine consciousness directly broke into the storage ring. Fuck, a Saint Realm master is so poor? Gao Yan frowned. He couldn't believe that there were only more than 30,000 top-grade spiritual stones in this guy's storage ring. In addition, there were some sundries and jade slips of exercises. Gao Yan then took out the jade slips of the technique to investigate. He found a mid-level heavenly technique, 2 high-level earthly techniques, and finally, a method for setting up a super long-distance, one-time teleportation array. Looking at Wang Yu's headless body, Gao Yan's heart moved, and he released the Kunwa sword and stabbed him. Bite. A sound of gold and iron clashing came out. The Kunwa sword actually failed to pierce the opponent's skin, not even leaving a mark. Let me go, the defense power of a strong man in the Holy Realm is too high. Gao Yan was a little stunned. The opponent was already dead and his body's defense had been greatly reduced. Even so, he could not pierce the opponent's skin with the Lingbao flying sword he controlled. If the other party was alive, he probably wouldn't even be qualified to get close. However, the Holy Realm with such a strong defensive power was easily killed by Linger. This shows how powerful the imperial soldiers are. The imperial weapons are refined by the emperor. So, how strong is the emperor? At least, Gao Yan can't imagine it now. A hole was dug in the secret area, and Wang Yu's body was buried in it. Although the Saint Realm Master is dead, his body is still very valuable. The spiritual power in his body will slowly escape and eventually turn into spiritual stones. The cave world in his body may even form a new secret realm. However, he himself is buried in the innate secret realm, so his cave world will be attracted by this innate secret realm, thus making this innate secret realm stronger. After doing all this, Gao Yan collected this innate secret realm. At the same time, he once again activated his divine power to deduce future events about him. Soon, Gao Yan just finished watching the deduction scenes for the next 3 months. In the next 3 months, rumors about his inheritance of the emperor's scripture intensified. Although no Saint Realm expert takes action again, but many geniuses came to challenge him, and the one who took the lead was Shi Wen, the holy son of Tai Holy Land in the western wilderness. Previously in the emperor's tomb, this guy did not enter the core of the emperor's tomb, but only entered the periphery of the emperor's tomb. This makes the title of the first genius of the western wilderness somewhat undeserved. Therefore, after coming out of the emperor's tomb, he practiced hard in seclusion and reached the 3rd level of spiritual transformation. And in 2 months, he will come to the 9 Saints sect to challenge Gao Yan. During the deduction, he accepted the challenge and defeated Shi Wen. Then, it attracted more and more people's attention, and some geniuses from Zhongzhou even came together to challenge him, make him very annoyed. And after he defeated several Zhongzhou geniuses one after another, it seemed that it was confirmed that he had obtained the inheritance of the emperor's scripture. What happened next, he didn't know. After all, the power of precognition can only be deduced for 3 months. What the hell is this? Gao Yan secretly thought, and this stupid Shi Wen, there are so many people in Zhongzhou, if you don't challenge them, you have to come and challenge me. Fortunately, the challenge didn't happen until 2 months later. He still has time to cope. Also, which grandson is said to have obtained the emperor's scripture? He must be found and killed. Suddenly, Gao Yan had a suspicion in his heart, could it be the ancestor? Shaho, who did it? He was promoted to the position of Holy Son by the 4 major factions of the 9 Saints sect. The purpose is to compete with Xia Hojian for the position of the next sect leader. Now, he has obtained the inheritance of the imperial scripture. Although on the surface he only showed the cultivation level of the 3rd level of God transformation, the possibility of catching up with Xia Hojian of the 5th level of God transformation is not small. What's more, he is practicing the emperor's scripture. Low level does not mean weak combat power, it will naturally pose a great threat to Xia Hojian. It may not be impossible for the Shaho ancestor to get rid of him through this method. But after thinking about it, Gao Yan felt that it was impossible. First of all, the ancestors of the 9 founding sects have told them not to reveal the Emperor's Sutra. No matter how courageous Shaho Patriarch is, he wouldn't dare to do this. Right? Besides, the battle between the clan leaders is just an internal fight. But if other forces really find out that the 9 Saints sect indeed has the Emperor scripture, I am afraid that the other 8 major sects in the eastern wasteland will join forces to snatch it. By then, a war will break out between the 2 sides, and the situation will be serious, and the 9 Saints sect may be destroyed. he didn't believe it. Ancestor Shaho couldn't see this. Therefore, this matter should have nothing to do with the Shaho family. Since it is not the Shaho family, then, the most likely person is the person who had enmity with him in the emperor's tomb. Almost all those who had conflicts with him in the emperor's tomb were killed. The only one who didn't kill him was Zhao Fan. Could it be Zhao Fan who did it? Gao Yan felt that this was very likely. This guy also made it to the final level. Since you can spread rumors, I can also spread them. Gao Yan sneered. Then, his mind escaped into the immortal cultivation puppet factory and ordered the production of 10,000 immortal cultivation puppet at the Qi refining level. A Qi training puppet only requires 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. 10,000 only cost 10 million. Soon, 10,000 Qi refining and immortal cultivating puppets were produced. With the blessing of good luck buff, these Qi refining puppets are all in the late stage of Qi refining. Later, Gao Yan ordered the production of 10,000 foundation building puppets, which consumed 100 million low-grade spiritual stones. Immediately afterwards, he ordered the production of 1,000 golden elixir puppets, which also cost 100 million low-grade spiritual stones. After entering the palace and announcing the retreat, Gao Yan activated the formation. Then he summoned any door and teleported to the vicinity of a city that cultivated immortality. Then waved. A foundation-building puppet and a Qi refining puppet appeared. Following Gao Yan's order, these two puppets entered the city and began to spread rumors about Zhao Fan in the city. Coming from the modern world where the internet is highly developed, when it comes to the means of making rumors, people in this world can't catch up. Therefore, the rumors he spread will not tell others about Zhao Fan's acquisition of the emperor's scripture, but guide others to doubt, guess, and speculate. In this way, people who speculate will have a sense of accomplishment and will be willing to publicize their speculation results. 10 days later, Gao Yan kept running around in one state and 4 regions, and one by one, the immortal puppets were also released into the immortal cities. Swish! Xingzi Peak, in the bedroom. A bronze portal appeared, and Gao Yan walked out of it. In the past 10 days, he kept running around and releasing the immortal puppets. He was not physically tired, but his mental strength was a little tired. Remove the formation and summon Qin Xiangxue. Let her arrange a banquet to be sent. The news that Zhao Fan obtained the emperor's scripture also spread rapidly in the world of the sky. After a sumptuous banquet, Gao Yan asked Xiangxue, "During my time of seclusion, has anything happened in the outside world?" Qin Xiangxue said, "Your Highness, there are fewer rumors about you obtaining the emperor's scripture. Everyone is saying that the holy son of Tianyi sect has obtained the emperor's scripture." "Really? That's great. Keep paying attention." Gao Yan nodded. He thought to himself that after a while, he would create another rumor to confuse the water, so that the news about him would slowly die down. A few days later, Gao Yan ordered all puppets to spread a new rumor. The protagonist of this rumor was Mei Yuzhen, the holy son of the top Taoist sect. Before Zhao Fan's rumor was quelled, another Mei Yuzhen suddenly appeared. The Holy Land behind Mei Yuzhen was very dissatisfied with this rumor. Immediately sent people to catch the source of the rumor. But Gao Yan was so smart. Gao Yan only let the Xiaoxian puppet release some specious words, and did not point out that Mei Yuzhen had obtained the emperor's scripture. The fact that Mei Yuzhen obtained the emperor's scripture was all made up by others. And, after spreading the rumor, they left quickly. Therefore, although the Holy Land behind Mei Yuzhen arrested many people, none of Gao Yan's immortal puppets were caught. At Xingzi Peak, Gao Yan activated the foresight again. After watching the foresight predict the events related to himself in the next 3 months, Gao Yan showed a satisfied smile. His water army operation was right. Shi Wen did not come to challenge him again. After all, his popularity had been overshadowed by Zhao Fan and Mei Yuzhen. Compared with him, the new Xingzi of a second-rate sect, everyone was more willing to believe that Mei Yuzhen and Zhao Fan had obtained the emperor's scripture. As for those immortal puppets, Gao Yan did not intend to take them back, but kept them in the immortal world to help him collect intelligence. Ah. Boring. There are cultivation badges for cultivation, so he doesn't need to cultivate himself. As for Xiaomeng, he has been in seclusion. As for Lingyue Peak, several brothers and sisters are also in seclusion. They must have been stimulated by him, because after returning to the sect, he also went to Lingyue Peak twice. When he showed his cultivation level of the 3rd level of the spirit transformation, the 3 sisters and 1 brother were silent for a moment. Junior brother entered the sect so many years later than them, but he was far ahead of them in terms of cultivation. Plus Gao Yan sent them a lot of elixirs. So, one by one, they all announced that they would go into seclusion to improve their cultivation. How about going back to the 1960s, or the main world? Gao Yan suddenly had such an idea. Once he had such an idea, he could no longer restrain it. After all, he had not been back to the 1960s and the main world for a long time. Thinking of this, he quickly returned to the bedroom. The time travel function of the communication system. The next moment, he returned to the bed in the courtyard of the 1960s. Li Mengyao was still sleeping soundly. Reaching out and hugging the other party into his arms, he was a little excited when he smelled the familiar smell. Last time he left on the night of the first day of the Lunar New Year, and when he came back, it was naturally the night of the first day of the Lunar New Year. Stroking his wife's smooth back, Gao Yan couldn't sleep. Suddenly, he had a move in his heart. A huge divine thought also came out of his body, instantly covering the entire planet. This is a world without spirits. After checking the entire planet, Gao Yan did not find even 1 spirit stone. Unlike the main world, although there are no immortal cultivators, at least there were some in the past. But in this world, there has never been an immortal cultivator. Afterwards, Gao Yan's divine consciousness rushed out of the planet and spread into the universe. But soon, it reached the end. So that's it. Gao Yan showed a look of sudden realization. Now he understood why there were no spirit stones on this planet, because this world was different from the main world. The starry sky outside the planet is just an illusion. In short, this is just a small world in the form of a planet. System, did you create this world? Gao Yan asked in his heart. System, no, there are thousands of worlds in various forms. When you experience more worlds, you will get used to it. That's right. Gao Yan smiled. Suddenly, he had another idea. Should he change this world? It's also interesting to turn a technological world into an immortal world. With a thought, 3 twins appeared. Then they all disappeared in a flash. The next morning, Gao Yan felt his nose itchy, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Li Mengyao sweeping her hair across his nose. Little naughty girl. Gao Yan held her in his arms and kissed her lips heavily. Gradually, Li Mengyao was a little lost, her breathing became heavy, and her body twisted against Gao Yan. Just when Gao Yan was about to kill her on the spot, there was a knock on the door. The two had to give up. After a while, Gao Yan, who was dressed neatly, invited his uncle and little cousin Zhang Yin in. On the second day of the Chinese New Year, the father and daughter came to visit and pay New Year's greetings, but they came a little early. Zhang Fuxing and his daughter were grateful to Gao Yan, and even said that Gao Yan changed their fate. Gao Yan and his uncle chatted. Zhang Yin was taken to play by her sister-in-law. Daughter-in-law Li Mengyao was naturally cooking in the kitchen. When Gao Yan was chatting with Zhang Fuxing, he sensed that the three twins had built a formation that could cover the entire China according to his orders. This formation has two major functions. One is to restrain the spirit, that is, to control the spiritual energy within the formation to prevent the spiritual energy from leaking out, and the other is defense. After he directed the great event of the revival of spiritual energy, other countries must be unable to sit still. Then, this defense shield worked. That night, Zhang Fuxing and his daughter had already left. Daughter-in-law Li Mengyao brought foot-washing water to wash Gao Yan's feet. With a thought, the system's sub-interface appeared. His eyes fell on the total number of spiritual stones, which was more than 137 trillion. There was no use keeping so many spiritual stones, so he planned to spend some of them and direct a big drama of spiritual energy revival. 5 minutes later, the two took off their clothes and huddled in the quilt. The good things in the morning were interrupted by the arrival of Zhang Fuxing, and they naturally had to continue in the evening. What a pity. Li Mingyao's body is too weak for Gao Yan now, so he has to carefully control his strength, otherwise, a little force will hurt her. Therefore, Gao Yan decided to force the issue and use his own spiritual power to continuously strengthen Li Mingyao's body. Then the next morning, there were sequelae, and the pots and pans suffered a lot. So, Gao Yan sent Li Mengyao into my world to adapt to her own surge in power. And he made breakfast under 10 times the time flow rate. After staying in my world for 10 hours, Li Mengyao could barely control her power. After breakfast, Gao Yan made an excuse to leave. Then he came to another courtyard and accompanied Jiang Ying back to her parents' home. After dinner at Jiang Ying's house, Gao Yan took her to say goodbye. Then Gao Yan sent Jiang Ying into my world and let her practice in it. The next day, Gao Yan went to Zhao Jingchu again, and then sent Zhao Jingchu into my world to practice. That afternoon, he had another tryst with Lu Feifei. Unfortunately, Lu Feifei has no spiritual roots. But don't worry, when he becomes a great emperor or immortal, he can solve the problem of not having spiritual roots to practice. As for the magic skills, he didn't want his woman to become a muscle woman. In the early morning of that night, the capital had fallen into silence. Gao Yan's figure appeared above the capital. With a flick of his wrist, a large number of spirit stones flew down around the capital. He pinched out a few more spells. A spirit gathering array rose up with a bang, covering the entire capital. The spirit gathering array in the world of immortal cultivation draws spiritual energy from the void, but there is no spiritual energy in this world, so the spiritual energy must be released by the spirit stones that set up the array. With the activation of the spirit gathering array, a trace of spiritual energy began to appear in the air of the capital. After countless sleeping residents inhaled the air with spiritual energy, minor illnesses and pains were cured directly, and major illnesses and Injuries were also relieved. Immediately afterwards, a golden text appeared in the sky. This text was exactly the qi refining art that he translated. As for why he chose this method to publish it, it was because he was worried that the higher-ups would find a way to block it. But let the technique appear in the sky. Even if the higher-ups wanted to block it, there was no way. Although it is currently early in the morning, the technique in the sky was too conspicuous. The higher-ups reacted immediately and asked people to copy down the exercises, word for word. However, the exercises had not disappeared by the early morning of the next day. For a while, they caused quite a stir, and many people secretly recorded the exercises. Husband, isn't the heavenly skill the qi refining technique you taught us? Li Mengyao asked Gao Yan in a low voice. Gao Yan nodded towards her. The other party suddenly understood that this matter was caused by his own man. Will anything happen if you do this? Don't worry, nothing will happen, Gao Yan said with certainty. Besides, no one knows that I did it. Besides, so what if he knew? He was now a strong man in the cave, even a nuclear bomb couldn't hurt him at all, and he could even destroy the planet easily if he wanted to. Had breakfast. Gao Yan and Li Mengyao rode out of the courtyard together. He first sent Li Mengyao to work, and then rode to the clothing factory. First day of work after the new year. Usually it is a meeting and there will be no specific work. Gao Yan first followed Su Dali to a meeting chaired by factory director Huang Jianyun. But everyone seemed a little distracted. After the emergence of spiritual energy, everyone can clearly feel the changes in their bodies. In addition, the power in heaven has not dissipated yet. Smart people are guessing that some unknown changes may occur in this world. Most people are afraid of the unknown. There is also a secret expectation among some who have an adventurous spirit. Seeing this scene, Huang Jianyun frowned slightly, but after thinking about it, he didn't say anything and announced the adjournment of the meeting in low spirits. In fact, even he felt a little uneasy in his heart. When Gao Yan and Su Dali returned to the security department, I found that everyone was discussing the heavenly exercises with great interest. Master, what do you think of the martial arts in heaven? When Han Taihua saw Gao Yan coming back, she immediately came up and asked. I see with my eyes. Gao Yan said angrily, don't talk about other things during work hours, and don't talk nonsense until this matter is finalized. After being reminded by Gao Yan, everyone was shocked. These days, talking nonsense can be fatal. Later, Su Dali also held an internal meeting of the security department, and then the security department began cleaning. Gao Yan did not take the hunting team to hunt today. Wait until tomorrow. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, everything was fine in the factory. Gao Yan planned to leave work early. Anyway, he was a member of the hunting team and did not need to commute on time. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the actions above. The qi refining technique involves the issues of meridians and acupuncture points. A team has been temporarily set up above, and many Chinese medicine practitioners have been summoned to study this exercise. At the same time, the entire capital was also on alert, and teams capturing enemy agents could be seen everywhere. However, enemy agents appeared one after another at this time to pass on information. It's a pity that these enemy agents don't know at all that without spiritual energy, they can't practice even if they spread the skills. After a while, Gao Yan came to the number 3 courtyard and released Jiang Ying from my world. Although Jiang Ying has 3 spiritual roots, but Gao Yan helped her cheat, so her cultivation efficiency was still very high. It has reached the third level of qi refining. Brother Gao, I have reached the third level of qi refining. Jiang excitedly threw herself into his arms. Gao Yan's body felt a little hot when he felt two big grapefruits squeezing against his chest. But he immediately suppressed that thought. There was no way, this time he had improved too much in the world of immortality, but his woman's cultivation level was too low, and she simply could not withstand his own misfortune. Suddenly, she thought of something. Oops, I have been practicing in that place for so long, and I forgot to report to the art troupe. Don't worry, the flow of time inside is 10 times faster than outside. Today is only the 5th day of the lunar month. Gao Yan quickly said that the art troupe didn't start work until the 6th day of the new year. That's good. Jiang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Later, Gao Yan told her about the play he directed and asked her not to let it slip. I had a rough chat with Jiang Nu. Gao Yan came to Zhao's mother again and told Zhao's mother that Zhao Jingchu would not come back for a few days. Jiang has a job and has nothing to do. But Zhao Jingchu didn't, and Gao Yan planned to let her practice in my world for a longer time. 3 days passed in a flash. The wisdom of the Chinese people cannot be underestimated. The people above have thoroughly studied the techniques and selected some people to practice them. Then 5 people successfully cultivated spiritual power. Even if it was only the first level of qi refining, the power and speed it showed shocked the people above. So he immediately arranged for more people to practice the exercises, and the first choice was naturally soldiers. As for the people, those who know acupuncture points and meridians have also tried to practice, and a small number of people have developed spiritual power. Gao Yan, here. Every night, he would bring sisters Li Mingyao and Li Mingyao into my world to practice. Li Mingyao advanced very quickly and has reached the 5th level of qi refining. My sister-in-law is also good at it and has reached the 4th level of qi refining. This night, Gao Yan received Zhao Yuzhong's trading signal. He didn't want to go. But after thinking about it, he decided to go to the appointment. He no longer cares about the profit value here, because the world is different. Even if you work hard to get the lottery, you can only get ordinary things. Attribute points are useful, but this is an ordinary world, and the attribute points are few. Unlike in the world of immortal cultivation, you will be rewarded with 10,000 attribute points for each level. How many attribute points can be rewarded even if you level up 10 levels in a row here? What's more, it is not easy to upgrade here. It takes 150 million to upgrade one level. With such low prices, even if he has a void factory, he has to trade many times to barely upgrade one level. Mr. Gao, you are here. Zhao Yuzhong was as respectful as ever. Mr. Zhao, this is our last transaction. Gao Yan did not beat around the bush, but said directly. Why? Zhao Yuzhong asked puzzledly, is the price too low? If so, I can convey it to the higher level and raise the price a little. Zhao Yuzhong is a capitalist and can also find out the news abroad. Naturally, he knows what the goods they bought from Gao Yan are sold at abroad. He thought Gao Yan thought they made too much money and was unwilling to cooperate with them. It's not about the price. Gao Yan shook his head, the world is going to change. Zhao Yuzhong's face changed, and he asked tentatively, Mr. Gao, you seem to know a lot about the changes a few days ago? The technique in the sky only lasted for 2 days and then disappeared. But the concentration of spiritual energy in the capital is constantly increasing. The gathering spirit array he arranged is enough to provide spiritual energy for the capital for 200 years. Of course, if there are no large number of foundation-building cultivators. However, if he does not release the foundation-building technique and provide foundation-building pills, it is almost impossible to advance to the foundation-building stage. But if China can cultivate a group of cultivators at the peak of qi refining, it can almost walk sideways in the world. That technique is the technique of cultivating immortals, Gao Yan said with a smile. The technique of cultivating immortals? Zhao Yuzhong was shocked. Although he had some guesses about the technique, he was still very emotional when he heard that it was the technique of cultivating immortals. After a long while, Zhao Yuzhong managed to calm down his emotions, then looked at Gao Yan and asked, Mr. Gao, how do you know that this is a method for cultivating immortals? Gao Yan did not answer directly, but smiled meaningfully at Zhao Yuzhong. Zhao Yuzhong wanted to say something else, but Gao Yan waved his hand. You ask someone to prepare a giant warehouse. I still have a lot of goods in my hands. I will give them to you. See you tomorrow night. As soon as the voice fell, Gao Yan disappeared. Looking at the place where Gao Yan just stood, Zhao Yuzhong thought of a possibility. Could the method in the sky be related to Mr. Gao? After planning the drama of spiritual energy revival, Gao Yan thought it through. He would not let the whole country revive spiritual energy, but he would start with the capital. Because power is a valve, some people who have power will think about contributing to society, while some people who have power will use it to commit crimes. If the national spiritual energy revives, it may bring a lot of chaos to the whole country. The next morning, Gao Yan came to work in the factory as usual, and took the hunting team out hunting. In the car, Han Taihua, who had been holding back for a few days, couldn't help but ask, Master, have you practiced that technique? Guess. Gao Yan smiled and said that Han Taihua practiced the qi refining technique and also cultivated spiritual power, stepped into the first level of qi refining, and thus greatly increased his strength. Han Taihua's voice was even lower. Master, I practiced, and I succeeded. My current strength has skyrocketed more than 10 times. Let's practice at noon? Okay. It seems that Han Taihua is full of confidence. At noon, after having lunch in the mountains, Han Taihua asked Gao Yan to fight again. In the past, she was suppressed by Gao Yan. Now that she has mastered her magic skills, she wants to avenge her previous shame. 2 minutes later, Han Taihua called for a stop with a frustrated look on her face. She thought that she could challenge her master with her magic skills, but in the end, she was pressed to the ground and rubbed hard by her master. At the same time, she also felt a sense of admiration for Gao Yan. Master, have you also practiced that technique? Han Taihua asked. No. Gao Yan shook his head. He did not lie about this. The qi refining technique was just the most basic entry-level cultivation technique. Although he had practiced it before, he was practicing the immortal scripture now. That evening, after get-off work, Gao Yan went to Zhao Jingchu first. Released Zhao Jingchu from my world. After all, she had been practicing in it for several days. Zhao's mother had been worried for a few days without seeing her daughter. Zhao Jingchu was an intermediate fire spirit root, with the elixir provided by Gao Yan. After practicing hard for dozens of days in my world, her cultivation had reached the 6th level of qi refining. That night, Gao Yan appeared again in the small Western-style building where Zhao Yuzhong was. But he found that there was another person in the other party's study. Needless to say, this person was sent by the higher-ups. After thinking about it, Gao Yan still showed up. When seeing Gao Yan appearing out of thin air in the study, Zhao Yuzhong was used to it, but Zhou Ziyu's eyes flashed with shock, but soon returned to normal. "Hello, Mr. Gao, I am Zhou Ziyu. I have no ill intentions in coming here this time, I just want to know something from you." Zhou Ziyu stood up quickly. His tone was sincere and polite, and his attitude was very humble. "Okay, let's talk." Gao Yan sat down directly, and Zhao Yuzhong quickly served the prepared tea. "Mr. Gao, please have tea." He nodded to Zhao Yuzhong and took the tea. "Mr. Gao, you seem to have some understanding of the practice that appeared in the sky?" Zhou Ziyu said carefully. After Gao Yan drank a sip of tea, he said, "That is an entry-level practice of cultivating immortals, which can be practiced to the 9th level of qi refining. The 9th level of qi refining is a realm, right?" Zhou Ziyu asked. Gao Yan glanced at him. No wonder the higher-ups sent him to talk. This person's brain is really fast. Indeed. Gao Yan nodded. The realm of cultivating immortals is divided into qi refining, foundation building, golden elixir, yuanying, transformation, cave, void, hadao, great emperor and immortal. Then, Gao Yan gave a certain description of each realm. After thinking for a while, he added, reaching the 9th level of golden elixir should be able to destroy this world. Reaching the yuanying stage, destroying the entire planet is not a problem. So strong? Zhou Ziyu and Zhao Yuzhong shuddered. Gao Yan continued to himself, "If you want to cultivate immortals, you must meet 2 conditions." "What conditions?" Zhou Ziyu asked subconsciously. Gao Yan said, "First, you must have spiritual roots." Without waiting for the other party to ask, Gao Yan explained what spiritual roots are in words that the other party could understand. And without waiting for the other party to ask, Gao Yan took out a crystal for detecting spiritual roots and handed it to Zhou Ziyu, and taught him how to use it. Then he continued to popularize science for the other party. It's not enough to have spiritual roots, you must have spiritual energy to practice. What is spiritual energy? Zhou Ziyu asked again. Spiritual energy is a kind of energy that exists in the air. Even if ordinary people cannot practice it, if they live in a place with spiritual energy for a long time, they will hardly get sick and their lifespan will be prolonged. So far, only the capital city has spiritual energy in the whole world. If other people knew the benefits of spiritual energy, do you think those elderly rich people would flock to the capital city? By then, the housing prices in the capital city will probably become sky-high. After Gao Yan's reminder, Zhou Ziyu's eyes lit up. Living in an environment with spiritual energy will not make you sick, and it can also prolong your life. This is absolutely a huge attraction for the rich people in the world. But then he had another thing. If other powerful countries knew the benefits of the capital, would they come to rob it? China's current strength can't stop the beating of the major powers in the world. Seeing Zhou Ziyu's expression, Gao Yan knew what he was worried about. Don't worry, now the whole of China is shrouded in formations. Without my country's permission, no one else can step into our country's borders. The formations arranged by the 3 twins are not that simple. They have condensed a formation spirit with wisdom. According to Gao Yan's request, no one can enter China's borders without the permission of the Chinese government. Are you serious? Gao Yan said lightly, of course. Then, the two chatted for more than 2 hours, and then Gao Yan put all the inventory of his void factory into the warehouse they prepared. The senior executives who were originally worried became excited after listening to Zhou Ziyu's report. Perhaps China will usher in a new development. In the next few months, Gao Yan worked step by step. But Beijing has undergone significant changes. First, a residential area was quickly built in a certain area of Beijing. There are a total of 1,000 houses. These 1,000 houses were sold to foreigners, and the price was quite expensive, $2 million per set. These 1,000 houses took less than a week. All were sold out. The buyers were all top wealthy people from all over the world. It also brought $2 billion in foreign exchange to China. In addition, after many attempts, other countries found that no matter what means they used, they could not enter China without the permission of the Chinese government, so they also changed their attitudes. During these months, sisters Li Mengyao and Li Mingya have made great progress and have entered the foundation building level. Of course, the one who has made the most progress is Zhao Jingqiu. She has reached the 5th level of foundation building. Jiangying has to perform outside because of the task of the art troupe, so she rarely enters my world to practice. Therefore, she has only reached the 9th level of qi refining. As for Lu Feifei, although she cannot practice, Gao Yan gradually uses spiritual power to cleanse her body, which also allows her energy speed to reach an inhuman level. If she does not use magic weapons, even the peak of the 9th level of qi refining may not be her opponent. Gao Yan is also ready to leave this world and return to the main world. Originally, he wanted to take the girls to the world of cultivation, but after thinking about it, he still had to slow down. It is not too late to take them to the world of cultivation after he enters the level of Hedao. A figure flashed. Gao Yan appeared in the study of Lingxi Garden. With a thought, his robe changed into the style of this world. The time in this world is still in February, and it will be the Chinese New Year in a while. A sweep of divine thoughts. Xiaozhua and Song Yufei are not there. One is at work, and the other is busy with the restaurant. Then, Gao Yan released divine thoughts to cover the entire planet. Then he found a lot of spiritual stones hidden deep underground. But the total amount is only a few million, and this is the spiritual stones. In the cave paradise, Gao Yan is not interested in collecting them. He does not plan to revive the spirit in the main world for the time being. Because the Xia country where he is a world power. And reviving the spirit will only benefit the warriors in the cave paradise. And those people have no idea of a country at all. In the evening, Xiaozhua and Song Yufei returned one after another. Husband, I think you have become more handsome again. Xiaozhua looked at Gao Yan. Song Yufei also nodded. Indeed, he has become much more handsome. No matter how handsome he is still your husband, right? Gao Yan said with a smile. You can't favor one over the other. Gao Yan also stayed in the main world for about 3 months. With his help, his girlfriends with spiritual roots have at least reached the 9th level of qi refining. Swish! A figure flashed by. Gao Yan appeared in the bedroom of the Holy Sun Peak of the 9 Saints sect. Again. He stayed in the 2 times for more than half a year. Gao Yan was still in a good mood. The only thing was that his girlfriends were a little weak, which always made him unable to enjoy himself. So, he directly sent a message to the Yi sisters and asked them to come to his bedroom. Needless to say, what will happen next? In a blink of an eye, Gao Yan returned to the world of immortal cultivation. For more than a month, his cultivation level also successfully entered the 4th level of Dongshu. Call up the system subinterface. There are still 2 special draws that have not been used. But after thinking about it, Gao Yan decided to keep them for now and use them when he encounters something that cannot be solved in the future. On a small hill outside Yunlu City, Yu Liner, wearing a veil, ordered the 2 people in front of her, quickly decide the battle, and leave immediately after you succeed. Yes, Your Highness. After the 2 Yuanying true disciples responded, they quickly headed towards Yunlu City. Soon, the 2 arrived in front of the Dixing business in the city. In the past month, Qin Mi and others have opened Dixing business in several other cities, bringing the number of stores to more than 10. Do it. With a light shout, the 2 Yuanying true disciples of Xianming sect all used their magic weapons to bombard the Dixing business. But just as the 2 magic weapons were about to hit the Dixing business, a huge energy hand rose from the backyard of the Dixing business, and instantly grabbed the 2 magic weapons and crushed them into pieces. The magic weapons were destroyed, and the 2 Yuanying true disciples, both groaned, and then turned into 2 streams of light and flew out of the city. But that powerful hand had no intention of letting them go. He caught up with them at a faster speed and knocked them to the ground. Wow! The 2 people who fell to the ground vomited blood. Then a figure appeared, looking down at them from a high position, who sent you here? At this moment, the middle-aged man looked inside the city. He grabbed the 2 and disappeared on the spot. The middle-aged man who appeared on the hill outside the city flicked his finger in a certain direction. The spiritual power collided in the void and a transparent ripple appeared. And Yu Liner's figure also appeared. At this moment, her face was full of bitterness. I didn't expect that Gao Yan's shop actually had a great god in charge, and it was not an ordinary god in the store, but a late god in the store. Knowing that she couldn't escape from the god in the store, Yu Liner took the initiative to walk out of the transparent light cover, bent over and bowed. To the middle-aged man, Yu Liner, the saint of Xianming sect, greets the senior saint of the Netherworld sect? The middle-aged man frowned slightly, and then took the initiative to contact Gao Yan. Gao Yan of Xingzi Peak was also a little surprised after listening to the report of the god transformation puppet. Yu Liner actually brought people to smash his business. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved. He remembered the scene on the sky steps in the emperor's tomb at that time. Xianming sect also wanted to borrow his puppet to reach the 99th floor, but he raised the price by double because of the grudge between the 2 sects. But in the end, it was not achieved, but was teleported away by Fenger and Linger. Finally, he did not see anyone from Xianming sect at the level of the steel forest. This means that they did not enter the core of the emperor's tomb at all. It is very likely that Yu Liner resents him. So, could the rumors about him some time ago have been spread by Xianming sect? So he sent a direct message to the puppet. Asked him to interrogate Yu Liner whether she spread his rumors. After receiving Gao Yan's order, the Shenhua puppet immediately captured Yu Liner and interrogated her. But he didn't expect it. This Yu Liner was very tough. She suffered enough at the hands of the Shenhua puppet, but she refused to admit it. So, Gao Yan planned to go there in person. So he summoned the Anywhere door and located near Yunlu City. Meet the master. The Xinhua puppet saluted Gao Yan. Gao Yan waved his hand, glanced at the extremely embarrassed Yu Liner, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Saint Yu Liner, I didn't expect that we would meet again in such a situation? Gao Yan, if you have the guts, kill me and see if my Xianming sect will let you go. Yu Liner said resentfully. The saint son and saint daughter may not be very strong, but they are the face of a sect. If Gao Yan killed Yu Liner, Xianming sect would definitely not let it go. Gao Yan smiled disapprovingly and directly used his soul-controlling ability. After imprisoning the other party's soul, Gao Yan began to read her memory. It's really her. Gao Yan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the rumor that he obtained the emperor's scripture was really made up by this woman. So, he wronged Zhao Fan. However, it's wronged. I can't apologize to Zhao Fan. In this case, we can't let this woman go easily. Got it. Gao Yan suddenly thought of a way. Then he knocked the other party unconscious and carried her to the Nine Saints sect. As for the other two Xianming sect's nascent soul true transmissions, Gao Yan had the god transformation puppet kill and bury them. Soon, Gao Yan returned to the gate of the Nine Saints sect. Then he cut down a tree and inserted it outside the gate, and then hung Yu Liner on it, and made a sign to hang on Yu Liner's chest. On the sign was a line of words, Xianming sect Saintish Yu Liner. Then he waved his hand, and the unconscious Yu Liner woke up. When she found out about her situation, her face changed drastically. Asshole. Gao Yan, put me down now. There are more than 1 million disciples in the Nine Saints sect. There are many disciples coming in and out every day. In addition, Gao Yan hung Yu Liner in such a conspicuous place in front of the mountain gate. So, soon someone came to see the strangeness. When they saw the sign hanging on Yu Liner's chest, they couldn't help but be stunned. The saint of Xianming sect was actually hung here. Looking at those cheerifying young cultivators pointing and talking at her, Yu Liner almost fainted with anger. She was at least a cultivator of the 9th level of the nascent soul, and even more so a saint. But now she was hung here and watched like a monkey by a group of cheerifying cultivators. When she thought of this, she was furious and cursed Gao Yan. And when she heard Gao Yan's name, those outer disciples all speculated whether it was the saint's son Gao Yan who caught Yu Liner and hung her here. Soon, the news that the saint of Xianming sect was hung outside the mountain gate spread. More and more outer disciples came to see the strangeness. Tens of thousands of people had gathered before they knew it. Some were talking, and some were taking pictures with their photo stones. At the same time, the inner sect and the true disciples also learned the news and hurried to the outside of the mountain gate. It's really the Xianming sect Saint Yu Liner. A true disciple spoke up to confirm Yu Liner's identity. For a moment, Yu Liner became more and more angry and fainted on the spot. Not long after, the elders of the True Disciple Academy also came. Seeing this scene, they were stunned and speechless. When they learned that this was the work of the saint's son Gao Yan, they didn't know what to say. Your Highness, good news, there is great good news. Qing Luo hurriedly broke into the palace where Nangong Yao was bathing. Tell me, what good news? After returning from the emperor's tomb, she began to retreat, and today, she finally broke through to the level of transformation. Your Highness, Xianming sect Yu Liner was hung outside our mountain gate by Saint Gao Yan. Qing Luo said with a smile, because many people went to see the novelty. Yu Liner was so angry that she fainted. What, there is such a thing? Nangong Yao was shocked, and then she released her divine consciousness, too. explore outside the sect gate, and sure enough, she saw Yu Liner hanging on a tree. Seeing her embarrassed appearance, she couldn't help laughing. Before, in the secret realm, she fought with Yu Liner and was severely injured. Fortunately, Gao Yan took her out of the secret realm in time. Otherwise, she might have died in the secret realm. Although he beat Yu Liner violently later, he didn't feel relieved. Help me change my clothes, I want to go outside the mountain gate to see the embarrassed appearance of that witch, Nan Gongyao urged. While getting dressed, she also asked, can you find out why junior brother Gao Yan hung her there? Qing Luo shook her head, I don't know. Could it be that Saint's son Gao Yan knew that you had a grudge against that witch, so he deliberately captured her and hung her there to vent your anger? You are just being sentimental. Nan Gongyao knocked on Qing Luo's head, although junior brother Gao and I have some friendship, she won't do this for me. There is another sentence she didn't say, junior brother Gao Yan has a closer relationship with Sha Homeng. It was obviously she who had an intersection with Gao Yan first, but in the end it was. Thinking of this, she felt a faint sour feeling in her heart. Soon, Nan Gongyao came to the outside of the mountain gate with her personal maid. When she saw Yu Liner hanging there, she didn't have any sympathy, but secretly said that she deserved it. At the same time, her eyes were also searching for Gao Yan's whereabouts. What are you looking for? Do you need junior brother's help? A figure flashed by, and Gao Yan appeared beside her. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongyao felt a little shy. Could it be that I was looking for you? Junior brother, you misunderstood. I'm not looking for anything. However, she immediately changed the subject. Junior brother Gao, I don't know why you want to capture Yu Liner and hang her here. If Shanming sect knows about this, I'm afraid they won't let it go. Gao Yan explained, senior sister, you don't know, this woman is very bad. Some time ago, she spread rumors that I got the emperor's scripture everywhere, so I didn't dare to step out of the mountain gate casually, lest I be attacked by some old monsters. I didn't expect that the rumors had just died down not long ago, and this woman actually brought people to destroy my business. How could I tolerate this? So I thought of a way to humiliate her. So that's the case, then this woman is really bad to the extreme, junior brother, you did her a favor. Nan Gongyao agreed, however, after going through this, she may not have the face to serve as the saint of Shanming sect anymore. The people behind her may also retaliate against you severely in the future. No problem. Gao Yan said disapprovingly, isn't she from the Hadao family? This guy is already at the 4th level of the Void Realm. In a few decades at most, he will be able to step into the Dao realm. By then, he will be able to fuse the Dao seed left by the Creation Emperor. He is not invincible, but it is not easy for ordinary Dao masters to do anything to him. Gao Yan, let her go. At this moment, the voice of the sect master, Shang Wansheng, sounded in his ears. Sect master, is it too easy for her to let her go like this? Gao Yan responded in a low voice. Shang Wansheng said again, don't go too far. She is the saint of the Shanming sect after all. If you do this, you are slapping the face of the Shanming sect. Fortunately, you are in the right, otherwise. Gao Yan's heart trembled. Although Shang Wansheng did not finish his words, he also understood that the Shanming sect had probably received the news. Anyway, he had already humiliated Yu Liner, so with a wave of his hand, a ray of spiritual power fell into her body, lifting the seal in her body. After the cultivation level is restored, Yu Liner also woke up. She didn't say harsh words, she just took a deep look, shattered the ropes that bound her and the sign on her chest, and turned into a stream of light. And left. A biting dog doesn't bark. Junior brother, you have to be careful in the future. I'm afraid you Liner will fight to the death with you. Nan Gongyao reminded. It doesn't matter. Gao Yan smiled disapprovingly. He had already left a soul seed in Yuliner's soul. As long as the other party had a conspiracy against him, he would know it immediately. After the farce ended, the disciples of the Nine Saints sect also dispersed. Watching Gao Yan disappear, those who had interacted with him in the outer and inner sects were all secretly sighing. Return to Xingzi Peak. Gao Yan paid attention to Yuliner's situation through the soul seed. The other party simply resigned from the position of saint after returning to Netherworld sect, knowing that the position of the saint could not be maintained. Then he returned to his family's secret territory to practice hard. You Liner, I hope you won't do stupid things again. Gao Yan said to himself that he did not kill the other party this time because the other party had the identity of a saint. Next time, he would not hold back, but would kill him directly. He doesn't even need to do it himself, he can just use the soul seed in her soul to kill the opponent. The next few days. The matter of Yuliner being hanged was a hot topic among the disciples of the Nine Saints sect. This day, Xiahou Meng's personal maid floated over to invite Gao Yan, saying that it was his saint who invited him over to talk. Gao Yan immediately understood that most of Xiahou Meng had also broken through to the stage of becoming a god. However, Shi and Nan Gongyao were really natural enemies, and it only took a few days for the two to break through. Thinking of Xiahou Meng's breakthrough, Gao Yan decided to prepare a gift for her. Half an hour later, Gao Yan arrived at Lingfeng where Xiahou Meng lived. Fuyo, please step aside first. We have important matters to discuss with Holy Son, Gao Yan. Xiahou Meng, who was sitting above the palace, waved and said, Yes, Your Highness. The float ceremony receded. Immediately afterwards, the formation in the main hall rose up, sealing off the entire main hall. Fuyo looked back, with a bit of curiosity in her eyes, but she didn't dare to think too much. Instead, she quickened her pace and left quickly. Inside the palace, Gao Yan took one look at Xiahou Meng and judged that she had been promoted to the first level of Shin transformation, so he smiled and said, Sister, congratulations, you have been promoted to the Shin transformation level. Humph. Xiahou Meng snorted coldly, isn't it a few days slower than that? Woman Nan Gongyao? Of course, even though she said this, the flash of pride at the corner of her mouth still did not escape Gao Yan's eyes. Brush. As soon as the figure flashed, Gao Yan landed on the throne above the palace and put his arms around Xiahou Meng's slender waist. Wantless, who asked you to come up? Xiahou Meng shouted. Without saying a word, Gao Yan used his hands to pull the other person's body against his. At the same time, he used his other hand to slightly lift her chin, then lowered his head and kissed her. After a while, Xiahou Meng's cheeks turned red, and he pushed Gao Yan away while panting, and said angrily, You little thief is really not a good person, you know how to bully me as soon as we meet. This is my gift to you. Gao Yan did not argue with the duplicitous Xiahou Meng, but took out a brocade box and stuffed it into her. The other party opened the brocade box directly and found 10 wood attribute law crystals lying inside. A smile of satisfaction and joy suddenly appeared on his pretty face. This gift is not bad, I like it very much. Since you are satisfied, you should also be satisfied with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan pulled Xia Homing into his arms. Again, found his lips and pressed them again. After a while, their lips parted. Xia Homing directly pressed his body against Gao Yan. I heard that you captured that little bitch, you Liner, and hung him outside the mountain gate? As soon as Gao Yan heard this, he knew that Xia Homing was jealous. Many people knew about the grudge between Nangong Yao and Yu Liner. This is what happened. Gao Yan explained the whole story. After listening, Xia Homing's eyes had a cold murderous intent, and he snorted, that woman deserves to die. After what happened this time, she will definitely not be able to continue to be a saint. When I see her next time, I will help you kill her. Okay, thank you so much, Xiao Menger. Gao Yan kissed Xia Homing's delicate face. Nasty. Hearing Xiao Menger's name, Xia Homing couldn't help but roll his eyes at Gao Yan, but he felt that it was very useful. The two of them stayed together for half an hour. Xia Homing urged Gao Yan to get out quickly. Firstly, this guy's hands have always been dishonest. Secondly, their relationship was not easy to expose, so he could not be allowed to stay for too long. Once their relationship is exposed, it will not be a good thing for her, and Gao Yan, I'll see you again in 2 days. Don't come, I'll make you angry. Xia Homing said angrily. Hee hee. Gao Yan smiled disapprovingly. If he really doesn't come for a few months, this bitch will probably be really angry. After viewing it through the inside eye, the friendliness of the other party has reached 99 points. After brushing it a few more times, it is estimated that it will reach 100 points. Outside the sky world is the cold and dark void. If you look towards the sky world from the void, you will find that the whole world is like a chicken. Now, next to the world membrane, there are bronze platforms suspended. On each platform is a figure with a terrifying aura. If anyone who has seen the Great Emperor comes here, he will definitely recognize that these terrifying figures sitting cross-legged on the bronze platform are the great emperors who disappeared 100,000 years ago. Suddenly, a middle-aged emperor wearing a blue robe and a face with Chinese characters left his bronze platform and came to a nearby platform. Fellow Taoist Ninetails, Wu Yue is here to visit. The formation on the bronze platform opened a portal. Wu Yue looked delighted and stepped in. Seeing Wu Yu pestering the nine-tailed demon emperor again, the other great emperors on the bronze platform all became energetic. The nine-tailed demon emperor is a female emperor. Although she is more than 300,000 years old, she still looks as young as 28 years old. It gives me a sense of purity, but as a fox tribe, she also exudes a charming temperament. The two temperaments mixed together produced an amazing charm. The nine-tailed emperor looked at Wu Yu lightly and asked, "What are you doing here?" Fellow Taoist Jiawei, this is the Tianqin pill that I spent 300 years refining. After taking it, it can quickly restore the exhausted mind. Wu Yu flattered and presented a bottle of pill. But at this moment, there were several voices intertwined in the void. The market is open. Let's bet on how long that shameless old guy Wu Yu can stay at the Ninetails Taoist Fellowship. I bet you half an hour. You think too highly of that old guy Wu Yu. You will be kicked out by fellow Taoist Ninetails in half a quarter of an hour at most. Hey, I bet you 30 breaths. You guys are too boring. I think he can stay for at least 60 breaths. I heard that old guy Wu Yue has been refining alchemy for the past 300 years. Although this old guy is a little more carefree, he is still good at refining alchemy. The quality is still outstanding. In the eyes of these great emperors, Wu Yu is so shameless. He is almost 400,000 years old, but he still has the same lust and heart. He had been pursuing Emperor Taiyin for thousands of years, but Emperor Taiyin ignored him, so he went to pursue another female emperor. The female emperor had a bad temper and was annoyed by his entanglement, so she beat him up. So, this guy started pursuing the nine-tailed emperor again. There are only 5 female emperors here, and one of them has a Taoist companion. If his pursuit of the nine-tailed emperor fails, I'm afraid this guy will pursue the remaining one. About 30 breaths passed. Emperor Wu Yue was thrown out of the bronze platform of the 9 emperors in some embarrassment. He naturally felt the prying eyes of the void around him, but he was thick-skinned and didn't mind at all. He straightened his clothes and returned to his bronze platform. Haha, this old thing is really deflated again. Well done to Sister Cubi. Emperor Taiyin laughed directly. Hearing Emperor Taiyin's voice, Emperor Wu Yue's face froze slightly, but he still said nothing. Now, on the bronze platform of the Taiyin Emperor, 2 female emperors sat opposite each other on a stone table, both holding a cup of spiritual tea in their hands. Hey, when will this day end? After a while, the Taiyin Empress sighed. If the ferocious beast of the void doesn't retreat, we will be crucified. Here. Empress Xianyuan turned her head and glanced at the sky world not far away. Compared to the world full of flowers, who would want to stay in the cold and dry void? Void beasts are very ferocious creatures. They wander in the chaotic void and will swarm whenever they find a world. After breaking the fetal membrane of this world, they will swallow up everything that is alive in this world. 100,000 years ago, the vicious beast of the void discovered the world of the sky. Fortunately, the emperors of the firmament world discovered it in time, and after the vicious beasts of the void broke through one of the world's fetal membranes, they joined forces to drive them out. Then all the great emperors in the firmament world came to guard outside the world to prevent the vicious beast of the void from coming back. Over the years, they have joined forces to repel countless attacks from the vicious beasts of the void. And they, the great emperors, couldn't leave. Because although they had defeated the vicious beasts of the void many times, their strength had not been greatly affected. Instead, they had become stronger and stronger in the past 100,000 years. Yes. The Taiyin Empress sighed. In recent years, the void beast has become stronger and stronger as it fights, but our world has not been able to give birth to a new emperor. If this continues, we will be defeated by the void beast sooner or later. Empress Xianyuan said thoughtfully, the tomb of Emperor Good Fortune has been revealed. If someone obtains the immortal Sutra of Good Fortune, a new great emperor may be born in less than 10,000 years. I agree with this. If his descendants grow up, we will be able to relax a lot. Taiyin Empress nodded. They had also heard rumors about the great Emperor of Creation, who used the realm of the great emperor to kill 12 immortals. In the end, he actually beheaded 5 immortals and seriously injured 3 immortals. Although he himself also died, this record was definitely the most impressive record in history. And your immortal body from the Taiyin Holy Land is also pretty good. Empress Xianyuan smiled and said, the 2 Taoist companions of Emperor Creation are actually the best among the emperors. However, their light has been overshadowed by Emperor Creation. The immortal body of your Holy Land has obtained the power of Emperor Taihua. Through inheritance, even her imperial soldiers recognize her as their master, and if she grows up, she will be a great help to us. I hope so. Empress Tyene nodded. I just don't know who has obtained the Immortal Sutra of creation. Otherwise, we can arrange for someone to secretly train him. Don't worry, if the Emperor of Creation really chooses someone, they will definitely not let us down. In the blink of an eye, 1 year has passed. Today, Gao Yan's Dixing Trading Company has opened throughout the 9 Saints Sect sphere of influence. But sales per store also dropped. After all, the price of the foundation establishment pill is not low. If Gao Yan does not choose to lower the price, not everyone can afford it. Of course, because of the emergence of Dixing Trading Company, many foundation-building monks were born in the world of immortality. This year comes down. Gao Yan made a huge profit of 3 trillion spiritual stones through Dixing Trading Company. The revenue value has also soared to more than 4,900 billion, but now upgrading requires 6 trillion. However, the revenue next year will not reach 3 trillion. It would be good to reach 2 trillion. Gao Yan did not hesitate to reward Qin Mi, Meng Ruyan, and Li Jincheng, who had made great contributions. With his help, they all reached the peak of the 9th level of nascent soul. He personally preached to them, so the 4 of them were in seclusion, to attack the realm of transformation. In addition, the sisters of the Yi family who received special care from Gao Yan also broke through to the Yuanying level. The great housekeeper, Qin Xiangxue, managed the trivial matters on the Saint Child Peak quite well, so Gao Yan also gave her certain care and promoted her to Yuanying level infancy. At the same time, Gao Yan has been pestering Xia Homing this year, and he has made even more progress. He is just short of the last step to truly win him. Just when he was about to secretly go to Xia Homing's side, a puppet brought news to Gao Yan that he had discovered the seeds of the magic medicine. Those that can be called miraculous medicines are extremely unnatural. Even the emperor will pay attention to it. Therefore, the seeds of the magic medicine are also quite expensive. After reading the memory of the puppet, Gao Yan has decided to capture these 3 magic medicine seeds, no matter what. Because these 3 seeds are the seeds of the ice and snow divine lotus. The greatest function of this ice and snow divine lotus is to transform the soul. But the growth environment of this ice and snow divine lotus is very harsh, and it needs to be planted in extremely cold places. Even ordinary Hadao powers cannot withstand the extremely cold places. These 3 seeds come from a Hadao family in Zhongzhou. This family is mainly engaged in alchemy. The seeds of the ice and snow divine lotus were obtained by chance. But it's better concealed. Over the years, they have been cultivating the ice and snow divine lotus. Unfortunately, after spending thousands of years, wasting a lot of resources, and destroying the 5 precious seeds, we still failed to cultivate the ice and snow divine lotus. I didn't know that the news that their family owned the ice and snow divine lotus spread, and all forces began to pursue the idea of the ice and snow divine lotus. In addition, the Hadao ancestor of this Hadao family is about to expire. Once the ancestor of Hadao is enthroned, the seeds of these 3 ice and snow lotuses will become life-saving talismans. Therefore, this family simply sold the 3 seeds together. These 3 seeds will be handed over to Taishan Auction House, the largest auction house in Zhongzhou, for auction. The Taishan Auction House is said to have a background in the Tyene Holy Land. The auction time will be 3 months later. But if you want to participate in the auction, you have to go to Taishan Auction House in advance to exchange for Taishan gold coins. Because the currency used in the auction is not Lingshire, but Taishan gold coins. Looks like I have to go to Zhongzhou, Gao Yan said secretly. He has any door, so it is easier to go to Zhongzhou. So, don't rush for a day or two. Half an hour later. Seeing Gao Yan's arrival, Xia Homing's eyes flashed with joy, but he said, "If you don't practice well, why did you come to me again? Don't I miss you?" Gao Yan said with a smile, then stretched out his hand to hug Xia Homing into his arms. Glib tongue. Then you have to taste it. As he spoke, Gao Yan lowered his head and kissed her, and at the same time, his hands began to play tricks on Xia Homing. After a while, looking at Xia Homing, who was paralyzed in his arms, Gao Yan was not polite, picked up her light body, and strode towards the palace. It has to be said that Xia Homing is a master in the realm of gods, and his physical fitness is better than that of the Yi family sisters who have both entered the nascent soul. Therefore, this canyon war lasted for more than 3 hours before it ended. Lying in Gao Yan's arms, Xia Homing said faintly, "I still succeeded because of you, a little thief. Why, you are not willing to give in." Gao Yan said with a smile. "I want you to help me practice." Okay. Gao Yan activated the great double cultivation technique. A few days later, Gao Yan secretly left Xia Homing's Lingfeng. Returning to his dormitory, he first changed his appearance, then changed his cultivation aura, and then summoned any door to step into it. Pushing the door open and stepping out, Gao Yan was already in a mansion in a fairy city in Zhongzhou. This mansion is rented by a puppet in the foundation stage. After leaving the courtyard, Gao Yan quickly left the city and flew towards another large fairy city hundreds of thousands of miles away. Half an hour later, Gao Yan has arrived outside Taishan auction house. After informing the waiter of his purpose, he was led to a separate room. Soon, a beautiful nascent soul woman wearing a green dress arrived. "Hello, distinguished guest, I am Lu Shuang, the deacon of Taishan auction house, and I am here to handle the matter of exchanging Taishan gold coins for you." Because what Gao Yan revealed was the aura of the 9th level of divine transformation, Taishan auction house was so polite. "How do you exchange Taishan gold coins?" Gao Yan asked. Lu Shuang was well prepared for this. She first introduced Gao Yan and then handed him a jade slip. After looking at the jade slips, Gao Yan had to sigh, this Taishan auction house knows how to do business. To put it simply, anything of value can be exchanged for Taishan gold coins. But exchanging spiritual stones would be the most disadvantageous. Because 10,000 spiritual stones can be exchanged for 1 Taishan gold coin. Fellow Taoist Lu, how much do you think the 3 ice and snow lotus seeds can fetch? Gao Yan put down the jade slip and asked with a smile. "Senior, just call me Xiao Lu." Lu Shuang said humbly, but to be honest, the little girl is not sure what kind of price it can fetch. After all, it is the seed of the magic medicine. You estimate the price so that I can prepare Taishan gold coins in advance, Gao Yan said. After a slight hesitation, Lu Shuang said, "Senior, based on my experience, the price of a seed is at least 1 million Taishan gold coins." "So expensive?" Gao Yan was a little shocked. "You must know that 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones can be exchanged for 1 Taishan gold coin. 1 million Taishan gold coins are equivalent to tens of billions of low-grade spiritual stones. You know, it's just a magic medicine seed, not a magic medicine." "Senior, actually this is not expensive. After all, what if a miracle medicine is cultivated?" Lu Shuang said with a smile. Gao Yan shook his head. The Hedao family that sells seeds has wasted 5 seeds and failed to cultivate a miracle medicine. The hope of cultivating a miracle medicine with 3 seeds is too slim. Lu Shuang chuckled and said, no one can say for sure whether we can cultivate a magic medicine depends on luck. I believe there are still many people betting on luck. I guess the same is true for seniors. Otherwise, seniors would not come. Attended the auction. What a sharp-tongued person. Gao Yan laughed dumbly. Then, he threw a storage ring to Lu Shuang, which contained 100 billion low-grade spiritual stones. Exchange them all into Taishan gold coins for me. He has space to grow elixirs. Others cannot grow elixirs, but he can. Therefore, he plans to get all 3 seeds, so he has to exchange some more Taishan gold coins in advance. What to do if you can't spend all the money? There are 2 options. First, exchange it for spiritual stones. Second, you can go to Taishan Trading House to spend money. Taishan Trading House and the auction house are both part of the same family. The trading currencies are all Taishan gold coins. Moreover, in addition to commercial banks, there are many other industries that all use Taishan gold coins for consumption. After Lu Shuang took the storage ring, she swept it with her mind. She was immediately shocked. This senior was richer than she imagined. One move is worth hundreds of billions of spiritual stones. Soon, Lu Shuang helped Gao Yan handle the exchange business, and also gave him a purple card. Holding this card, you can get a 10% discount on purchases in other industries in Taishan. After Lu Shuang sent Gao Yan out of the auction house, she was called to the 9th floor. I've met the elder. Lu Shuang bowed and saluted. Do you seem to know the identity of that person? The elder asked. A person who casually trades hundreds of billions of spiritual stones deserves his attention. Lu Shuang said with shame, my lord, my subordinates have not had much contact with him and have not discovered anything. In that case, just go down. The elder waved his hand. After Gao Yan left, he felt a secret spiritual thought attached to him. No need to guess, it must be the method of Taishan auction house. Want to find out which faction he belongs to? This spiritual thought is not strong, only the first level of Dongxiu. After Gao Yan left the city, he turned into a stream of light and left quickly. And a black shadow followed slowly in the void. Suddenly, the black shadow's expression changed, and he whispered, how is that possible? Because he discovered that he had lost contact with the spiritual thought he had split off. Other side. Gao Yan sneered. If he hadn't come to participate in the auction, he would have had to kill the auction house if he didn't want to fall out with the auction house directly. Soon, Gao Yan returned to the Nine Saints sect. Xia Homing can't go there for the time being. Through the practice of Da Shuang, the other party's understanding has greatly increased, and he has already understood the second and third levels of God transformation. In order to completely surpass Nangong Yao, Xia Homing began to retreat again. This makes Gao Yan a little depressed. Fortunately, Xia Homing did not directly cross the river and burn the bridge, but served him wholeheartedly for several days. Taishan auction house. A dark shadow appeared on the 9th floor. Elder, I've lost track of you. I actually lost track of him. The elder was also quite surprised. You must know that Black Shadow is the first level of Dongxiu and is very good at tracking and lurking. The Black Shadow said, either there is a Hedao expert around the other party, Or he has hidden his cultivation level, not just the 9th level of divine transformation. Okay, I get it. The elder didn't pay too much attention to it. Anyway, the other party would come again in the future, and there would be a chance to find out the origin and background of the other party. In the blink of an eye, nearly 3 months have passed. 10 days ago, Gao Yan's cultivation reached the 5th level of Dongshu. Having practiced the Immortal Sutra of Creation, he is confident that he can be invincible in the cave. As for Hadao, it is probably difficult. However, his physique has already reached the peak of the holy body. In a few years, he will be able to transform into an immortal body. By then, with the immortal body's physique, he should be able to compete with the great power of Hadao. Summon any door. Gao Yan teleported to a barren mountain outside Taishan Immortal City. Soon, Gao Yan came outside Taishan auction house. After seeing him, Lu Shuang immediately greeted him, enthusiastically led him into the auction house, and settled him in a box on the 2nd floor. During this period, Lu Shuang used words to test him many times, trying to find out his identity. But they were all fooled by Gao Yan, which made Lu Shuang feel defeated. Okay, Xiao Lu, I want to rest for a while, you can go and entertain other guests. Gao Yan waved his hand. A look of embarrassment flashed in Lu Shuang's eyes. Apparently, this senior had understood her thoughts. Senior, I am only here to serve you today. If you need anything, just tap on this small formation, and the little lady will leave first. Okay, I'll call you if necessary. Next, Gao Yan sipped tea, ate snacks and spiritual fruits, waiting for the auction to start. The auction house is divided into 3 floors. The 2nd and 3rd floors are private rooms. Only Huashan and Dongshu masters can come up to the 2nd floor. As for the 3rd floor, all Hadao masters are arranged. Even though Gao Yan didn't deliberately investigate, he could vaguely sense that there were 8 powerful Hadao masters upstairs. About half an hour passed. The auction finally begins. The person hosting the auction was actually a female Dongshu. I have to say that the Taishan auction house is indeed very powerful. The first item on the lot is a low-grade heavenly technique. As expected of Zhongzhou, Gao Yan secretly thought that in Dong Huang, not to mention the heaven level skills, even the earth level skills would not be available on the market. Of course, the starting price of the heavenly level cultivation technique is also very expensive. In the end, it was bought for 1.06 million, which is equivalent to 10.6 billion low-grade spiritual stones. The second lot was a medium-grade spiritual treasure, which sold for 380,000 yuan. The third lot was a bottle of elixir, suitable for cultivators in the transformation stage. But Gao Yan was not tempted at all, because he could also refine this kind of elixir, and the alchemy factory could produce it in batches. An hour later, hundreds of lots have been auctioned, and none of them have been unsold. Then comes halftime. Half an hour later, the auction continues. The first auction item in the second half was actually an ice and snow lotus seed. The starting price is 880,000 Taishan gold coins. It has to be said that the magic medicine seeds are very tempting to everyone. Even though they knew that even if it took thousands of years to cultivate a miracle medicine, everyone was still very enthusiastic. Therefore, it only takes a few breaths. The price soared to 1 million. Another half-quarter of an hour passed. The price of the magic medicine seed soared to 1.87 million. There are still 3 people competing for the seeds of the magic medicine. And one of them is the Hadao Power on the third floor. 2 million. Gao Yan decided to end it. Gao Yan's bidding did not intimidate the other three, but instead aroused their fighting spirit. 2 million and 1 million. 2 million and 2 million. 2,300,000. What the hell? Gao Yan was speechless. Even if you buy the seeds and cultivate the magic medicine, the chance of cultivating it is extremely small. Is it necessary to be so ruthless? Of course, I am speechless, and the bidding will continue. So, he quoted a new price again, 3 million. As soon as the quotation came out, the three people were silent for a while. Several breaths passed. The Hadao expert on the third floor continued the bidding and quoted 3.1 million. 4 million. As soon as the other party finished speaking, Gao Yan shouted out the new price without hesitation, and he was bound to get the seeds of the magic medicine. At this time, even the Hadao master on the third floor chose to give up. After the auctioneer asked 3 times in a row if anyone wanted to raise the price, he announced that Gao Yan had won the magic medicine seed. Soon, Lu Shuang came in holding a jade box. Senior, this is the magic medicine seed that you photographed. Good. Gao Yan reached out to take it and happily paid 4 million Taishan gold coins. However, the first seed cost 4 million. If you want to win the other 2 seeds, the remaining 6 million may not be enough. The reason why he wanted to win 3 seeds was because he was worried that there were dead seeds among them. Fortunately, the 3 seeds were not auctioned together but separately, which gave him a chance to try. After sending away Lu Shuang, Gao Yan sent the seeds of the ice and snow divine lotus into the elixir planting space and planted them in the high-end spiritual field. In the high-end spiritual field, 1 day corresponds to 100 years. Outside. Next time, Gao Yan didn't pay much attention to the auction, but focused on the elixir cultivation space. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. A smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Gao Yan's mouth. Because the seeds of the ice and snow lotus have sprouted, that means there is no need for him to auction the other 2 seeds. That being the case, then there is no point in staying. Just as he was about to leave, a new lot was put on the auction stage. And the Taoist seeds in Gao Yan's body suddenly produced a feeling of longing. Ever since it got this avenue seed, it has been very quiet. Now having this emotion of longing, it is obvious that this lot is related to the seeds of the avenue. Then, his eyes fell on the auction table below. This lot is a palm-sized piece of metal. According to the auctioneer, this piece of metal came from a forbidden area. The material was unknown, but it was extremely strong. The auction house had tried many methods, but could not cut it open. Not even the weapon refiner's weapon fire could melt it. But the other party said that if someone could melt it and combine it with other materials, it should not be difficult to refine a top-quality holy weapon. Penetrating eye. Gao Yan activated the detection function of the inside eye. Item, fragment of creation axe. Characteristics, extremely solid, containing the power of creation. I see. Gao Yan put away his insightful eyes. No wonder his Dao seed would have a desire for this metal. It turned out that it was a fragment of the Emperor's imperial armament. We must win it, no matter what. The starting price for the creation axe fragments is not high, only 100,000. Although the material of this thing is solid, it is a good material for refining the best holy weapons. But you have to have a way to melt it. Of course, there are also auction houses that have not identified it as a Fragment of the imperial weapon of the great creation emperor. Otherwise, even if the reserve price is raised dozens of times, everyone will probably be fighting over it. I wonder if I can catch the omission this time and enjoy the treatment of the protagonist, Gao Yan said secretly. As he expected, the bidding for the axe fragments was not fierce. After reaching 200,000, there were only 2 people bidding. 220,000. Gao Yan shouted a price. 1 million. At this time, a Hadao master on the 3rd floor made a bid. Hearing this voice, Gao Yan's cheeks couldn't help but twitch, because this Hadao master was the one who had bid for the magic medicine seeds with him before. Damn it, you're so vindictive. Gao Yan had a feeling that the other party was not interested in the fragments of the acts of creation, and the price was 1 million, just to offend him. It was too stingy for a mighty Hadao. In a box on the 3rd floor. Master, is this piece of metal an incredible treasure? Su Luoxian asked, curiously. Have no idea. Qin Xianbei shook his head. Since you don't know, why do you still bid 1 million? Su Luoxian became more and more puzzled. Hearing this, Qin Xianbei glanced at the box where Gao Yan was on the 2nd floor. I'll also let that kid taste what it feels like to be hit with money. Upon hearing this, Su Luoxian couldn't help but feel dumbfounded, but thinking about his master's old naughty character, he felt relieved. Although my master is one of the famous alchemy masters, his personality is not old-fashioned. Instead, he is almost like a child. It is not unusual for him to do such a thing. 1 million and 1 million. Gao Yan pinched his nose and shouted, and subconsciously looked towards the box on the 3rd floor where the powerful Hadao man was. But after a few breaths, the other party made no further offer. Now the stone is hammered, the other party is taking revenge on him. Although he was not short of spiritual stones, he was still unhappy that billions were wasted. According to his estimate, it would be good if this piece of the axe of creation could fetch 300,000 yuan. After the Hadao on the 3rd floor was turned off, it was even more impossible for others to make an offer. The auction house also promptly announced that Gao Yan would acquire this special piece of metal soon. Lu Shuang brought the lot to Gao Yan's box again, and he deliberately paid 1.01 million Taishan gold coins with a dark face. Upon seeing this, Lu Shuang sent a message to remind Senior, the man upstairs is Qin Xianbei, one of the famous alchemy masters in Zhongzhou. It is better to dissolve enemies than to make enemies. Well, I understand, Xiaolu is interested. Gao Yan said lightly. Then Xiaolu retires. Senior, please call Xiaolu again if necessary. Lu Shuang also knew that Gao Yan was in a bad mood, so she left the box without saying anything. Time passes. The 2nd ice and snow divine lotus seed was put on the auction block. Originally, Gao Yan had no intention of participating in the bidding, but that bullshit alchemy master disgusted him, and he didn't mind disgusting him once. So he was the first to bid, 3.99 million. Qin Xianbei, who had cheated Gao Yan once, was in a good mood. When he heard Gao Yan's offer, his whole face darkened. You are not the son of a man, master, who asked you to deceive others first. Su Luoxian gloated. 4 million. After a while, Qin Xianbei bid 4.99 million. Gao Yan made another bid and shouted directly to the 3rd floor, Senior. Upstairs, this is already the highest bid for this junior, why don't you add a little more? Hearing Gao Yan's provocative words, Qin Xianbei almost jumped up in anger. And other people present were secretly stunned. Who is this person? He actually dares to directly challenge Hadao Almighty? After a while, Qin Xianbei shouted in a deep voice, 5 million. Gao Yan did not make another offer because he only exchanged 10 million Taishan gold coins. The auctioneer announced the ownership of the second magic medicine seed after asking if there was no bid. Private room on the third floor. Qin Xianbei paid the Taishan gold coin with a dark face. Su Luo. Stinky girl, you are still not my disciple, but you are helping an outsider to make me a master. Qin Xianbei rolled his eyes. The following items did not attract Gao Yan's interest. In a blink of an eye, the auction was almost over. The last item was also auctioned, the third seed of the Ice and Snow Divine Lotus. Soon, the price of the last seed rushed to more than 3 million. Master, do you still want to take this seed? Su Luoxian asked the master. Of course, the more the better. The more seeds, the greater the chance of cultivating a magical medicine. Qin Xianbei said, but I'm worried that the little thief will deliberately raise the price again. Mentioning Gao Yan, Qin Xuanbei's face couldn't help but have a little more resentment. It shouldn't happen, after all, he has already cheated you once. At this point, Su Luoxian's face had a little more smile. Humph. Qin Xianbei snorted in response. When the seeds of the Ice and Snow Divine Lotus reached 4 million, the bidding slowed down, and there were only 2 people left bidding. Then Qin Xianbei made a move and bid 4.5 million. However, when he bid, he subconsciously glanced at the box where Gao Yan was. Fortunately, after a while, there was no movement in Gao Yan's box, so he was relieved. As for why Gao Yan didn't trick Qin Xianbei again? There was no need. It's fine to trick the other party once and then come back. If he continues to trick, even if that great man of Hadao is generous, he will probably make trouble for him. As soon as the auction ended, Gao Yan left directly. But after leaving the auction house for a distance, he found that he was being targeted, and there were more than one group of people targeting him. So, he immediately changed his mind. He no longer left the city, but found a large inn in the city to stay. Seeing Gao Yan check into the inn, Qin Xianbei, who was with his apprentice, couldn't help laughing. Haha, that kid is in trouble. After checking into the inn, Gao Yan first sealed the room with a formation, then summoned a random door, and returned directly to the Nine Saints sect. As for those who wanted to take advantage of him, go and eat your ass. Half a month passed in a flash. During this period, Gao Yan, who returned to the Nine Saints sect, would check the growth of the Ice and Snow Divine Lotus every day. The Ice and Snow Divine Lotus has now grown to 10 centimeters high, and it is still early for it to bloom. And in Taishan City, those who have set their sights on Gao Yan have not given up. They are still staying near the inn. At this moment, there is a restaurant not far from the inn. Su Luoxian looked at Qin Xianbei, who was drinking happily. Master, when are we going back? No hurry, I have to watch the show before I leave. I will not feel comfortable if I don't see that kid get into trouble. You. Su Luoxian couldn't help but roll his eyes at his master. It's really boring. That person has been in the inn room for half a month and hasn't shown up. It's not certain whether he is still there. Impossible. Qin Xianbei said, I haven't sensed the existence of space fluctuations. That kid must still be there. However, he still had some doubts in his heart, and released his divine thoughts to look at the room where Gao Yan was. Soon, his divine thoughts penetrated into the formation. Looking at the empty room, his eyes suddenly widened. Disciple, I guessed. Right this time, that kid really ran away. No way, he could actually run away under your nose, master? Su Luoxian was also a little surprised. That kid is only at the 9th level of the spiritual transformation, but he can run away under my nose. He must have extraordinary magical powers. Humph. Don't let me meet him next time, otherwise, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Let's go. The next moment, the void rippled, and the master and disciple disappeared. Alive in the restaurant, but there was money for food and wine on the table. As for the group of people who followed Gao Yan, they left after 5 days. Because after 5 days, the formation arranged by Gao Yan automatically dissipated, and there was no one in the room. In fact, Taishan Auction House was also paying attention to this matter. When they learned that Gao Yan disappeared in the inn without anyone noticing, they paid more attention to him. Xingzi Peak. Gao Yan was lying on a chair in the garden basking in the sun, but his mind was focused on his sea of consciousness. After returning to Xingzi Peak, he sent the fragment of the acts of creation into his sea of consciousness. And the Tao seed had been absorbing the Tao power inside. Now 20 days had passed, and it had not been absorbed completely, which also showed that the Tao power in the fragment was rich enough. At the same time, he also expected that after absorbing the Tao power, the Tao seed would give him certain benefits. A few days later, there was movement in an innate secret realm on Xingzi Peak. With a sweep of his divine mind, Gao Yan found that Qinmi, who was in seclusion inside, had broken through to the God transformation realm. He was quite pleased about this, and he had an additional God transformation in his hands. After the breakthrough, Qinmi naturally had to thank Gao Yan as soon as possible. Since Qinmi's breakthrough, there was a certain restlessness among the true disciples. Everyone knew Qinmi's situation, and everyone thought that she could be promoted to the God transformation realm, but they didn't think she could be promoted so quickly. But she was promoted. As for the reason, everyone knows that it was probably because she joined Gao Yan and gained a lot of benefits. Therefore, many true disciples were tempted. This led to many true disciples coming to visit. Some said it more directly, while others said it more tactfully. But they all meant the same thing, they wanted to join him. Gao Yan did not accept everyone. He personally selected 12 people to join his team. These 12 people have reached the nascent soul stage, and their friendship level is over 70. The one with the highest cultivation level has reached the 5th level of the nascent soul. In fact, the highest one who wants to join him is the 7th level of the nascent soul. The reason why he did not accept the other party is that the friendship level is too low. He will definitely not accept such people. Then, he handed this group of people to Qinmi for management and asked them to help the business. After all, Gao Yan's Earth Star business has opened all over the sphere of influence of the Nine Saints sect. As for further expansion, he has no idea. After all, the other 8 sects are not vegetarians either. They will not tolerate him, a disciple of the Nine Saints sect, running to their territory to steal business. A few months later, the ice and snow divine lotus bloomed. This made Gao Yan quite excited. He estimated that at most 2 months, this magical medicine would be fully mature. By then, he would like to see to what extent the soul would be transformed. After taking the magical medicine, a few days later, Gao Yan received a communication talisman from Lingyue Peak. He immediately hurried over. He glanced at Yin Yutong and said with a bright smile, congratulations. Senior sister, you have been promoted to the 7th level of the nascent soul. After several months of retreat, Yin Yutong's cultivation level has been improved by several levels, reaching the 7th level of the nascent soul. The main reason is that her understanding of the nascent soul realm is not deep enough, otherwise, she can reach the peak of the 9th level of the nascent soul, with the sword energy. Thank you, junior brother, but I am still far behind you. Yin Yutong said modestly, and then she hugged Gao Yan's arm. Junior brother, I want to eat the barbecue you made. Okay, I'll make it for you right away. Gao Yan kissed Yin Yutong on the lips, and then took out the tools and monster meat from the mustard seed space to start making barbecue. A barbecue made Yin Yutong very satisfied. Senior sister, are you still in retreat? Gao Yan asked. I can't retreat for the time being. My understanding of the last 2 realms is not enough. I have to continue to study the skills. I have a way to help you understand quickly. Do you want to try it? Gao Yan whispered. Really? Come on, follow me back to Xingzi Peak. I guarantee that you can quickly comprehend the last 2 realms. Gao Yan said confidently. Carry Yin Yutong back to St. Child Peak. Gao Yan sealed off the entire palace. Junior brother, how can you help me understand the technique? Yin Yutong asked. Senior sister, I obtained a magical power in the Emperor's tomb. This magical power is called the Shuang cultivation technique. After being used, it will increase the understanding of 2 people tenfold. Gao Yan explained. Ah, do you want to practice dual cultivation? Yin Yutong's cheeks turned red and she lowered her head and did not dare to look at Gao Yan. Senior sister, although we are not Taoist couples, our relationship is better than that of a Taoist couple. Besides, you don't want to break through to God transformation earlier. You know, senior sister Qinmi has already broken through to God transformation. Originally, Yin Yutong had no resistance at all, but after hearing what Gao Yan said, he tacitly agreed. So, the 2 sat cross-legged opposite each other on the bed, and Gao Yan also activated the great double cultivation technique. When the dual cultivation space was formed, Gao Yan reminded Yin Yutong that her soul had left her body. After the 2 souls entered the dual cultivation space, their hands touched each other, and the dual cultivation space was activated. Wisps of strange energy began to be generated, and the 2 people's understanding also increased rapidly at this moment. Gao Yan didn't take advantage of his increased understanding to understand the techniques, because he had a practice badge and didn't need to practice by himself at all. As for Yin Yutong, after experiencing the initial shyness, he focused on comprehending the techniques. Gao Yan, who was somewhat bored, began to browse Yin Yutong's memories from childhood to adulthood. 2 days later, the souls of the 2 people exited the dual cultivation space and returned to their true bodies. How about it, senior sister? I didn't lie to you. Isn't the effect very good? Gao Yan directly put Yin Yutong into his arms and asked. Yin Yutong tapped lightly. After only 2 days of dual cultivation, she had already comprehended the 2nd level of spirit transformation. As long as she practiced step by step, it would be no problem to break through to become a god. Senior sister, since we have already cultivated together, why not give your body to me? Gao Yan whispered in Yin Yutong's ear. For cultivators, the dual cultivation of soul and soul is already the most intimate relationship, so naturally Yin Yutong will not refuse Gao Yan's Proposal. After receiving Yin Yutong's approval, Gao Yan lowered his head and kissed her. At the same time, his hands were not very honest. After a while, the Canyon War begins. Although Yin Yutong was quite strong, she was still a novice after all, so she seemed a little unprepared to face Gao Yan's attack. In the end, she simply gave up and let her words go her way. 2 days later, Yin Yutong left Gao Yan's Xingzi Peak. She is going back to seclusion again, trying to break through to becoming a god as soon as possible so that she can help her junior brother in the future. Lying in the garden, Gao Yan sighed in his heart that his first small goal of coming to the world of immortality has been achieved, and as expected, the second small goal is about to be achieved. After reaching the Hadao realm, he can take over all the women from the 1960s and the main world. A few days later, feeling the movement coming from the sea of consciousness, Gao Yan felt happy. However, the Great Tao seed has absorbed all the power of the Great Tao in the fragments of the Creation X. A thought came to my mind. He entered my world. The avenue seeds that were originally in a silent state suddenly released a surge of pure energy. With the emergence of this energy, Gao Yan's body began to transform rapidly. About 10 days passed. This energy retracted into the avenue seed. Gao Yan tried to stretch his hands and feet, but felt infinite energy. My body has transformed into a fairy body. Gao Yan murmured to himself. Originally he was waiting to transform slowly. But he didn't expect that the Tao seed would directly help him shorten his time by several years. After physical promotion, he obviously felt that the speed of his cultivation had increased several times. No wonder Gong Sun Yao Yao is younger than me, but he is cultivated to the 9th level of divine transformation, but his immortal body is too powerful. It has been more than a year since they came out of the Emperor's tomb. Gong Sun Yao Yao obtained the Emperor scripture again, and it is estimated that she has also entered the cave void realm. But it's still not as good as this idiot like him. Later, Gao Yan tested his magical power again. The same magical power, when used by him with an immortal body, is 20% more powerful. After leaving my world, Gao Yan checked the situation in the elixir planting space. The ice and snow lotus is about to reach maturity. The lotus flower has fully bloomed, and there are 9 light white seeds in the center of the 9 petals. For a moment, Gao Yan was a little proud. Who would have thought that in just a few months, he would be able to cultivate a miracle medicine to maturity? So over the next few days, Gao Yan didn't do anything else, but just stared at the situation in the planting space. Finally, in 5 days, the ice and snow lotus is fully mature. The snow-white petals turned golden yellow, as if they were made of gold. 9 other seeds also turned from light white to golden yellow. Gao Yan first picked the 9 seeds and replanted them into 9 high-grade elixir fields. Then he picked the 9 petals and put them into 9 jade boxes. But the magic medicine plant did not wither, and after a while it would grow again. Gao Yan did not take the magic medicine out of the planting space. Who knows if miracles will happen when the miracle medicine is released? Even the emperor would be tempted by the magical medicine. Once discovered, he would definitely not be able to keep it. So, he's going to take it into my world. The next moment, Gao Yan appears in my world. Turning his palm, a jade box appeared. After opening it, there was a golden petal inside, which exuded an alluring fragrance. Just by smelling it, Gao Yan felt refreshed, and his soul seemed to be more condensed. Pick up the petal and put it in his mouth. The golden petals seemed full of texture, but they melted in his mouth. And it turned into a ball of golden mist. This ball of mist did not fall into his stomach, but rose up and merged into his soul. A wave of sleepiness came over him. Gao Yan lay down on the spot and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, it was 3 months later. Fortunately, this was in my world. Only 9 days had passed outside. The next moment, Gao Yan's eyes fell on his own soul. His soul had turned light gold, exuding a sense of nobility. After testing his own mind again, it was more than 3 times stronger. What a powerful magic medicine! Gao Yan was inexplicably excited. If that was the case, he took out another petal and swallowed it. The sleepiness came again. This time, Gao Yan woke up from his deep sleep after just over a month. The golden color of his soul deepened a little, and the increase in his divine thoughts was not as good as the effect of the first petal, about 1/3 of the first petal. After thinking about it, Gao Yan took out another petal of the ice and snow divine lotus and swallowed it. This time, he woke up after only 20 days. After checking his own situation, he frowned slightly. It seems that the more he took this divine medicine, the worse the effect. The effect of the third petal was only 1/10 of the first petal. However, he took 3 more petals in succession because he could grow them in batches. But by the 6th petal, the effect was negligible. The remaining 3 petals, Gao Yan decided to sell them. As for the transaction object, Gao Yan decided to find the 9 founding ancestors. The 9 founding ancestors have obtained the Emperor Sutra. If they can break through to the Great Emperor level, he will have the Great Emperor as his backer. The Chonghua secret realm is the core of the 9 Saints sect. Even though Gao Yan is the Holy Son, he can't make progress, just as he says. However, he has a token given by the ancestor of the founding sect, and he can enter just by informing him. Even though he had obtained several innate secret realms in the Emperor's tomb, there was still a big gap compared with the sect's secret realm. After all, this was the Chonghua secret realm ranked 3rd in the Eastern Wasteland. Even though Gao Yan has reached the 5th level of Dongshu, he still feels insignificant when looking at the 9 giant peaks. As he approaches, a pressure came from the void, but it was offset by the token in his arms. Finally, Gao Yan finally arrived at Shangyun Peak among the 9 peaks. Patriarch Shangyun was the strongest among the 9 founding ancestors, so Gao Yan naturally had to find him for a deal. There is no road from the bottom of the mountain to the mountain. Gao Yan was thinking about how to go up the mountain. A snow-white crane suddenly fell from the sky and motioned for him to get on its back. It is estimated that Patriarch Shangyun knew of his arrival and arranged for Lingyi to pick him up. Sitting cross-legged on Lingyi's back, the opponent took off again. After a while, Lingyi took Gao Yan to the top of Shangyun Peak. There is only an ordinary courtyard on the empty top of the mountain. The courtyard door is open. Gao Yan flew down from the back of Lingyi, came to the courtyard gate, bent down and knelt down and said, "Disciple Gao Yan, come to pay homage to Patriarch Shangyun. Come in yourself." "Thank you, ancestor." Gao Yan stood up and walked into the yard, and found that both sides of the front yard had been reclaimed into farmland, with vegetables grown inside. There was a chicken coop in the left corner of the yard with 2 hens in it. In the right corner of the yard was a kennel, with a big yellow dog sleeping in it. Seeing Gao Yan come in, it looked at him with half-squinted eyes, and then closed its eyes again. Across the front yard is the middle yard. What surprised him was that there were clothes and quilts hanging to dry in. The yard. This ancestor Shangyun is really strange. With his cultivation level, he can already be spotless, so there is no need to wash clothes and quilts. But judging from the current situation, this ancestor Shangyun seems to be living an ordinary life. Going around from the right side of the central courtyard to the backyard, Gao Yan saw an old man sitting on a pony with his back to him, squatting by the pond fishing. I've met my ancestor. Gao Yan saluted again. Come and sit. Ancestor Shangyun turned around and smiled at him. With a wave of his hand, a small ponytail appeared 1 meter away from him. Gao Yan didn't show any fear, so he walked over directly and sat down on the pony. Is it very different from what you imagined? Patriarch Shangyun asked with a smile. That's not true. Gao Yan said, after all, when we reach the state of our ancestors, we can do whatever we want and live whatever life we want. No one dares to point fingers. Ha ha. Ancestor Shangyun laughed. It's not that easy to do whatever you want. By the way, you little thing came to ancestor today, but you want to exercise that condition? Not really. Gao Yan shook his head. I came to see you this time, ancestor, because I want to make a deal with you. Hearing that Gao Yan wanted to make a deal with him, Patriarch Shangyun couldn't help but laugh. Tell me, how do you want to make a deal with me? Ancestor, look at this. Gao Yan took out a jade box and handed it to Patriarch Shangyun. The other party took it and opened it slowly. When he saw the petals lying in the jade box, his eyes suddenly shrank. This is the magic medicine. That's right, ancestor, these are the petals of the ice and snow, divine lotus. After taking them, your soul can transform. Gao Yan introduced, I have 3 petals of such a magical medicine, ancestor, do you think this disciple is qualified to compete with you? Make a deal? What do you want? Shangyun stared at Gao Yan and asked. Spiritual stone. Gao Yan said with a smile, ancestor, please estimate the price. How many spiritual stones is worth a petal of the ice and snow divine lotus? Ancestor Shangyun said quietly, there are still many types of magical medicines, but among them, the magical medicines that increase lifespan and enhance the soul are the rarest. The ice and snow god lotus has 9 petals. And the price of 1 petal is still not worth the price. Shi Wen Zi, besides, your cultivation has reached the level of Dongshu, so what's the use of having a spiritual stone? Ancestor, I just like spirit stones. Gao Yan said firmly. Well, if you insist on spiritual stones, I'll estimate them at tens of millions of top-quality spiritual stones. Gao Yan had a thought and exchanged the 1,000-year-old top-grade spiritual stones for low-grade spiritual stones. Wouldn't that be 10 trillion? This price is not bad. Ancestor, please give me the spiritual stone. Gao Yan spread his hands and said. You. Ancestor Shangyun didn't know what to say. He stretched out his hand to grab it, and the giant mountain peak on his body shook slightly, and a top-quality spiritual stone mountain appeared in front of Gao Yan. It is obvious that this top-quality spiritual stone mountain was taken out by Patriarch Shangyun from the mountain below him. Gao Yan was not polite and directly put away this top-quality spiritual stone mountain. The system prompts that the account will be credited immediately. Ancestor, I still have 2 petals, why don't we trade them together? Gao Yan took out 2 more jade boxes and handed them to Patriarch Shangyun. After the other party opened it and checked, it was indeed 2 ice and snow divine lotuses. Why don't you keep such a good thing for yourself? Ancestor Shangyun looked at Gao Yan with a strange expression. Hey, I don't dare to hide it from my ancestor, I have already used it. Myself. Gao Yan smiled. It seems that you are more lucky than I thought. You should have obtained a complete ice and snow lotus. Yes, ancestor. Gao Yan admitted it directly. Then, Ancestor Sheng Yun grabbed another mountain of top-grade spirit stones, which was twice as big as the one just now. After Gao Yan put it away, he was ready to say goodbye. How is the practice of the Emperor Scripture going? Ancestor Sheng Yun suddenly asked. Not bad. If you don't understand, come to me, and I can explain it to you. Thank you, Ancestor. If I really encounter a problem, I will definitely ask you for help. Go. Gao Yan bowed and left. After returning to Xingzi Peak, Gao Yan summoned the system interface. This transaction gained 30 trillion in profit value, bringing the total profit value to 34.9 trillion. As for the total number of spirit stones, it soared to more than 335 trillion. Unfortunately, such a transaction can only be done once. After all, even the emperor is tempted by the magic medicine. If he takes out several magic medicines in a row, he does not believe that the Saint Realm ancestor will trade with him honestly, but will have other ideas. The current profit value required for upgrading is 6 trillion. System, I want to upgrade. Ding, the host consumes 6 trillion income value and upgrades to level 36. Ding, the host consumes 7 trillion income value and upgrades to level 37. Ding, the host consumes 8 trillion income value and upgrades to level 38. Ding, the host consumes 9 trillion income value and upgrades to level 39. Upgrading 4 levels in a row, a total of 30 trillion income value is consumed, and there are more than 490 billion left. Ding, the upgrade time is 6 hours, please wait patiently. 6 hours passed quickly. The upgrade reward also arrived, rewarding 20 luxury draws and 40,000 free attribute points. There were 2 special draws left before. After thinking about it, Gao Yan took out 15 luxury draws and combined them into 3 special draws. This made his draw 5 special draws and 5 luxury draws. Looking at the draw column, Gao Yan hesitated in his heart, should he come to draw a few times? Leave 2 special draws as backup, and use the rest. Draw the luxury draw first. Ding, open 5 luxury draws. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the middle grade holy weapon Dayu sword. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a Xiaoxian upgrade card. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 10 kilograms of top grade enlightenment tea. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the super magical power great void art. The prize has been distributed to at least the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the super magical power great sealing art. The prize has been distributed to at least the system space. Please check it yourself. With a thought, Gao Yan took out the 5 prizes. This Dayu sword is good. Among his attack methods, the sword formula is the most outstanding. Although the Kunwa sword can be continuously upgraded, the required materials are becoming more and more difficult to obtain. I don't know how much material it will take to promote to a holy weapon. Now that he has the Dayu sword, he can abandon the Kunwa sword. Because it is a product of the system, it is quite easy to refine. The Immortal Cultivation Upgrade card can raise his current cultivation to another level. Enter my world. Use the Immortal Cultivation Upgrade card. Soon, Gao Yan's breath was boiling and reached the 6th level of the void. Let's talk about the Enlightenment Tea. This thing can enhance comprehension, but he has a practice badge and upgrades it on the AFK, so he doesn't need to comprehend anything at all. The magical powers obtained from the system can be directly upgraded with attribute points. So, this thing is a bit useless, but it can be given to others. There are 2 more magical powers, the Great Void Art and the Great Sealing Art. After the Great Void Art is performed, you can shuttle freely in the void, which is quite good for escaping, lurking, hiding, and spying on the enemy. As for the Great Sealing Art, it can be used to seal everything. Of course, it won't work if the cultivation is too much stronger than yourself. After spending 7,000 free attribute points, Gao Yan upgraded these 2 super powers to the top level. System, use 3 special draws. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a formation factory. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a Hadao 9-layer cultivation experience card. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the special magical power damage transfer. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Take out the 3 rewards. First, merge the formation factory. Similarly, you only need to consume spirit stones to create a formation plate. Gao Yan silently calculated that he had a Xiaoxian puppet factory, an alchemy factory, a refining factory, a talisman factory, and a spiritual medicine planting space, and now there is another formation factory. Is the system going to cultivate him into a waste of Xiaoxian? However, this feeling is good. However, the current formation factory can only produce formations of levels 1 to 6. If you want to make more advanced formations, you need a factory upgrade card. Let's talk about the experience card of the 9th level of Hadao. After using it, you can have the 9th level of Hadao, but the duration is very short. Only 30 seconds. However, the 9th level of Hadao can do a lot of things in 30 seconds. Moreover, it can be used 10 times. The last prize is damage transfer. After integrating this magical power, Gao Yan couldn't help but secretly exclaimed beautifully. This magical power is not only an active skill, but also a passive skill. He can actively perform it, but once his life is in danger, it will be passively triggered. Fuck, the attribute points are not enough. After Gao Yan upgraded this magical power to a high level, he found that his attribute points were not enough. However, the high-level damage transfer is enough to transfer all attacks from the Hadao realm. If it reaches the top state, attacks below the 3rd level of the Holy Realm can also be transferred. Fortunately, as his cultivation level increases, the power of the magical power will also increase. Through this lottery, he already has the capital to not fear Hadao. Now, if the Great Emperor does not come out, the Holy Realm will hardly come out, and there are few existences in this world that can threaten him. Zhongzhou, Taiyin Holy Land. As a saint, Gongsun Yao Yao was provided with a very good innate secret realm by the Holy Land. This secret realm is more powerful than the innate secret realm she obtained from the Emperor's tomb. Ling Chan, how is the news I asked you to investigate? That day, Gongsun Yao Yao walked out of the training room and asked the most trusted maid. Ling Chan bowed slightly. Your Highness, after that person came out of the Emperor's tomb, he stayed in the Nine Saints sect and hardly went out. Keep paying attention. Gongsun Yao Yao nodded. Yes, Your Highness, I'll take my leave. Watching Ling Chan leave, Gongsun Yao Yao couldn't help but sigh softly. Last time there were rumors about Gao Yan, she was secretly worried about him for a while. Unexpectedly, his rumors soon subsided, and she also breathed a sigh of relief. After she returned from the Emperor's tomb, she has been practicing the Taihua Emperor's scripture. She originally practiced the Emperor's scripture of the Taiyin Holy Land. With 2 Emperor's scriptures, her cultivation level has improved rapidly and has reached the 2nd level of the void. I hope you can enter the void soon, she said faintly. At the same time, Xianming sect, the secret realm of the Yu family. Yu Xianzi looked at the black-cloaked man kneeling in front of him and asked coldly, is that little beast still hiding in the Nine Saints sect and has not appeared? Yu Xianzi is the head of the Yu family this generation, and his cultivation level has reached the 6th level of the void. And Yu Liner is his most beloved little daughter. But some time ago, his little daughter was actually hung outside the mountain gate of the Nine Saints sect by that little beast. Not only did his youngest daughter lose her position as a saint, but even his Yu family was disgraced. But in this matter, Yu Liner was the one who started the trouble. He didn't want to take revenge on that little beast openly. He could only send people to secretly follow him, and once the opponent left the Nine Saints sect, he would lead a sneak attack. It's a pity that the little beast never gave him a chance. Yes, master. The man in black lowered his head and responded. Keep an eye on me. If that little beast leaves the Nine Saints sect, report to me immediately. Yes. On the other side, Nine Saints sect, Saint Child Peak. Gao Yan called Qin Xianxue and the Yi family sisters to the bedroom. Xianxue, come and make tea. Gao Yan took out a can of martial arts tea and placed it on the table. Yes, Your Highness. In order to serve Gao Yan well, Qin Xianxue learned how to make tea. However, when she picked up the tea can and prepared to take the tea leaves, she was slightly startled. Therefore, the tea leaves in the tea can were as bright green as emerald, and exuded a unique fragrance. Your Highness, what kind of tea is this? Qin Xianxue asked, curiously. Enlightenment tea. Gao Yan said. It's actually enlightenment tea. Qin Xianxue exclaimed. Okay, let's make tea quickly. Soon, a pot of enlightenment tea was brewed. Your Highness, the tea is ready, please use the tea. Pour yourself a drink too. Thank you, Your Highness. Qin Xianxue was overjoyed. The 4 of them picked up the teacups one after another. After the 3 women drank the enlightenment tea, they fell into an epiphany. As for Gao Yan, he doesn't have much feeling. After all, his understanding is already very strong now, and enlightenment tea can roughly double his understanding, which is far worse than the great double cultivation technique. But in terms of taste alone, this enlightenment tea is pretty good. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Gao Yan, who had been lying flat in the Holy Child Hall, gradually felt a little bored. Before, he and Yin Yutong traveled to the eastern wasteland hand in hand. Why not take a trip to Zhongzhou? Anyway, he can change his own aura and cultivation aura at will, and he has an arbitrary door, which is very safe. So Gao Yan gave Qin Xianxue 10 pieces of enlightenment tea leaves and left half a caddy of tea leaves for the Yi family sisters. He immediately announced that he would go into seclusion. Summon any door. Drop the coordinates. The next moment, he pushed open the door and stepped in, reappearing in the mountain forest near a city on the edge of Zhongzhou. After closing the door, the muscles on his face squirmed, and soon he had a handsome face. At the same time, his body shape also changed, reaching about 1.9 meters. At the same time, the robes on his body also turned into a set of snow-white robes. Cultivation? After thinking about it, Gao Yan changed his cultivation aura to the 9th level of nascent soul. Although there are many cultivators in Zhongzhou, nascent soul is still at the 4th realm of cultivation. He is not a master, but he is definitely not a minion. Therefore, even if he pretends to be at the 9th level of nascent soul, most people will not take the initiative to provoke him. This city has a rather elegant name, Rouge City. As for why he was called this name, he had no intention of delving into it. After entering the city, Gao Yan did not use his spiritual thoughts, but split 3 soul seeds, and sneaked into the souls of the 3 people, and then read their memories. He is relatively lucky, 2 of them are resident cultivators in Rouge City. After reading their memories, he also gained a general understanding of this Rouge City. It turns out that the lord of this city is named Shi Wen Zi, and the name of the city is taken from the word rouge in her name. Zhongzhou is different from the other 4 regions. The Holy Land sect has a strong control over the city. Take Rouge City as an example, it is a force under a second-rate sect. And this Shi Wen Zi is the true disciple of that second-rate sect, and has cultivated to the 5th level of nascent soul. However, these lofty words are of little concern. After all, he wasn't here to grab territory. The next moment, he quickened his pace and headed straight for the most prosperous area in the city. There is an entertainment venue called Tiangong there. From the memories of those 2 cultivators, I learned that the Heavenly Palace has the most delicious food and the most beautiful girls. Unfortunately, the 2 practitioners were relatively poor. I have only heard about Tiangong and have not experienced it myself. Soon, Gao Yan arrived in front of the Heavenly Palace. Looking up, this is a 9-story luxury building. Because Gao Yan had not restrained his cultivation, as soon as he arrived at the door, a waitress with good figure and good looks came up to greet him enthusiastically. This is also my first time coming to your Heavenly Palace. Please introduce it to me, Gao Yan said to the waitress. I wonder what I call you, sir, the Foundation establishment waitress asked cautiously. My surname is Li, and my name is Feiyu. Tao, which was said in a wicked way, was a name from a novel about immortality that he had read before. It turns out to be Mr. Li. The Foundation building maid's smile became more and more enthusiastic, and she began to introduce the situation of Tiangong to Gao Yan. This palace has 9 floors. The first floor is the reception hall, the second and third floors are dining places, but the second floor is the hall for dining, and the third floor is for private dining. As for the 4th floor, it is a place for listening to music and watching singing and dancing, the 5th floor is a place for bathing, and the 6th floor is a place with many beautiful female cultivators, and the female cultivators here are not only human race, but also demon race. As for the 7th floor is the casino, the 8th floor is the fighting battlefield, and the 9th floor is the trading floor. Every 10 days, Tiangong will arrange for guests to conduct a transaction. During the transaction, everyone wears masks and cloaks that can block their breath. And the transaction method is barter. In addition, there are thresholds for coming to the Heavenly Palace for consumption. Chi-refining monks are not qualified to enter, and only foundation building monks can enter. There are 2 consumption modes, temporary VIP and purple card VIP. Purple card VIPs need to apply for a purple card and recharge at least 1,000,000 spiritual stones. Of course, if you are a nascent soul cultivator, there is no such restriction. You can recharge as much as you want, and Zika VIPs can also enjoy a 20% discount. Take me to apply for a purple card first, Gao Yan said to the foundation building maid. Senior, please come with me. Soon, Gao Yan applied for a purple VIP card and recharged it with 1,000,000 spiritual stones. Then we went to the private room on the 3rd floor and ordered a banquet. I have to say that Tiangong's service is very attentive. 2 beautiful maids were specially arranged to serve him while he ate. Moreover, a lot of thought was put into Tiangong's dishes. There were dozens of dishes on the table, but he had never tasted them before. Of course, this is also related to the rich species in the world of immortality. Also, the chef's skills are quite good, at least 2 or 3 better than those of the chefs in his Holy Child Palace. After finishing the meal, Gao Yan came to the 4th floor. We found an empty seat and sat down, and a waiter brought us spiritual wine and snacks. At this moment, a song and dance is being performed on the stage. Various difficult moves appear frequently, but they are not just about showing off skills. Therefore, after the song and dance ended, Gao Yan did not hesitate to applaud. Good songs and dances, you should be rewarded. Gao Yan called the waitress not far away, took out 1,000 middle grade spiritual stones, and asked her to give them to the people who performed the song and dance on the stage just now. See this scene. The surrounding guests were all excited. This man was so generous. He offered 1,000 middle-grade spiritual stones, which was equivalent to 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. The singing and dancing team who received the reward was also very excited. The team leader even came over personally to thank Gao Yan. The next show was a musical instrument performance. Some of the musical instruments in this world were similar to ancient instruments, but he didn't recognize most of them. After the ensemble performed the song, Gao Yan was naturally very satisfied. So he rewarded the performing team with 1,000 medium-grade spiritual stones. Seeing this scene, some of the guests present secretly felt sorry for him, and some even became greedy. But after Gao Yan deliberately leaked a hint of his breath, they dismissed the news. The boss of the 9th level of Nascent Soul could not be offended. After all, Rouge City is just an ordinary fairy city on the edge of Zhongzhou. And nascent soul cultivators in this city are already considered to be the group at the top of the food chain. The city lord is only at the 5th level of nascent soul. For most of the next day, Gao Yan stayed on the 4th floor watching the show. When he encounters good performances, he is not stingy about rewarding them. Therefore, after most of the day, the amount of his reward reached 800,000 low-grade spiritual stones. For a moment, the boss of Tiangong was alarmed. Unfortunately, at about 9 o'clock in the evening, all the performances were over. If you want to continue watching, you have to tomorrow. Sir, the programs on the 5th and 6th floors are also very good. Are you interested in trying them? A golden elixir maid appeared and said in an ambiguous tone. Give me a detailed introduction? Gao Yan said lightly. So, the Jindan maid gave him a detailed introduction to the situation on the 5th and 6th floors. Although there is a bath on the 5th floor, but there are many variations. There are also many types of bath soups for bathing. The most expensive one is the medicated bath. One bath costs 100,000 spirit stones, but it can enhance one's physical fitness. Gao Yan did not choose medicinal bath, but it was not because he was reluctant to spend money. But he can be 100% sure that the medicinal bath will not work on him. So, he took a normal bath, and then arranged for 2 Jindan female cultivators to give him a massage. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Gao Yan left here with the respectful farewell of the maids of the heavenly palace. They looked at Gao Yan with a bit of reluctance, because Gao Yan was quite generous. In addition to watching the singing and dancing every day, he would also give rewards to the maids. In order to please him, the generous guest, the artists of the heavenly palace took great pains to create several new programs. Since they worked so hard, Gao Yan was not stingy with rewards. In half a month, he squandered more than 5 million low-grade spirit stones on the 4th floor. He went to see all the 9 floors of the heavenly palace, except for the reception hall on the 1st floor and the dual cultivation building on the 6th floor. In the gambling building, he also made a small profit of more than 1 million spirit stones. As for the barter on the 9th floor, he also went to see it, but unfortunately, those trading items did not arouse his interest. Out of Yanji City. Arriving at the nearest forest, Gao Yan summoned a random door and pushed it open. He had been wandering outside for half a month. He had to go back and take a look. Xingzi Peak, in the palace. Gao Yan removed the formation and summoned Qin Xiangxue to ask if anything had happened during his half-month of retreat. Qin Xiangxue told him that nothing had happened. In that case, Gao Yan announced that he would continue his retreat. Even a small city like Yanji City has entertainment venues like the Heavenly Palace, so there must be more fun in larger cities. He had already obtained a map of Zhongzhou. The nearest large fairy city to Yanji City is called Futu. This fairy city is the sphere of influence of a first-class sect in Zhongzhou. So, after thinking about it, he disguised himself as a cultivator of the 3rd level of the spiritualization. He was looking for fun, not pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. If he still pretended to be a 9th level of the nascent soul, he might be treated as a fat sheep by some people when he was squandering. Soon, Gao Yan appeared near Futu City. After putting away the arbitrary door, he turned into a stream of light and headed towards Futu City. After entering the city, like last time, he first split 3 soul seeds, sneaked into other people's sea of consciousness, and read their memories. But he was unlucky this time. The 3 people he found were not permanent cultivators in Futu City, and they didn't know much about Futu City. So, he simply split 10 soul seeds in one breath. After reading the memories of these 10 people, he also understood the situation of Futu City. First of all, Futu City is a city controlled by the first-class sect Tai sect. Gao Yan had a deeper impression of this Tai sect, because he had killed their saint son Beishizong and 2 true disciples in the emperor's tomb. Secondly, the city lord sitting in Futu City is an old true disciple, with a cultivation level of the 6th level of the spirit transformation. There are as many as 5 or 6 million permanent cultivators in this city. At the same time, the city is also divided into several areas. Among them, Beileifeng is the most prosperous, and high-end cultivators like to come here to have fun. Now that the place has been found, Gao Yan walked towards Beileifeng at a leisurely pace. But when passing a street, he saw an old beggar with ragged clothes, white hair and beard, and a wine gourd hanging around his waist under the eaves. There was a broken bowl in front of him, and the old beggar leaned against the wall, squinting his eyes to rest, looking very free and easy. Why are there beggars in this fairy city? Gao Yan frowned slightly. You know, this Buddha city is a city built specifically for cultivators, and ordinary people are not qualified to live in it. And even if a cultivator is down and out, he won't become a beggar, right? With a thought, Gao Yan cast a perceptive eye at the old beggar, but what shocked Gao Yan was that the information detected was a string of question marks. Even the Saint Realm can detect it, but it can't detect the information of this old beggar. What does this mean? This means that the other party is a master. So is the other party an emperor? Or an immortal? According to the routine of novels, when you meet such a master who deliberately conceals his identity, the best way is to take the initiative to get to know him and please him, and see if you can get some benefits. But novels are novels after all. Such a master who plays the game is a shrewd person. How can your little thoughts be hidden from others' eyes? Besides, this kind of master is prepared for the protagonist. If you don't have the fate of the protagonist, don't think about taking the protagonist's path. What's more, Gao Yan has a system father, so why bother to please a master whose background he doesn't know? I really think that every master is an experience baby. What if I get cheated and don't know it? Therefore, Gao Yan had no intention of getting to know the other party at all. He just glanced at him and continued to walk forward. But after he took a few steps, he felt a pair of eyes on him. But Gao Yan pretended not to notice and continued to move forward. Until he completely disappeared from the street, the old beggar said to himself, interesting, this kid's fate is actually a mess. Fuck. After walking out of the street, Gao Yan felt his back was a little wet. Then, he immediately changed his route. He found an inn to stay in. Then he activated the formation in the room, summoned the arbitrary door, and left directly. The old beggar must have been interested in him after watching him for so long. So, the best way is to slip away. As for having fun, there are so many immortal cities in Zhongzhou, and Futu City is not lacking. Less than half a quarter of an hour after he left through the arbitrary door, the old beggar came to his inn leisurely. He looked up at the room where he lived. When he saw the empty room, he was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help laughing. What a cunning little ghost, he must have known that I was interested in him, and then he ran away. He pinched his fingers, trying to figure out where Gao Yan was. But after pinching a few times, he gave up. Because he couldn't figure it out at all. After all, the other party's fate was strange, and the fate line was in chaos. Even the fate of the emperor could be calculated, but he couldn't calculate the fate of this little ghost. But he was not in a hurry. Anyway, he had plenty of time. This time he let the little ghost escape. Next time he met him, he would have a good time with him. The next moment, he took a step and disappeared on the spot. There were obviously many cultivators around, but they turned a blind eye to the disappearance of the old beggar, as if there was no such person. Back to Gao Yan of the Nine Saints sect. After staying in the palace for 2 days, he locked onto a large city in Zhongzhou and teleported there. After entering the city, after he learned about the situation of the city using the old method, he went straight to Qingyuan River. Qingyuan River is the inner river of Qiongling City. There are a large number of entertainment venues on both sides of Qingyuan River. And there are many pleasure boats and gambling boats with different characteristics on Qingyuan River. Gao Yan went directly to a restaurant called Juchonglu in the middle of Qingyuan River. Jichanglu is one of the top restaurants in Chongqing City. It has two major features. First, their dishes are extremely delicious. Second, Jichanglu has a kind of spiritual wine called xianling. This xianling wine is divided into 9 grades. The first grade is the lowest and the 9th grade is the highest. Even so, the lowest grade 1 xianling wine also requires 500 spirit stones for a small pot. As for the 9th grade xianling wine, the price of a small pot is 100,000 low grade spirit stones. Moreover, Jichanglu has a rule. Only cultivators above the incarnation level are qualified to purchase the 9th grade immortal wine. After revealing his cultivation, the waiter of the 9-storied building led Gao Yan to the 9th floor. After sitting down, Gao Yan asked the waiter to serve a table of wine, and the wine must be the 9th grade fairy wine. Soon, the food and wine were served. Gao Yan picked up the wine bottle and poured himself a glass. Suddenly, a tempting aroma of wine spread. He picked up the wine glass and brought it to his mouth. Gao Yan took a sip. When the wine entered his mouth, it first exuded a unique fragrance, and this fragrance became stronger and stronger, and rushed straight to his mind, making his soul feel a sense of ecstasy. So that's it. Gao Yan's soul was slightly lifted, and his soul regained clarity. It turned out that this fairy wine could affect the soul. No wonder it was so famous in Chongqing City. After swallowing this mouthful of wine, he sensed that the wine exuded a wisp of spiritual energy, washing the cells of his body. Unfortunately, his body was too strong. This little bit of spiritual energy was not enough to tickle him. Then, Gao Yan picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of unknown monster meat and put it into his mouth, then nodded in appreciation. The cooking skills of the chef in Jichanglu were much better than those of the chef in Tiangong. An hour later, Gao Yan left Jichanglu, and when he passed a building, he suddenly stopped. Then he walked in. "Sir, please come in quickly. We have recently produced 2 new fantasy dramas." In the fantasy theater, the waiter came up and introduced. With the introduction of the waiter in the fantasy theater, Gao Yan also understood the situation here. This fantasy drama is like a movie in the main world. But the gameplay is different. First, you can act as an audience and watch the fantasy drama honestly. Secondly, you can also play a role. Directly enter the fantasy world and replace the character inside. Finally, you can also create a new character, enter this illusion, and change the unsatisfactory plot. For a moment, Gao Yan became interested. He first watched a fantasy drama called The Immortal Emperor. The plot of this fantasy drama is not complicated. In short, it is a story about an ordinary cultivator who changes his fate through various adventures. Although the story is ordinary, the special effects in it are quite explosive and realistic, which makes many cultivators excited. Especially the last battle, which made the audience present amazed. Afterwards, many people who have watched the fantasy drama participated in role-playing with great interest. Watching the fantasy drama is very cheap, only 10 low-grade spirit stones are needed. But for role-playing, the protagonist is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and the supporting role is charged according to the amount of the plot. Finally, create a new character. The minimum is 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Gao Yan has no interest in this. His own life experience is more exciting than the protagonist of the fantasy drama, and he has no regrets, so he does not need to satisfy his spirit in this false way. After leaving the fantasy drama building, Gao Yan happened to see a large painting boat docked on the shore, and many cultivators were boarding the boat. After learning some information through the soul seed, Gao Yan also queued up to board the pleasure boat. Of course, the fee for the pleasure boat was also quite expensive, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones per person. Gao Yan, who had no shortage of spirit stones, paid the money without hesitation. Under the guidance of the waiter, they arrived at a hall. The seats in the hall were free, but if they wanted to use the private rooms, they had to pay extra. The reason why this pleasure boat was so famous was that there were 3 top stars. These 3 top stars were Shui Linglong, Mingyue, and Zhao Zhao. Shui Linglong was good at playing the zither, and her music could cleanse the soul and reduce the chance of going astray. Mingyue was good at playing the flute, and her flute sound was also quite unique and had a healing effect. Finally, there was Zhao Zhao, who was good at dancing. After watching her dancing, you would feel particularly comfortable in the next 3 days. Of course, these 3 top stars did not perform every day. Whether you could see them depended on luck. As time passed, the seats in the hall were full of people, exactly 200 people. Calculated at 100,000 each, that would be 20 million spirit stones, and the 36 boxes on the second floor would cost another 3.6 million. Therefore, the entrance fee alone reached more than 20 million. It must be said that this pleasure boat really makes money. Gao Yan was lucky. When the pleasure boat started, a waitress came on stage and announced that the 5th program of the day would be performed by Fairy Mingyue. It must be said, the fee of this pleasure boat is expensive, but it is not a rip-off in the program. The level of these actors is very high. Any of the 4 sisters in front would be better than the song and dance program in the Heavenly Palace. Finally, it was Fairy Mingyue's turn to appear. The other party was wearing a white long dress, with a slim figure, and appeared with a jade flute. Unfortunately, she was wearing a veil on her face, so all her features could not be seen. Out of curiosity, Gao Yan used the inside eye on the other party. The other party's appearance reached 112, which was only a few points worse than Xiahou Meng, and her figure was 100. In addition, the other party's cultivation is not low, and he has reached the 9th level of the nascent soul. Moreover, the other party is not old. He is only 78 years old. If she were in the East Wilderness, she would be qualified to be the saint of a sect. But now she is singing on the painted boat. Soon, Mingyue's flute performance began. As the sound of the flute spread, a strange energy appeared in the void and then seeped into everyone's body. This power is very gentle and pure, and has a repair function. Unfortunately, Gao Yan did not have any hidden injuries, so this energy was useless to him. However, I have to say that Mingyue's flute skills are also very good, and she can definitely be called a master. More than an hour later, the performance on the boat was over. A waiter came to ask Gao Yan if he wanted to arrange for a beautiful female cultivator to attend his bed. Rejected by Gao Yan. Although he is lustful, he will not touch an unclean woman. So he took the boat back to the shore. It has to be said that the various entertainment projects in Qiongling City are numerous and wonderful. Gao Yan has been experiencing it here for a month, but he hasn't been able to play at all. For a while, he felt quite happy and unwilling to miss Shu. However, he still took the time to teleport back to the Nine Saints sect. Knowing that everything was normal in the Holy Child Palace, he teleported back again. This day, Gao Yan walked out of the most upscale and luxurious hotel in Qiongling City. As soon as he entered the lobby, the waiters greeted him with "Hello, Mr. Li." Because he has lived here for a month, and he has booked the highest-end guest room, and he can earn 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones a day. He is highly cultivated and has a kind personality. And everyone who serves him will tip. Therefore, these waiters are naturally quite attentive. First, he went to a restaurant he had not been to for a meal, and Gao Yan was about to find new fun. Unexpectedly, someone came to greet him, "Master Li. The 3 top names in my huafeng will be on stage tonight. You sent the invitation. That's a good feeling. I'll be there on time tonight." Gao Yan accepted the invitation and said that during this period, he went to huafeng every once in a while to watch performances. Unfortunately, he only saw Mingyue's flute skills and Zhao Zhao's dance. I have never seen Shui Linglong's piano skills. Because he was generous, often gave rewards, and was a powerful person at the 3rd level of divine transformation, the painting boat naturally had to treat him as a distinguished guest. That night, Gao Yan came to the painting boat and took his seat shortly after. There was one more person sitting next to me. I'm in Shalu. I wonder what I call this fellow Taoist. Gao Yan turned his head and looked around, and immediately discovered that he had hidden his cultivation level, and that he was probably a woman disguised as a man. Ever since taking the ice and snow divine lotus to transform his soul, Gao Yan's perception has reached an extremely strong level, otherwise he would not have sensed it if the mysterious old beggar was secretly observing him. And the Lucen in front of him is not like those costume TV dramas that fool the audience into thinking they are fools. He only needs to change into men's clothes and change his hairstyle, and then the protagonist and supporting characters will be blinded, completely unable to recognize that the other person is a woman disguised as a man. This Lu Sun is no different from a man in terms of appearance, temperament, and movements. But Gao Yan has a feeling she is a woman. If it were anyone else, it would not be easy to verify. But Gao Yan has an insight. The detection function was turned on, and the other party's information was also presented in his mind. Lu Sun's real name is Lu Xian, and she is at the 5th level of spirit transformation, but she has a secret method to disguise herself as the 7th level of nascent soul. As for her real appearance, she is also very high, reaching 119 points, and her figure is also a perfect 100. In addition, her identity is not simple. He actually comes from the Lu family of the imperial clan. After hanging out in Chongling City for so long, even if you don't deliberately inquire, you will get some information related to Zhongzhou. What is the imperial clan? To put it simply, it is the kind of family that has given birth to a great emperor, or has a great emperor. This Lu family's lofty words have also been discussed by others, even though the emperor of the Lu family has been in power for more than 100,000 years. But the Lu family's power is still very strong. Even the 5 holy lands have to give them the Lu family face. Li Feiyu has met Brother Lu. Gao Yan responded with a smile. I think Brother Li's cultivation is extraordinary. I wonder which sect he comes from? Lu Xian asked slightly curiously. Brother Lu made a mistake. I'm just a casual cultivator with no background. Gao Yan chuckled. I didn't expect Brother Li to be a casual cultivator. Lu Xian said with some surprise, I'm afraid there aren't many casual cultivators who can reach Brother Li's level. Brother Lu is overly praised. Gao Yan said modestly. The two chatted casually and waited for the song and dance to begin. About half an hour passed. The figure of Mingyue appeared on the stage. This actually surprised everyone. Although it was not the first time for Gao Yan to listen to Mingyue playing the flute, he had a different feeling every time he heard it. Just one song. Gao Yan called the waiter and took out 2,000 medium-grade spiritual stones as a reward. "Brother Li, what are you doing?" Lu Xian asked, curiously. "Mingyu's flute skills are very good, so I gave her 2,000 medium-grade spiritual stones as a token of my appreciation," Gao Yan explained. Lu Xian nodded in agreement. "She does play the flute very well, so I will also give you 2,000 medium-grade spiritual stones." "Thank you two gentlemen." After the maid accepted the spirit stone, she quickly thanked her. "I will tell Sister Mingyue." Guests who often come to this painting boat are accustomed to the behavior of giving rewards to Gao Yan, but they are a little surprised to find that Lu Xian also rewards them. The waitress returned to the backstage with the spirit stone. "Wow, Mr. Li actually rewarded him so much this time. He's so generous." A music girl exclaimed. "Don't get me wrong, these 4,000 middle-grade spiritual stones were awarded to Sister Mingyue by young Master Li and the young master next to him," the waitress explained quickly. "I heard that Mr. Li rewarded a lot of spiritual stones not only at our boat, but also in other places," said a well-informed dancer. "Then he must be too rich." This month, the amount of spiritual stones used as rewards in our painting boat alone totaled millions of low-grade spiritual stones. "What is the origin of Mr. Li?" At this time, Mingyue asked. "I don't know. He also came to Chongling City a month ago. As for his origin, no one knows." Outside lobby. The second dance program has begun. Gao Yan has watched this show before, but found that when Gao Yan was there, the dancing fairies were extra attentive and hardworking. So, the show ends. Gao Yan took out another 1,000 medium-grade spiritual stones and offered a reward. Lu Xian also found it interesting and rewarded him with 1,000 medium-grade spiritual stones. Originally, there was no custom of giving rewards when watching the show. Following Gao Yan's lead, other spectators also followed suit. Although the offer was not as lavish as Gao Yan's, the other customers did not offer less than 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones each time. In the sixth program, Zhao Zhao, one of the top 3 stars, took the stage to perform a dance. Gao Yan once again offered a reward of 2,000 mid-grade spiritual stones, and Lu Xian also followed suit. Gao Yan did not persuade her, because this Lu Xian was also a young rich woman with tens of billions of spiritual stones on her body. It's incomparable to him, but compared to others, he is considered very wealthy. In the 12th program, Shui Linglong finally appeared. Under the cleansing sound of her piano, all the guests present closed their eyes, enjoying the sound of her piano cleansing their souls. Relatively speaking, Shui Linglong's piano skills are half a step ahead of Mingyue's flute skills. After the song, everyone was still immersed in the artistic conception created by the sound of the piano. Shui Linglong quietly retreated to the background. Interesting, Gao Yan secretly thought, because he discovered that Shui Linglong also hid his cultivation level, and was actually a cultivator of the second level of God transformation. It's not normal for a cultivator of the second level of divine transformation to hide on the boat and act as a front man. However, he is not that curious. He is just a customer. Why the other party is hiding on the boat is none of his business. However, he still rewarded 2,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. "Brother Liu, it's getting late, so I'll take the first step." Gao Yan stood up and hugged Lu Xian. Well, I'm going to leave too, and I'll be traveling with Brother Li. Lu Xian smiled and said that the reason why she was interested in Gao Yan was that her Lu family's innate magical power, the golden eyes, could not see through the true identity of Li Feiyu. That's fine. Gao Yan nodded. But just as the two of them walked out of the hall, a golden elixir maid arrived. Mr. Li, Mr. Liu, my lady Shui Linglong invites you two to her boudoir. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan immediately had a premonition that trouble was coming. So he declined. I'm sorry, I suddenly have something important to deal with. So I'm going to take the first step. Why don't you go alone, Brother Liu? I have something to do too, sorry. Looking at the two people leaving quickly, the golden elixir waitress looked a little stunned. My young lady was actually rejected? You know, among the many boats on the Qingyuan River, my lady's name is at least ranked third, and there are only a handful of people who can be invited to the boudoir by her. Brother Li, that Shui Linglong is a great beauty. Isn't it a pity that you just rejected her? After falling from the boat, the two stepped on the water and walked towards the shore in a hurry. What's the regret? I only appreciate her piano skills and have no idea about her body, Gao Yan said with a smile. Shui Linglong's appearance and figure are both very good, and she is 100 points special. But he didn't intend to provoke her, and he could vaguely sense that she was in big trouble. Of course, the same was true for Lu Xian in front of him. After landing, Gao Yan made an excuse and left quickly. Seeing Gao Yan, who seemed to be running away, Lu Xian curled her lips slightly and thought to herself, really, running so fast, it's as if this girl will eat him. And on the painting boat, in the boudoir with exquisite water. A flash of astonishment also flashed across Shui Linglong's expression. She didn't expect that her invitation would be rejected one day. After returning to the guest room of the restaurant where he lived, Gao Yan thought about it for a while and decided to leave Qiongling City. First, a person from the imperial family, Lu family, appeared. Then he was targeted by a second-level incarnation, disguised as a top star. If he continued to stay in Qiongling City, if nothing unexpected happened, something unexpected would happen soon. He came here for only one purpose, which was to have fun. Besides, there were more places to have fun than Qiongling City, so since he knew that there would be trouble, why should he continue to stay in Qiongling City? So he decisively checked out and left the city quickly. Then he used the arbitrary door to teleport back to the Nine Saints sect. He checked his own cultivation. Although he had not practiced for a month, his cultivation level increased rapidly with the tenfold hang-up effect of the cultivation badge. In addition, he was an immortal body. At the current cultivation speed, he could break through to the 7th level of Dongshu in 3 years at most. As Gao Yan expected. The next morning, Lu Xian took the initiative to find the hotel where he lived. But after finding out that Gao Yan checked out and left last night, she couldn't help but look quite surprised, and couldn't help whispering to herself, she ran so fast, did she know my identity? She ran away from home, this time, to avoid the marriage with another imperial family. If that Li Feiyu knew this situation, it would make sense to avoid her like a snake and scorpion. What made her feel strange was how the other party saw through her disguise. Could it be that the other party also had the same magical power as the golden eye of breaking delusion? But she didn't take this matter too seriously. She just thought this guy was a little interesting. Since the other party deliberately avoided her, she naturally wouldn't chase him relentlessly. Gao Yan returned to the Nine Saints sect and stayed for only 3 days. He couldn't stay there anymore. After all, the life in the Nine Saints sect was too boring. So, he announced his retreat again. When he appeared again, he had come to the outside of Bailong City, another large fairy city in Zhongzhou. Li Feiyu's identity could not be used. Therefore, Gao Yan pinched another face for himself and disguised his cultivation as the first level of the god of transformation. Before, he was too high profile when he pretended to be a third-level god. Now that he pretended to be a first-level god, he was not so conspicuous, and ordinary people did not dare to provoke him easily. As for the name, let's use Hanli. It happened that this guy was also more timid, and his style of doing things was similar. The scale of Bailong City is much larger than that of Chongling City. As usual, use the soul seed to understand the situation of the city first. Then he found a large hotel to stay in, and then went to find delicious food. I have to say, the species in the world of cultivation are really rich. Even though Gao Yan ate a lot of different foods in Chongling City for a month, he found many unique and excellent foods after arriving in Bailong City. Moreover, the various entertainment projects in Bailong City are more developed. As long as you are willing to pay spirit stones, you can enjoy the same enjoyment as the emperor. Therefore, Gao Yan had a lot of fun in Bailong City, and even after staying for more than a month, he did not want to leave. What made him feel good was that here, he did not meet mysterious people like the old beggar, nor did he meet people like Lu Xian and Shui Linglong, who brought trouble with themselves. Of course, after more than a month, he, Hanli, also became a celebrity in the entertainment venues of Bailong City. Because he was too generous. This made every entertainment venue treat him as a VIP. This afternoon, Gao Yan was watching a competition in a fighting battlefield. The two people competing on the ring were both Yuaniing cultivators. They completely gave up magic weapons, spells, and magical powers, and instead adopted a fist-to-flesh fighting method, which gave people a bloody and passionate feeling. But strangely, most of the audience present were female cultivators. The fighting in this fighting battlefield is divided into 2 modes. One is the fight between cultivators, and the other is the fight between cultivators and monsters. And you can also bet. Gao Yan also bets, but the bets are not big. In general, it is more winning than losing. Losing is actually intentional. With his eyesight and perception, it was too easy to tell who would win and who would lose. As for why he didn't place a heavy bet, that was because he looked down on this little spiritual stone. If he won more, he was afraid that the dealer would lose his temper. He hadn't played enough in Bailong City, and he didn't want to cause trouble. A month later, Gao Yan finally got tired of playing in Bailong City. So he returned to Jiusheng sect for a few days and looked for a new large fairy city. Time passed slowly. Then the ice and snow divine lotus planted in the spiritual medicine planting space matured. 9 seeds gave birth to 9 ice and snow divine lotuses, plus the old one. Gao Yan got a total of 90 seeds and 90 petals of ice and snow divine lotus. He had taken 6 petals before, and the effect of taking it again was not great. It was not appropriate to continue selling it to the ancestor, and it was more dangerous to take it outside. Thinking of this, Gao Yan returned to Jiusheng sect first. Escape into my world, take out a petal of ice and snow, divine lotus, and take it. After digesting this petal of the ice and snow divine lotus, his soul grew Very weak, so he took 2 more petals of the ice and snow divine lotus. The effect was almost zero. It seems that this ice and snow divine lotus has no effect on me, Gao Yan said secretly. I have to find a new divine medicine seed. I was lucky to get the divine medicine seed last time. It's not easy to get the divine medicine seed again. Unless I go to find her. Yes, the person Gao Yan thought of was Gongsun Yaoyao. This fiancé has an immortal body. She also obtained the Taihua Emperor Sutra and an imperial weapon in the Emperor's tomb. She will definitely be trained by Taiyin Holy Land. The Taiyin Holy Land has a profound foundation. There are magical medicines. And naturally, there are seeds of the magical medicines. Gongsun Yaoyao knew that he had also obtained the Emperor scripture, but for so long, he had not seen the Taiyin Holy Land causing trouble, which meant that she had not betrayed him. What's more, the other party also gave him a self-defense jade pendant before entering the Emperor's tomb. Therefore, you can still trust it. Think of this. Gao Yan immediately left for Taishan City and went straight to Taishan auction house. The news of Gao Yan's arrival at the auction house was soon known to Lu Shuang. So, he quickly came to receive Gao Yan. I want to see your boss. Gao Yan didn't mince words, but said directly. After a slight hesitation, Lu Shuang asked him to wait and went to report. About half an hour passed. An old man in black arrived. This old man is quite strong, with the 5th level of Dongshu. His identity is the true elder of Taiyin Holy Land. I, Situ, have met Taoist friend. The old man greeted him with a smile. I've met Senior Situ. Gao Yan stood up and returned the greeting. I am asking to see Senior Situ. This time, because I want you to help me bring a message to Gongsun Yaoyao, the saint of the Taiyin Holy Land. I want to make a deal with her. Hearing this, Situ frowned slightly. I wonder what you want to trade with. Her Highness the Saint? Keep it secret. Gao Yan smiled. Hearing this, Situ was a little dissatisfied. Fellow Taoist, Her Royal Highness, the Saint has a noble status and is not so easy to see. In that case, I'll take my leave, but Senior Situ, if you miss this transaction, I think you will regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan strode outside. After only taking a few steps, the other party stopped Gao Yan. Okay, I can send a message to fellow Taoist. I can't guarantee whether Her Royal Highness the Saint will see you. She will meet me. Send someone to give this jade pendant to her. Gao Yan took out the jade pendant that Gongsun Yaoyao sent to him and handed it to Situ. After leaving the auction house, Gao Yan found a hotel in the city and stayed there, waiting for Gongsun Yaoyao's arrival. Situ originally wanted to send someone to inform Gongsun Yaoyao. But after thinking about it, he decided to go back to the Taiyin Holy Land in person. Some time ago, news came from the Holy Land that Saint Gongsun Yaoyao had been promoted to Dongshu. Among the sons and saints in the Holy Land, Gongsun Yaoyao is the youngest, has the highest talent, and also has an immortal body. As long as he doesn't die midway, his promotion to the Holy Realm is destined. The chance of becoming the next Holy Master is also very high. It's a pity that Gongsun Yaoyao is a low-key person. Even if he wanted to join him, he wouldn't have a chance. But this incident gave him an opportunity to get in touch with Gongsun Yaoyao. Situ rushed back to the Taiyin Holy Land as quickly as possible. Then he went straight to the secret realm where Gongsun Yaoyao lived. After the report, his identity was verified, and he was taken in. Elder Situ, I wonder why you came to see His Highness? Gongsun Yao Yao did not receive him in person, but was received by her maid. Ling Chan. Miss Ling Chan, someone found me and named me to make a deal with Her Highness the Saint. Moreover, he is very sure that Her Highness the Saint will meet him. Sitiyu said. Hearing this, Ling Chan frowned slightly and said with some dissatisfaction. What a loud tone, who is that person? That person is a distinguished guest of our auction house, but the specific identity has not been investigated yet. Sitiyu said truthfully. At this time, Ling Chan became more and more dissatisfied. What? You haven't investigated the other party's identity clearly, but you dare to come and help him pass the message. If the other party has ulterior motives and causes an accident to His Highness, can you afford it? Facing Ling Chan's scolding, Sitiyu felt a little panicked, but she gritted her teeth and said, Miss Ling Chan, the other party asked me to bring a token. He said that with this token, His Highness will definitely meet him. While talking, Sitiyu took out the jade pendant and handed it to Ling Chan. Seeing this jade pendant, Ling Chan's face changed slightly, and she immediately understood who the person Sitiyu was talking about was. So, she said in a deep voice, Elder Situ, please wait here for a while. I will report to His Highness right now. Soon. Ling Chan took the jade pendant and came to Situ Yao Yao's bedroom. Your Highness, do you see it? How come you have this jade pendant in your hand? Seeing this scene of jade pendant, Gongsun Yao Yao's eyes suddenly turned cold. Your Highness, someone asked Elder Situ to deliver this jade bottle to you. And asked you to meet. Ling Chan quickly explained. So that's it. Gongsun Yao Yao's eyes regained their composure. Soon. Gongsun Yao Yao came to the main hall and asked about the details of the meeting between Sitiyu and Gao Yan. After listening, she pondered for a moment. Elder Situ, please make arrangements. In 3 days, I will go to Taishan City to have a meeting with him. However, I don't want others to know about this. Don't worry, Your Highness, I will keep this matter secret and will not reveal even a word to anyone. Sitiyu quickly assured. On the other side, after Gao Yan settled in Taishan City, he started touring the city. The afternoon of the second day, Sitiyu found him and told him that he would go somewhere in the city in 2 days, and Gongsun Yao Yao would meet him there. Then I'm sorry to bother you, Senior Sitiyu. I'll make the appointment on time. In 2 days. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Gao Yan came to a monk's residence in the north district of Taishan City. After knocking on the formation, a girl in green clothes led him in. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Gao Yan saw 2 old people, a man and a woman, playing chess in the courtyard. Even without using his inside eye, he could tell with his super perception that these 2 people were great masters of the Hadao realm. Master. It seems that the Taiyin Holy Land really attaches great importance to Gongsun Yao Yao, and actually sent 2 powerful Hadao experts for personal protection. Entering the living room, Gao Yan saw Gongsun Yao Yao sitting firmly on the chair. I've met fellow Daoist Gongsun. Gao Yan smiled in greeting and used his inside eye to investigate and found that the friendliness of the other party actually reached 82 points. Fellow Taoist Gao, please sit down. Gongsun Yao Yao nodded towards him. Judging from the title, it was obvious that she still didn't want to expose their relationship. Thank you. Tea please. Gao Yan sat down, picked up the teacup and took a sip, then looked at Gongsun Yao Yao and said, I never like beating around the bush. I'm meeting with fellow Taoist Gongsun this time, because I want to make a deal with you. Oh, what deal? Gongsun Yaoyao said with great interest. Gao Yan took out a jade box and handed it to Gongsun Yaoyao. You will understand after reading it. The other party took the jade box and opened it. When she saw clearly the ice and snow divine lotus lying inside, her calm expression disappeared, and a touch of shock appeared on her beautiful cheeks. This is the magic medicine ice and snow lotus. Good. Gao Yan nodded. After taking this ice and snow divine lotus, it can transform the soul. It has great benefits for cultivators. Are you sure you want to trade the magic medicine with me? The next moment, Gongsun Yaoyao closed the jade box, stared at Gao Yan, and asked. She seemed to want to see through Gao Yan. There was also a magic medicine in the Taiyin Holy Land, and there was more than one. Of the 3 magic medicines in the Taiyin Holy Land, one can allow people without spiritual roots to condense spiritual roots after taking it, which is relatively useless. The other one is a miracle medicine from a fruit tree. Taking one fruit can extend your life by 3,000 years, but you can take up to 9. If you take more than 9, it will have no effect. There is also a magical medicine that can improve physical fitness. She has also taken this magical medicine, which made her immortal body stronger. That's for sure, otherwise I wouldn't have asked you to meet. Gao Yan nodded again. Then how do you want to trade? How about a petal of ice and snow, divine lotus for 10 different magical medicine seeds? Gao Yan said. Exchange seeds? Gongsun Yaoyao showed a bit of surprise. Although the seeds of magical medicines are also quite precious, they take a long time to grow, and are quite difficult to cultivate. Are you sure you only want to exchange seeds? Yes, exchange seeds. If you feel embarrassed to take advantage of me, you can also compensate me with some spiritual stones. Gao Yan said with a smile. Hearing this, Gongsun Yaoyao laughed secretly. This guy is still stubborn and only loves spiritual stones. At the same time, she also said, yes, but the Holy Land may not have so many seeds of 10 different kinds of divine medicines. I have to ask someone to go back and ask. Afterwards, Gongsun Yaoyao called in a great master of the Hadao and gave him some instructions, and the other party disappeared directly into the void. About half a quarter of an hour later, the other party returned. Your Highness, I brought the seeds of divine medicines, but there are only 7 kinds. Fellow Taoist Gao, 7 kinds of divine medicine seeds, 3 seeds of each. Plus 10 trillion spirit stones, what do you think? Hearing Gongsun Yaoyao's offer, Gao Yan was delighted. He didn't expect Gongsun Yaoyao to be so generous. When he traded with Shengyun Patriarch, each petal of the ice and snow divine lotus was only sold for 10 trillion. Now Gongsun Yaoyao directly gave him 10 trillion, and 21 seeds of divine medicines were used as a bonus. That's nice. Thinking of this, he said again, I have no objection. By the way, I still have 2 petals here. Each petal is 10 trillion. I wonder if fellow Taoist Gongsun is interested? Gongsun Yaoyao would not refuse the divine medicine that could transform the soul. Even the Taiyin Holy Land did not have it, and she agreed immediately. Therefore, Gao Yan once again gained 20 trillion yuan in profit value. After the transaction was completed, Gao Yan did not reminisce with Gongsun Yaoyao, and left directly. Looking at Gao Yan's departing back, Gongsun Yaoyao's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light, and she thought to herself, it seems that my fiancé is much more mysterious than the phenomenon. She knew that Gao Yan had bought a seed of the ice and snow divine lotus from the auction house not long ago. But not long after, the other party took out 3 petals of the ice and snow. Divine Lotus. It was too coincidental to say that it was a coincidence. She doubted that this fiancé had any special means to quickly cultivate the divine medicine and make it mature. However, the other party took the initiative to trade the divine medicine with her, which made her owe him a favor. Although she also paid 30 trillion spirit stones and 7 kinds of magical medicine seeds, there is still a big gap compared to the true value of the 3-petal ice and snow, divine lotus. Soon, Gao Yan returned to the 9 Saints sect. He first planted all 21 magical medicine seeds in the high-level spiritual medicine field. Then he summoned the system's sub-interface. The total income value reached more than 34 trillion again, and the total number of spirit stones reached more than 515 trillion. As for the spirit stones he spent on eating, drinking, and having fun during this period, it was just a drizzle. In addition, through this transaction, Gao Yan once again proved that Gong Sun Yao Yao was trustworthy, because after he left, she did not send her subordinates to follow him. With Gong Sun Yao Yao's intelligence, she probably guessed that his ice and snow divine lotus was related to the ice and snow divine lotus seeds he had previously bought at the Taishan auction house. It is even possible to suspect that he has the means to quickly cultivate magical medicine. If it were someone else, they would probably capture him immediately and force him to tell them how he cultivated the magic medicine, so that they would have a constant supply of the magic medicine. Gao Yan was also ready to turn against him. But he didn't expect that the other party had no such idea at all, and before he left, he deliberately used the detection function of the inside eye. Gong Sun Yao Yao's friendliness towards him has reached 86. This number is not low. Back to the point, the current upgrade requires 10 trillion income value. System upgrade. Ding, consume 10 trillion income value, upgrade to level 40, upgrade time is 6 hours, please wait patiently. Hearing the system's broadcast, Gao Yan sighed. He knew that the income value should double again. The income value required for the next upgrade is not 11 trillion, but 20 trillion. Start the formation. Gao Yan walked out of the palace. Your Highness, do you need to prepare a banquet for you? Qin Xiangxue came up and asked. No need. Gao Yan waved his hand. He had become a picky eater. He looked down on the food cooked by his own chef. You know, the food cooked by his own chef was seasoned with super seasoning. But it still couldn't compare with the food in those large restaurants in Zhongzhou Xiancheng. After thinking for a while, he said, Xiangxue, tell those chefs to work hard to improve their cooking skills. When their cooking skills improve, I will not be stingy with rewards. Okay, Your Highness, I will notify them right away. Qin Xiangxue turned away. Gao Yan came to the garden, took out a recliner and slept on it. It was only lying there for more than an hour. Qin Xiangxue led Xiao Lingyue to come. Why is the master here? Please sit down. Gao Yan stood up immediately, took out a table and chairs, invited Xiao Lingyue to sit down, and asked Qin Xiangxue to make enlightenment tea quickly. When she saw the enlightenment tea, Xiao Lingyue couldn't help showing a look of surprise. You actually got enlightenment tea? I'm lucky. My business received some. Master likes it, so I'll give you half. A caddy. Gao Yan explained with a smile. Half a caddy? Xiao Lingyue was stunned again, because in her memory, enlightenment tea was generally sold in pieces, but her own apprentice actually sold it in caddies. And he gave her half a caddy at a time. For a moment, she was very embarrassed and hurriedly declined. Gao Yan also persuaded for a while, before the other party accepted it. After a while, the master and apprentice drank enlightenment tea and chatted. "Disciple, this time I came to your house to ask you what you think about the matter of Taoist companions?" Suddenly, Xiao Lingyue changed the subject and looked at Gao Yan's cheek and said, "Master, do you want to introduce a Taoist companion to me?" Gao Yan's reaction was quite fast. "That's right." Xiao Lingyue nodded. "Our Xiao family ancestor is quite optimistic about your future, so he plans to choose an excellent Xiao family daughter to marry you as a Taoist partner." Hearing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but understand that the Xiao family ancestor wanted to pull him into the Xiao family's chariot. After all, when he presented the emperor's scripture, the Xiao family ancestor was also present. The other party saw the attitude of the 9 ancestors towards him, so the Xiao family ancestor naturally wanted to deepen the relationship with him. And the best way to deepen the relationship is marriage. Seeing Gao Yan in deep thought, Xiao Lingyue was not in a hurry, but slowly tasted the enlightenment tea in his hand. This tea is also very good for her. And Gao Yan was hesitating, should he marry the Xiao family's daughter? If he married the Xiao family's daughter, the relationship between him and the other 3 families would definitely become distant. If he didn't marry, it would be difficult to explain to Xiao Lingyue. But he figured it out immediately, and he didn't have to worry about it at all. When he first became the Holy Son, he was still not strong enough and could only act as a pawn of the 4 families. But now is different from the past. All 5 families know that he has practiced the emperor's scripture. Even if the 5 ancestors dare not tell the family members directly, they will give some hints. To use a person who has a promising future and has inherited the emperor scripture and is regarded differently by the 9 ancestors as a pawn is either crazy or stupid. Although the 5 families also joined forces to calculate the traitor genius more than 3,000 years ago. But now his weight has surpassed the other party. If the 5 families dare to calculate him like they calculated that person, the 9 founding ancestors will probably come out to clean up the door directly. What's more, the deal between him and the Shengyun ancestor. If someone really doesn't know how to live or die and wants to calculate him, the Shengyun ancestor will not let them go. Besides, Gao Yan is someone who can be calculated by others if they want to. If he is really angry, he will directly use the imperial soldiers to settle accounts. So, Gao Yan asked, "Master, which legitimate daughter of the Xiao family is going to let me marry? You don't object?" Xiao Lingyue said in surprise. "Why should I object?" Gao Yan smiled. "It's good that you don't object. As for which legitimate daughter to marry, it's up to you." Xiao Lingyue joked, "After a while, the Xiao family will arrange for you to meet some outstanding legitimate daughters. You can marry the one you like. What if you like all of them?" Gao Yan joked. "Why, you want to marry them all at once?" Xiao Lingyue said unhappily. "That's not impossible. After all, the legitimate daughter of the Xiao family must be good." "You're asking for a beating, you brat." Xiao Lingyue was so angry that he laughed and couldn't help but hit Gao Yan on the back of his head. The master and apprentice chatted for a while. Xiao Lingyue took the initiative to say goodbye. Gao Yan personally sent her out. Not long after Xiao Lingyue left, the system completed the upgrade. However, the rewards have been greatly increased. First, there will be 10 luxury draws, and second, there will be 20,000 free attribute points. Later, he learned about the income value required for the next upgrade. As expected, it became 20 trillion. For each subsequent level up, the required experience will increase by 10 trillion. The current income value is more than 24 trillion, and it can be upgraded to another level. But Gao Yan didn't particularly want anything, so he kept it for now. Accumulated more income, and upgraded several levels in a row, which would be more exciting. Let's go back to the lottery. There are 2 special draws left from last time. So, should the 10 luxury draws awarded this time be combined or not? After thinking about it, Gao Yan decided not to merge and see if he could draw an upgrade card to improve his cultivation level. System Dad, I want to upgrade my card. You know, use all 10 luxury draws. Ding, start 10 luxurious draws. Suddenly, a series of system announcements kept ringing in Gao Yan's ears. Then his face brightened. The System Dad is really awesome. 5 of the 10 draws were upgrade cards. However, there were only 3 upgrade cards for cultivating immortals, and the remaining 2 were upgrade cards for gods and demons. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan entered Minecraft and used all 5 upgrade cards. Then, his cultivation of immortality reached the 9th level of Dongxiu. The cultivation of gods and demons has reached the 3rd level of law, gods and demons. My upgrade is as easy as eating and drinking. If word spreads, everyone will be envious and jealous. Feeling that he was much stronger, Gao Yan couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Let's talk about the other 5 prizes. They are 1 top-grade spiritual treasure, 1 low-grade holy weapon, 2 super magical powers and 1 holy sword technique. Gao Yan didn't like the top-grade spiritual treasure anymore, but he could keep it for his wife or give it away. As for the low-grade holy weapon, he thought about it and planned to give it to Xia Homeng. He became a Taoist couple with the legitimate daughter of the Xiao family. With Xia Homeng's temperament, she would definitely be jealous and start a fight with him, so he just used a low-grade holy weapon to appease her. After all, Xia Homeng still has special meaning in his heart, and that is the small goal he set when he came to this world. The 2 super magical powers are the Great Summoning Technique and the Great Puppet Technique. Both of these magical powers are somewhat evil. Let's talk about the Great Summoning Technique first. After it is cast, it can summon creatures within a certain range to become his babies and fight for him, including enemies. The higher the level of your magical power, the higher the summoning range and summoning level. If you reach the top level, you can summon a creature that is much stronger than yourself to fight for you. This magic door is used to deal with people, so it is very suitable. Let's talk about the Great Puppet Technique. This magical power can forcibly refine others into puppets. Similarly, after reaching the top level, it can forcibly refine people who are 1 level stronger than yourself into puppets. Therefore, Gao Yan decisively spent 7,000 free attribute points to upgrade his 2 magical powers to the top level. By the way, the previous special magical power of damage transfer was still in an advanced state, so Gao Yan spent another 30,000 free attribute points to upgrade the damage transfer magical power to the top level. To upgrade a special magical power to the top level, you need to consume 60,000 free attribute points. It has reached the top level of damage transfer and can directly transfer attacks from the 9th level of the Holy Realm. In an era before the Great Emperor was born, he could almost roam freely with damage transfer. But at this moment, he suddenly thought of the mysterious old beggar. I don't know if that old guy is an emperor or an immortal. It's okay that it's the emperor. If you are an immortal, then the water in this world is a bit deep. You must know that it is impossible for immortals to exist in this world. After all, according to Fenger's words, immortals cannot just descend to Earth. If the old beggar is an immortal, then immortals cannot descend to Earth. Casually. That is a lie. Thinking of this, the arrogance that had just emerged in Gao Yan's heart was suppressed again. Time passed and several days passed. On this day, Gao Yan was tasting the dishes made by his own chef. Perhaps motivated by a reward. The two female chefs have been practicing their cooking skills hard in the past few days. It wasn't until he thought their cooking skills had improved a lot that he invited Gao Yan, the Holy Son, to taste them. Taste every dish. Gao Yan said with praise, yes, it's much better than before, but we still need to keep working hard, Xian Shue. Your Highness. Qin Xian Shue responded quickly. Reward each of them with a bottle of elixir that can improve their cultivation. Gao Yan has an alchemy factory, so there is no shortage of elixirs. Therefore, a lot of elixirs, and spiritual stones are placed in the treasure house of the Holy Child Hall, specifically to reward the people below. Thank you, Your Highness. The two cooks thanked each other. But they secretly thought that the Holy Son was too generous. If they had not joined the Holy Son as followers, they would have to spend a lot of time doing tasks to earn a bottle of elixirs, to buy the elixirs. But after following the Holy Son, he just spent a few days improving his cooking skills and got a bottle of elixir. Continue to improve your cooking skills, and there will be rewards in the future. Gao Yan raised his hand to signal them to get up. Suddenly, Gao Yan was shocked and said that was the end of the day, so he hurried back to the palace. The reason why he left was because the seeds of the magic medicine planted in the planting space sprouted. Unfortunately, out of 21 seeds, only 17 germinated. But fortunately, these 17 sprouted magic medicines are still 7 kinds of magic medicine. With 3 seeds for each magical medicine, even if only one sprouts, he will be able to continuously cultivate 7 kinds of magical medicines. These 7 kinds of magic medicines are the creation vine, the heart of heaven fruit, the earth heart fire lotus, the life fruit, the wind and thunder apricot, the 7-colored fairy peach, and the yin-yang pine cone. After taking the magic medicine such as the creation vine, one can condense spiritual roots, and the starting point is double spiritual roots, but this kind of magic medicine is relatively useless and not very valuable. After all, those who can step into the practice of cultivation all have spiritual roots. Even if you take the magic medicine, you can't use it yourself, you can only use it for your relatives and descendants. After taking the magic medicine such as the heart of heaven fruit, you can condense your own mind. People with strong minds are not easy to go astray. And it can also repair the injuries on the mind. After taking the magic medicine such as the earth heart fire refining, you can temper the body and improve the physique. For example, Gao Yan is already in immortal body, and after taking it, his immortal body can also be strengthened. The life fruit is easier to understand. After taking it, it can increase lifespan. Taking one increases lifespan by 3,000 years. You can take up to 9 pills, which is 27,000 years of lifespan. After taking the magical medicine Feng Lei Xing, one can condense the Feng Lei God body or Feng Lei Saint body. After taking the magical medicine Qi Cai Xian Tao, one can transform the soul and spirit, and can also increase lifespan. One can increase lifespan by 1,000 years. Finally, there is yin yang pine cone. This magical medicine contains yin yang qi. After taking it, it can regulate the yin-yang qi of the human body and make them reach a balanced state. It can make one's own cultivation more stable. For example, some people's foundation is weak because their cultivation is improved too quickly. After taking a yin-yang pine cone, it will become extremely solid in an instant. In addition, if the foundation is damaged due to injuries, it can also be repaired after taking yin-yang pine cone. 2 days have passed. Xiao Lingyue received a message, asking him to prepare and go to the secret realm of the Xiaohou family to participate in the blind date meeting tomorrow. Xiao family's secret realm. In a mansion. Sister Yanran, are you really going to go on a blind date this time? Xiao Lingxin felt a little unworthy for this cousin. It was said to be a blind date meeting, but in fact it was a concubine selection meeting. Although Gao Yan is the holy son, he is just a newly promoted holy son. His cousin is also an outstanding existence among the direct descendants of the Xiao family. Going to attend that blind date conference would not be like degrading one's status and bringing humiliation upon oneself. I can't refuse the family arrangement. Xiao Yanran said calmly that if the family had arranged this before entering the emperor's tomb, she would definitely have resisted. But she saw Gao Yan's behavior in the emperor's tomb. Moreover, the head of the family also revealed to her that it was her ancestor who arranged for her to attend the blind date conference. This forced her to make certain associations. The ancestors usually don't get involved in family affairs, let alone the marriages of the younger generation. But the ancestor intervened this time, which showed that the ancestor was more important to Gao Yan than imagined. Why should the ancestor pay attention to a chess piece that was pushed out by the Xiao family and the other 3 families? Isn't this worth pondering? Therefore, she suspected that Gao Yan had selected a high-grade holy level technique or even an imperial scripture in the forest of steels at the last level of the emperor's tomb. Gao Yan is only 100 years old, but his cultivation has reached the 3rd level of divine transformation. This talent is stronger than that of the rebels 3,000 years ago. Now, he has obtained the holy level skills or the inheritance of the emperor's scripture. As long as he does not die along the way, he may become a strong person in the holy realm in the future. It will be too late to curry favor with Gao Yan until he becomes a saint. Therefore, Xiao Yanran suspected that the ancestor arranged for her to go on a blind date in order to deepen the relationship between the Xiao family and Gao Yan. Otherwise, he could just arrange for a legitimate daughter to marry him. Why arrange such a blind date? It is clear that the ancestor attaches great importance to Gao Yan and does not want to antagonize him. Sister Yanran, if you don't want to, I'll ask the head of the family to revoke this order. Xiao Lingxin said enthusiastically. No. Xiao Yanran waved her hand, the family has trained us, so it doesn't matter if we give a little to the family. Besides, junior brother Gao Yan may not choose me. If it were me, I would definitely not agree. What qualifications does Gao Yan have? Xiao Lingxin snorted coldly. Silly sister. Seeing Xiao Lingxin's appearance, Xiao Yanran sighed in her heart. She had already inquired, and there were 12 people who were going on a blind date with junior brother Gao, with her this time. 8 of these 12 people, including herself, are all outstanding contemporary legitimate daughters of the Xiao family. Although the other 4 are not well known, they are all female geniuses secretly cultivated by the Xiao family. These female geniuses not only have outstanding cultivation, but also have excellent appearance and temperament. They are all genius girls specially collected by the Xiao family from outside, and will be used as Taoist companions for the higher-ups of the Xiao family in the future. Although these female geniuses do not have the blood of the Xiao family, they have been secretly trained by the Xiao family since childhood and are loyal to the Xiao family. Obviously, the Xiao family put these 4 people in just to win over Gao Yan. And he and she knew it. 5 of the other 7 female direct descendants who participated in the blind date conference with her were resistant, but the head of the family gave an ironclad order and they had to obey. The next day, Gao Yan took Qin Xiangxue to the Xiao family's secret realm. Although the head of the Xiao family did not come forward in person, he sent a powerful Hadao master to greet him, which was said to have given Gao Yan enough face. Later, under the arrangement of the Xiao family, Gao Yan entered a large garden. The 12 legitimate daughters arranged by the Xiao family are also scattered in different places in the garden. After all, the Xiao family also wanted to save face. If they directly arranged for 12 people to meet with him, it would seem a bit too snobbish. But in Gao Yan's opinion, their arrangement was a bit deceptive. With a sweep of his spiritual mind, Gao Yan locked the locations of the 12 legitimate daughters of the Xiao family. He was not in a hurry to see them, but first used his insight to understand their information. When he discovered that Xiao Yanran was among them, Gao Yan was a little surprised. The Xiao family really spent a lot of money this time, and Xiao Yanran was very talented. If it weren't for the fact that the Xiao family couldn't run for the saint son, Xiao Yanran would definitely be one of the saints, the kind who could compete with Xiao Hojian. What surprised Gao Yan even more was that Xiao Yanran had the highest friendship level with him, reaching 80 points. As for the other 5 direct girlfriends, the favorability is negative, but the negative value is not high. There is only slight disgust and disgust. Most of them don't know the real purpose of this blind date, and they don't understand him either. The remaining 6 girls have positive friendship scores, but they are not very high. The highest one can only reach 60 points. Close your discernment eyes. Gao Yan went straight to the pavilion where Xiao Yanran was. At this moment, Xiao Yanran was making tea in the pavilion. Junior brother is here, please sit down, Xiao Yanran said with a smile. Senior sister Yanran, we meet again, you are getting more and more beautiful, Gao Yan said with a smile. Junior brother, you're rewarded. Xiao Yanran said a little shyly that she was quite happy that Gao Yan could come to see her first. Next, the 2 drank tea and chatted together. Before I knew it, an hour passed. Xiao Yanran urged, Junior brother Gao, there are 11 sisters waiting for you, don't stay here for too long. No need. Gao Yan waved his hand, it's enough to meet my senior sister. Hearing this, Xiao Yanran's cheeks turned red. How could she not understand Gao Yan's meaning? He was attracted to her and didn't want to see the other 11 girls. But she said, after the other sisters are also very outstanding, aren't you afraid of regretting it? No matter how outstanding they are, they can't compare to you, senior sister. Gao Yan grabbed Xiao Yanran's hands and said, slippery tongue. Xiao Yanran pulled her hands away calmly and rolled her eyes at Gao Yan. Gao Yan laughed. After chatting for a while, Gao Yan said goodbye and left. The other 11 girls saw that Gao Yan left directly after meeting Xiao Yan. Some were happy, some were dissatisfied, and some were angry and resentful. Although some of them looked down on Gao Yan. But since they are here, you don't even meet them, don't you look down on them? However, Gao Yan's approach made Xiao Yanran quite useful, and naturally, the friendship level also increased a lot, reaching 85 points. What happened in the garden was also quickly reported to the head of the Xiao family. So, he summoned Xiao Yanran directly and gave her a lot of rewards. It was less than an hour after Gao Yan returned to Xingzi Peak. Xiao Lingyue came. I have heard about the Xiao family. Do you like Xiao Yanran? Yes, master, if senior sister Yanran has no objection, I will marry her as a Taoist partner. Gao Yan nodded. Well, I will discuss it with the head of the family now. Xiao Lingyue came and left quickly. After the Xiao family received Gao Yan's affirmative reply, they began to prepare for their marriage. Then, the marriage was scheduled for March. During these 3 months, Gao Yan and Xiao Yanran could cultivate their feelings. On the 3rd day after their marriage was scheduled, Xiao Homeng's maid Fuyo came and said that Xiao Homeng knew about this and was very angry now. Gao Yan asked Fuyo to go back first. Then not long after, he quietly came to Xiao Homeng's side. Humph, you are about to marry Xiao Yanran, why are you still here? Xiao Meng said coldly, with a strong jealous tone in his voice. With a flick of his body, Gao Yan landed beside Xiao Homeng and reached out to hug her, but she dodged and scolded, "Don't touch me. Listen to me, you should know that I can become the Holy Son because of the Xiao family and the other 3 people. Now the Xiao family arranged for their daughter to marry me because they saw my potential and wanted to further win me over. Besides, this matter was proposed by my master, so I can't refuse it at all." Although Xiao Homeng could understand Gao Yan's situation, she was uncomfortable. "If you are willing to marry me, I will immediately cancel the engagement with the Xiao family." Seeing that Xiao Homeng was still unwilling to vent his anger, Gao Yan decided to use a drastic move. At worst, he would use a condition and ask the founder of the sect to help him solve this problem. "Are you willing to do it?" Hearing that Gao Yan was willing to cancel the engagement for her, Xiao Meng's anger was almost gone, but because of face, she couldn't immediately say that she forgave this guy. What's there to be reluctant about? After all, you are my true love. Gao Yan reached out his hand again. This time, Xiao Homeng did not resist and let him hold her in his arms. "You talk better than singing, but I can't marry you," Xiao Homeng said faintly. The Xiao family is now in opposition to the other 4 families. And Gao Yan was jointly launched by the 4 families to compete with their Xiao family. If she proposed to marry Gao Yan, she would definitely be strongly opposed by the Xiao family. Of course, this is just her idea. If she really proposed this, most of the Xiao ancestors would choose to agree to this marriage. After all, the Xiao ancestors knew that he was holding the Emperor Sutra. His future achievements will definitely not stop at the Hadao, and he will even become the 10th saint of the 9 saints. "Baby, to compensate you, I have a gift for you." The next moment, Gao Yan turned his palm and a long sword appeared, which was the inferior saint weapon he won through the luxury lottery. Holy weapon! Xiao Meng was startled, and then looked at Gao Yan with emotion. "Why did you give me such an expensive gift? You are my baby, who else should I give it to?" Gao Yan said affectionately. "Forget it, I don't want it, you should use it yourself." Although Xiao Meng was very tempted by this low-grade holy weapon, she still chose to refuse. "Don't worry, I don't lack holy weapons, this holy weapon is specially Prepared for you. Gao Yan said. Really? Take it quickly. Then I won't be polite. Do we still need to be polite? The next moment, Xiahou Meng took the initiative to offer a sweet kiss, and Gao Yan also directly hugged her tightly into his arms, as if he wanted to rub her into his body. For a moment, the sky was thundering and the earth was ignited, and a war without gunpowder was about to begin. Just when Gao Yan and Xiahou Meng were getting tangled in the Black Dragon Mountains 30,000 miles away from the Nine Saints sect, two outer disciples of the 7th level of Qi refining of the Nine Saints sect were frantically running for their lives. Behind them, a man in black robe followed slowly, with a cruel smile on his face. Although Xiahou Meng had forgiven Gao Yan, but he still spent 2 days to comfort her. Unknowingly, more than a month had passed, and Gao Yan's wedding date was getting closer. On this day, Gao Yan was lying in the garden basking in the sun. Suddenly, Qin Xiangshui arrived. Your Highness, I received a message that the outer disciples have died frequently recently. I'm afraid someone is deliberately targeting our 9 saints. Oh, how many died? Gao Yan asked. According to statistics from the outer sect, more than 30,000 outer disciples who went out on missions have died in the past month. Now the outer sect is panicking, and the mission hall has been paralyzed. What, so many people died? Gao Yan sat up. Although there are more than 1 million outer disciples, more than 30,000 is not a small number. What about the inner sect? Have any inner sect disciples died? Not yet. Qin Xiangshui shook her head. Okay, I got it. Keep an eye on this. Yes, Your Highness. After Qin Xiangshui left, Gao Yan began to wonder who was targeting the 9 Saints sect? But even if they wanted to deal with the 9 Saints sect, what was the big deal if they only killed the outer disciples? Could it be the Shanming sect? He still felt it was impossible. It was true that the Shanming sect had a grudge against the 9 Saints sect, but they didn't specifically deal with the outer disciples. Thinking of this, Gao Yan began to read the memories of the soul seeds of the scattered cultivators, and then read the memories of the puppets he had placed in the East Wilderness. But there was nothing abnormal in their memories. In a blink of an eye, several days passed. Qin Xiangshui came to report another thing to Gao Yan. It was that the sect deliberately sent several teams of true disciples to follow the outer disciples who were on a mission. As a result, these true teams and the outer disciples who were on a mission were all killed. You know, the leaders of these true teams were all Yuanian cultivators. This is not simple. Gao Yan's heart sank. In the evening of that day, Gao Yan was notified to go to the Sacred Heart Hall, the main hall of the head sect, to discuss matters. So Gao Yan rushed over immediately. He found that Xiahou Jian had arrived first, and after greeting him, he waited patiently in the hall. After a while, Xiahou Meng, Nan Gongyao, Zhao Longya, Zhang Tianfan, and Zhang Yuyu arrived one after another. As for the holy son Long Xiaoyu, he had bad luck and had fallen in the emperor's tomb last time. After a while, Sect Master Shengguan Shang arrived with 2 deputy sect masters. The 2 deputy sect leaders had a huge gap in cultivation with Shengguan Shang. One was at the 7th level of the Void Realm, and the other was at the 8th level of the Void Realm. Even Gao Yan's cultivation level could not catch up. Shengguan Shang said in a deep voice, I gathered you today because I have a task for you to do. Please give me your orders, Sect Master. Xiahou Jian responded quickly, and Gao Yan and others also responded. This matter involves a secret. As he spoke, Shang threw a jade slip to everyone. After everyone got the jade slip, they began to read the information inside. After reading the information inside, Gao Yan also understood the whole story. It turned out that the 9 founding ancestors were not native cultivators of the East Wilderness, but from a family of immortal cultivators in Zhongzhou. The territory of Zhongzhou had long been divided up, and the division method was jointly maintained by the 5 major holy places. It was impossible to expand the territory. But the 9 founding ancestors were unwilling to not be able to develop and expand the family with 9 saints. So, they discussed it. That is to seize a piece of territory from the other 4 regions. Finally, they locked onto the True Demon sect in the East Wilderness. The True Demon sect had a very bad reputation in the East Wilderness. Not only did they like to kill, they also liked to torture mortals and then use their resentful souls to refine magic weapons. Therefore, they could completely destroy the True Demon sect under the banner of eliminating demons and defending the way. So, the 9 ancestors invited 6 friends from the Saint Realm to launch a surprise attack on the True Demon sect. The True Demon sect originally had only 7 Saint Realms, and in the case of a surprise attack, 4 Saint Realms fell in less than half a quarter of an hour. The remaining 3 Saint Realms saw that things were not going to work. They fled with some of their disciples. The 9 founding ancestors naturally did not want to let them take away, so they chased them separately. Then they killed 2 more Saint Realms, but the last Saint Realm escaped. Then, the 9 founding ancestors established the 9 Saint sect on the territory of the original True Demon sect. During this period, they did not give up the pursuit of the Saint Realm of the True Demon sect, but the other party seemed to have disappeared from the world. As time passed, the 9 founders of the sect stopped pursuing the other party. Unexpectedly, after so long, the people of the True Demon sect appeared again. During this period, a large number of outer disciples died, and several teams of true disciples fell collectively, all of which were done by the people of the True Demon sect. But what puzzled Gao Yan was that even if the True Demon sect wanted revenge, why would they attack the outer disciples? Even if they kill all the outer disciples, they will not be able to weaken the 9 Saint sect's true strength. Besides, even if they kill all the outer disciples, it will not be difficult for the 9 Saint sect to recruit a new batch of outer disciples. Therefore, in Gao Yan's view, the people of the Zhenma sect were doing completely useless work. Have you finished reading it all? Shang's voice sounded again. Gao Yan and others nodded. Just listen to Shang continue. According to our speculation, these remnants of the True Demon sect should have been cultivated by the Holy Realm, from which the True Demon sect escaped. I called you here to let you each lead a team to eradicate these. Help me, tell me what you think now. Sect Master Xiao Hojian stood up and said, the appearance of the remnants of the True Demon sect is very abnormal to me. Why do you say that? Xiao Hojian continued his analysis. At the beginning, the True Demon sect only escaped 1 saint. Even if he has been dormant for so many years, their overall strength is far inferior to our 9 saints sect. Therefore, I feel that the True Demon sect will not be able to do this again. It's very unusual to jump out at this time, and it's very likely that he has the secret support of a certain force. Shang nodded. Xiao's analysis makes sense. In fact, before the Zhenma sect was destroyed by us, we had a very close relationship with the Xianming sect. Even the sister of one of the saints of the Xianming sect married a saint of the Xianming sect. At the beginning, we suspected that the only holy realm of the true demon sect was hidden by the Xianming sect. It's just that our Nine Saints sect has just established a sect and has not yet established a firm foothold in the eastern wasteland. In addition, without any evidence, there is no way for the Xianming sect to make friends. Later, as time passed, they erased all traces, and the holy realm of the true demon sect never appeared, making it even more difficult for us to attack. Sect Master, do you mean that the appearance of the remnants of the true demon sect this time has a lot to do with the Xianming sect? Xia Hojian frowned. It's hard to say, after all, we have no evidence. Shangguan Shang shook his head. Sect Master, since the true demon sect still has a holy realm, then if we go to strangle their remnants, will that saint be drawn out as well? Gao Yan suddenly spoke. You are right to be worried. Shangguan Shang smiled. Actually, after discovering the remnant of the true demon sect, all 9 ancestors went out to search for his whereabouts, but no clues were found. Moreover, the remnants of the true demon sect who have emerged this time are only at the level of God transformation. Letting you go is also a kind of experience for the 7 of you. Of course, in order to prevent the holy realm of the true demon sect from doing evil things to you, Patriarch Shang Yun personally made 7 jade pendants and gave them to you. When you encounter a life or death crisis, this jade pendant will teleport them back to the Nine Saints sect. While talking, Shangguan Shang distributed 7 jade pendants to Gao Yan and the others. Subsequently, Shangguan Shang gave Gao Yan and his party another piece of information. This information records places where the suspected remnants of the true demon sect have appeared. As for the manpower, they go to the Zhenjuan Academy to select. Of course, if you feel that bringing a true disciple is a burden, you can go alone. In addition, the sect will issue certain rewards to the 3 people who perform best on this mission. After leaving the sect hall, Gao Yan was wondering whether to select a group of true disciples as teammates. But after thinking about it, he gave up the idea. He has many methods and is very powerful. Bringing other true inheritances would, firstly, become a drag on him and, secondly, he would not be able to completely let go. Junior brother Gao, are you going to the Zhenjuan Academy to select someone? Nan Gongyao asked proactively. Gao Yan said, I feel more comfortable moving alone. Yes, the puppet in your hand is much stronger than the true disciple. Nan Gongyao said with some envy. Out of the secret realm. After Gao Yan sent a message to Xia Homeng, he left quickly. Half an hour later, Gao Yan came to Xia Homeng quietly. This is for you. There are 3 Dongshu immortal cultivation puppet inside. If you are in danger, let them out. Gao Yan thrust a storage ring into Xiahou Mengdao. Hearing this, Xia Homeng felt a strong sense of happiness in his heart, but he immediately said, You gave me the puppet, what should you do if you are in danger? Don't worry, I still have it. Gao Yan said with a smile. You didn't lie to me? In order to prove that he was not lying, Gao Yan also released 3 Dongshu puppets. Only then did Xia Homeng accept the 3 Dongshu puppets. After a while, Gao Yan left directly. Return to your own Saint Child Peak. Gao Yan called Qin Xiangshua's sisters from the Yi family and gave them some instructions before preparing to set off for the mission of eradicating the remnants of the true demon sect. Unexpectedly, as soon as he exited the formation, he saw a sword light falling. Sister Yanran, why are you here? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Are you going out to eradicate the remnants of the true demon sect? Xiao Yanran asked. He was not surprised that Xiao Yanran knew about this. Yes, senior sister is here to see me off? Xiao Yanran shook her head. I'll go with you. There's no need for that. Gao Yan said that although Xiao Yanran was also a cultivator of spiritual transformation, she was still a bit weak in Gao Yan's opinion. Why, junior brother is worried that I will drag you down? Xiao Yanran said with a half-smile. Of course not. If not, then take me with you. Gao Yan, who couldn't refuse any more, had no choice but to agree, but senior sister, you have to listen to me when we go out this time. This is no problem. Xiao Yanran nodded. Then do you have the uniform of an inner disciple? Gao Yan asked. No. Xiao Yanran shook her head. Then let's go to the inner gate first. A quarter of an hour later. Gao Yan and Xiao Yanran, who changed their appearance, concealed their aura, and pretended to be Foundation Establishment disciples, left the Nine Saints sect with their swords and flew in a certain direction. Of course, Xiao Yanran's disguise was not very clever, and it was easy for someone who was also a god to see through her true cultivation. However, it is easier for cultivators below the level of god transformation to conceal it if she does not fully explode their strength. After a day's flight, the two landed outside a city where immortals and mortals lived together. According to the information given by Shengguan Shang, remnants of the true demon sect once appeared in this city. Just entered the city. Gao Yan felt a malicious prying gaze. That person was easily locked by him. Then it splits a soul seed and sneaks into the opponent's soul to read the memory. As he expected, this person was a remnant of the true demon sect, and his cultivation was only at the third level of Foundation Establishment. In this city, there are a total of 38 remnants of the true demon sect, the sixth level of the golden pill with the strongest cultivation. To be honest, Gao Yan still hasn't figured out the meaning of sending some low-level monks from the true demon sect to intercept and kill the outer disciples of the Nine Saint sect. Senior sister, I have discovered all the remnants of the true demon sect in this city, and the strongest one is at the sixth level of the golden core. Let's take action directly. Gao Yan sent a message to Xiao Yanran. Good. Later, Gao Yan told the other party the location of the disciples of the true demon sect. It is quite easy for the two great gods to join forces to capture dozens of monks who build the foundation elixir. It only takes dozens of breaths. All the disciples of the true demon sect in this city were captured alive by these two people. Junior brother, what do you plan to do with them? Xiao Yanran looked at Gao Yan and asked. Kill them all. With their little cultivation, they probably won't be able to get anything out of the interrogation. Gao Yan said lightly. After all, he was also the holy son of the Nine Saints sect. People from the true demon sect assassinated more than 30,000 outer disciples. As a saint, he had no reason to be soft on the people of the true demon sect. After dealing with these true demon sect disciples, Gao Yan and Xiao Yanran headed down to a city where true demon sect disciples were haunted. This time, the two teamed up to arrest 43 people, the highest one being Jingdan Jiuzhong. Gao Yan gained a lot by reading his memory through the soul seed. In the sky, Gao Yan and Xiao Yanran flew side by side with two high-grade spiritual weapons, flying swords. Senior sister, why do you think the true demon sect attacked our outer disciples? Since Gao Yan couldn't figure it out, he simply communicated with Xiao Yanran. He used soul seeds to read the memories of these true demon sects, but still couldn't find the answer. Xiao Yanran replied, "Junior brother, the reason is very simple. The true demon sect is good at using resentful souls to refine magic weapons. Before they were destroyed by us, they could even attack ordinary mortals. I guess they attacked the outer disciples because they knew we don't pay enough attention to the outer disciples, so we can harvest more resentful souls. It's that simple." Gao Yan said subconsciously. "You are making things complicated." Xiao Yanran patiently explained, "To put it bluntly, the true demon sect is a lost dog. It simply does not have the strength to confront our 9 saints sect head-on. Training disciples requires a lot of resources. When the saint fled in a hurry, even if he had a certain amount of how many disciples can we cultivate with resources? Therefore, there are not many masters in the true demon sect, so they can only hide in the shadows and create some trouble for us. In this case, if they jump out at this time, aren't they looking for death?" Gao Yan said. "Perhaps he was coerced by a certain force." Xiao Yanran's eyes turned cold. At first, the other party was chased by the ancestors. Logically speaking, he could not escape, but in the end he escaped. It was obviously people from the other 8 sects who helped him. After so many years, the fact that he has not been exposed means that the sect has been helping him cover up, but the other party must have a purpose in saving him, so I suspect that these remnants of the true demon sect were secretly instigated by that sect. Gao Yan gave Xiao Yanran a thumbs up. This analysis was very beautiful. The sect mentioned by senior sister refers to the Xianming sect, right? Gao Yan said. Yes, Xianming sect is indeed the most suspicious. Xiao Yanran nodded. Suddenly, Gao Yan thought that he had left a soul seed in Yulinner's soul. So he immediately used the soul seed to tune into Yulinner's memory. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Yulinner was still practicing hard in seclusion, and she had even reached the first level of divine transformation. Several days have passed. Gao Yan and Xiao Yanran worked together to arrest and deal with more than 500 remnants of the true demon sect. But they are all at the golden elixir and foundation establishment levels. Fortunately, Gao Yan got the whereabouts of a nascent soul monk from the memory of the 9th level Jindan of the true demon sect captured today. Then Gao Yan rushed over directly with Xiao Yanran. The other party does not live in the city, but is dormant in the mountains and old forests. Arrive. The two suppressed their sword light and landed in front of a valley shrouded in poisonous miasma. A casual wave. A godlike puppet appears. There was a formation in the valley, but it could not stop the god incarnation puppet and was violently destroyed by him. The nascent soul cultivator from the true demon sect wanted to escape, but was slapped down by the god transformation puppet. After a while, the god transformation puppet carried him to him. Gao Yan did not interrogate him, but directly planted the soul into the other person's soul to read his memory. This guy's name is Xiang Tianyue, and he is one of the small leaders of the remnants of the true demon sect. There is also a big leader at the god level above him. Unfortunately, he couldn't take the initiative to contact the big boss. The big boss gave him orders in one direction. However, he knew the scope of activities of the other 3 little leaders. After obtaining the information he wanted, Gao Yan had no need to keep him and killed him directly. Take Xiao Yanran in another direction. Junior brother, you seem to have a unique way of getting news? Xiao Yanran asked tentatively. She followed Gao Yan for a few days and discovered that after Gao Yan captured the remnants of the true demon sect alive, he did not see him interrogate him. But he was able to successfully find where the other remnants were hiding. Yes, I have a magical power that can read other people's memories, Gao Yan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yanran suddenly became wary. Seeing this, Gao Yan hurriedly said, "Sister, don't worry. Not to mention that I won't use this magical power on you, but my magical power also has limitations. My magical power can only read people under the transformed spirit. You are the transformed spirit. Divine cultivator, my magical powers are ineffective on you." Real? Xiao Yanran is still a little suspicious. Everyone has secrets in their hearts that they don't want others to know, and she is no exception. If what you think in your heart can be seen through, what's the difference from not wearing any clothes? Of course it's true, Gao Yan said very sincerely. If I step into the cave in the future with my cultivation, I can check the memories of the cultivators who transform themselves into gods. The next 10 days, Gao Yan and Xiao Yanran teamed up to hunt down thousands more remnants of the true demon sect, including 4 nascent soul cultivators. This is also suggested indirectly. There are not many masters in the true demon sect. Xianming sect, the secret realm of Yojia. Yu Xianzi looked at the black-clothed man kneeling below and asked, coldly, "Haven't you found the trace of that beast yet?" "Master, we have the traces of the other 6 saints of the 9 saints sect. But we haven't found the whereabouts of Gao Yan. Please give us some more time," the black-clothed man asked. Although Gao Yan and Xiao Yanran have captured many remnants of the true demon sect in the past half-month, with their cultivation, as long as they don't want to be discovered, others can't find them at all. They can capture people quietly. In addition, they are disguised, so it is normal that the people of the Yu family can't find their traces for a while. Besides, with Gao Yan's soul sensitivity, if someone is secretly following him with malicious intentions, he will be discovered in an instant. I'll give you another 7 days. If you can't find him, go to the punishment hall to receive punishment yourself, Yu Xianzi said coldly. Hearing this, the black-clothed man shuddered and quickly said that he would find Gao Yan's trace within 7 days. On the other side, Gao Yan brought Xiao Yanran to a restaurant. In the past half-month, they have been running around to capture and kill the remnants of the true demon sect, which seems quite boring. So, Gao Yan plans to take a break from his busy schedule. The restaurant he chose is the most luxurious one in this very city. He asked for a private room. After ordering the best wine and food, the two began to eat and drink, and deepen their feelings by the way. After all, they will get married in a while. At the same time, the 9 great commanders of the true demon sect gathered together to discuss countermeasures. During this period, the saints and saints of the 9 saint sect led the team to eliminate many of them. Especially in the area where Gao Yan was, almost all the people under a certain great commander were killed. If this continues, sooner or later all our men will be killed by the 9 saint sect. Yes, the saints and saints of the 9 saint sect are so abominable, I have to find a way to assassinate a few of them. How can the Holy Son and Holy Maiden be so easy to assassinate? There may be powerful protectors secretly following us. If we assassinate them, what's the difference between this and throwing ourselves into a trap? Then what should we do? Do we just watch them continue to slaughter our people? After some discussion, none of the 9 commanders could come up with how to deal with it. Why don't you ask the Rakshasa elders for instructions and withdraw? Everyone. A commander suggested. No. The commander who suffered the heaviest losses shook his head. I have asked Elder Rakshasa for instructions, but she does not agree. Upon hearing this, the faces of the other 8 commanders became extremely ugly. As members of the true demon sect, they cannot see the light, so they can only hide like mice in these years. It was hard for them to develop those people under them. Now they have suffered heavy losses. How can they not feel distressed? On the other side, there is a small secret area. An old man with white beard and hair sat cross-legged under an old tree that was about to die. This old man is the ancestor of the holy realm Mo Yuan of the true demon sect, who escaped back then. Suddenly, a burst of space fluctuations occurred, and a man and a woman appeared in the small world. See the ancestor. The 2 of them knelt on one knee and saluted Patriarch Mo Yuan. How are things arranged? Ancestor Mo Yuan asked calmly. The female cultivator responded, reporting to our ancestors, under our arrangement, the true successor has returned to the 9 Saints sect with the demon flag. Well done. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of Patriarch Mo Yuan. It's time to settle the hatred of annihilating this sect. Ancestor, why don't you think about it again? The male cultivator advised. Both of them knew the ancestor's plan, but to be honest, they were not optimistic about the ancestor's plan. After all, the 9 Saints sect had 9 saints. No. Ancestor Mo Yuan waved his hand. Now I only have more than 1,000 years left to live. If I don't do this, do you think the Vajra sect will let you go? Upon hearing this, anger and rage flashed across the faces of the man and woman. The female cultivator said even more excitedly, Ancestor, are the people from the Vajra sect coming to persecute you again? We are not afraid of death. The worst we can do is fight them. Although there is persecution from the King Kong sect, I also want to take revenge. Ancestor Mo Yuan turned his head and looked in a certain direction. He was indeed rescued when he was on the run. Others suspected that it was the Xianming sect who saved him, but in fact it was the King Kong sect. Although he has worked hard these years, but he could only hide in the dark, unable to obtain more training resources. Therefore, even if he tried hard, he could only cultivate 2 combined cultivators, namely, the male and female heavenly ghost and Rakshasa, in front of him. Later, their cultivation level could not be improved. He continued to train new people, but due to lack of resources, he only trained 9 gods, and the one with the highest cultivation level was the 5th level god. In the beginning, the Vajra sect didn't save him out of good intentions, but to use him to deal with the 9 Saints sect. This time, the Vajra sect knew that his life was short, so they urged him to attack the 9 Saints sect. If he doesn't agree, the fate of the 2 Hadao figures he finally cultivated will be hard to predict. The Rakshasa and the heavenly ghost wanted to talk more, but they were interrupted by Patriarch Mo Yuan, who raised his hand. He took out 2 jade pendants and handed them to them, and said, I have injected the power of the Great Avenue into these 2 jade pendants. You should not participate in the next thing. Leave Dong Dong Huang, no matter whether you go to Zhongzhou or the other 3 regions, don't interrupt the inheritance of our true demon sect. Ancestor, we are not leaving, we want to fight side by side with you. Tian Gui said in a choked voice. Yes, Ancestor, the worst case scenario is that we will die together with you. Rakshasa also shed tears. Confused. Ancestor Mo Yuan's face turned gloomy. If you die, the true demon sect will really be gone. Only with you here, can our true demon sect have a chance to regain its glory. Ancestor. Let's go. If you don't leave, you might not have a chance. Patriarch Mo Yuan urged. Ancestor, take care. Rakshasa and Tiangui kowtowed 9 times to Patriarch Mo Yuan before they stood up and left. Seeing their figures disappear into the small world, a smile appeared on the corner of Mo Yuan's lips. Just then, the figure flashed past, and a tall and extremely strong old man appeared. Here. Ancestor Mo Yuan looked at the other party calmly. The heavenly demon flag has been sent to the True Inheritance Academy of the Nine Saints sect. I will leave after they leave safely. Haha, Senior Mo Yuan has misunderstood. This junior is not here to rush you. The sturdy old man said with a smile. Okay, put away your hypocrisy. Ancestor Mo Yuan's eyes flashed with disdain. I just want to tell you that your plan may not succeed. He knew that the Diamond sect wanted to provoke a war between the Xianming sect and the Nine Saints sect. After all, until now, the Nine Saints sect thought that the Xianming sect had taken him in. As long as he caused enough losses to the Nine Saints sect, the Furious Nine Saints sect would not easily let go of the Xianming sect even if there was no evidence. It doesn't matter. The old man from the Vajra sect waved his hands indifferently and said meaningfully, it doesn't matter if you can achieve the best, or if you don't. After all, my senior's lifespan is running out. Hearing this, Patriarch Mo Yuan's eyes flashed with coldness, but he immediately returned to calm. If it wasn't for the inheritance of the true demon sect, why would he be so aggrieved? The next few days, Gao Yan and Xiao Yanran captured and killed some more remnants of the true demon sect. Unfortunately, they have already noticed it, and most of them have been transferred, so they are just small shrimps. Senior sister, there is nothing to be gained by continuing, let's go back to the sect. Gao Yan said. That's fine. Xiao Yanran nodded, and then the two of them flew towards the Nine Saints sect with their flying swords. Now, a man and a woman were dormant in a void mezzanine not far from the Nine Saints sect. It is Tiangui and Rakshasa, the two masters of the true demon sect. They did not obey Mo Yuan's order to leave Donghuang, but quietly lurked near the Nine Saints sect, waiting for an opportunity. Although they were hiding in the void mezzanine, they could see the situation outside. A few hours later, they saw a couple of men and women in the Foundation establishment stage, wearing the uniforms of the inner disciples of the Nine Saints sect dozens of miles away, talking and laughing, flying in their direction with flying swords. Naturally, they would not take these two little ants in the Foundation building stage seriously. No, senior brother, look, that woman must have hidden her cultivation. She must be a cultivator of spiritual transformation. Rakshasa suddenly whispered. Tiangui looked at Xiao Yanran intently, and then nodded. Yes, this woman has indeed reached the stage of becoming a god. Otherwise, we capture her. Rakshasa suggested. Don't worry, this woman's identity is not simple. Let's first check to see if there is anyone else around. After some investigation, there were no masters hiding around. The two senior fellow apprentices decided to sneak attack on these two people. With their Hadal-level cultivation, it would be difficult for them to sneak attack on a transformed god. As for Gao Yan, they had automatically ignored him. In their eyes, cultivators are no different from ants. Just when Tiangui and Rakshasa confidently planned to capture Gao Yan and Xiao Yan ran, they did not know that Gao Yan had already discovered their existence. Good guy, there are actually 2 Hadao masters lurking near the sect. But when the cultivation levels of the 2 were detected, Gao Yan was also shocked. At the same time, he was also thinking about whether to capture these 2 people. After all, although these 2 people are in the same Tao, they are only at the first level of the Tao. Having already reached the 9th level of Dongshu, and possessing so many magical powers, it was relatively easy to take down the 2 of them when they were caught off guard. But in that case, his own methods will inevitably be exposed. In fact, the best way is to notify the sect masters to deal with these 2. But if there is such a delay, these 2 people will probably escape. Hesitant slightly, Gao Yan decided to take the risk anyway. Xiao Yanran would marry him soon, so he could try to believe her once. It flew forward for some distance. Rakshasa took action. 2 wisps of black smoke suddenly appeared next to Gao Yan and Xiao Yanran, and instantly sank into their bodies, sealing them. Then the void opened and they were pulled into it. The sudden change shocked Xiao Yanran, but she soon discovered that the power that sealed her was very strong, and she could not shake it with her cultivation level. For a moment, my heart felt like I had hit rock bottom, and my expression was inevitably a little more panicked. Gao Yan also looked panicked, but he was extremely calm inside. Soon, the 2 of them were sucked into an independent void mezzanine, where 2 men and women in black robes were staring at them coldly. What is your status in the 9 Saints sect? Recruit you truthfully, so as not to suffer less. Rakshasa stared at Xiao Yanran with a cold voice. As for Gao Yan, an ant in the foundation building stage, she didn't even bother to take a second look. Who are you? The seal was slightly loosened, and Xiao Yanran regained her ability to speak. You don't need to know who we are. If your answer satisfies us, you may die happily. Otherwise, you will have to try my torture methods. Can you tell me more about it? A sudden sound sounded. Then Rakshasa looked at Gao Yan in surprise. She remembered that she had completely sealed this guy, so how could he speak? But at this moment, something even more horrifying happened to her. A powerful energy appeared in her body out of thin air, and in an instant, her cultivation soul and avenue were sealed. No, we were plotted. Tiangui shouted angrily, because he was also sealed. 2 sticks, even though they are only at the first level of Hadao, they dare to come to our 9 Saints sect and act wild. Gao Yan said with a sneer. The great sealing technique was very powerful, and he easily sealed the 2 Hadao first levels. It's you. It's actually you. The 2 of them suddenly realized that they had been plotted by the boy in front of them. You're so stupid to only react now. Gao Yan struck, and at the same time, he split 2 soul seeds and submerged them into their souls to read their memories. Xiao Yanran, who was standing next to Gao Yan, was full of shock and disbelief, because Gao Yan actually controlled 2 Hadao masters without knowing it. Who is your excellency? Rakshasa stared at Gao Yan with malicious eyes and asked. What, you want to delay? Gao Yan looked at the 2 of them with disdain and strengthened 2 more sealing techniques on their bodies. At the same time, he also began to read the 2 memories transmitted by the soul seed. Just read their memories. Gao Yan's expression suddenly changed. Because the true demon sect sent a time bomb to the true instruction. Academy. Once the time bomb explodes, it is estimated that the true instruction disciples in the True Instruction Academy will suffer heavy casualties. Thinking of this, Gao Yan no longer had the intention to tease these two people, and sent them into my world to temporarily imprison them with a wave of his hand. Senior sister, please keep this matter a secret for me. Gao Yan grabbed Xiao Yanran's hand, input spiritual power, and broke the seal in the other person's body. Soon, the seal was broken and Xiao Yanran was free again. Don't worry, junior brother, I will keep it a secret for you. Xiao Yanran nodded lightly, but her heart was not at peace at the moment. Junior brother Gao was more mysterious and powerful than she imagined. He could easily capture Tu Hadao before he was 100 years old. Even if his strength does not reach Hadao, it is probably not much different. So, what will his future be like? Then thank you, senior sister. Gao Yan smiled at Xiao Yanran and threw an inside eye. Very good, the friendship level reached 92 points. It seems that all women are strong-willed. He just showed some tricks and Xiao Yanran's affection for him increased greatly. Junior brother, you don't have to be polite. After all, we will become a family soon. Xiao Yanran said shyly. That's right. Gao Yan nodded, then let's go back to the sect first. After returning to the Nine Saints sect, Gao Yan first sent Xiao Yanran back to the Xiao family. He returned to Xingzi Peak. Then he quietly left St. Child Peak and came to Zhenchuan Academy. The time bomb he detected from the memory of Tiangue Rakshasa was brought back by a true disciple named Zhou Yun. They created a false adventure for Zhou Yun, allowing him to obtain a holy weapon. That holy weapon is called Tianma Banner, and it is the holy weapon of the holy realm of the true demon sect. There are tens of thousands of soul demons refined by Patriarch Mo Yuan in the heavenly demon flag. These soul demons like to devour other people's souls and can escape into the void, making them very difficult to deal with. Sometime in the future, Ancestor Mo Yuan will break into the Nine Saints sect. When the top leaders of the Nine Saints sect are attracted by Ancestor Mo Yuan, the soul demons in the heavenly demon flag will take the opportunity to attack all the true disciples of the Nine Saints sect. Although the cultivation level of the true disciples is not high, they will be the backbone of the Nine Saints sect in the future. If they are all killed by the soul demon, the Nine Saints sect will inevitably suffer serious damage. Gao Yan used the Great Void technique to sneak into Zhou Yun's mansion. Using his inside eye again, he found that the other party was refining the demon flag in a certain room. Putting aside the fact that the heavenly demon flag was the holy weapon of Ancestor Mo Yuan, even if it wasn't, with Zhou Yun's second-level nascent soul cultivation level, it was impossible to refine the best holy weapon. Fortunately, Gao Yan had obtained the memories of the heavenly ghost and Rakshasa. Otherwise, if Patriarch Mo Yuan came to the Nine Saints sect and activated the heavenly demon flag, Zhou Yun would probably be the first to be unlucky. Gao Yan easily knocked Zhou Yun unconscious and took away the demon flag. Put away the demon flag. Gao Yan decisively headed towards Qianghua secret realm. Holding the token, Gao Yan entered easily, and then he went straight to the mountain peak where the ancestor Shang Yun was. Same as last time. A crane took him up the mountain. Why are you here again, to make a deal with me again? Ancestor Shang Yun joked with a smile. Ancestor, do you see? Gao Yan took out the demon flag. This is the demonic flag, the holy weapon of Ancestor Mo Yuan. Ancestor. Shang Yun's face changed. Where did you get it from? Gao Yan said, "Ancestor, it's like this. I learned about Ancestor Mo Yuan's plan against us from a remnant of the true demon sect. The other party used a true disciple to bring the heavenly demon flag back to the true transmission academy." After completely telling Ancestor Mo Yuan's plan, Ancestor Sheng Yun's expression changed slightly. If Ancestor Mo Yuan attracts the attention of these old guys, the other party's plan might actually succeed. The plan of Patriarch Mo Yuan has been exposed. Then, Gao Yan doesn't need to worry about the next thing, because the 9 founding ancestors will deal with the other party. So, after leaving Patriarch Sheng Yun, he went to report to the sect master Shangwan Shang, and then returned to his Xingzi peak. "Your Highness, the kitchen has recently innovated a few dishes. Would you like to try them?" Qin Xiangxue suggested. "You go and arrange it." It always feels a bit lacking to eat alone, so Gao Yan asked Qin Xiangxue to eat and drink with him. As for the Yi sisters, they are all working hard to practice. Mainly, Gao Yan used the 10 times of comprehension in the dual cultivation space to help them comprehend the subsequent exercises. They practiced smoothly, and their enthusiasm for practice was also relatively high. After a meal, Gao Yan was still quite satisfied. The 2 chefs were attentive and their cooking skills improved again, so Gao Yan ordered to give the 2 chefs a certain reward. In the next few days, several other saints returned one after another. Then on the second day, Gao Yan felt a strong shock in the void. At the same time, 10 soul-shaking auras broke out outside the 9 saints sect. Obviously, it was Patriarch Mo Yuan who came to kill him. Unfortunately, the 9 founding ancestors had been on guard and were intercepted before the other party could sneak into the 9 saints sect. In the end, under the joint efforts of the 9 founding ancestors, Patriarch Mo Yuan was killed on the spot. 3 days after this incident, Patriarch Sheng Yun ordered someone to send him 2 things. One was a storage ring, which contained top-grade spirit stones worth 10 trillion lower-grade spirit stones, which made his income value reach more than 34 trillion, and the total number of spirit stones reached more than 575 trillion. The other thing was the heavenly demon flag he gave to Patriarch Sheng Yun. The mark on the heavenly demon flag had been erased. However, the tens of thousands of soul demons inside were not erased. If this holy weapon is used well, it is a powerful weapon. After trying to refine it, Gao Yan found that the spirit of the heavenly demon flag was quite ferocious and ugly, so Gao Yan didn't like it very much. And the other party wanted to attack him as soon as they met. Gao Yan naturally wouldn't indulge the other party. He first used the great sealing technique to seal it, then used the great destruction technique to destroy it, and then used the great devouring technique to devour it. The spirit of the weapon was broken, and the grade of the heavenly demon flag dropped directly to the upper grade holy weapon. Gao Yan didn't care about this. Anyway, he didn't lack holy weapons. Without the spirit of the weapon, it would be easier for him to refine the heavenly demon flag. After he refined the heavenly demon flag, his wedding date was coming. This wedding was held in a grand manner. There were thousands of tables for the buffet alone. In addition, not only 3 sect masters were present in person, but even the 5 ancestors were present to congratulate. Although the 9 founding ancestors did not attend in person, they also sent gifts. Although Xiahou Meng was also present, but his face was a little cold. Fortunately, Gao Yan had comforted her in advance, so she didn't make trouble. That night, In the Holy Sun Hall, in the bedroom. After Gao Yan lifted the red veil, a beautiful face with thousands of charming cheeks appeared in his sight. Xiao Yanran was born very beautiful, and now, after being specially dressed up, she was even more beautiful. "Madam, you are so beautiful." "Husband," Xiao Yanran whispered. Gao Yan sat down beside her and pulled her into his arms. Feeling Xiao Yanran's nervousness, he did not make any extra movements, but said touching love words to soothe her mood. Gradually, Xiao Yanran also relaxed, and Gao Yan also started to take further actions, leaning forward and kissing her. Although Xiao Yanran was a newcomer in the canyon, but she had good conditions. Under Gao Yan's guidance, she made rapid progress. Although she could not compete with Gao Yan, at least she would not be defeated. Gao Yan was quite pleased with this. After all, the higher the cultivation level, the harder it is to find an opponent. It was too difficult to let go and fight a hardy battle. A night of dancing with fish and dragons. The next morning, Gao Yan went to have breakfast with Xiao Yanran. After breakfast, Gao Yan took Xiao Yanran to visit the Holy Sun Hall. Now, Xiao Yanran's favorability has reached 99 points. So, in the next few days, Gao Yan cultivated his relationship with Xiao Yanran. On the 7th day, the favorability was finally raised to 100 points. On the 10th day, Xiao Yanran reminded, "Husband, are we not doing our job properly? Otherwise, let's exchange cultivation experience with each other." "Madam, do you know what kind of skills I got in the Emperor's tomb?" Gao Yan asked with a smile. "Emperor's scripture?" "Yes, we are husband and wife. I will teach you the Emperor's scripture now, and help you comprehend it." Xiao Yanran was deeply moved when she heard that Gao Yan was going to teach her the Emperor's scripture. "My husband, the Emperor's scripture cannot be passed on lightly, or let it go. You don't have to worry about anything, you are my wife, I teach you the Emperor's scripture, and no one will say anything," Gao Yan said seriously. Then Gao Yan taught the Emperor's scripture to Xiao Yanran, and used the great dual cultivation technique to improve her understanding and help her comprehend the Emperor's scripture. With 10 times the understanding, Xiao Yanran quickly comprehended the Emperor's scripture, and then began to retreat. As soon as Xiao Yanran retreated, the good life that had just been happy for a while was gone forever. Then he secretly came to Xiao Homeng. First, they spent a few days together, and then he taught her the Emperor scripture and used the great dual cultivation technique to help her comprehend the technique. Then, Xiao Homeng also went into seclusion. In my world. Looking at Tiangui and Luosha, Gao Yan was thinking about how to deal with them. After all, the soul-controlling supernatural power is an acquired supernatural power. It is okay to control ordinary cultivators, but it is impossible to completely control 2 Hadao cultivators. As for the great puppet technique, although it can change them into puppets, the supernatural power is time-limited. After a period of time, it will return to normal. Suddenly, Gao Yan thought of something. With a wave of his hand, the storage rings of the 2 fell into his hands. Easily broke the mark on it. Then Gao Yan looked at the 2 in surprise. "You are masters of Hadao, why are you so poor?" Because all the things in the storage rings of these 2 people added up to less than 10 billion, and this is the calculation of the 2 spiritual treasures added up. Hearing this, the 2 people flashed with shame and anger in their eyes. Luosha said indignantly, "Why do you have to humiliate us like this? You are not unaware of the situation of our true demon sect." "That's right, I forgot that you two are just stray dogs. Gao Yan nodded. The true demon sect has no territory, which means no income. It is normal to be poor. Little thief, kill us if you want to, why humiliate us like this? Luosha couldn't accept the 4 words stray dogs. Don't worry, I'm thinking about it. Gao Yan chuckled and said, to be honest, it's really hard for me to deal with you. If I keep you, it's hard to control you. It's a pity to kill you. After all, you are too hadao. After thinking for a while, Gao Yan said, forget it, let's kill you. He is now in the 9th level of Dongshu. Even if he doesn't have an upgrade card, he can still be promoted to hadao in a few years, because he has a dao seed in his body, which saves him a lot of time. As long as he reaches the peak of the 9th level of Dongshu, he can break through hadao. If you are lucky in the future, you may be able to draw a factory upgrade card and upgrade the Shoshan puppet factory to the next level, so that you can make hadao puppets. With the lucky badge, the hadao puppets you make will be at least hadao level 6 or above, so 2 hadao level 1 puppets are really worthless. Just when Gao Yan was about to kill the heavenly ghost and Rakshasa shouted the word, wait a minute. You two were so tough talking just now, are you planning to beg for mercy now? Gao Yan looked at them with a half smile. Junior sister, it's nothing more than death, why bother begging this little thief? Tiangui raised his head and stared at Gao Yan angrily. I'll make it happen for you. As he spoke, Gao Yan cast the Great Destruction technique, and in an instant, a powerful force of destruction swept the heavenly ghost into it, strangling his body, soul, and even the avenue to pieces. Later, Gao Yan used his devouring magical power to completely devour it and expand the devouring Dao fruit. Don't want. Rakshasa shouted in horror. When she saw the heavenly ghost being strangled, she was so frightened that she fell to the ground. A cultivator who had been sealed in cultivation performed little better than ordinary people when facing death. Go. It's your turn. Gao Yan's eyes fell on Rakshasa. These 2 people are not good people, especially the true demon sect needs a lot of resentful souls in order to refine magic weapons. Therefore, whether they are heavenly ghosts or Rakshasa, there are not only 10,000 but also 8,000 cultivators who die in their hands. Don't kill me, I am willing to surrender. Rakshasa got up and kowtowed to Gao Yan to beg for mercy, but deep in her eyes there was a resentment that was difficult to get rid of. She convinced herself in her heart that she was kowtowing to beg for mercy, not because she was afraid of life, but because she didn't want the inheritance of the true demon sect to be cut off. After throwing out an inside eye and seeing the friendliness, Gao Yan smiled. Immediately, he cast a great destruction spell and strangled Rakshasa to pieces. The friendship level was -54. How could Gao Yan let her go? Besides, the other party caused so many killings, so he deserved to die at his hands. After getting rid of these 2 remnants of the true demon sect, Gao Yan walked out of my world, and then threw out 2 Dongshu puppets and asked them to kill the group of god transformation cultivators from the true demon sect. From the memories of Tiangui and Rakshasa, Gao Yan learned their hiding place. Months passed in a blink of an eye. With the help of the cultivation badge, Gao Yan's cultivation level is getting closer and closer to the peak of the 9th level of Dongshu. Because Xia Homing and Xiao Yanran were both in seclusion, he would occasionally secretly go to the fairy city in Zhongzhou for a few days. Just when he thought the good days would continue, Qin Xiangxue brought a message. Your Highness, are you going to participate in this genius competition? Qin Xianxue asked. Don't go. Gao Yan decisively refused. Not to mention that his life was so smooth now. Why would he participate in the Lashizi talent competition? However, the 5 holy places in Zhongzhou united with the imperial clan and the 12 first-class sects to hold the Tianjiao competition, and there were no restrictions on the participants, anyone could participate. Moreover, this Tianjiao competition is divided into nascent soul Tianjiao competition, transformation god Tianjiao competition, and Dongshu Tianjiao competition. The registration rules are that nascent soul cultivators cannot be over 1,000 years old, transformation god cultivators cannot be over 2,000 years old, and Dongshu cultivators cannot be over 5,000 years old age. And it is said that the prizes are quite generous. For a time, the cultivators in the 5 realms who were less than 5,000 years old became restless. Why, Your Highness? Qin Xianxue looked at Gao Yan with some confusion. If she got a better ranking in this genius competition, she could not only gain fame but also make a profit. She really couldn't figure out why her saint was not interested. There's no reason, I just don't want to participate. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan narrowed his eyes. In the next few days, everyone in the sect was discussing this matter. Then, the sect leader Shang Wanshang sent someone to ask Gao Yan to go to the Sacred Heart Palace. Suddenly, Gao Yan had a bad premonition. Could it be that the sect wanted him to compete? When Gao Yan arrived at the Sacred Heart Temple, he found that he was the last to arrive. Fortunately, Shang Wanshang has not arrived yet. After saying hello to the others, he closed his eyes and rested, but in fact, he was communicating with Xia Homing through voice transmission. Soon, Shang Wanshang arrived with 2 deputy sect leaders. He didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. You must already know about the Tianjiao competition that has been a hot topic recently, right? Everyone responded yes. Shang Wanshang continued, the 9 ancestors attach great importance to this matter. Anyone who meets the conditions is best to participate. Sect Master, why is this? Gao Yan couldn't help but ask. Shang Wanshang said in a deep voice, this matter involves a secret. We cannot disclose it to anyone outside the Sacred Heart Palace. Everyone nodded quickly. Because this Tianjiao competition involves the Great Emperor Academy. Before anyone could ask what the Great Emperor Academy meant, Shang Wanshang continued, you also know that the Great Emperor has disappeared for 100,000 years, but some time ago, the Great Emperor reappeared and asked the 5 holy places and the imperial clan to jointly build the Great Emperor's Academy. When the Great Emperor's Academy opens, the Great Emperor will come to the Academy to give lectures in person. After hearing this, except Gao Yan, Xia Hojian and others became excited. Xia Hojian couldn't help but ask, Sect Master, are the students of the Great Emperor Academy selected from those who performed outstandingly in this Tianjiao competition? Shang Wanshang shook his head, we didn't get a clear answer, but this Tianjiao competition will have the Emperor watching the competition. Maybe he will perform well and enter the Emperor's Academy even if he doesn't get a good ranking. However, if my prediction is good, the 5 Holy Lands and the Imperial clan in Zhongzhou have directed mission to the Great Emperor Academy. Sect Master, is it okay not to participate? Gao Yan asked. If anyone else had asked this, Shang Wanshang would have been furious, but Gao Yan, he would have been more tolerant, but his face was more serious. Gao Yan, you must participate, this is what the ancestors asked. After hearing Shangguan Shang say this, Gao Yan knew he couldn't escape. Moreover, his cultivation level could no longer be concealed. His cultivation level could only be seen through by the Hadao realm, but the Saint realm could definitely see through it. Fuck, this is forcing me to show off, I can't even play it badly. Okay, go back and prepare well. Shangguan Shang waved his hand and said, there are still 8 months before the Tianjiao competition starts. If you can improve your cultivation level, try to improve it as much as possible. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Junior brother Gao, congratulations, I didn't expect the ancestors to value you so much. Zhang Tianfan said with envy. Call me senior brother. Gao Yan released a breath of air to press Zhang Tianfan. This guy should have gained a lot of benefits in the emperor's tomb. In just over a year, his cultivation level has reached the 8th level of the nascent soul. Under the pressure of Gao Yan's momentum, Zhang Tianfan staggered back 2 steps, then glared at Gao Yan. Gao Yan, don't go too far. Huh. Gao Yan looked at him with contempt, and turned into a stream of light and disappeared outside the Sacred Heart Hall. A Yuanying dares to call Huashan junior brother, what a fool. Xiao Meng also said disdainfully, and then floated away. Junior brother Zhang, practice well. Xiao Jian patted Zhang Tianfan's shoulder and left. After returning to the Holy Sun Hall, Gao Yan found that Xiao Yanran had come out of retreat. Madam, I miss you so much. Gao Yan rushed up and hugged Xiao Yanran's soft body. Husband, someone is watching. Xiao Yanran said shyly. It's okay, we are husband and wife, so what's wrong with being intimate? Gao Yan said disapprovingly. Okay, husband, let's talk about business first. Xiao Yanran's expression became serious. But Gao Yan picked her up by the waist and strode towards the bedroom. It's okay, let's talk about business while we are communicating. Warm tips, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom. To inform us, we will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Afterwards, Xiao Yanran's hair was stained with sweat, and there was still lingering on her cheeks. Her body was pressed against Gao Yan's body. Looking at the man in front of her, a trace of obsession flashed in her eyes. At the same time, he was also a little embarrassed. This guy said that he was talking about business while communicating. But in the past 2 hours or so, how could I still remember the real thing? After she straightened her mind, she asked, Husband, the sect master summoned you, but for the Tianjiao competition? Gao Yan nodded. I didn't want to participate originally, but all 9 ancestors gave death orders, so I had to participate. Xiao Yanran has been married to Gao Yan for a while, and she knows a little about her husband. Apart from his special liking for spiritual stones, he doesn't care much about fame and power. So, she chuckled and said, the ancestors asked you to participate, which shows that the ancestors value you. Hey, madam. Gao Yan sighed softly, and then released a breath. Feel my breath. Don't you 9th level? Xiao Yanran exclaimed, Husband, have you reached the 9th level of Dongshu? Don't you already feel it? Gao Yan smiled bitterly. As the saying goes, a tree that is beautiful in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. I can only cultivate my cultivation according to the Hadao. If the Holy Realm specially probes my cultivation, it can still see through my true cultivation. I am really too good. I have reach the 9th level of Dongshu before I am 100 years old, and I only come from the 9 Saints sect. If the Holy Land of Zhongzhou, a first-class sect, becomes jealous and wants to harm me, do you think the sect can protect it? Me? Ah, what should we do? Xiao Yanran looked worried. How about I go and beg my ancestor to help him plead with the ancestors of the 9 great founding sects? It's useless. Gao Yan stroked Xiao Yanran's smooth and delicate back skin. The Tianjiao conference is actually to select students for the Emperor's Academy. The Emperor will also appear in person to give lectures. This temptation is too great, and the 9 ancestors cannot give up. But what should those people do if they are harmful to you? Xiao Yanran was still worried. What else can I do? I can only try to be as high profile as possible to attract the Emperor's attention. Gao Yan said disapprovingly, I didn't want to show off at first, but in order to protect myself in this genius conference, I can only show off. Yes, under the irresistible situation, Gao Yan has already figured out a countermeasure, which is to be as high profile as possible. Husband, what are you going to do? Xiao Yanran asked. Become the number 1 genius in the East Wasteland first. Gao Yan said unhurriedly. The next day, Xiao Hojian frowned and looked at the letter of challenge in his hand, a little confused. Why did Gao Yan challenge him? But then, anger arose in his heart. The opponent said to his subordinate, go and reply to him, I accept his challenge. Subsequently, a news spread within the 9 Saints sect. The Holy Son Gao Yan will challenge the Holy Son Xiao Hojian in 3 days. Xiao Hojian also gained a lot of benefits in the Emperor's tomb. Therefore, his cultivation at this moment has reached the 4th level of God transformation. And Gao Yan's cultivation of the 3rd level of divine transformation was quite amazing. But most people are still more optimistic about Xiao Hojian. After all, his title as the first Holy Son has lasted long enough, and he has left too deep an impression on everyone. Although Gao Yan was amazing, his only achievement was to capture alive the former saint of Xianming sect, Yu Liner, but Yu Liner was only at the 9th level of nascent soul at the time. Qianghua Secret Realm, Sect Main Hall, Back Hall. Shangguan Shang was entertaining the 2 deputy sect leaders for tea. Sect Master, is it inappropriate for Gao Yan to challenge Xiao Hojian at this time? Said a deputy sect leader. Yes, the sect leader has just told everyone to prepare for war with peace of mind, but he wants to jump out and cause trouble. Another deputy sect leader also said. He's building momentum. Shangguan Shang guessed some of Gao Yan's thoughts. Building momentum? The 2 deputy sect masters were puzzled. Gao Yan has hidden his cultivation. He is not a god, but a cave. Shangguan Shang said quietly. If Patriarch Shang Yun hadn't revealed it, he wouldn't have believed that Gao Yan had reached the realm of cave. How is that possible? The expressions of the 2 deputy sect masters were similar. They were very suspicious of Gao Yan's arrival in Dongshu. I can't see through this kid's method of hiding his cultivation, but he can't escape the eyes of the 9 ancestors. Shangguan Shang said unhurriedly. Otherwise, why do you think the 9 ancestors would look at him differently? Hearing this, the 2 deputy sect leaders took a collective breath, and then looked at each other, both thinking that this kid was hiding too deeply. Just listen to Shangguan Shang continue. This kid Gao Yan has always kept a low profile. He originally didn't want to participate in the Tianjiao conference, but the 9 ancestors gave the order. Just imagine, he has reached Dongshu in less than 50 years of practice. How many people will be jealous and hateful if this news comes out? This is indeed true. Even when they heard the news, they couldn't help but feel a little jealous in their hearts. You must know that the two of them had practiced for more than 7,000 years before reaching their current state. But it only took Gao Yan less than 50 years to reach the same level as them. It would be a lie to say that he is not jealous. If that's the case, then why did the 9 ancestors push him out? A deputy sect master said in confusion, although the places in the Great Emperor's Academy are rare, with Gao Yan's talent, the possibility of becoming a saint even without the Great Emperor's guidance is still very high. As for the Great Emperor realm, although they admit that Gao Yan is a monster, becoming a Great Emperor requires more than just good talent. Because the ancestors got a message that the emperors want to cultivate one or several new emperors. Shangguan Shang said meaningfully, "It's a pity that I didn't catch up with the good times, otherwise, I couldn't help but participate in the Tianjiao competition." Cultivate a new emperor? The 2 deputy sect leaders looked thoughtful, but immediately said, "Sect master, those emperors are either from the 5 holy places or have their own imperial clans. Why don't they cultivate people from their own holy places or families, but cultivate outsiders instead?" "I don't know about this." Shangguan Shang shook his head, but it is certain that the emperors want to cultivate new emperors is not false news. I understand, the ancestors want Gao Yan to fight for the quota of the new emperor. A deputy sect leader said excitedly, as long as the 9 Saints sect does not produce an emperor, it will never be able to improve its status. But if the 9 Saints sect has one more emperor, it will immediately become the top sect, and then unifying the eastern wasteland will be a piece of cake. It is no wonder that even though the ancestors knew that it was dangerous to let Gao Yan attend the Tianjiao conference, they still let him attend. Shangguan Shang continued, "Gao Yan should also realize that he is too outstanding and will be envied, which will bring disaster, so I suspect that challenging Xiahou Jian is just the first battle. As expected, he will challenge several other sects in the East Wilderness and take the title of the first genius in the East Wilderness. In this way, if someone secretly attacks him again, it means that the geniuses in the other 4 regions are afraid of him, so those who want to assassinate him will become cautious." 3 days passed by in a flash. Outside the 9 Saints sect, not only a large number of disciples of the 9 Saints sect gathered, but also many casual cultivators and people from other sects came to watch the battle. This is the rumor that Gao Yan asked the immortal cultivation puppet to let out. If it weren't for the Tianjiao conference to start in just 8 months, he could have let his reputation slowly grow, but the time was too short, and he would only be able to hype it up himself. Do you think Xiahou Jian or Gao Yan is stronger? Needless to say, it must be Xiahou Jian. But I heard that Gao Yan performed very well in the Emperor's tomb, and he is more likely to have obtained the Emperor's scripture. So what, cultivation needs to be accumulated. Even if he has gained a lot of benefits in the Emperor's tomb, it has only been a year or 2. Therefore, I conclude that his background is definitely not as deep as Xiahou Jian. Yes, this fellow Taoist's analysis makes sense. Although Gao Yan is a monster, his cultivation has improved too quickly, which can easily cause his foundation to become unstable. A group of casual cultivators were discussing enthusiastically. Similarly, people from the other 8 sects were also discussing secretly. 100 Flower Sect Camp. Twin sister Shanyuan Xingyue asked in a low voice, "Sister, who do you like?" Shanyuan Mingyue thought for a while. If Gao Yan doesn't use his puppets, he will probably not be an opponent of Xiahou Jian. Once he uses his puppets, Xiahou Jian will definitely not be his opponent. He probably won't use them. After all, they are a challenge, not a life and death battle. If he uses puppets, even if he wins, he will still be defeated. Shanyuan Xingyue said thoughtfully. Time passes. About half an hour passed. A true elder from the Nine Saints sect appeared. This elder's name is Zhuangxiu, and he is a master of formations. I saw him driving several array discs into the void one after another, and after pinching out a few formation techniques, a large formation suddenly rose into the sky, covering an area. The destructive power of the God transformation war is still great, not to mention that there are many casual cultivators with low cultivation levels who come to watch the battle. If the formation is not arranged, most of these casual cultivators who come to watch the battle will die if they are affected. Therefore, eating melons in the world of immortality is also a very dangerous thing. After a while, the figure in the void flashed, and a handsome young man wearing a white robe appeared in the sky. He looked around, and then said loudly, "My dear, Gao Yan, thank you for coming to watch the battle. Today you will also witness the rise of the first genius of the East Baron." As soon as these words came out, the whole place was quiet for a few seconds. Then there was an uproar, because they all felt that Gao Yan was too arrogant. "Junior brother Gao, you are too crazy." At this time a figure flashed, and Xiahou Jian appeared in black robe. "Are you crazy or not? You will know after the battle. What are you waiting for, senior brother Xiahou? Let's join the battle." With one step, Gao Yan stepped into the formation. Xiahou Jian also entered the formation with a cold hum. The people outside the formation also widened their eyes. "Junior sister Xiao, you look so relaxed, you should have great confidence in your nephew," Elder Shen said with a smile. "That's natural." Xiao Lingyue nodded proudly. When she accepted Gao Yan as her apprentice, she did not expect that this apprentice would be so outstanding. "Congratulations to junior sister Xiao." "Thanks." Within the formation, Gao Yan and Xiahou Jian are in a confrontation. "Junior brother Gao, take action first. Then I won't be polite." Gao Yan smiled and took out the Kunwa sword. It was too overqualified to use the holy weapon to fight Xiahou sword, so let's use the Kunwa sword. I saw Gao Yan making a sword move. Kunwa sword turned into a stream of light and slashed towards Xiahou sword. A sword light also flashed behind Xiahou Jian, and the Kunwa sword was entangled in midair. Then, Xiahou Jian swayed, rushed in front of Gao Yan, raised his hand and shot out a golden light. But Gao Yan just waved his hand. It shattered the golden light, and the force directly hit Xiahou Jian's chest, knocking him away. Snort. Xiahou Jian, who was knocked away, had a gloomy look on his face, and his figure suddenly surged, turning into a golden giant, and he raised his giant arm and hit Gao Yan hard. This hit was so powerful that it actually caused the entire formation to shake. Upon seeing this, Elder Zhuangxiu immediately fired several formation tactics to stabilize the formation. But when Gao Yan faced this blow, he looked calm and raised his hand to punch. Bang! The golden giant was knocked away by his punch, and Kunwa sword's aura surged. At this moment, directly cutting Xiahou Jian's flying sword to the ground, and then with a flash of light, it hit Xiahou Jian's eyebrows. "Get away!" Xiahou Jian shouted violently and punched Kunwa Jian. He smashed the Kunwa sword away and then pounced on Gao Yan again. Brush! The figure flashed by, and Gao Yan appeared behind Xiahou Jian, stepping on his broad shoulders. Then he saw Xiahou Jian's huge body falling from the air. But his legs were deeply inserted into the ground. Senior brother Xiahou, you still won't admit defeat? Gao Yan said with a smile. Xiahou Jian struggled twice, and then said feebly, Junior brother Gao, I admit defeat. The moment Gao Yan stepped on his shoulder, the spiritual power and soul in his body felt like they were being pressed by a giant mountain range. Even if he still has some abilities to keep the bottom of the box, at this moment, he can no longer use them. Senior brother Xiahou accepts the concession. Gao Yan cupped his fists towards Xiahou Jian, flew out of the formation, and said to the other 8 sects, in 3 days, I will personally go to Xianming sect to challenge your strongest saint son or saint girl. I hope you are ready. Hearing this, the faces of the people watching the battle in Xianming sect all changed. After watching the fight between Gao Yan and Xiahou Jian, they did not have confidence in their own son and daughter's victory. After the battle, Gao Yan did not return to the Holy Sun Peak. Instead, he brought Xiao Yanran to Lingyue Peak. After a greeting, the 3 sat down in the pavilion. Xiao Yan, you should have hidden your strength today, right? Xiao Lingyue asked with a smile. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Gao Yan won too easily. It was just an adult beating a child, and Xiahou Jian had no power to resist. Yes, master, I did hide my strength. Gao Yan did not want to continue hiding it, because his true cultivation would be exposed soon. What realm have you reached? Master, shall I tell you in a while? Gao Yan hesitated. Why, are you worried that your master can't stand it? Okay then. Gao Yan released his true cultivation aura with some helplessness. After feeling this breath, Xiao Lingyue fell into a stagnation. After a long while, she smiled with relief, but this smile was a bit bitter. I didn't expect you to surpass me long ago. Masters naturally like excellent disciples. But if they are too excellent, it's hard to say. Hee, I'm lucky too. Gao Yan said modestly. Okay, you think I'm a master, you have a high level of cultivation, and I'm happy for you. Xiao Lingyue returned to normal. Although the disciples' cultivation was much higher than hers, he was still her disciple after all. By the way, master, these pills are for you. Gao Yan took out 10 bottles of pills and handed them to Xiao Lingyue. They were all made in the alchemy factory and were very helpful for the cultivation of the cave cultivators. Xiao Lingyue didn't act pretentiously and accepted them with a smile, because she also wanted to participate in the Tianjiao conference. These pills would help her. If she could improve her cultivation before the Tianjiao conference, she might get a higher ranking. The result of the battle between Gao Yan and Xiahou Jian soon spread throughout the entire East Wilderness. Xianming sect. In a certain Saint Sun Hall. After Du Guyang read the message in the communication talisman, he couldn't help but crush it into pieces. Your Highness, what should we do? Should we fight? The subordinate said with concern. He had read the message in the communication talisman in advance, and knew that Gao Yan would come to challenge him in 3 days. And his own Saint Sun ranked the highest among the Saint Sons and Saint Daughters in Xianming sect, so naturally he had to fight against Gao Yan. At this moment, Du Guyang's heart was tangled. After coming out of the Emperor's tomb, his cultivation level also improved by 1 realm, reaching the third level of the spiritualization. Originally thought that he could compete with Xiaojian, but he didn't. Expect that Xiaojian had reached the fourth level of the spiritualization. Now, Xiaojian was defeated by Gao Yan again, and he had no confidence at all. This battle is inevitable. Du Guiyang shook his head. At this moment, someone came to report that the head of the Yu family, Yu Xiansu, was visiting. What is he doing here? Du Guiyang frowned slightly. Suddenly, he thought of Yu Liner, who was captured and humiliated by Gao Yan. Not only did Yu Liner lose her position as a saint, but the Yu family also lost face. Soon, Du Guiyang invited Yu Xiansu to a palace. After some greetings, Yu Xiansu smiled and said, "Son of the saint, I have something to ask of you." "Master Yu, please speak." A cold light flashed in Yu Xiansu's eyes. 3 days later, Gao Yan wants to challenge me, right? I want him dead. Hearing this, Du Guiyang's face suddenly changed. "Master Yu, this is embarrassing for me. I am not sure I can kill Gao Yan. Not to mention that he is not sure he can kill the other party, he is not sure even if he can defeat the other party. It doesn't matter. I can provide you with something that will allow you to kill him on the spot." As he spoke, Yu Xiansu took out a jade pendant and handed it to him. There was a sword energy in the jade pendant. This sword energy was provided by the Hadao of the Yu family. Even an ordinary Dongshu strongman could be killed, not to mention a Huashan. But Du Guiyang felt that the jade pendant was too hot. If he killed Gao Yan in a fair fight, the 9 saints would have nothing to say. But he used the jade pendant of Yu Xiansu, which was cheating in front of everyone. Not to mention that the 9 saints would not let him go. I am afraid that the Xianming sect would not let him go as a saint. After all, the Xianming sect is at least the top sect in the East Wilderness. And it also has to save face. "Sorry, Master Yu, I can't help you with this." But Yu Xiansu did not give up. "Saint's son, don't worry, if the 9 saints want to make trouble afterwards, my Yu family will protect you. After the matter is done, my Yu family also owes you a favor." Hearing this, Du Guiyang laughed. He really thought that the 9 saints was an ordinary sect that was weak and could be bullied. If the other party wanted to kill him, how could a Hadao of the Yu family protect him? In order to give an explanation to the 9 saints sect, his own sect will most likely cancel his status as the Holy Son and let him fend for himself. Just for a favor from the Yu family, not only does he have to take the huge risk of being assassinated by the 9 saints sect, but he also has to give up the position of the Holy Son? This Yu Xiansu is simply too much. Thinking of this, he already had anger in his eyes. "Master Yu, there is no need to talk about this matter. 3 days later, I will have to fight with Gao Yan. I have to fight in the best condition, so I can't entertain you anymore." Hearing this, Yu Xiansu frowned slightly. The Holy Son really refuses to agree? "Come on, send the guests away for me," Du Guiyang said loudly. Then an attendant appeared to ask Yu Xiansu to leave. "Holy Son, this Yu Xiansu is too much." When Yu Xiansu left, Du Guiyang's men couldn't help but feel sorry for him. "Haha." Du Guiyang sneered, "Didn't he dare to bully me just because he saw that I had no background?" At this point, the teacup in his hand shattered, and he secretly swore that when he came to power in the future, he would make the Yu family look bad. The Yu family was not a big family in the Xianming sect. After all, there was only one Hadao in their family. At the same time, Lu Qingwei, the saint of Shangqing sword sect, was also watching the information about Gao Yan and Xiaojian. In the emperor's tomb, Gao Yan left a deep impression on her. Your Highness, are you going to Xianming sect to watch the battle? The personal maid asked. Lu Qingwei whispered, Gao Yan clearly wants to be the #1 prodigy in the East Desert. After challenging Xianming sect, he will most likely come to challenge me. I have to go and see this battle. Before entering the emperor's tomb among the saints and saints of the 9 sects in the East Desert, only Shi, Duguyang of Xianming sect, and Xiahou Jian of Jiuxing sect reached the level of transformation. Gao Yan is the #1 prodigy in the East Desert, and he can't avoid her. Anyway. But Xiaojian is not his opponent. Can you defeat him, Your Highness? The personal maid worriedly said. No problem. A hint of fighting spirit flashed in Lu Qingwei's eyes. It just so happens that my Shangqing sword sutra has been cultivated to perfection, so let's use it to test the sword. Ah, it's perfect, congratulations, Your Highness. The personal maid hurriedly said. As Lu Qingwei's personal maid, she naturally knew something about the Shangqing sword sutra. It is said that the Shangqing sword sutra is a sword formula in the Emperor Sutra. Because there is no practice in the Emperor Sutra, this has led to the fact that no one in the Shangqing sword sect has ever cultivated this set of sword sutras to perfection. Unexpectedly, what no one has done for tens of thousands of years has been accomplished by her own prince. Thinking of this, she couldn't help asking, Your Highness, how powerful is this Shangqing sword sutra? Lu Qingwei smiled, you will know after a while. If she hadn't had the opportunity in the emperor's tomb, she would never have been able to practice the sword sutra of the supreme purity to perfection in her entire life. She originally planned to use the sword sutra of Shangqing at the Tianjiao conference, but now it seems that she has to use it in advance. Other side. Yu Xuanzi came to a secret realm. Father, why are you here? Yu Liner asked. 3 days later, that little beast Gao Yan will come to challenge Duguyang. As a father, I will definitely let him come back. Yu Xianzi said coldly. No need, father, I want to take my own revenge. Yu Liner gritted her teeth and said, every time she thought of the scene of him being hung outside the 9 Saints sect, she wanted to cut that guy into pieces. He just defeated Xiaojian of the 4th level of the God transformation. Yu Xuanzi said calmly. Upon hearing this, Yu Liner was stunned and suddenly felt that there was no hope of revenge. How does father plan to kill him? Originally, my father wanted Duguyang to take action in the fight, but unfortunately the other party refused, because he didn't know what to do. Yu Xuanzi snorted coldly, but it doesn't matter, my father contacted Zun Dongxiu to intercept him halfway. Father, when Gao Yan comes to our Xianming sect, there will definitely be someone to protect him. The chance of success in intercepting him is probably low. Yu Liner shook her head in disappointment. There is no way. Yuxuan smiled bitterly, our people can't take action directly. After this failure, we will just find another opportunity next time. That's all it can do. Yu Liner said with a dim look. 2 days later. Gao Yan is ready to go to Xianming sect. He subconsciously read Yu Liner's memory through the soul seed. After reading the other party's memories, Gao Yan showed a sneer, this Yu family is still evil-minded. However, he didn't take it to heart. Shangguan Shang had already arranged for 2 Hadao masters to protect him. The Dongxiu cultivator wanted to intercept and kill him, but he was afraid that he would get impatient. Master Qianghai is a casual cultivator. Although he only has 3 spiritual roots, he has cultivated to the 3rd level of the void realm with his unyielding perseverance. In the casual cultivator world of the East Wilderness, he is the object of imitation and worship of countless casual cultivators. But what those casual cultivators don't know is that he is also doing the business of assassins in secret. This time, he received another business. But when he learned about the target of the assassination, he refused, because the other party was the Holy Son of the 9 Saints sect. No matter how strong a casual cultivator is, he is still a casual cultivator, and cannot compete with the 9 major sects. But unfortunately, the other party gave too much. These things are enough for him to break through to the 4th level of the void realm. So, he took the risk to accept this assassination mission. According to his assassination habits, he usually finds out the situation of the assassination target before taking action. But this assassination mission is too urgent. He can only lie dormant on the route from the 9 Saints sect to the Xianming sect to seek opportunities. He has been a killer in secret for many years without being discovered. That is because he obtained a spell to conceal his breath from the cave of a monk who had passed away. As long as he lay dormant and did not move, even a master of Hadao could not find his existence. At this moment, Qianghai Jinren transformed into a rock through special means. Even if a master of Hadao landed beside him, as long as he did not expose himself, the other party could not find him. While waiting, time passed gradually. Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky and landed on the hilltop where he was dormant. Then, a huge divine thought enveloped the entire hilltop. Feeling the divine thought passing through his body, Qianghai Jinren was confused and frightened. Why did this great master of Hadao appear here? Faintly, he also felt that the other party was coming for him. He guessed right, the other party was indeed coming for him. After Gao Yan learned from Yulinner's memory that Yu Xuanzi arranged for someone to kill him halfway, he immediately used his foresight to find the killer's dormant position. Then he sent a Hadao who was protecting him to deal with the other party. Swish! The Hadao flashed in the air, then raised his palm and pressed down, and suddenly, the mountain where Qianghai Jinren was hiding turned into powder. And he turned into a stone, which was extremely abrupt. Run! Qianghai Jinren no longer cared about hiding, and turned into a rainbow light. And flew away. You want to escape after falling into my hands, naive. The Hadao master, who was protecting Gao Yan, sneered, flicked his finger, and a spiritual light caught up with Qianghai Jinren and sank into his body, sealing him up. The Hadao master flashed, picked him up, and disappeared on the spot. In a flying boat, Gao Yan was leisurely drinking enlightenment tea with another protector. A figure flashed by. Another Hadao appeared with Qianghai Jinren. Throwing him on the floor, the Hadao master complimented, "Son of God is indeed a master of foresight. Following your instructions, I indeed found this person on that hilltop." And Qianghai Jinren was full of confusion and puzzlement, and couldn't help asking, "How did you know I was hiding there?" Although he accepted the assassination mission, he did not tell his employer where he would start. Gao Yan was too lazy to pay attention to them. "Son of God, how do you plan to deal with this person?" the Hadao master asked. The 2 Hadao masters assigned to him by Shangguan Shang were named Jiang Huaihai and Li Ganming. The former was at the 5th level of Hadao, and the latter was at the 7th level of Hadao. So, Jiang Huaihai had to go and capture the killer. "Old Jiang, just take care of it," Gao Yan said disapprovingly. He was not even interested in subduing a killer at the third level of Dongshu. After all, he had a puppet factory that could mass-produce Dongshu puppets. And with the blessing of good luck buff, they all started at the 6th level of Dongshu. Jiang Huaihai asked Gao Yan just to know whether the Holy Sun wanted to subdue this person. Seeing that Gao Yan had no intention of subduing the other party, he also had the intention to kill him. Since the Holy Sun despises him, then I will kill him. No, Your Highness, spare my life. As long as you don't kill me, I am willing to be your slave. As a casual cultivator, Qianghai Zhenren didn't know how to write the word bone. Seeing that he was about to be killed, he immediately chose to admit his weakness and surrender. Seeing that Qianghai Zhenren was so spineless, Gao Yan suddenly changed his mind. Well, I'll give you a chance. You go to assassinate the Huashan of Xianming sect. As long as you can successfully assassinate the 3 masters, I will spare your life. Thank you, Your Highness, I am willing. Qianghai Zhenren said hurriedly. Old Jiang, leave some things on him and take them back after he completes anything? Gao Yan ordered. Okay, Holy Sun. After leaving a trick on Qianghai Zhenren, Jiang Huaihai sneered, boy, I left a ban in your soul. Complete the task assigned by the Holy Sun within 1 year. And come to me, otherwise, wait for your soul to fly away. Thank you, Your Highness, thank you, Senior. Qianghai Zhenren did not dare to show any dissatisfaction, but thanked him gratefully. After sending Qianghai Zhenren away, the 3 of them sat together to drink tea and chat. Holy Sun, how do you know the specific hiding place of the other party? Jiang Huaihai asked, curiously. Old Jiang, have tea. Gao Yan poured a cup of tea for Jiang Huaihai, and then said slowly, I have a magical power that can predict some things related to myself. Hearing this, Jiang Huaihai and Li Ganming both stared. Foreseeing the future, even if it is only related to oneself, is an incredible thing. You know, even if the emperor can predict the future, he can only see a corner of the future. Could it be that the Holy Sun is the reincarnation of the emperor? For a moment, Jiang Huaihai and Li Ganming both thought of a possibility tacitly. Moreover, the more they thought about it, the more they felt that this possibility was relatively large, because Gao Yan had reached the void realm before he was 50 years old. This kind of talent is unprecedented, but even in Zhongzhou, where the cultivation civilization is extremely powerful, there are not many people who can find it. The 2 of them came to protect Gao Yan, and they also learned some of Gao Yan's situation from Shi Wen Zi. Otherwise, how could 2 great masters of Hadao easily protect others? Do you really think that Hadao masters are so cheap? From the expressions of the 2 great masters of Hadao, Gao Yan estimated that they were thinking wildly. However, he didn't care too much. Since he was forced to step out from behind the scenes, he naturally had to show something. If he continued to keep a low profile, who would be willing to invest in him? Just like a company that is about to go public, you have to show your potential to investors and paint a rosy picture, so that they will invest money and shareholders will buy your stocks. If you hide everything, will investors be optimistic about you? Will shareholders be optimistic about you? Not to mention making the stock price soar, even going public is impossible. The rest of the journey was a bit silent. However, judging from the frequent exchange of glances between the 2 great masters of Hadao, they should have communicated a lot in private. More than an hour later, Jiang Huaihai smiled and said, Son, Xianming sect has arrived. Don't worry about the next fight. With me and elderly here, there will be no problems. Okay, then I'll trouble you two elders. Gao Yan bowed to the two. He felt the change in the attitude of the two great masters of Hadao. It seems that they have already planned to invest in him. Outside Xianming sect, it was very lively. Seeing Gao Yan coming, everyone was excited, knowing that the good show was about to begin. Gao Yan of Jiuxing sect, come to challenge Xianming sect's Saint De Guyang. Dare to fight. Gao Yan stood on the flying boat, a corner of his white robe fluttering in the wind, with an indescribable chic, and for a moment, many female cultivators showed obsessed eyes. Hello, brother Gao. The next moment, Du Guyang flew out of the mountain gate and politely saluted Gao Yan with a fist. Gao Yan was stunned, he didn't expect Du Guyang to be so polite. The main reason was that Du Guyang knew that he couldn't beat Gao Yan. If he acted too arrogant now, he would be even more embarrassed after losing later. Unlike the brainless supporting characters described in some novels, the protagonists have shown extremely powerful strength, but when facing the protagonists, they still look like the best in the world and don't take the protagonists seriously. Then there is the classic face-slapping scene. Haha, brother Dugu is too polite. Since the other party is so polite, Gao Yan can't be aggressive. I know I am not brother Gao's opponent. Please show mercy when we fight. Later, Du Guyang said again. Hearing this, the people watching the battle were quite disappointed. Shouldn't they fight tit for tat? This saint son of Xianming sect is too cowardly. Brother Dugu is too modest. Gao Yan smiled, feeling that this Du Guyang was not playing by the rules. The Xianming sect had already arranged the formation in advance. Out of distrust of the Xianming sect, Gao Yan's two protectors tested the formation. Fortunately, the Xianming sect was not stupid and did not tamper with the formation. The next fight was not suspenseful. Because Du Guyang admitted his weakness in advance, Gao Yan couldn't do too much, so he just stopped. Flew out of the formation. Gao Yan shouted in the direction of Shangqing Sword Sect, in 3 days, I will go to Shangqing Sword Sect to challenge Saint Lu Qingwei. My saint asked me to tell Saint Gao that she will wait for your arrival and will not let you down. A Shangqing Sword Sect's God-transforming elder stood up and said, Okay, I hope I won't be disappointed. Gao Yan nodded and flew onto the flying boat. Watching Gao Yan leave, many casual cultivators have begun to rush to Shangqing Sword Sect at the fastest speed. After all, at their speed, if they don't set off now, they will not be able to catch up with the duel in 3 days. Congratulations, husband, for another victory. Back at the Saint Sun Peak of the Nine Saints sect, Xiao Yanran greeted him with a smile. Hey, I don't want to be in the limelight. Gao Yan sighed, isn't it nice to level up while lying down? But some things will not always develop according to his ideas. However, after 2 battles, I'm afraid his reputation has spread throughout the entire East Desert. 1 day later, news came from the spiritual medicine planting space that the Tianqin fruit, one of the 7 magical medicines, was ripe. There are 3 Tianqin fruits in total. Each plant has 9 fruits. Therefore, Gao Yan obtained a total of 27 Tianqin fruits. This Tianqin fruit has 2 major functions. The first is to condense the mind. The stronger the mind, the less likely it is to go astray. The second is to repair the damaged mind. The mind is invisible and intangible, just like mortals cannot detect the existence of the soul. Therefore, the mind cannot be improved by cultivation. Even if it is damaged, it cannot be repaired by elixirs. So, if the mind is damaged, it is like a mortal having cancer. It can be seen from this, that the tianqing fruit, a magical medicine that can condense and repair the mind, is so precious. It is worth mentioning that the time for each magical medicine to mature is different. With a thought, Gao Yan flashed into my world, adjusted the time flow rate to 10 times, and then took out a tianqing fruit to eat. This tianqing fruit is the size of an apple and tastes good. After eating a tianqing fruit, Gao Yan clearly felt that his control over his own strength had improved a lot. Throw the fruit core in his hand into the spiritual medicine space to plant it. When it grows up, there will be another tianqing fruit tree. Flash out of my world. Gao Yan called Shi Wen. Eat it and leave the core for me. Gao Yan handed Shi Wen a tianqing fruit. Although Shi Wen didn't know what the tianqing fruit was, she could see that this fruit was very precious. Husband, what is this? Good stuff, eat it quickly. Or you should eat it, husband. I've eaten it. Okay then. After eating a tianqing fruit, Shi Wen felt the change in herself and couldn't help but exclaimed, Husband, is this a magic medicine? No, it's just a special spiritual fruit. Gao Yan smiled, then threw the fruit core into the spiritual medicine planting space to plant it. Then Gao Yan gave each of the Yi sisters a tianqing fruit, and then secretly went to Xiahou Meng and gave her another tianqing fruit. As for Yin Tong, she was still in seclusion, so he would give her another tianqing fruit after she came out. After thinking for a while, Gao Yan ate another tianqing fruit. He found that his mind had become stronger, so he continued to eat. He stopped only after he ate the 8th fruit and it had no effect. In a blink of an eye. It was the day when he and Lu Qingwei of Shangqing Sword Sect competed. Gao Yan took a flying boat to Shangqing Sword Sect. This time, he was not ambushed and killed on the way. After all, his 2 protectors showed up. There were no powerful people who combined with the Tao among the scattered cultivators in the East Wilderness. And the 9 major sects have a limited number of masters of the Hadao sect. No matter how much they hide, once they fight, their identities will inevitably be exposed. Therefore, even if other sects want to send people to assassinate, they can't send people. After arriving at Shangqing Sword Sect, outside the mountain gate, many people who are watching the excitement have already gathered. And Lu Qingwei has been waiting for Gao Yan's arrival in advance. Hello, Lu Daoyu. Gao Yan took the initiative to greet. Hello, Gao Daoyu. Lu Qingwei's expression was cold. Please enter the formation. Okay. Since Lu Qingwei didn't want to talk more, he didn't say anything more. Gao Daoyu, be careful. Lu Qingwei shouted, and then controlled the flying sword to kill. When the flying sword was approaching, it suddenly split into 2, and 2 into 4. In an instant, Gao Yan was surrounded by dense flying swords, and these flying swords also formed a mysterious sword formation to crush him. What a brilliant sword technique! Gao Yan secretly said, and then his pupils suddenly turned golden, and then he punched out. As Gao Yan punched out, the sword formation was instantly blocked. How is it possible? Seeing this scene, Lu Qingwei's face changed slightly. The Shangqing sword technique was exquisite and should not be easy to be seen through, but Gao Yan could actually find the flaw of the sword formation in an instant. Lu Qingwei quickly pinched the sword technique, and her spiritual power was output crazily. For a moment, the blocked sword formation's aura surged and attacked Gao Yan. Again. A figure flashed by. Gao Yan threw 7 punches in an instant. With a boom, the mighty sword formation collapsed. Go! The Kunwu sword turned into a stream of light and slashed at Lu Qingwei. The opponent used his magical power to dodge, and then he saw a small golden sword coming to Gao Yan at a very fast speed after opening his mouth. Great destruction technique. Gao Yan punched out and fired destructive energy. However, this golden sword is not a magic weapon, but a holy weapon. It actually broke some of the destructive energy. But that was all. Just when Gao Yan was about to destroy the golden sword, he heard Lu Qingwei admit defeat. Gao Yan also took back his magical powers. He clasped his fists towards Lu Qingwei. Fellow Daoist Lu, thank you for letting me win. No, it's because fellow Daoist Gao is more skilled, Qingwei can't beat him. Lu Qingwei forced a smile, but she felt very bitter inside, because the Shangqing sword art that she was proud of was easily broken by Gao Yan. Fly out from the formation. Gao Yan immediately boarded the flying boat and left. Although he really wanted to take the opportunity to start a wave of Vajra sect. But it's a pity that their saint son and saint girl are so weak that they haven't even reached the level of God transformation. Maybe if they break through, they will only be at the level of God transformation. If they challenge them, it will seem a bit bullying. But don't worry, we can't deal with the Vajra sect now. It won't be too late to deal with them at the Genius Conference. After 3 challenges, Gao Yan's title as the #1 prodigy of the Eastern Wilds is well-deserved. It even spread to several other domains. Western Wasteland, Taiye Holy Land, Holy Sun Hall. One of his men sent a piece of information. After reading this information, Shi Wen showed a sarcastic sneer. What qualifications does this Gao Yan have to be called the first genius of the Eastern Baron? Shi Wen has always been domineering. After he became the holy son of Taiye Holy Land, he was not allowed to have other sons and saints. Therefore, he was the unique son and successor of Taiye Holy Land. Before, he wanted to take the invincible path and challenge everywhere. But before he could complete the challenge, the Emperor's tomb opened. Fortunately, he gained quite a lot in the Emperor's tomb. Before that, he had been suppressing his own cultivation. After entering the realm of divine transformation, his cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, and now he has reached the 5th level of divine transformation. When he was at the 9th level of nascent soul, he was able to leapfrog and defeat Xiahou Jian at the 2nd level of the transformation of God. Now that he has reached the 5th level of divine transformation, he is confident that he can defeat the ordinary 9th level of divine transformation. Being extremely arrogant, he naturally couldn't stand the so-called top talent in the East Wasteland, so he ordered, go to the East Wasteland and declare a challenge to Gao Yan. This palace will challenge him. He is a little more afraid of the geniuses of Zhongzhou, but he doesn't pay attention to the geniuses of the other 4 regions at all. Whoever dares to show up will be suppressed by him. A few days later, Gao Yan received a letter of challenge from Shi Wen. What a piece of shit. Gao Yan's face darkened. If he guessed correctly, this guy issued the challenge with the intention of suppressing him. Tell you, Holy Son, I accept this challenge. Gao Yan's tone was cold and authentic. Husband, this Shi Wen should not be underestimated. Xiao Yanran reminded. Have you forgotten my true cultivation level? Gao Yan smiled. Xiao Yanran slapped her forehead and said with some embarrassment, you often pretend to be at the 3rd level of divine transformation, and I have Forgotten that you are a master at the 9th level of Dongxiu. I didn't want to pay attention to this guy before, but now he dares to jump out and challenge me, so don't blame me for punishing him. Gao Yan said in a bad tone. He didn't like Shi Wen at all. In the first prediction of supernatural powers, this guy was the first to jump out and cause trouble for him. If he hadn't guided the public opinion and suppressed his rumors, it would have caused him a lot of trouble. Under Gao Yan's deliberate arrangement, the news spread quickly that the holy son of Tai, Holy Land in the western wilderness, was about to fight him. Shi Wen is no stranger to cultivators in the eastern wasteland. After all, this guy once tortured all the saint sons of the 9 major sects in the eastern wasteland. Later, he went to Zhongzhou to challenge and was not defeated. The battle between Gao Yan and those 3 people before was not interesting. I guess this time there will be a fight between dragons and tigers. You think too highly of Gao Yan. Back then, Shi Wen was only at the 9th level of nascent soul, and he could defeat Xiahou Jian, who was at the 2nd level of God transformation. Now, Shi Wen has broken through to God transformation, and his strength must have skyrocketed. We are the number 1 genius of the Eastern Baron. Probably defeated. Not necessarily. Gao Yan also defeated Xiahou Jian, who was at the 4th level of God transformation, at the 3rd level of God transformation. Moreover, he won several battles with an absolute advantage. Maybe he can defeat Shi Wen. In the debate between the casual cultivators and various forces, time gradually passed. Then, Shi Wen entered the eastern wasteland. With the arrival of Shi Wen, all forces went to the 9 saint sect to watch the battle. At the same time, word spread about Shi Wen's cultivation. When they learned that Shi Wen had reached the 5th level of divine transformation, many people who originally supported Gao Yan shook their heads, thinking that Gao Yan, who had just become the first genius of the East wasteland, was in danger. Just as the war was about to begin, someone came to visit Gao Yan. How come Dao Brother Mei and Dao Brother Qi have time to come to Donghuang? After some pleasantries and sitting down, Gao Yan asked Mei Yuzhen and Qi Zongyun with a smile. These 2 people made a deal with him in the emperor's tomb, and they are both the holy sons of the Holy Land, and their strength has reached the Dongxiu level. Could it be that they suspected that he had obtained the emperor's sutra and came here specifically to test it? I heard that Brother Gao Dao is going to fight Shi Wen, so I came here to watch the battle. Qi Zongyun said with a smile. Shi Wen seems to be on an invincible path, but he is actually extremely cunning. Mei Yuzhen sneered. Oh, there is a profound meaning in what Brother Mei Dao said. Gao Yan asked thoughtfully. Humph. Mei Yuzhen snorted coldly. When Shi Wen entered Zhongzhou and challenged him everywhere, he only challenged those who could fight. When he met someone stronger than him, he would not fight at all. Obviously, before he entered Zhongzhou, I have already arranged for someone to investigate. It's a typical example of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, and it's nothing like the invincible way. So this guy is still a wonderful person, Gao Yan said with a joking smile. We are quite optimistic about Brother Gao Dao. We hope we can teach that guy a profound lesson this time. Qi Zongyun said. Don't worry, I just became the number 1 genius in the East Wasteland, and he came to challenge me. He obviously wants to take advantage of my reputation to get the upper hand. How could I let him go so easily? Gao Yu said in a calm tone. By the way, Brother Gao Dao, I have a pill here. After taking it, the combat power can be increased several times. If you are defeated, you can swallow the pill. Shi Wen suddenly took out a jade bottle and handed it to Gao Yan. Thank you so much, Brother Qi. Gao Yan was not pretentious and reached out to take the jade bottle. At the same time, he was a little unsure of the intentions of Mei Yuzhen and Shi Wen. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Shi Wen finally arrived at the Nine Saints sect. Gao Yan guessed that he was delaying time deliberately so that more Eastern Wasteland monks could come to watch the battle. Defeating him, the first genius of the East Wasteland, in front of many monks in the East Wasteland, gives him a greater sense of accomplishment. Certainly. Shi Wen is also self-aware and knows that the 9 major sects in the Eastern Wasteland don't treat him very well, so he still brings 2 powerful Hadao experts to protect him. Are you the #1 genius in the East Wasteland? As soon as they met, Shi Wen asked with an arrogant look on his face. What, you have an opinion? Gao Yan responded not very politely. Just like you, I can kill 3 with 1 sword, and you can become the most talented person in the East Wasteland. I can only say that you, the younger generation of the East Wasteland, are too useless. Good guy. Gao Yan secretly screamed, this Shi Wen is so crazy, and has directly offended the younger generation of Dong Huang. I thought your strongest skill, Shi Wen, was swordsmanship, but I didn't expect you were a talker. Court death. Shi Wen's eyes turned cold. Stop talking nonsense and join the battle. Gao Yan didn't bother to argue with the opponent, so he ducked into the formation. Snort. Shi Wen snorted coldly and followed closely, staring at Gao Yan and saying, Today, this holy sun is going to kill the first genius of the East Wasteland. With a sword. Are you ready? So are you ready? I, the holy sun, don't need to prepare to deal with you. Shi Wen said disdainfully. Yeah? Gao Yan was speechless and raised his hand to create a big sealing technique. As soon as the great sealing technique was released, Shi Wen was sealed on the spot. He who was originally suspended in midair suddenly fell to the ground, leaving those watching outside the formation stunned. What despicable means did you use on me? Shi Wen got up from the ground and asked Gao Yan with a look of embarrassment. It's just a sealing magical power, not a shameful means. Gao Yan replied with a chuckle, then stepped in front of Shi Wen, raised his hand and slapped him away. Bang! Shi Wen fell to the ground in a mess. Although his cultivation was sealed, he had a divine body after all, so he was not injured. But now he was in more pain than if he had not been injured. He turned over and got up from the ground, and madly attacked the seal in his body, but this seal not only sealed his spiritual power, but also his soul. It was not easy to break it. At this time, Gao Yan flashed and slapped Shi Wen to the ground again. Seeing this scene, the people watching the battle outside were in an uproar. To be honest, after Shi Wen's 5th-level cultivation was exposed, those who originally supported Gao Yan had already turned against him. But they never expected today's competition would have such a dramatic scene. Shi Wen, who had defeated the invincible opponents of the younger generation, was actually controlled by Gao Yan in one encounter, and had no resistance at all. I'm going to kill you. Gao Yan was clearly humiliating him. Even though his reason told him that the best choice now was to admit defeat, he still couldn't hold back his anger. He got up from the ground again and rushed towards Gao Yan with a roar. Looking at Shi Wen rushing towards him, Gao Yan's eyes flashed with disdain and ridicule. He lost his mind so quickly. This guy was even worse than he thought. Bang! As expected, Shi Wen flew out again. This time Gao Yan used his legs to kick him dozens of meters away, and he added a little more force. Even though Shi Wen had a divine body, he felt extremely painful after falling. Like this. But he still gritted his teeth and stood up. Bang! Gao Yan came again, and knocked the other party to the ground with a big punch. He looked down at the other party. You are not qualified to stand in front of me. It's better to lie on the ground. Outside the formation, Mei Yuzhen and Qi Zongyun stood alone. Seeing this scene, Qi Zongyun sent a voice transmission. Brother Yuzhen, what do you think? Mei Yuzhen stared at the two people in the formation thoughtfully. After a while, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Although I look down on Shi Wen, his cultivation cannot be underestimated. Although he avoided the challenge in Zhongzhou at the beginning, his sword cultivation is really not weak. Now he has reached the 5th level of the transformation of the spirit. I estimate that ordinary 9th level transformation of the spirit is not his opponent. But now Gao Yan is like an adult playing with a baby. It seems that we have underestimated Gao Yan. Then do you think it is possible for him to inherit the emperor's scripture? Qi Zongyun asked again. They are all holy sons of the Holy Land, with extremely noble status. If they have no purpose, how can they come to the East Wilderness? The real purpose of their coming to the East Wilderness is to find out whether Gao Yan has obtained the emperor's scripture. It's hard to say. Mei Yuzhen shook his head gently. Shi Wen can't force Gao Yan's true strength. Unless at the same time, in the Xianming sect camp, looking at Gao Yan, who was playing with Shi Wen, Du Guiyang was inexplicably grateful. Fortunately, he did not agree to use Xian's conditions before. And he was smart to lower his posture. Otherwise, if Gao Yan used the same method on Shi Wen on him, he might not be able to gain a foothold in Xianming sect. At the same time, he also had a deep fear of Gao Yan in his heart. Lu Qingwei also came to watch the battle today. Seeing Shi Wen being knocked to the ground by Gao Yan again and again, her face changed several times in succession. This was not because she felt sorry for Shi Wen, but she was ashamed. Before fighting with Gao Yan, she was still quite confident in herself. After all, she had practiced the Shangqing sword art to perfection. But this time it seems that Gao Yan still had a lot of reservations when fighting with her. Otherwise, if the other party sealed her like he sealed Shi Wen, she would not even be qualified to use the sword in front of Gao Yan. In the formation, looking at Shi Wen, who stood up again and again, Gao Yan was not moved by his unyielding. It seems that you don't take my words seriously. Gao Yan snorted coldly and attacked again. Shi Wen was knocked to the ground again, and all his bones were broken. What's more, Gao Yan stepped on him. Feeling the movement under his feet, Gao Yan said coldly, why don't you just be your saint's son in the western wilderness? You have to come to the eastern wilderness to cause trouble for me. Now you are stepped on by me, are you satisfied? Enough. Killing is not enough, Saint Son Gao Yan, since you have won, why do you humiliate my saint son like this? A heavy voice sounded, and even the formation could not stop it. Swish. A figure flashed, and Gao Yan's 2 protectors appeared. Do you want to intervene in the fight? They have locked onto each other, and as long as the other party dares to say a word, they will immediately take action. Previously, these 2 people took Shi Wen to beat up the Saints of the Nine major sects in the East Wilderness, but due to face, each sect was reluctant to teach Shi Wen a lesson. Therefore, now seeing Gao Yan humiliating Shi Wen severely, not only the top leaders of the 9 saint sects were happy, but the other 8 sects were also quite happy. Don't get me wrong, fellow Taoists, it's just that the situation of the duel is now very obvious. Why not end this battle? One of Shi Wen's protectors said. Fellow Taoist, what you said is not right. Shi Wen is the peerless genius of your Tai Holy Land. Although he is slightly at a disadvantage now, I think he still has the possibility of a desperate counterattack. Li Gongming said seriously. Puff. He did not deliberately keep his words to himself, but instead spread them throughout the scene. Therefore, many people could not help laughing when his words came out, and some even laughed directly. Shi Wen's protector's face darkened. He hoped that Shi Wen could fight back, but as long as the people present were not blind and had good brains, they all knew that Shi Wen could not turn over. So, he held back his anger and said, Dao Yu, I admit defeat on behalf of my son. That won't do. This fight is a matter for both sides. How can anyone else admit defeat on his behalf? Li Gongming refused decisively. How about you? Remind your son? After all, your son's will is too strong. Until now, he has not chosen to admit defeat. To be honest, I admire his spirit. Although Li Gongming looks quite serious at ordinary times, when he insults people, he has a lot of little words, but others can't find any faults in his words. Sure enough, after these words came out, Shi Wen's 2 protectors felt aggrieved and uncomfortable, and they wanted to join forces to kill Li Gongming immediately. But in the end, they chose to suppress their anger. Holy Son, admit defeat. Did you hear that? Your protector asked you to admit defeat. Hurry up and admit defeat. You are too weak and there is no point in playing with you. Gao Yan said with contempt. As for Shi Wen, he was almost mad at this moment, and was stimulated by Gao Yan's words. He fainted on the spot. No fun. Seeing this, Gao Yan picked up Shi Wen, who looked like a pool of rotten meat, and flew out of the formation. Senior, this is your holy son, please keep it. Gao Yan threw Shi Wen to his protector. Gao Yan, we, the Tai Holy Land, will remember what you gave us today. The 2 protectors left a word and took Shi Wen away, because it was too embarrassing to stay here. Gao Yanwan's abuse of Shi Wen quickly spread throughout the eastern wasteland, due to the spread of the news among the spectators. And no one has any doubts about Gao Yan, the first genius of the eastern wasteland. Therefore, in the next period of time, many people came to the 9 saints sect to become disciples, and many of them had excellent qualifications and were directly admitted as true disciples. On the other side, Mei Yuzhen and Qi Zongyun stayed with Gao Yan for a few days and then left. After seeing these 2 people off, Gao Yan looked thoughtful. In the past few days, Mei Yuzhen and Qi Zongyun did not test him in any way, as if they were really visiting friends. But he didn't believe it. Turning around in the hall, Xiao Yanran came up to meet her husband. Do those 2 have ulterior motives? I don't know yet. Gao Yan shook his head. At first, he thought the 2 people were here to test whether he had obtained the emperor's scripture, but after a few days, the 2 people did nothing, which made him a little puzzled. But it doesn't matter. He has the power of foresight. After chatting with Xiao Yanran for a while, he found an opportunity to activate his precognitive power. After reading the future, predicted by the supernatural power, Gao Yan couldn't help but sigh. He was worthy of being a holy son cultivated by the holy land of Zhongzhou, and his scheming was indeed beyond the comparison of ordinary people. According to the future seen by the divine power of foreknowledge, in 1 month, a master of the 9th level of Hadao will sneak into the Holy Sun Palace and capture him. Finally, he met Mei Yuzhen and Shi Wen, and asked him whether he had obtained the Emperor's Sutra or the Immortal Sutra. Obviously, there are certain problems with this precognitive power. It is true that the 9th level of Hadao is powerful, and it is true that he cannot defeat him, but there is still no problem in escaping. What's more, he also has an imperial weapon. Even if you can't escape, you can still let the imperial soldiers take action. How can you be captured alive? Of course, this is not the point. After all, the first time he used the power of precognition, he died. The point is, what can he gain from this precognition? The most important thing in predicting the future is future information. From this prediction, he obtained 2 pieces of information about the future. First, the 9th level of Hadao would sneak into the Holy Sun Palace to capture him alive. Second, Mei Yuzhen and Shi Wen were both scheming people, so they had to be careful in the future. These 2 people acted very decisively. Without confirming whether he possessed the Emperor's Sutra, they chose to attack him based only on suspicion. Moreover, to deal with him, a cultivator of spiritual transformation, they actually directly sent the 9th level of Hadao. Why not send the Holy Realm? Damn it, don't show off. Unlike the villains in some cool novels, they obviously have a group of powerful men, but they have to send some who are only slightly stronger than the protagonist to deliver food. And they keep sending him one after another. It's really crazy. Wouldn't it be nice to just send the strongest one to kill him? Unlike Mei Yuzhen and Shi Wen, these 2 guys are kings when they make a move. Since we know that the 9th level of Hadao will attack in 1 month, it's time to think about how to deal with it. Continue to let the imperial soldiers take action? Gao Yan felt it was inappropriate. Although the imperial soldier can still take 99 shots, using it once means 1 less shot. Secondly, the person in the 9th level of Hadao is a member of the 5 holy lands. If the Emperor's soldiers kill him, it is estimated that the person who comes next time will not be Hadao, but the Holy Land. After thinking about it, the best way is to hide. At that time, the Genius Conference will appear again. Think of this. Gao Yan and Xiao Yanran discussed it. Then Xiao Yanran took Qin Xiangxue and the entourage from the Saint Child Palace to the secret realm of the Xiao family. As for the Yi family sisters, they were moved to my world by Gao Yan. Subsequently, Gao Yan sent a transmission note to Xia Homeng and left the 9 Saints sect in an upright manner. Half an hour later, the transformed Gao Yan appeared in a large fairy city in Zhongzhou. We found the best restaurant in the city, had a delicious meal, and then went to the entertainment venues in the city to have fun. 1 month later, a phantom appeared in the Holy Sun Hall, which was blocked by the formation. When he saw the empty Holy Sun Hall, Shuiying was stunned for a moment. After he released his spiritual thoughts and found everything, he could only leave. Depressedly. Somewhere in the eastern wasteland, the shadow appears again. Mei Yuzhen watched the phantom gradually transform into an old man in gray robe, and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Su, did you bring that man back? Sorry, Holy Sun, after the old man sneaked in, there was no one there. The old man in gray robe said a little embarrassedly. No one? Meiyu was really puzzled. Then where did he go? Holy Sun, not only is Gao Yan not here, but the people under him are not here either, the gray-robed old man added. Did he know that Mr. Su would go and hid on purpose? Shi Wen speculated. Isn't this possible? Mei Yuzhen looked ugly. In order not to alert others. The two of them did not even test whether Gao Yan had obtained the emperor's scripture. Moreover, it took a month for them to make a move, but they were still discovered by Gao Yan. He must have been too vigilant. It may not be impossible. Shi Wen said, if you think about his performance in the emperor's tomb. Especially when he ascended to the heavenly stage, he actually prepared puppets in advance. Can that guy predict the future? Mei Yuzhen exclaimed. Shi Wen shook his head. It may not be possible to predict the future, but he probably has some means of predicting danger. Damn, what do we do next? Well, let's first determine where that guy is hiding. I have to say that Zhongzhou Holy Land is strong. Even though the eastern wasteland was not within their sphere of influence, it took only 2 days to find out that Gao Yan had left the Nine Saints sect on the day they left. But where exactly he went had not yet been found. This is difficult. He is not in the Nine Saints sect. If he deliberately hides his identity, it will not be easy for us to find him. Mei Yuzhen sighed. Stop it. Shi Wen said, this matter should not be made a big deal. After all, Gao Yan is the #1 prodigy in the Eastern Wasteland. He will definitely enter the Great Emperor Academy in the future. If we delay the Great Emperor's business, we can't afford it with our status. As the sons of the Holy Land, they naturally know more than others. There are void beasts outside the world, watching covetously. All the great emperors are resisting the void beasts outside the world. But the void beasts are getting stronger and stronger, and the great emperors can't hold on for long, so the great emperors decided to open the Great Emperor Academy, hoping to cultivate a few new great emperors to help them fight against the void beasts together. And these emperors naturally understand the virtues of their own people, and have issued a death order that the prodigies of the other 4 domains cannot be suppressed or assassinated for any reason, especially those who have entered the tomb of the Creation Emperor. Because the emperors suspect that some of the people who entered the tomb of the emperor may have obtained the inheritance of the Creation Emperor. If the people in the Holy Land killed the descendants of the Creation Emperor in order to consolidate their own position, it would be a big loss. If there were no void beasts, these emperors would naturally turn a blind eye to such things, but now the situation is different. They are in urgent need of help. Therefore, even if the interests of their own Holy Land and the Emperor clan are damaged, they have to do so. After all, if the void beasts break their blockade, the entire sky world will be destroyed. Although the emperors are powerful, the void chaos is too big. They can't be sure whether they can find a new world in the void chaos. Even if they find it, will the strong people in that new world accept them? Besides, they were born in the world of the sky, and they don't want to give up their own world unless it is absolutely necessary. Zhongzhou, Xianling City, Yunding Xianlu. This day, Gao Yan came to the gate of Yunding Xianlu leisurely, ready to go to the 9th floor to listen to music. I have to say, the songs of Yunding Xianlu are unique. He has been here for 8 consecutive days and still never tires of listening. Therefore, he came early again today. But before he stepped into the gate, a figure fell from the building and hit the street outside with a bang. He looked up. It was a handsome young man in green clothes. The figure flashed A woman fell directly from the 7th floor of Yending Xianlu. She threatened the handsome young man who had just climbed up from the ground with cold eyes. Jiang Zi, if you dare to entangle me again, don't blame me for being merciless. It was her. After seeing the woman's face clearly, Gao Yan was speechless. He actually met Lu Xian, who ran away from marriage here again. Logically speaking, being knocked down from the building, losing face, and threatened by the woman, the handsome young man should be very angry and upset. But he didn't care at all. Instead he looked at the woman affectionately and said, "Miss Lu, even if I die in your hands, I, Jiang Zi, am willing." Hearing this, Gao Yan curled his lips secretly. It seems that the creature of licking dogs has spread to all the heavens and the world. After hearing this, Lu Xian became even more angry. She stared at Jiang Zi. "I advise you to give up on me. I don't like you, let alone marry you. Don't blame me for not warning you. If you pester me again, I will definitely not let you go easily." As soon as the voice fell, Lu Xian turned around and walked towards the gate of Yending Xianlu again. Jiang Zi intended to follow, but was glared at by Lu Xian. The other party smiled awkwardly and did not dare to follow. Out of curiosity, Gao Yan threw a penetrating eye at Jiang Zi. It was discovered that this guy was hiding quite deeply. He had actually reached the 9th level of the spiritualization, which was 4 levels stronger than Lu Xian, but his cultivation level was only the 2nd level of the spiritualization. Moreover, this guy was from another imperial family, the Jiang family. From the conversation just now, Gao Yan could judge that the person Lu Xian was running away from was Jiang Zi. They were both from the imperial family, and his cultivation level was higher than Lu Xian. Was he really in love with Lu Xian when he licked her like this? Or did he have ulterior motives? Of course, this was just Gao Yan's casual thought, and he didn't intend to get involved. At this time, Lu Xian walked past Gao Yan and glanced at him lightly. Gao Yan was not worried that the other party would see through his disguise. After all, this time and the last time in Qiongling City, whether it was the breath, appearance or name, were completely different. Sure enough, Lu Xian just treated him as a passerby and ignored him at all. Thinking that today's performance was about to start, Gao Yan also followed him to the 9th floor of the Yending Xianlu. Gao Yan asked for a box as usual, while drinking tea and eating snacks, waiting for the performance to begin. After a while, Li Xianjun, the pillar of Yending Xianlu, appeared on the stage. This Li Xianjun not only has a beautiful voice, but also has superb singing skills. Moreover, the songs she sang were all composed by herself. In addition, her song style is even more varied, and Gao Yan even thought with a bad taste that this Li Xianjun might have traveled from another world. Soon, a 12-minute song ended. Then it received enthusiastic applause from the audience. Lu Xian also liked Li Xianjun's songs very much, so after she finished singing, she directly rewarded her with 3,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Later, other audiences also generously donated money. Gao Yan also followed the crowd and rewarded 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones. 2 hours later, today's song and dance performance of Yending Xianlu ended. Gao Yan was ready to leave, and he planned to go to a restaurant to eat fish. That restaurant can get a particularly rare 7-tailed spirit fish. This kind of spiritual fish is also a kind of demon beast. It is not of high level, but its meat is extremely delicious. Even without adding any seasoning, it is more delicious than many dishes that are carefully cooked with a lot of Seasoning. Therefore, this seven-tailed spiritual fish is deeply loved by foodies. However, because it is difficult to catch, the price has always been high. A seven-tailed spiritual fish weighing about 1 pound is worth 1,000 medium grade spiritual stones, equivalent to 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Because the seven-tailed spiritual fish is relatively rare, if you want to eat fish, you have to make a reservation in advance. Gao Yan has been in Xianling City for more than a month, but he has only eaten it twice. 7 days ago, he booked the third seven-tailed spiritual fish at a high price. In addition to the special seven-tailed spiritual fish, this restaurant also cooks other dishes very well. Therefore, Gao Yan often comes here to eat. After he arrived, he was enthusiastically introduced to a private room on the 3rd floor by the waiter. The restaurant first served him a pot of spiritual wine and a few side dishes. As for the seven-tailed spiritual fish, it will take a while to be served. About half an hour later, a plate of 7 spirit fish was served, and after the lid was opened, an extremely tempting aroma spread out. "Sir, please enjoy." The waiter respectfully left the box. Just as Gao Yan was about to pick up the chopsticks, the door of the box was pushed open. Then Lu Xian walked in. "Fellow Taoist, is there anything?" Gao Yan looked at Lu Xian and asked. Lu Xian said a little embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, fellow Taoist, I have also heard that the meat of the 7 spirit fish is extremely delicious, but it is too difficult to reserve. I have to leave Xianling City tomorrow, and I am afraid that I will not have the chance to taste the 7 spiritual fish, but I don't want to leave any regrets, so I have barged in. Therefore, I would like to ask you to give me half of the 7 spiritual fish. In order to compensate you, I can give you 10,000 medium-grade spiritual stones." After a slight hesitation, Gao Yan nodded, "I can give you half of the fish. But there is no need for compensation. So, before I even started eating, I asked the waiter to bring a plate. 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 1 million low-grade spirit stones, but Gao Yan no longer looks down on them. Soon, the waiter came with an empty plate. Gao Yan personally cut the seven-tailed spirit fish into 2 halves and gave half to Lu Xian. After thanking her again, the other party took the seven-tailed spirit fish and left, but she was a member of the imperial family after all, and she didn't want to owe Gao Yan a favor for half a seven-tailed spirit fish, so she left a storage bag with 20,000 middle-grade spirit stones in it. After eating the seven-tailed spirit fish, Gao Yan wandered around the city. But he heard rumors about himself. After more than a month of fermentation, his reputation as the #1 prodigy in the East Wasteland also spread to Zhongzhou. That night, Gao Yan was in the hotel, sleep well. Although he would not have any effect on himself even if he did not sleep for several years with his cultivation, he still liked to eat and sleep like ordinary people. But soon, Gao Yan was awakened. Because there was a battle in Xianling City. With a sweep of his mind, he found that Lu Xian was besieged by 3 divine transformation cultivators. The 3 divine transformation cultivators besieging her were 2 divine transformation 7th layer and 1 divine transformation 8th layer. Lu Xian, who was only at the 5th layer of divine transformation, was only slightly at a disadvantage when fighting 1 against 3. However, this battle should not last long. Sure enough, in the next moment, a majestic voice sounded, "Stop and surrender quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." Immediately afterwards, the aura of the void cultivators burst out. intimidating the entire Xianling city. This Dongshu monk was Yu Yin, the city lord of Xianling city. The three besieged Shenhua monks exchanged glances quickly and turned into three streams of light and rushed out of the city. Seeing that the three dared to escape. As the city lord, Yu Yin was very dissatisfied and shot out three sword energies with his fingers. The sword energy was extremely fast and instantly chased and killed the three Shenhua monks. But a cluster of black light burst out from their bodies, and then the figures of the three disappeared on the spot. Seeing this, Yu Yin frowned slightly, and became more and more angry. The three gods actually escaped under his nose, so he turned his head to look at Lu Xian, with a bit of unkindness in his eyes. Who are you? Don't you know that it is forbidden to fight in Xianling city? Lu Xian said flatteringly, please check it out, it's not that I want to fight. But those three people just now came to assassinate me. I can't resist, so please let me go. Humph, whether it is the case, I will find out. Come, arrest this woman and put her in jail first. Yu Yin said coldly. Hearing this, Lu Xian's face suddenly changed, and a bit of hesitation flashed across her face. Seeing that the guards of the city lord's mansion were about to catch her, she hurriedly shouted, wait, city lord, please look at this thing. While speaking, Lu Xian took out a green token and threw it to Yu Yin. Yu Yin reached out and grabbed the token, and found that the token exuded a unique aura. There was a Lu on the front of the token, and a blood-red spear was carved on the back of the token. Red blood spear, are you from the Lu family? Yu Yin exclaimed. My little girl, Lu Xian, greets city lord Yu. Lu Xian said helplessly. If Yu Yin hadn't insisted on making things difficult for her, she wouldn't have used the Lu family's token. This token is called the red blood token. Not every direct descendant of the Lu family can have it. Only a small number of direct descendants will be given this token. The red blood spear that Yu Yin mentioned is the Lu family's imperial weapon. There are many imperial weapons in existence, and there are also differences in strength. The red blood spear is recognized as one of the 9 strongest imperial weapons. Fairy Lu, this is your token, please keep it. After knowing Lu Xian's identity, Yu Yin's attitude became polite. Not only did he return the token with both hands, but he also took the initiative to ask if he wanted to send someone to help hunt down the 3 people. Lu Xian also knew that Yu Yin was being polite, so she naturally wouldn't agree to it. In fact, she knew who sent the 3 people. After she was promoted to the god of transformation, she went to offer a blood sacrifice to the family's imperial weapon, the red blood spear. And she received the initial recognition of the red blood spear. This is also the reason why she was able to obtain the red blood order. With the red blood order, one can mobilize 1/10 of the family's resources unconditionally, and can also use the red blood order to ask the family's Saint Realm to help them once. At present, there are 3 young people in the Lu family who have obtained the recognition of the imperial soldier through blood sacrifice. She is one of them, and each of them has obtained the red blood order given by the family. After obtaining the initial recognition of the red blood spear, there is a chance to become the new owner of the imperial soldier. However, it is necessary to offer a blood sacrifice to the imperial soldier again after reaching the Hadao. Once recognized by the imperial soldier, he will definitely become the next head of the Lu family. The other 2 young people in the Lu family who have been recognized by the red blood spear are Lu Peng and Lu Xianxian. Lu Peng is the youngest son of the current head of the Lu family. Although his bloodline is relatively pure and he has been initially recognized by the red blood spear, his qualifications and talents are half a step weaker than hers, and his current cultivation is the third level of the spiritualization. If she reaches the Hadao realm earlier and performs a blood sacrifice again to get the recognition of the red blood spear, then Lu Peng will have nothing to do. For this reason, Lu Peng thought of a way. That is to marry Lu Xian out. As long as she marries out of the Lu family, the family will never allow her to perform a blood sacrifice to the emperor's soldier again. It just so happens that Lu Peng knows that Jiang Zi of the Jiang family has a special liking for her. So he found someone to jointly promote this matter, hoping to marry Lu Xian to the Jiang family. But Lu Xian is not stupid. Once she marries to the Jiang family, she will lose the opportunity to become the owner of the emperor's soldier. It just so happens that the head of the family is Lu Peng's father, and the other party also intends to pave the way for his son. Although he did not take the initiative to intervene in this matter, not opposing it means tacit consent. It was because of the pressure from the top of the family that Lu Xian fled the Lu family. If it goes as expected, the 3 spiritualizations just now were sent by Lu Peng. Most likely, the other party failed in one plan and came up with another one. As long as he killed her, he would naturally not compete with him. As for Lu Xianxian, although she also successfully performed a blood sacrifice and obtained the initial recognition of the red blood spear, Lu Xianxian was Lu Peng's biological sister. Not only was she several hundred years older than Lu Peng, but she also had poor aptitude and talent, and her cultivation level was only the second level of the spiritualization. And Lu Peng's cultivation level had surpassed her. Naturally, he would not pose any threat to Lu Peng. After saying goodbye to Yuan, Lu Xian returned to the hotel where she lived. Since Lu Peng had already tracked her down in Xianling City, he would definitely continue to assassinate her next time if the assassination failed. This time and the next time he came, he would probably be a void cultivator. In fact, the best way was to return to the Lu family. No matter how bold Lu Peng was, he would not dare to attack him in the Lu family. After all, his father was the head of the family, but he was not the strongest person in the Lu family. There were many people in the Lu family who were stronger than the head of the family. But once he returned to the Lu family, Lu Peng would definitely unite with those family leaders to force her to marry into the Jiang family. What should I do? Lu Xian was in a dilemma. After hesitating for a while, she decided not to go back to the Lu family. As for Fairy City, she couldn't stay in Fairy City. At worst, she would go to other fairy cities and lie low. Besides, Jiangzi also knew that she was in Fairy City, even though she was forced to leave. But he will definitely come to pester her in the future. Think of this. She decided to leave Fairy City tomorrow. Gao Yan didn't care about Lu Xian's assassination. After all, he was out to avoid trouble, so why would he take the initiative to cause trouble? Although Lu Xian is very good-looking, she is much better looking in the world of immortality. He can't kneel down and lick her just because she is a beautiful woman. He is lustful, but he is definitely not a dog licker. Time passes. A few days passed in a blink of an eye. Gao Yan is still in a good mood these days. After coming out of Yunding Fairy Tower, he went to a restaurant to eat and drink again, and then hurried towards the hotel where he lived. But as soon as I opened the room formation and entered it, I found an injured and unconscious woman lying on the floor of the room. If you look carefully, it's Lu Xian. Why did this woman come to his room? Is it just because he gave her half the fish? This is too nonsense. Moreover, he had a feeling that this woman would cause him a lot of trouble. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan activated his magical power of prediction, and soon, the picture of the future appeared in his mind. The enemy troops will arrive on the battlefield in half an hour. According to the picture of the future he saw, the people who were chasing Lu Xian would arrive at this restaurant in half a quarter of an hour. She was seriously injured and unconscious, so she was naturally unable to resist and was killed by her pursuers. In order to avoid trouble, he chose to leave and left Lu Xian in the hotel room to fend for herself, and was charged with the crime of assassinating Lu Xian, the legitimate daughter of the Lu family. Then the Lu family launched a worldwide network of family connections to investigate him as the murderer. Although he was not arrested, and even his true identity was not exposed, he felt particularly aggrieved when he was accused of being a murderer, despite having done nothing. What the hell, I'm going to save your life today. When you wake up, I'll talk to you about the charges, Gao Yan said to the unconscious Lu Xian, and then brought him into my world. The people who were chasing her came to her door so quickly. They must have the means to track them. Therefore, it is safest to hide them in my world. After Gao Yan brought Lu Xian into his world, he prepared to summon any door to leave Fairy City. But when he thought that the people who were chasing Lu Xian had framed him in the future, he felt unhappy. He is not a generous person. Therefore, he decided to kill these pursuers, and then he could collect another fee from Lu Xian. So, he began to decorate the room. Soon, half an hour passed. The person who was chasing Lu Xian has been found outside the hotel. There were 4 of them. One is at the 3rd level of Dongshu, one is at the 8th level, and 2 are at the 7th level. Those 3 transformed gods were the same ones who failed to assassinate Lu Xian a few days ago and were frightened by the aftermath of the Immortal City Lord and escaped. These 4 people have obviously locked onto Lu Xian's aura. Therefore, after the 4 of them entered the hotel, they went straight to the room where Gao Yan lived. The hotel room is shrouded in a formation. But the formation only has the function of sound insulation and preventing others from prying into it, so the defensive effect is not very good. Therefore, the person with the lowest cultivation level, the 7th level god transformation, stretched out his hand and pressed on the formation, and the formation covering the room immediately collapsed. Then they burst in with a big sting. Gao Yan did not deal with Lu Xian's blood stains on the floor in the room, and there was still her residual breath. For a while, all 4 people's eyes fell on Gao Yan. Junior, but you hid the person we wanted to kill? The 3rd level Dongshu asked, with an evil look in his eyes. Yes, it's me. Gao Yan nodded. If you don't hand him over yet, you will definitely die without a burial place. The other party's voice was stern and threatening, and at the same time, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Obviously, he didn't intend to let Gao Yan go. At this time, Gao Yan smiled, a little playfully. Boom. Time and space changed, and the 4 of them found that they were in the wild. And no longer in a hotel room. Innate secret realm. The 3rd level Dongshu exclaimed. He did not expect that the 1st level monk in front of him actually had an innate secret realm. Then, a huge greed suddenly surged in his heart. He raised his hand and launched an attack, intending to kill Gao Yan and seize his innate secret realm. But Gao Yan just waved his hand carelessly, and the opponent's attack was destroyed as if it disappeared into smoke. You are not the first level of the god transformation. Seeing that his attack was easily neutralized, the third level god of transformation suddenly came to his senses. If the opponent was only the first level of god transformation, how could he reveal his innate secret realm? It was obvious that the other party was hiding his cultivation level. What made him most flustered was that even though he had guessed that the other party was hiding his cultivation level, he still couldn't see through the other party's true cultivation level. Escape. As soon as a thought arose, he wanted to break through the void of the secret realm and escape from here. But in front of Gao Yan, how could he escape? Great destruction. Gao Yan waved his hand, and a black energy flow swept out, sucking the four people into it. The four of them struggled wildly within the energy flow to break through, but to no avail. However, in just a breath, their souls and bodies were strangled to pieces. Gao Yan then used the great devouring technique to swallow them all to strengthen the devouring Dao fruit. A casual move. The four people's storage rings and spiritual treasures flew into his hands. There are 5 spiritual treasures in total, and the third level caveman has 2. One is a high-grade spiritual treasure, and the other is a top-grade spiritual treasure. As for the 3 transformed gods, there is 1 high-grade spiritual treasure and 2 medium-grade spiritual treasures. The total number of spiritual stones in their storage rings is about 3 billion. The next moment, Gao Yan revealed the innate secret realm and put it away. Then he summoned any door and left Fairy City directly. A little less than half an hour later, Gao Yan came to a small city in the eastern wasteland where immortals and mortals lived together. This city has a population of several 100,000 and is controlled by a family of golden elixir cultivators. Gao Yan rented a small courtyard of more than 500 square meters in the south of the city and lived in it. Then the formation in the courtyard was modified. Only then did I release Lu Xian from my world. The opponent was seriously injured. Not only his body was severely injured, but his soul was also seriously injured. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan took out a pill and injected it into the opponent's body. This elixir is produced by the alchemy factory and has a miraculous effect on the injuries of spiritual cultivators. After the elixir enters the body, the injuries in Lu Xian's body began to repair at a visible speed, and even the injuries on her soul were no longer getting worse and were recovering slowly. Generally speaking, injuries to the soul are more troublesome. Although Gao Yan has a special elixir for treating the injuries of the soul, he is not in a hurry to give it to the other party until the terms are negotiated. About half an hour passed. Lu Xian slowly woke up and felt the healing injuries. She looked at Gao Yan, who was standing beside the bed. Did you save me? Gao Yan nodded. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Lu Xian quickly sat up and thanked Gao Yan. You said thank you too early. Do you know that I almost got hurt by you? Gao Yan said with dissatisfaction. I'm sorry, I was seriously injured and was about to fall into coma, so I broke into your room. Lu Xian said ashamedly. Okay, if you want to apologize, there's no need to say it. Let's be more practical. Gao Yan waved his hand, stared at Lu Xian, and said. Lu Xian, who was originally very grateful to Gao Yan, suddenly lost most of her gratitude when she heard these words, and her tone became a bit colder. What do you want? Just give me the spiritual stones. I don't want more. Just give me 10. Billion. Gao Yan smiled. 10 billion. Lu Xian exclaimed that even though she owned more than 30 billion spiritual stones, she still felt that Gao Yan was too greedy when she heard Gao Yan's offer. Why, do you think your life is not worth 10 billion? Okay, I'll give it. Lu Xian gritted her teeth and said, after all, her injury has not recovered yet, so she really has no confidence to refuse Gao Yan. Then bring it. Gao Yan stretched out his hand. Lu Xian threw out a storage ring. Not only did her gratitude towards Gao Yan completely disappear, but she also felt a little disgusted. The system announcement sounded promptly. The income value increased by 10 billion, and the number of spiritual stones increased by 60 billion. By the way, the injury on your soul is not light. If there is no elixir specifically for healing the soul, it will probably take decades to fully recover. Gao Yan said again. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian's heart suddenly tightened. Pills for treating the soul were relatively rare, not to mention those that were useful for transforming the soul into gods were even rarer. If she can raise her soul decades later, then Lu Peng will definitely surpass her in cultivation. If the other party performs a blood sacrifice to the red blood spear in advance and gets approval, then there will be nothing wrong with her in the future. What to do? For a moment, she was so confused. I have a pill here that can quickly heal the soul. It only costs 1 billion. Do you want to buy it? Gao Yan asked. Really? I saw Gao Yan flipping his palm, and a jade bottle appeared. Then he opened the jade bottle and poured out a snow-white elixir, and introduced, this is the snow spirit pill, which is specially used to treat injuries on the soul. After taking it, up to 3 God, your soul will be healed. Okay, I'll buy it. Although the snow spirit pill is not worth 1 billion, she still has to buy it in order to quickly restore her soul. As a result, Gao Yan gained another 1 billion in revenue. By the way, there are 3 incarnations of the people who are chasing you. And one of them is empty. As long as you bid 10 billion, I will help you kill them. Gao Yan said again. Just you? Lu Xian cast a suspicious look. After all, Gao Yan's aura was only at the level of Shen transformation. Don't doubt me. Gao Yan said, if I were only at the first level of divine transformation, how could I possibly have escaped with you? Lu Xian thought about it. If the guy in front of her was really the first level of divine transformation, he really wouldn't be able to escape with her. The next moment, Lu Xian said, 10 billion is too expensive, how about 5 billion? Okay, give me the spirit stone. Lu Xian threw another storage ring to Gao Yan, and the system announced that another 5 billion in income had been obtained. Then, Gao Yan said to Lu Xian, just rest and recover, those 4 people have been killed by me. You didn't lie to me? Lu Xian said a little doubtfully. Do I need to lie to you? Gao Yan said speechlessly, before I brought you here, you were seriously injured and unconscious. Even if the things on your body are taken away, can you resist? Feel sorry. After hearing what Gao Yan said, Lu Xian knew that she had misunderstood him. So she quickly apologized. Okay, hurry up and take the elixir to heal your injuries. Gao Yan waved his hand, walked out of the room, and came to the courtyard. The huge divine will instantly enveloped the entire city. Then he shook his head in disappointment. The entertainment venues in this city are far different from those in Zhongzhou. It will take 3 days for Lu Xian to recover. He couldn't just wait in this courtyard. So, his spiritual mind searched around the city and found a lake. He made a fishing rod directly from the materials in Minecraft. He appeared at the lakeside and made a small bench out of stones. He then reached out to catch a beast and killed it, using its internal organs to make a bait hanging on the hook and thrown into the water. Before you know it, 2 hours have passed. Gao Yan has caught more than 10 fish and thrown them all into the river of Minecraft. Another half-hour passed. Gao Yan put away his fishing rod and walked toward the city. But at this moment, a hurried-looking female chi-refining cultivator was flying towards his direction. Behind her, 2 male chi-refining cultivators were chasing her. When the female chi-refining cultivator discovered Gao Yan, who was walking, she decisively changed direction. Obviously, she did this because she was worried about implicate Gao Yan. Gao Yan naturally saw her intentions clearly and thought to himself, what a kind-hearted little girl. Dongfeng Ji, you don't want to implicate passers-by, but I won't let you get what you want. One of the male cultivators suddenly shouted jokingly. Then with a flick of his finger, a stream of spiritual power came straight towards Gao Yan. Stop! Dongfeng Ji quickly shouted, don't hurt innocent people. As she spoke, she immediately stopped running away and shot a diamond talisman at Gao Yan, intending to help him resist the attack. Could it be that in the world of cultivating immortals, there are such kind-hearted cultivators? Gao Yan secretly thought again, and then with a subsequent wave, not only the spiritual power fired by the opponent was dispersed, but also the bodies of the 2 casual cultivators were knocked away. After they fell to the ground, they were horrified to find that their dantian had been shattered and their spiritual energy was dissipating at an extremely fast speed. At this time, they still don't understand, this is the ironclad. But Dongfeng Ji was also shocked when she saw this scene, and then she stepped forward with some fear and bowed to Gao Yan. Senior, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to implicate you. Insightful eyes open. The other party's identity information also appeared in front of his eyes. This Dongfeng Ji is only 15 years old and has a 3rd level chi refining level, but she has top-notch wood spirit roots and 100 flower divine body. The appearance value is also very high, reaching 118 points. Due to age and cultivation, the figure has not yet reached the full value. Only 91 points. As for wealth, he was the poorest monk he had ever seen, and he only had 2 low-grade spiritual stones on him. The friendliness level is currently 68 points. It doesn't matter. Gao Yan waved his hand, helped the other person up, and asked, why are they chasing you? The 2 monks who were chasing her were not very good either. One was at the 4th level of chi refining and the other was at the 3rd level of chi refining. Dongfeng Ji said angrily, Senior, they are subordinates of He Yukuan. He Yukuan is a child of a family that cultivates immortals. He forced me to marry him. If I didn't agree, he planned to force me and take me back to get married. You have no elders? Gao Yan asked. Dongfeng Ji shook her head and said sadly, my mother died in childbirth when she gave birth to me. It was my father who raised me. Last year, my father went up the mountain to collect medicine and died from a beast. I studied medicine with my father since I was a child. After my father died, I became the village doctor. Then how did you get your cultivation level? Gao Yan asked again. Dongfeng Ji said, about half a year ago, I went up the mountain to collect medicine and hid in a cave to take shelter from the rain. Then I found a corpse inside, and a storage bag on him, which contained jade slips of exercises and some talisman. I learned the techniques in the jade slips. Hearing this, Gao Yan understood. It turned out that the other party only started practicing half a year ago. No wonder he was only at the 3rd level of qi refining. Have you never thought of joining the immortal cultivation sect? Gao Yan asked again. I thought about it, but if I leave, there will be no doctor in the village. You are so kind. Gao Yan smiled. Senior, I'm actually just average. Dongfeng, she said with a blush. What are your plans for the future? Gao Yan asked again. Hearing Gao Yan's inquiry, Dongfeng Ji was envious and confused. Then Yukuan would definitely not let her go, so he could not return to the village. Otherwise, Yukuan would definitely force her and might even harm the people in the village. But if she can't go back to the village, where can she go? Looking at Dongfeng Ji, who looked confused, Gao Yan said with a smile, if you don't know which way to go, I can give you a choice. Please give me some advice, senior. I can take you in as my maid, do you want to? Gao Yan asked. Thank you, senior, I am willing. Dongfeng Ji said hurriedly. Okay, now I will give you a test, go and kill those 2. Gao Yan pointed at the 2 qi refining male cultivators. He had to test Dongfeng Ji, after all, she was too kind. In the world of cultivating immortals, if you were too kind, you wouldn't go far, and he didn't want his maid to be a saint. After hearing Gao Yan's request, Dongfeng Ji hesitated for a moment, then walked towards the 2, and then ejected 2 spiritual powers, shattering their hearts. Well done. After Dongfeng Ji, who looked a little pale, came back, Gao Yan praised her and touched her head. Thank you, senior. Dongfeng Ji forced a smile. Is this your first time killing someone? Gao Yan asked. Yeah. You have to remember that kindness is fine, but kindness also depends on the object, otherwise, if you are just kind, you will become a saint. Gao Yan said softly. Dongfeng Ji nodded, not quite understanding. Okay, follow me. Yes, senior. Dongfeng Ji nodded and followed Gao Yan step by step. Half an hour later, Gao Yan took Dongfeng Ji back to the courtyard in the small town. Since entering the city, Dongfeng Ji has been curiously looking around. Although she is also a cultivator, she rarely leaves the village except for collecting herbs. When she was being hunted, she only knew to escape and had no chance to explore the scenery along the way. Are you hungry? Gao Yan looked at Dongfeng Ji. The other party nodded with a blushing face. Can you cook? Gao Yan asked again. Yes, senior. This is the fish I just caught, and this is spiritual rice, take it to cook. In less than half an hour, Dongfeng Ji prepared the meal and invited Gao Yan to eat. Dongfeng Ji made 4 dishes in total. A braised fish, a steamed fish, a plate of stir-fried vegetables, and egg soup. She stored the vegetables and eggs in her storage bag. Gao Yan tasted every dish and they tasted okay. After dinner, waited for Dongfeng Ji to wash the dishes. Gao Yan called her to the yard. After casually setting up a formation, he restored his original appearance. Senior? Dongfeng Ji was a little surprised to see Gao Yan, who had become more handsome and beautiful. Gao Yan said, "This is my true appearance. I am Gao Yan, the son of the 9 Saints sect." Hearing Gao Yan's identity, Dongfeng Ji did not show any surprise, but was a little confused. She was not even a casual cultivator and knew nothing about the cultivation world. So Gao Yan first told her about the basic situation of the world of the sky. Then he told her about the realm division of cultivators. After listening, Dongfangji couldn't help but ask curiously, "Young master, what realm are you in? Just think of me as a divine transformation cultivator." "Divine transformation, my God, you are so amazing, saint," Dongfangji said, with admiration. Gao Yan smiled, and then said, "Show me your technique." "Yes." Dongfangji immediately took out the technique jade slip. After reading this technique, Gao Yan secretly called it garbage. This technique can only be practiced to the 7th level of qi refining, which is far worse than the qi refining art of the 9 Saints sect. You know, qi refining art is only the technique practiced by the outer disciples of the 9 Saints sect. After thinking about it, Gao Yan took out a jade slip with a record of the top-grade earth level technique and handed it to Dongfangji. This technique is called Qingdi Gong, which is very compatible with the wood spirit root. You will practice this technique in the future. You should familiarize yourself with the technique first. If you don't understand, you can ask me, Gao Yan said. "Thank you, young master." Dongfangji took the jade slip and said gratefully. Then, Gao Yan handed her a storage ring, which contained 100,000 spirit stones and several bottles of fasting pills. When Dongfangji refined the storage ring, she was shocked to see the spirit stones piled up like a small mountain inside. Mister, you gave too many spirit stones." "No, these spirit stones are just a drizzle for me." Gao Yan waved his hand indifferently. "Okay, I'll take you to a place now." As soon as the voice fell, Gao Yan took Dongfangji into my world. "Mister, where is this?" "This is a secret world. The time flow rate here is 10 times faster than outside. You can comprehend the skills here first. If you are hungry, eat a fasting pill." "Mister, please rest assured, I will comprehend the skills well," Dongfangji said hurriedly. "Okay, if you encounter something you don't understand, you can call me directly." 3 days passed in a flash. And more than 20 days have passed in my world. It must be said that Dongfangji is worthy of having top-level spiritual roots and divine bodies. In just over 20 days, she not only comprehended the qi refining chapter of Qingdi Gong and successfully changed her cultivation, but also improved her cultivation by 2 realms in a row, reaching the 5th level of qi refining. That day, Gao Yan was lying in the yard basking in the sun. Lu Xian's room, which had been closed for 3 days, was finally opened. The other party walked out of the room. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for protecting me these days," Lu Xian said with gratitude. "It doesn't matter, after all, I have received your spiritual stone," Gao Yan replied lazily. "By the way, I don't know what fellow Taoist should call me?" Lu Xian asked curiously, and at the same time, she secretly opened the golden pupil of delusion. But what surprised her was that her golden pupil of delusion could not see through Gao Yan's true cultivation. "Just call me fellow Taoist," Gao Yan said lightly. He also felt Lu Xian's prying, but he didn't take it seriously. The other party couldn't see through his cultivation. After hearing what Gao Yan said, Lu Xian felt uncomfortable. It was obvious that this person had no intention of making friends with her. "By the way, where is this place, fellow Taoist?" "This is a small town in the East Wilderness. Since your injury has healed, I should leave too." Gao Yan got up from the recliner. Seeing Gao Yan was about to leave, Lu Xian hurriedly shouted, "Fellow Taoist, Wait a minute, I wonder if we can make another deal. What deal do you want to make? I want you to escort me back to the Lu family. Lu Xian said that since Lu Peng had sent a cave cultivator to assassinate her. Although he failed this time, there would definitely be a next time, so she couldn't stay outside and had to return to the Lu family. She planned to return to the Lu family to use the Red Blood Order and ask a Saint Realm to come forward to solve her current troubles. Although it was a pity. But this was also the best way for her to resolve the crisis. As for Lu Peng, it would not be too late to settle accounts with him after she was recognized by the Red Blood Spear in the future. Gao Yan refused, without even thinking, no. If he guessed correctly, the people who assassinated Lu Xian were mostly from the Lu family. The Lu family is an imperial family. Although it has not established a sect, its overall strength is much stronger than the Nine Saints sect. If he hadn't used his foresight to find out that those people framed him, he wouldn't have participated in this matter. How about 10 billion spirit stones? Lu Xian gritted her teeth. Although I love spirit stones, I don't want to get into big trouble. I don't want to get involved in your Lu family's affairs. Goodbye. As soon as the voice fell, Gao Yan disappeared from the spot. Asshole. Seeing Gao Yan disappear, Lu Xian couldn't help but curse angrily. After leaving the small town, Gao Yan was teleported to another large fairy city in Zhongzhou through the portal. Then he changed his appearance and breath before entering the city. Half a day later. In my world. Gao Yan gathered the Yi sisters and Dongfang Ji together. Then he took out the food packed from the fairy city restaurant and invited them to enjoy it together. For this kind of top-notch food, the three women naturally couldn't resist it. Unfortunately, Dongfang Ji's cultivation was too low. These foods contained a lot of spiritual energy, so she couldn't eat after eating just a little. She could only swallow her saliva while watching the large amount of food on the table. The fairy city that Gao Yan came to this time is called Longling City, which belongs to the sphere of influence of Taiyin Holy Land. Unknowingly, he had been playing in the city for more than a month. And in my world, a year has passed. During this year, Dongfang Ji has been practicing continuously, and her cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th level of qi refining. So, Gao Yan prepared to arrange for her to break through to the foundation building stage. This is the foundation building pill. After taking it, you will be ready to break through. Thank you, sir. Dongfang Ji took the foundation building pill and put it in her mouth. After the medicinal power was dissolved, she began to activate the exercises to build the foundation. Although Dongfang Ji reached the peak of the 9th level of qi refining in just over a year. But her foundation was not at all empty. Therefore, the breakthrough was also unusually smooth. After consolidating her own cultivation, Dongfang Ji jumped up happily. Sir, I finally broke through to the foundation building stage. I don't have to drool at the food anymore. During this period, Gao Yan brought a lot of food to feed them. The Yi sisters were fine. They had reached the nascent soul stage and were not affected by the food, but Dongfang Ji was not. She was the only one who was refining qi. She felt it was difficult to digest a little more. Little foodie. Gao Yan rubbed her head. Dongfang Ji was not unhappy with Gao Yan's actions, but she enjoyed it very much. Inside Longling City, Gao Yan was shopping with his maid Dongfang Ji. She had lived in a small mountain village for many years, and even entering a small fairy city in Donghuang would be dazzled. Therefore, seeing such a prosperous Longling city, her eyes were almost not enough. Let's go to that store and take a look. Gao Yan took Dongfangji into a shop selling magic weapons. Although he could give the little maid magic weapons directly, he wanted the little maid to experience the joy of shopping. "Sir, please come in, young lady." As soon as she stepped into the store, a female clerk came up and greeted her enthusiastically. Faced with this situation, Dongfangji was still a little timid. Gao Yan pulled Dongfangji out from behind him and said to the female clerk, "She has just broken through to the foundation building stage. Please help her. Choose a set of magic weapons suitable for her." "Okay, sir." The female clerk nodded, then smiled and said to Dongfangji, "Hello, girl. I am Xiaowu, a clerk in Tianbao Hall. What is your name?" "My name is Dongfangji. It turns out to be Miss Dongfang. Please follow me. I will introduce you." First, Dongfangji was led away by the female clerk, but another female clerk came to receive Gao Yan and served spiritual tea and snacks. Half an hour later, Dongfangji came back with the clerk. The female clerk brought Gao Yan a list of magic weapons. The list recorded 5 magic weapons and their prices. The 5 magic weapons include 3 medium-grade spiritual weapons and 2 high-grade spiritual weapons. The styles of these 5 magic weapons are magic skirt, hairpin, wrist guard, shoes, and flying sword. "Do you like all these magic weapons?" Gao Yan asked Dongfangji. The other party nodded. "If you like it, buy them all." "Sister Xiaowu, how many spiritual stones do these magic weapons cost?" Dongfangji asked the female clerk. The female clerk reported a number. After hearing this, Dongfangji was shocked. "Sir, it's too expensive. Why don't we just not buy it?" "It's okay, your young master doesn't lack these spiritual stones." Gao Yan smiled disapprovingly, and then said to the female clerk, "Send all the 5 magic weapons over." After a while, with the farewell of the female clerk, Gao Yan and Dongfangji walked out of Tianbao Hall. "Sir, I'm sorry, That's enough." Gao Yan interrupted Dongfangji's words, "Your sir really doesn't lack that little spiritual stone. Besides, you are my maid. If you don't even have a few decent magic weapons, others will laugh at me." After hearing what Gao Yan said, Dongfangji no longer hesitated and secretly vowed in her heart that she must serve the sir well in the future. Although she was simple, she was not stupid. Others would not spend so many spiritual stones on their maids. In the next few days, Gao Yan took Dongfangji to play around in Longling City. However, on the 5th day, Gao Yan was ready to take Dongfangji out again. But the other party took the initiative to propose that she wanted to go to my world to practice. That's fine. Since the maid wanted to make progress, Gao Yan naturally would not discourage her confidence, so he sent Dongfangji into my world again. In a blink of an eye, several days passed. There was movement in the spiritual medicine planting space, but another kind of magic medicine, the Earth Core Fire Lotus, was mature. The magic medicine of the Earth Core Fire Lotus has the effect of tempering the body and improving the physique. Although swallowing the Tao fruit and the creation immortal scripture improved his physique, the process was slow. After taking the Earth Core Fire Lotus, his physique could be upgraded to a higher level in a short period of time. He hurried back to his hotel room. Gao Yan's mind moved, and he appeared in my world. The next moment, a red lotus that looked like a flame condensed appeared in his hand, exuding a refreshing fragrance. After taking out a petal of lotus and swallowing it, Gao Yan felt clusters of flames rising in his body. These flames did not have any burning sensation, but they were quickly tempering his body. As time passed, Gao Yan clearly felt that his physique was rapidly improving. About 2 days later, the effect of the magic medicine was exhausted, and his physique was promoted from the primary immortal body to the intermediate immortal body. Continue. Gao Yan took another petal of fire lotus and swallowed it. This time, the effect of the fire lotus was not as good as the first petal. Although the immortal body was further improved, it did not reach the advanced immortal body. So, Gao Yan continued to take it. After swallowing 2 more petals of the earth core fire lotus, Gao Yan's immortal body finally reached the level of a high-level immortal body. There were 5 petals left on this earth core fire lotus, so Gao Yan swallowed them all in one breath. Then, his immortal body reached the level of a top-level immortal body in one fell swoop. His eyes fell on another mature earth core fire lotus in the spiritual medicine planting space, and he shook his head secretly. Even if he ate this earth core fire lotus again, it is estimated that there will be no effect. With a thought, Gao Yan appeared in the Yi family martial arts hall in Yuhe town. This is where the Yi sisters stayed in my world. Similarly, Dongfangji also practiced here. The Yi sisters were practicing in seclusion. Gao Yan used his divine thoughts to wake them up. "Brother Gao, what's the matter?" Yi Qingshuang asked gently. "Eat this." Gao Yan took out 2 petals of the earth heart fire lotus and handed them to the Yi sisters. "It can improve your physical fitness." "Thank you, Brother Gao." Their bodies and minds belonged to Gao Yan, so they naturally would not be polite to him. They took the earth heart fire lotus and put it in their mouths. Gao Yan was strong and had a deep foundation. He naturally absorbed the magic medicine quickly. But the Yi sisters couldn't do that. It took more than a month to absorb a petal of the earth heart fire lotus. However, the effect was also remarkable. The 2 women's physiques were promoted from ordinary bodies to top-level spiritual bodies. After thinking about it, Gao Yan gave them another petal of the earth heart fire lotus, which should allow their physiques to reach the level of divine bodies. Anyway, there is a space for spiritual medicine cultivation, so he has a constant supply of divine medicine. And the Yi sisters are his women, so naturally he will not be reluctant to use the divine medicine on them. As expected, after the 2 women digested the second petal of the earth heart fire lotus, their physiques reached the level of divine bodies. There were 5 petals left in the second earth heart fire lotus, so Gao Yan gave them 2 petals each and kept the remaining petal first. After the 2 women digested the 2 petals of the earth heart fire lotus, their divine bodies were promoted again to the level of intermediate divine bodies. Judging from the situation of the 2 women taking the divine medicine, the effects of taking the divine medicine are also different for different people. Take him for example, taking 1 petal of the earth heart fire lotus directly promoted his immortal body to a higher level. The 2 women each took 4 petals to reach the intermediate divine body. Even if they took a complete earth heart fire lotus, it is estimated that they would only reach the holy body at best. Originally, he planned, after the second batch of earth heart fire lotus matured, he would return to the 1960s and the main world and give his women the earth heart fire lotus. But now it seems that he can wait a little longer, and it will not be too late. To give them the earth heart fire lotus after their cultivation level is improved to the level of transformation. Recovering his mind, Gao Yan prepared to leave my world. He glanced at Dongfeng Ji, who was in seclusion in the room, and then, secretly, exclaimed, "Wow, the other party has actually broken through to the third level of foundation building. This cultivation speed is too fast." A few more days passed. Gao Yan was listening to music at an entertainment venue in Longling Ferry City with a leisurely expression. Suddenly, a high-pitched dragon roar sounded, instantly reaching the ears of all the monks in the city. Immediately afterwards, a powerful dragon's power descended from the sky. Under the influence of this dragon's power, all the monks with golden elixir and below were suppressed and fainted. Although the golden elixir cultivators did not faint, most of them were pressed to the ground by the dragon's power and could hardly move. The nascent soul cultivator could barely resist the dragon's power, but his body was also stiff and he could hardly move. As for the spiritual cultivators, although they could move freely, they all turned pale under the pressure of Long Wei. Gao Yan, who was in an entertainment venue, was able to drive away the influence of Long Wei as soon as his body shook. The next moment, his eyes penetrated the roof and landed on the sky above Longling Ferry City. A huge building shadow appeared there, and these shadows were gradually becoming solid. With a flash of figure, he appeared on the roof. Like him, there were many God transformation monks and several Dongshu monks standing on other buildings in the city. About half an hour passed. The dragon's power dissipated and Longling Ferry City returned to normal. But the shadow of the building above the city has gone from virtual to solid. And there is a continent suspended in midair below the building. Brush. Gao Yan's figure flashed and he appeared on the suspended continent in the sky. As far as he could see, he saw a grand palace complex. Follow closely. A few more figures flashed past, but it was the city lord of Longling City, Shanyuan Zhang, who arrived with someone. Retreat quickly, this place is related to the secret of my Taiyin Holy Land. Otherwise, we will kill without mercy. The other party's sharp eyes fell on Gao Yan, and his tone was full of murderous intent. If he didn't retreat immediately, the other party would immediately kill him here. Okay, I'm leaving now. Gao Yan decisively stepped away from the suspended continent. Returning to the entertainment venue, Gao Yan immediately activated his magical power of prediction. Soon, information about the next 3 months appeared in his mind. Among them, there is naturally the situation about the palace complex above the fairy city. According to the information given by the precognitive magical power, Shanyuan Zhang has notified the Taiyin Holy Land and ordered people to blockade the entire Longling Immortal City. People from the Taiyin Holy Land will also arrive here an hour later and explore the palace complex in the sky. But the results of the exploration were mind-numbing. Taiyin Holy Land sent 3 Hadao statues, accompanied by 5 Dongshu and more than 20 transformed gods. But after they broke into the palace complex, all fell into it. Then, a group of humanoid creatures covered with dragon scales walked out of the palace and slaughtered all the creatures in Longling Fairy City. And he was punched to pieces by a humanoid monster, covered in golden scales. Seeing this scene, Gao Yan felt a little embarrassed. Although the dragon-scaled humanoid monster was strong, he was not unable to resist. Fortunately, this wasn't the first time that the supernatural power predicted his death. He wasn't very angry. But when he thought that all the monks in Longling Immortal City would be killed by humanoid monsters, he felt pity. Think of this. He reappeared on the suspended land in the sky. You dare to come here and seek death, kill him. Seeing Gao Yan appear again, Shan Yuanzhang became angry and immediately ordered his men to kill Gao Yan. Bang bang bang. Gao Yan raised his hand and slapped Shan Yuanzhang's men away. At the same time, a soul seed quietly sneaked into his soul. Subsequently, Shan Yuanzhang was controlled by Gao Yan. Under Gao Yan's control, Shan Yuanzhang first ordered the removal of the ban on Longling Fairy City. His voice spread throughout the city, telling the monks in the city that there is an extremely murderous and powerful monster in the building above the head. The monks in the city, please leave Longling City immediately. Shan Yuanzhang passed the message 3 times in a row. Those who believed his words immediately fled towards Longling City. There are also many practitioners who sneer at Shan Yuanzhang's words and are not willing to leave at all. Half an hour passed. 70% of the cultivators in Longling Immortal City have left. Most of the cultivators who left were below the nascent soul stage, while those who stayed were some extraordinary cultivating forces. At the same time, the heads of the 5 major immortal cultivating worlds in the city boarded the floating continent together. The head of the Huang family was the first to speak. Lord City Lord, what on earth is going on? Shan Yuanzhang said coldly, everything I say is true. If you don't want to die, evacuate immediately. City Lord, do you have any evidence? The head of the Huang family asked again. No. Shan Yuanzhang said coldly, believe it or not, AI. Seeing Shan Yuanzhang's cold and tough attitude, the 5 heads of the Immortal Cultivation family were a little dissatisfied. Final. 2 family heads quickly evacuated Longling Fairy City with their family members. There were 3 other people who did not believe in evil and chose to stay. After all, this is where their family has their roots. If they just evacuate, the loss will be too great. Besides, there is no basis for what Shan Yuanzhang said. What if it is a lie? Good words can't persuade the damn ghost. Seeing that there were still many monks in the city who were unwilling to evacuate, Gao Yan sighed secretly. And he quietly left Longling City. However, he quietly split dozens of soul seeds and sneaked into the souls of the monks in the city. By then, he could also watch a live broadcast. Of course, Shan Yuanzhang also injected soul seeds into the spirits of several of his men. Time passed slowly. The team from the Taiyin Holy Land finally arrived. As Gao Yan saw with his foresight, the leaders were 3 Hadao. The strongest Hadao reached the 7th level of Hadao, and the other 2 were the 3rd level of Hadao. Shan Yuanzhang, what's going on in the city? The leader of the 7th level of Hadao frowned and asked when he found that there were only about 30% of the cultivators in the city. Reporting to Elder Bai, I feel that there is a great terror in this palace complex, so I asked them to evacuate first. Shan Yuanzhang explained. The elder of the 7th level of Hadao frowned even more deeply. How did you sense it? Why didn't I sense it at all? Elder, I seem to have seen some scenes of the future. After you entered, you all perished. Later, a group of humanoid monsters covered with dragon scales rushed out and slaughtered all the creatures in the city. Since Gongsun Yao Yao was also from the Taiyin Holy Land, Gao Yan tried to save their lives. Nonsense, nonsense. Elder Bai of the 7th level of Hadao was furious and scolded. Shan Yuanzhang fell silent. Elder Bai, should we go in and investigate now? Another Hadao 3rd level asked. Let's go in and take a look. Elder Bai waved his hand and prepared to lead people in. But at this time, Shan Yuanzhang said, Elder Bai, I request to go in. Together. Humph, no need. Elder Bai snorted and waved his hand. Just as Elder Bai led his men into the palace complex, Gao Yan also released his control over Shan Yuanzhong. When his mind flashed back to what happened an hour ago, a huge anger suddenly appeared on his face. Obviously, he realized that he was being controlled by the divine transformation cultivator in some sinister way. Although the palaces on the floating continent are covered by formations, many formations have stopped functioning because it has been so long ago. Therefore, Elder Bai and his group easily passed the formation and entered it. They looked at the grand palace complex in front of them and a Dongxiu cultivator said excitedly, "It seems that this is an ancient ruins. I wonder what can be unearthed." Because the architectural style of these palace complexes is completely different from today's architectural style. At the same time, they also let go of their spiritual thoughts and explored the palace. But the strange thing is, these palaces seem to be made of special materials, and they can actually block their spiritual thoughts. 3 elders, why don't you let your subordinates enter a palace, too? Investigate? A cultivator at the 6th level of spiritual transformation volunteered. Okay, be safe. Elder Bai nodded. Thank you, Elder Bai, for your concern. The figure of the spiritual cultivator flashed and he came to a palace. All palaces and palace doors here are closed. I saw him reaching out and pushing on the palace door, and the 2 closed doors were pushed open easily. The other party subconsciously looked inside the door. Then, he saw that there were densely packed black coffins in the palace. Even if he is a monk who transforms into gods, his scalp feels numb when he sees this scene. He released his spiritual thoughts again, but after entering the palace, his divine thoughts disappeared without a trace. He gritted his teeth and stepped into the palace, and came to the coffin closest to him. The coffin in the hall was completely dark, and I didn't know what material it was made of. He reached out and touched the coffin and found that the coffin was extremely cold. Because spiritual thoughts are ineffective, if you want to know what's inside, you can only open the coffin. Jiang Hao, did you find anything? At this time, Elder Bai's voice came from outside the hall. Jiang Hao replied loudly, returning to the elders, there are only many coffins in this hall. Also, I still can't use my spiritual mind, so I request to open the coffin for investigation. Don't be careless, I will send someone to help you open the coffin. Elder Bai replied, and appointed another spiritual cultivator to enter the palace. Senior brother Wu, I'll open the coffin, and you'll protect me next to me. Jiang Hao said to Wu Fengxing, who came in later. Junior brother Jiang, feel free to open the coffin and leave the rest to me. As he spoke, Wu Fengxing offered a golden seal. This seal was a top-grade spiritual treasure that had the effect of suppressing all evil. Then I'll trouble senior brother Wu. Jiang Hao nodded, then stretched out his hand to push open the coffin lid. But when he exerted his strength, he found that the coffin lid was extremely heavy, and he could not push it open with his physical strength, so he activated the spiritual power in his body. A harsh friction sound was heard, and the coffin lid was pushed open a little bit. After pushing a third, Jiang Hao and Wu Fengxing couldn't help but look inside the coffin. But what surprised them was that it was pitch dark inside the coffin and they couldn't see anything. The 2 of them, who had never seen anything like this before, felt a chill in their hearts. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. 2 sharp claws, covered with pitch-black scales, quickly reached out from the coffin and grabbed the 2 men's necks in an instant, pulling them into the coffin. Brush. The figure flashed by, and Elder Bai's figure appeared next to the coffin, and he condensed a big hand of energy to grab into the coffin. But what made him feel weird was his big hand of energy was empty. Damn it! Elder Bai shouted coldly and slapped the coffin with his palm. Logically speaking, his palm was enough to shatter the coffin, but strangely, the coffin only shook a little, but it was safe. At this time others also broke into the palace. "Senior Brother Bai, what on earth is going on?" a third level of Hadao asked. Elder Bai shook his head, "I don't know either." Just then, a pair of sharp claws, covered with black scales, emerged from the coffin again, and instantly grabbed the two hollow necks. Presumptuous! Elder Bai was so angry that the things in the coffin looked down upon him. They actually dared to kidnap people in front of him. He raised his hand and waved two sword energy. Ding! Ding! The sword energy hit the two sharp claws, but it made a sound of gold and iron clashing. At the same time, the two Dongshu statues were pulled into the coffin. Court death. Elder Bai's anger surged, and he stretched out his hand to suddenly condense tens of thousands of sword energies. These sword energies quickly merged and finally turned into an energy sword that appeared in his hand. 10,000 sword slash. This is the magical power cultivated by Elder Bai. Boom! The energy sword hit the black coffin, making a loud noise. But what surprised everyone was that the coffin was fine after shaking twice. Suddenly, a chill rose from the soles of their feet. Just then, the lid of a coffin flew out on its own initiative, and then two sharp claws, covered with red scales, stretched out from it, grabbing the necks of the two spiritual cultivators like lightning, trying to pull them into the coffin. Seeing this, the three Hadao statues all attacked the pair of red phosphorus arms. But unfortunately, their attack still had no effect on those big hands, and they could only watch the red claws pull the opponent into the coffin. Retreat, exit the palace immediately. The word Shan Yuanzhang said before suddenly flashed through Elder Bai's mind, "They will all perish here." After hearing Elder Bai's order, everyone exited the palace as quickly as possible, but unfortunately, the moment they approached the palace gate, boom! The two palace doors were closed. Seeing this, everyone subconsciously bombarded the palace gate. But soon, they discovered to their horror that they could not break down the door at all. With the palace closed, the hall also became extremely dark, and they who could see in the dark could not see anything. Ah! A shrill scream came out. "It's junior brother Zhou!" Someone shouted, and he recognized that the scream was coming from Zhou Chuan, a monk who transformed into gods. But as soon as he finished speaking, several more screams sounded one after another. The mind is ineffective and the eyes cannot see. The people present were completely blind, and with the continuous screams, a feeling of fear began to spread in everyone's hearts. "You monster, you dare to come out and fight me!" Elder Bai roared angrily. Puff! A palm covered with silver scales suddenly appeared on the back of his head, and quickly pierced his head. At the same time, palms of different colors appeared behind the monks of the Taiyin Holy Land, one after another, piercing their heads one by one. In less than 5 breaths, the entire hall returned to calm. Outside the palace complex, Shan Yuanzhang was waiting there with an ugly expression. Just for what he had just done, the Holy Land would have to punish him. Suddenly, the formation that enveloped the palace complex rippled. Shan Yuanzhang felt happy, thinking that Elder Bai and others had finished their investigation and came out. But immediately, his expression turned dull. Because what walked out was actually a humanoid monster about 3 meters tall, covered in red scales. Suddenly, an ominous premonition rose from Xianyuan Zhang's heart. Elder Bai. And the others were not really killed, right? At the same time, Gao Yan also saw this humanoid monster through the soul seed dormant in Xianyuan Zhang's soul. What is this thing? He said secretly. The red phosphorus monster in front of him exuded a ferocious and cold aura, which made Xianyuan Zhang feel fearful and alert. Who are you? Why don't you come here quickly? Xianyuan Zhang sacrificed the Lingbao flying sword, which was suspended above his head, ready to attack the red phosphorus monster at any time. I am from the royal scale clan, and a mere slave clan is not worthy of questioning. Kill. Hearing that this red phosphorus monster actually called him a slave clan, Xianyuan Zhang could no longer suppress the murderous intent and anger in his heart. The Lingbao flying sword suspended above his head burst into a red divine light, and instantly slashed to the top of the opponent's head. But what shocked Xianyuan Zhang was that the red phosphorus monster looked at him contemptuously, stretched out his hand and grabbed, and his Lingbao flying sword was actually caught by the opponent. Immediately afterwards, a breaking sound was heard, and the opponent actually broke the middle-grade Lingbao flying sword with the power of his physical body. Then, he felt a flash before his eyes, followed by a strong stinging pain on his neck. It was the red phosphorus monster who had already approached him and stretched out his sharp claws to grab his neck. The sharp claws pierced into his flesh and blood. He wanted to resist, but was horrified to find that the moment the opponent grabbed his neck, his body became soft and weak, and his soul became drowsy. The red phosphorus monster laughed strangely, and directly pinched Xianyuan Zhang's body into a puff of blood mist, and then opened his mouth to absorb the blood mist into his body. After absorbing the blood mist, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face, and even the scales on his body became brighter. The royal scale clan? Is it a native race of this world, or an alien species? With the death of Xianyuan Zhang, Gao Yan also lost his sight. But the soul seed lurking behind Xianyuan Zhang's soul is no different from him facing the red phosphorus monster directly. After the red phosphorus monster killed Xianyuan Zhang, dozens of scale monsters walked out of the formation. The scales of these monsters are not the same color, some are red, some are black, and some are silver. After sleeping for many years, I finally returned to this world. A silver-scaled monster said with some excitement, but immediately, his eyes turned cold. Humph, during the time we were away, the slaves actually occupied this world. They really deserve to die. Yuan, why are you angry? This world has always belonged to our 100 clan. When the 100 clan fully awakens, the slaves will become our blood food. Again. The red phosphorus monster who came out first chuckled. That's right. The silver-scaled monster called Yuan nodded, and then said to the scaled monster behind him, the city lord below has a lot of blood food. After sleeping for many years, you must have been hungry and thirsty. Now go kill. Roar, roar, roar. Dozens of scaled monsters howled like beasts, and then rushed out of the floating continent one by one, and landed in Dragon Scale City with a bang. Dragon Scale City is a large fairy city. Even though 70% of the monks were withdrawn under Gao Yan's design, there were still millions of monks left. Ding ding ding. The monks were not mortals who could be slaughtered at will. Seeing the sudden appearance of the scale-armored monsters, they all used their magic weapons to kill the other party. But their magic weapons only made a crisp sound when they fell on the scale. Armored monsters, and they could not break their defense at all. Kill. Die. The scale-armored monsters uttered short syllables, and then punched one by one. Each punch could make hundreds of monks explode and turn into blood mist. Facing these blood mists, the scale-armored monsters opened their mouths and sucked them into their stomachs, showing an expression of enjoyment. In just half a quarter of an hour, more than hundreds of thousands of monks have died in the hands of these humanoid monsters. At the same time, the immortal cultivation forces in the city also organized people to counterattack. Unfortunately, compared with the scale-armored monsters, although they had a large number of people, they still could not do anything to them. At this moment, Gao Yan, who was thousands of miles away from Longling City, witnessed this battle through the Soul Seed. I also got to know more about the Royal Scale clan. Currently, there are silver-scaled monsters, red phosphorus monsters, and black-scaled monsters. Among them, the silver-scaled monster is the strongest and should be at the level of Hadao. The red phosphorus monster is at the level of Dongshu, and the black-scaled monster is at the level of Huashan. However, their defense and speed are far beyond the same realm, and they have a special toxin in their bodies that can paralyze the body and soul of the cultivator. In the precognitive magic, he was killed by the gold-scaled monster, so the gold-scaled monster is equivalent to a strong man in the holy realm. With the killing of this group of scaled monsters, the number of cultivators in Longling City has dropped sharply, and many cultivators are also scared and choose to flee outside the city. But at this time, the floating continent in the sky suddenly cast a colorful divine light, blocking the entire Longling City. No matter how the fleeing cultivators attacked, they could not break the blockade. They were in despair and could only turn around to fight. 2 hours later, millions of cultivators in Longling City were slaughtered, emitting a strong smell of blood. As for the 70% of cultivators who evacuated earlier, after the killing began, they only hated their parents for not giving them 2 more legs, and fled madly. Longling City is the territory of Taiyin Holy Land. After the death of that team, they probably got the news and would definitely continue to send people to investigate. With a thought, Gao Yan summoned the Anywhere door and came to the vicinity of Taiyin Holy Land. Then, after injecting a piece of text and image into the communication talisman, he urged it to fly into Taiyin Holy Land. After a while, Gong Sun Yao Yao, who was in a congenital secret realm of Taiyin Holy Land, received the communication talisman. When she read the contents inside, her expression suddenly changed. Hesitant slightly, she immediately left the secret realm and went to the Taiyin temple to meet the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord of Taiyin is a beautiful woman. Her appearance is no worse than that of Gongsun Yao Yao, and she also exudes a coolness like the moonlight and a strong majesty. Yao Yao pays homage to Master. You came here in a hurry, but what happened? Holy Lord Taiyin asked with soft eyes. Master, please read the contents of this communication talisman. Gongsun Yao Yao presented the messenger talisman from Gao Yan. After reading the content inside, Holy Lord Taiyin also had a touch of emotion and horror on his face. Just then, several Hadao-level elders came together to pay their respects. Invite them in. After a while, 6 elders in the later stages of Hadao entered the hall one after another and bowed to salute. All the elders are here together. Do you have something important to do? Holy Lord, one of the elders said, a few hours ago, the Lord of Longling City, Shan Yuan, Zhang, sent news that there were suspected ruins in Longling City. So, after some discussion, we sent Elder Bai to lead a team to Longling City to investigate. I did not expect that a quarter of an hour ago, during a routine inspection at the Soul Palace, I found that all the soul lamps of Elder Bai and others were broken. As expected, Elder Bai and his party were all killed in Longling City. Look at the contents of this communication talisman. Holy Lord Taiyin through the messenger talisman, and after the 6 elders spread the word to each other, a look of horror appeared on their faces. Do you elders know this scale monster? Taiyin Holy Lord asked. The 5 elders all shook their heads, but one elder hesitated and said, Holy Lord, I once saw a record in an incomplete ancient book, saying that in ancient times, this world was ruled by hundreds of tribes, and this scale armor the weirdo looks very much like the royal scale clan among the 100 tribes. Moreover, it is recorded in ancient books that when hundreds of tribes ruled this world, we humans were just slaves and blood food raised by hundreds of tribes. Absurd. One of the elders immediately retorted, how can we, the human race, be so lowly? That's right, what qualifications do these bullshit tribes have to enslave our human race? Immediately some elders agreed, not believing that the hundreds of tribes in the ancient books could enslave them. After all, the Songqiong continent now belongs to the human race. At this time, Holy Lord Taiyin raised his hand, stopped a group of elders, and then asked, Elder Mo, is there a detailed introduction to the Huanglin clan in the ancient books you have seen? Mo Qingdao, back to the sect leader, ancient books say that the Huanglin clan has extremely high physical defense and is extremely fast. In addition, they possess an extremely strange toxin in their bodies. As long as they are exposed to this toxin, both their body and soul will be destroyed. Paralysis. Also, the royal scales divide their strength by the color of their scales. The weakest are black scales, the ones stronger than black are red phosphorus, the ones stronger than red phosphorus are silver scales, and then there are gold scales and purple scales. Then what is their specific strength? Holy Lord Taiyin asked again. Mo Qing shook his head, sorry Holy Master, there are only so many records in the ancient books, and I don't know their specific strength. However, the incomplete ancient book also records 23 races, namely the gods and demons, Yu clan, Golden Horn clan, Dragon clan. After listening to Mo Chang's story, Holy Lord Taiyin fell into silence. After a while, an old man with white beard and hair arrived. I've met the Holy Lord. The other party bowed to the Holy Lord Taiyin. Elder E, there is no need to be polite. Holy Lord Taiyin said quickly. This Elder E is a strong man in the Holy Realm, and he has also reached the 9th level of the Holy Realm. Therefore, Holy Lord Taiyin still respected him. Later, she personally introduced the situation of Xiaolongling City to Yi Songhai, hoping that he could go there to find out the truth in person. Holy Lord, don't worry, I'll come back as soon as I go. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Songhai broke through the void and left. On the other side, after Gao Yan sent a message to Gongsun Yao Yao, he returned to the vicinity of Longling City. He sent a message to Gongsun Yao Yao because he was worried that the other party would come and die without knowing the depth of Longling City. The other party is also his fiancée, after all. And she's nice to him, so naturally I can't let her die. Now, he has informed the situation in Longling City, and with her intelligence, she will definitely report it to the higher-ups of the Holy Land. By then, the Taiyin Holy Land will most likely send a Holy Land over. Therefore, he came back specially to watch the show. Just as he expected. He came back here less than a quarter of an hour ago. An old figure appeared out of thin air over Longling City. When he looked at the empty Longling City that exuded a strong smell of blood, even Yi Songhai, who had no regard for life, couldn't help but feel angry in his heart. This bullshit royal scale clan is so cruel. The next moment, his eyes fell on the palace complex on the floating continent. As soon as he raised his hand, a giant energy palm condensed in the sky. The big palm fell and slapped heavily on the buildings. But what surprised him was that although his confident palm hit the palace complex, it actually failed to shatter the palace complex. How is it possible that there are such solid buildings in the world? Yi Songhai felt unbelievable. The next moment, a figure flashed by, and a scaled monster, covered with golden scales and nearly 10 meters tall, appeared out of thin air. There was a ferocious light in his narrow eyes. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on Yi Songhai, and then he grinned. Yes, I didn't expect that. Blood food would be delivered to my door, just after I woke up. Court death. Yi Songhai's heart boiled with murderous intent. The monster in front of him actually regarded him as blood food. He raised his hand and pointed a finger. This finger has the power to penetrate everything. It is the magical power of the blue tribulation finger that he has practiced for many years, and it contains powerful power of destruction. Even if a monk of the same level were hit by his finger, he would still be seriously injured if he didn't die. Bang! Songjia's finger successfully hit the golden-scaled monster's chest. But it failed to break the opponent's defense and only made the opponent take 2 steps back. Yes, you are a slave with enough energy. It would be a pity to eat you directly. I plan to capture you and taste it slowly. The golden-scaled monster said with a ferocious smile. Hearing this, Yi Songhai was shocked and angry, and a holy weapon spear appeared in his hand. Brush. A series of phantoms appeared, appearing collectively around the golden-scaled monster. This little slave clan has no idea of my king's strength. The golden-scaled monster taunted, and then he waved his arms and struck out in all directions. Puff, puff, puff. Each shadow was smashed into pieces, and immediately after, Yi Songhai staggered and appeared tens of thousands of meters away, with blood spilling from his mouth. Obviously, as soon as the two formally confronted each other, he suffered a big loss. Walk. Yi Songhai knew that he was no match for this golden-scaled monster. He stretched out his hand to cut through the void and wanted to leave. But at this moment, the golden-scaled monster disappeared. Puff. The moment Yi Songhai escaped into the void, a golden claw pierced his chest. And then, a stream of poison was injected into his body, paralyzing his body and soul. Pulling out his palm, the golden-scaled monster grabbed Yi Songhai, who showed no resistance, and disappeared. Nima. Gao Yan, who had been using his inside eye to peek, secretly screamed, "This golden-scaled monster is too strong, you know, that old man is at the 9th level of the Holy Realm. If this guy breaks into the 9 Saints sect, it is estimated that even the 9 founding sect ancestors together may not be his opponent. Damn it, it's too dangerous, we can't stay here anymore." Gao Yan decisively leaves. After thinking about it, he teleported to the vicinity of Taiyin Holy Land. First, he also sent a message talisman to Gong Sun Yao Yao, informing her that the Holy Realm Master you sent had been seriously injured and captured alive by a golden-scaled monster. At this moment, Gongsun Yaoyao was waiting for news in the temple. After reading the communication talisman sent by Gao Yan, her face turned pale. Because Elder Yi Songhai was a strong man at the 9th level of the Holy Realm. Even Yi Songhai can't defeat him. How powerful is the so-called Huanglin clan? Master, I have a good friend who witnessed the battle between Elder Yi Songhai and the golden-scaled monster. Elder Yi Songhai was seriously injured and was captured alive. What? How is that possible? Both the Taiyin Holy Master and the 6 elders fell into a daze after hearing the news. Yaoyao, is this news accurate? Holy Lord Taiyin asked solemnly. He also sent me the previous summons. Gongsun Yaoyao said, he shouldn't lie to me, and he has no reason to lie to me. It seems that the Royal Scale clan is much more powerful than I thought. Thinking of this, she decided to summon all the Supreme Elders to discuss the matter. Other side. Gao Yan left after being summoned. The Royal Scale clan appeared in Zhongzhou, and he felt that it was no longer safe, so he returned to Donghuang directly through the random gate. Moreover, he estimated that this matter would ferment quickly, and by then, the Holy Land and the sects in Zhongzhou would all turn their attention to the Huanglin clan. Mei Yuzhen and Qi Zongyun probably don't have the time or thought to deal with him. However, for safety reasons, he decided to stay outside for a few days before returning to the 9 Saint sect. In Zhongzhou, he also left an informant through the Soul Seed. Therefore, in just 3 days, news of the Huanglin clan spread almost throughout Zhongzhou. At the same time, Taiyin Holy Land has assembled a group of strong men, preparing to go to Longling City to attack the Huanglin clan. It's time to go back. Gao Yan rushed back to the 9 Saint sect as quickly as possible and went directly to the Qionghua secret realm to ask for an audience with Patriarch Shangyun. What's the matter with your kid's visit this time? Ancestor Shangyun was lying on a chair, basking in the sun with a leisurely expression. Gao Yan told the story of the Huanglin clan in detail. Hearing that even the 9th level of the Holy Realm of the Taiyin Holy Land was far from the opponent of the golden-scaled monster, Patriarch Shangyun's expression became particularly solemn. Does Ancestor know the origin of the Huanglin clan? Gao Yan asked, curiously. The inside I can detect the race of the Royal Scale clan, but cannot detect the origin of the other party. Hold on. Ancestor Shangyun said something and then sent a message to the other 8 ancestors. The next moment, the figures of the 8 ancestors appeared one after another. Boy Gao, tell me about the Golden Scale clan again. Ancestor Shangyun ordered. Gao Yan was helpless and could only repeat what he just said. After he finished speaking, Patriarch Shangyun looked at Patriarch Hongyun. Third sister, you have always liked to study the deeds of ancient times and have collected many ancient books. What is your origin for the Golden Scale clan? Ancestor Hongyun nodded. Then tell us. Okay. Ancestor Hongyun nodded and said thoughtfully, our world has gone through 3 eras in total. According to my understanding, I named them the era of gods and demons, the era of hundreds of races, and the era of humans. Hearing this, everyone's curiosity was aroused, and Gao Yan was no exception. Ancestor Hongyun continued, the so-called era of gods and demons is the first batch of creatures born in this world. The gods and demons are quite powerful and have the ability to swallow the sky and the earth. Because it was so long ago, I don't know how the gods and demons were destroyed. After the gods and demons were destroyed, a large number of races that were slightly weaker than the gods and demons appeared. After years of fighting and annexation, 100 extremely powerful races were formed. They are collectively called the 100 tribes. Also, because of the long time ago, I don't know exactly what the hundreds of tribes are. There are only 36 races that I know of, namely the Fire Scale tribe, the Scarlet Phoenix tribe, the Viper tribe, the God tribe, the Demon tribe, and the Heavenly tribe. Clan, Giant God clan, Dejiang clan, Huanglin clan, etc. At this point, she paused before continuing. According to the information I collected, our human race actually existed in the era of hundreds of tribes. But there are very few books about this. I suspect someone deliberately erased this information. However, later I collected a large number of ancient books, and finally understood why there are no books recording the events of our human race in the era of hundreds of races. That's because our human race is the blood food fed by hundreds of races. These hundreds of tribes deserve to die. A chill flashed in the eyes of Patriarch Shang Yun. Although he had not experienced that era, he was still extremely angry when he thought of someone raising his human race as blood food. Hearing this, Gao Yan suddenly understood why the Huanglin clan called humans slaves. It turned out that the humans in this world still had such a miserable past. Then how did the hundreds of tribes be destroyed? Patriarch Baiyun asked. Have no idea. Ancestor Hong Yun shook his head. The hundreds of tribes seemed to have suddenly disappeared. After the hundreds of tribes disappeared, our human race gradually rose up and became the master of this world. Later, Ancestor Hong Yun introduced the situation of the Emperor Lin clan. So, the Royal Scale clan is difficult to deal with. Ancestor Shang Yun's expression returned to a solemn state again. Fortunately, they are not resurrecting in the East Wasteland, otherwise we, the 9 sects of the East Wasteland, would not be able to resist them. At this time, Gao Yan raised a question. Since the Imperial Scale clan has recovered, won't other races among the hundreds of clans also recover at a certain time? After hearing what he said, the expressions of the 9 ancestors changed. At that time, hundreds of tribes suddenly disappeared. Now that one of the races has recovered, it is very likely that the other 99 races will also recover. It makes no sense for hundreds of tribes to gather in Zhongzhou for recovery. If hundreds of tribes revive in the Eastern Wasteland, there will be big trouble. At this moment, in the sky above Longling City, inside a palace among the palaces on the floating continent, the coffin inside has disappeared. The entire hall has also been decorated to become luxurious and grand. On the throne of the main hall is a tall golden-scaled monster. At this moment, he was holding a wine glass, and the wine glass was filled with bright red liquid. War King, when will we launch a counterattack and retake our territory? Suddenly, the silver-scaled monster sitting on the left side of the hall asked. Don't worry. Over the years when our tribe has been sleeping, the new tribe has become stronger. We alone may not be the opponent of the new tribe. The King of War shook the wine glass, then drank the liquid in one gulp and said, at present, they have only revived 86 tribesmen. Except for his golden scale, there are only 4 silver scales, and the rest are red phosphorus and black scales. War King, you think too highly of those slaves. They were just blood food that we raised back then. How can they be our opponents with their weak bodies? Another Lin said in a very disdainful tone. Yuan, don't underestimate any opponent. Although the human race is weak. Before we fell asleep, the human race was not the strongest race, but they defeated other races and became the masters of this world. It shows that they still have merit. Moreover, I have also gone to find out that there are still many masters in the human race who are comparable to the golden scales, and there are even purple scale masters. The War King said with some regret. He was very unhappy with the rise of the human race. After all, the human race was just an extremely lowly existence back then. Now, these lowly existences are enough to threaten him. How can he be happy? War King, are you sure? Yuan felt unbelievable. Even if they were a noble and powerful race like Huang Lin, they only had 2 purple scale masters. How could such a lowly human race give birth to purple scale masters? Why, are you questioning this, King? War King said with some dissatisfaction. No, Lord War, I'm just too surprised. Yuan quickly explained. Okay, that's it for today. In 2 days, King Jia and King Shang will be revived. Prepare blood food so that they can replenish the energy lost in their sleep. The War King ordered. The royal scale clan below responded in unison. After killing millions of monks, they collected a large amount of blood energy, which was more than enough for the other 2 kings. Other side. Gao Yan returned to his holy sun temple. Then less than an hour after transmitting the message to Xiaoyanran, she returned with her people from the secret realm of the Xiao family. Husband. The 2 got married not long ago, but suddenly separated for a few months. Therefore, when Xiaoyanran saw Gao Yan again, her eyes were almost wet when she looked at him. Seeing this, Gao Yan picked her up without saying a word and headed towards the palace. Husband, what are you doing? You are not afraid of being laughed at. Who dares to laugh? Gao Yan said disapprovingly. Looking at their quickly disappearing figures, Qin Xiangjuan showed a hint of envy, and then immediately ordered others to quickly clean the Holy Sun Hall. Since no one has lived there for several months, there has been a lot of dust in the temple. By the time Gao Yan and Xiaoyanran came out of the canyon battlefield, it was already 3 hours later. After taking a bath, the 2 went to dinner hand in hand. Qin Xiangjuan had already ordered people to prepare a banquet. While eating and drinking, Xiaoyanran also curiously inquired about Gao Yan's experience in the past few months. Gao Yan told her about the possible recovery of the Royal Scale Clan and the 100 Clan. After listening, Xiaoyanran showed a worried look. If all the tribes are as powerful as the Royal Scale Clan, our world will be in danger. Yes. Gao Yan couldn't help but nodded, and the scene of the golden-scaled monster easily capturing each Songhai flashed through his mind. He was at the 9th level of the Holy Realm, but he was vulnerable to the golden-scaled monster. Although Gao Yan wanted to work hard, his efforts were useless. After all, the cultivation speed of the cultivation badge is 10 times that of his own cultivation, so continuing to lie down is his best choice. However, he decided to put on a show and chose to retreat. But he stayed in the closed palace for 1 day. He couldn't sit still. The 9th level of the Holy Realm of Taiyin Holy Land has been captured alive for several days. Is it time for the Taiyin Holy Land to gather experts to attack the Royal Scale Clan? Thinking of this, he decided to sneak away to take a look at the excitement. So, he summoned any door and teleported to Longling Fairy City thousands of miles away. No matter if the teleportation is too close, it will not be discovered by the Royal Scale Clan. After closing the arbitrary door, Gao Yan opened his insight eye and looked in the direction of Longling City. Then he saw 2 black-scaled monsters killing ordinary people in a town 3,000 miles away. Nima, this is too much. Gao Yan's eyes turned cold. It's enough for you to kill the monks, killing mortals is nothing. After all, the little energy and blood of mortals was not worth mentioning at all, but the two black-scaled monsters still refused to let them go. What does this mean? It shows that the Huanglin clan doesn't regard the human race as human beings at all. Moreover, these two black scales had the attitude of killing people for fun. They could obviously wipe out the town in an instant, but they didn't. Instead, they killed them one by one for fun, clearly creating panic. Let the remaining people die in panic. I can't stand it anymore. Gao Yan secretly shouted, his appearance and aura changing rapidly. Then he used the Great Void technique to escape into the void and rushed towards the town at extremely fast speeds. After a few breaths, Gao Yan had already arrived at that town. Sure, have you seen that these slaves are just as weak and pitiful as we were before we fell asleep? A black-scale clan member pointed at a group of town residents who were kneeling and kowtowing to them and said with disdain, "That's right, a mere slave tribe dares to occupy this world. Death will not be a pity." Another black-scaled monster echoed with a ferocious smile. Cut. Just as the two black-scaled monsters laughed, two sword energies suddenly emerged from the void. Poof. Poof. Black blood spattered, and the two black-scaled monsters were instantly cut in half. But what Gao Yan didn't expect was the two black-scaled monsters were chopped in half by him, but they were not dead. The two halves of their bodies flew up at the same time and then stuck together again. As a cluster of black light surged, the wounds on their bodies moved very quickly. Heals quickly. Snort. Gao Yan let out a cold snort, and the holy sword flew out. The vast sword light directly enveloped the two black-scaled monsters. In an instant, their bodies were strangled to pieces. The sword light dissipated, and the two black-scaled monsters did not revive again. They were considered completely dead. Seeing the death of the two black-scaled monsters, the ordinary people present looked surprised. Then they all kowtowed to express their gratitude to the mysterious man who saved them. Brush. Gao Yan waved his hand and brought thousands of ordinary people into the innate secret realm. At the same time, his voice sounded, "This place is too close to the monster's lair. I will send you to a safe place." Then, Gao Yan used the Great Void technique and flew away. Less than 10 breaths after he left, a red phosphorus monster appeared here. Seeing the two black masses of blood mist, a flash of anger flashed across his face. "Damn slaves, how dare you kill me, people from the Royal Scale clan." After Gao Yan escaped more than 100,000 miles in one breath, he released thousands of people. This group of people were naturally grateful to Gao Yan, but Gao Yan did not show up. Instead, he lurked near Longling City again, hiding in the void and waiting for the arrival of the Taiyin Holy Land. This wait lasted 3 hours. The Taiyin Holy Land is finally here. Moreover, not only one Holy Land came, but Zhou Tian Holy Land, Yinyang Holy Land, 10,000 Immortals Holy Land, and 10,000 Demons Holy Land came too. Gao Yan used his insight eye to observe quietly. It was found that 10 saints came to each holy place, and together there were 50 saints. I just don't know if they have any imperial soldiers. At the same time, Gao Yan also discovered Gongsun Yaoyao and other saints and saints in the camp of Taiyin Holy Land. There is no empty talk. The 5 Holy Lands are very decisive. The 50 saints gathered together their big hands of energy, and then quickly merged together to form a sky-covering giant hand that shot toward the palace complex where the royal scale clan was their home. "I'll go, it's so shocking, 50 saints will take action together," Gao Yan, who was hiding in the dark and snooping, said secretly. As the giant palm covering the sky fell, the suspended continent disintegrated. Inch by inch. Even the Longling immortal city below began to collapse and disintegrate under the huge pressure. In an instant, a giant immortal city turned into ruins. But the weird thing is, the palace complex was not damaged at all, despite the overwhelming pressure. Finally, the giant palm covering the sky fell on the palace complex, making a loud noise. But the palace complex only shook for a moment and returned to normal. Seeing this, the faces of the 50 saints were all shocked. They didn't expect that the nest of the royal scale clan was so solid that the joint attack of the 50 saints could not break it. However, this palm was not without effect. At least it destroyed all the incomplete formations around the palace group. "Royal scale clan, come out and die." Suddenly, a beautiful woman wearing a plain white dress and emitting a cold moonlight stood on the deck of a giant flying boat and shouted coldly, "The small slave tribe dared to provoke my royal scale clan. They are really tired of living." A voice sounded. 3 10-meter-tall golden scale monsters walked out of a palace. Respectively, they walked in the air, and then stopped in the void 10,000 meters away, looking at the people of the 5 major holy places with cruel eyes. "All the supreme elders of the Taiyin Holy Land, listen to my order, kill these 3 weirdos and avenge Elder Yi Songhai," the Taiyin Saint Lord ordered. Suddenly, 10 saints stepped out of the air, holding various holy weapons. "Kill." There is no such nonsense in a real battlefield fight. 10 powerful saints burst out with a powerful aura that almost froze the void, and turned into streams of light of various colors and rushed towards the 3 golden scale monsters. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud noises were heard, and the void within a radius of thousands of miles was shaking. This shows how fierce the confrontation between the two sides was. Soon, half a quarter of an hour passed. Suddenly, with a bang, a saint from the Taiyin Holy Land was knocked out. Seeing this, the face of the Taiyin Holy Lord changed slightly. "Please help the 4 holy lands." Immediately, the saints from the other 4 holy lands turned into streams and rushed to the battlefield. And then, the 3 golden scale monsters fled, escaped back to the palace complex and closed the palace gate. Although the 3 golden scale monsters were powerful, they were not strong enough to fight 50 saints. Seeing the golden scale monster hiding in the palace, the 5 holy lands naturally would not give up, and rushed into the palace complex to bombard the palace. But they didn't know what materials these palaces were made of. No matter how they bombarded them, they couldn't destroy them. "Please ask the imperial soldiers to take action." At this time, a fierce look flashed in the eyes of the Taiyin Saint Lord. She stretched out her hand and grabbed it. A silver-white longbow appeared in her hand, and the huge aura of the imperial soldiers also radiated. Boom! The next moment, the Holy Lord of Taiyin pulled the bowstring, and a crimson arrow of energy condensed. Her hand loosened, and the crimson arrow flew out and hit the wall of one of the palaces. Puff! Although the red arrow pierced the palace wall, it encountered huge resistance. Only halfway in. Immediately, red arrows exploded. A hole about a foot deep was blown into the palace wall. Seeing this, Holy Lord Taiyin frowned slightly. Her arrow could kill any 9th level saint in an instant, but now, she couldn't even shoot through a palace. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel a little afraid of the royal scale clan. Just when she was about to open her bow and shoot the second arrow, the hole in the palace wall healed automatically. Saw this scene. The Holy Lord of Tyene hesitated slightly, then put away the bow and arrow of the imperial weapon, and felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Although the imperial weapon was strong, it could not be used without limit. Every time it was used, the energy inside the imperial weapon would be consumed. Therefore, she was unwilling to use imperial weapons unless absolutely necessary. She estimated that if the energy of the imperial soldiers was exhausted, a palace should be able to be broken open, but then, the imperial soldiers with exhausted energy would lose their intimidating effect. Fellow Taoists, now that the Huanglin clan is hiding, what do you think we should do? Holy Lord Tyene communicates with the other 4 holy lords. This palace is too weird. I don't know what materials it is made of. It is so strong that the royal scale clan can't come out of it. There's nothing we can do to stop them. Holy Lord Zhou Tian sighed. The most important thing is that the royal scale clan has only opened 3 palaces. It is estimated that there are still a large number of royal scale clan sleeping in other palaces. If they all revive, it will be a huge trouble. The Holy Lord of the Holy Land of 10,000 Demons said worriedly. Since the royal scale clan appeared in the world, they have been trying their best to investigate their origins. Therefore, the existence of the 100 clan is no longer a secret. Otherwise, they would not have accepted the invitation from the Tyene Holy Land so easily and joined forces to fight against the royal scale clan. The hundreds of tribes were originally the masters of this world. After they revive, they will definitely compete for territory. If the royal scale clan can be eliminated now, their pressure will be less in the future. I just didn't expect that the royal scale clan would be so difficult to deal with. Then in the future, when all the races recover, the dominance of the human race will probably become in jeopardy. Of course, life will not be easy for the demon tribe either. Therefore, now they have sent people to find the sleeping places of other races to see if they can take the opportunity to kill them before they wake up. Please, Emperor. The holy way of the Yin-Yang Holy Land. Okay, let's burn incense and invite the Emperor. The Tyene Holy Lord hesitated slightly before agreeing. After all, this was their territory of the Tyene Holy Land. So she took out a stick of imperial incense and lit it. I saw curls of green smoke seeping into the void and disappearing. After a while, a woman with a temperament similar to that of the Tyene Holy Lord, but colder and with a hazy face appeared. I've met the Emperor. Everyone present bowed and saluted. Emperor Tyene nodded and said in a calm tone, "No need to be polite." Later, Holy Lord Tyene reported the situation here to Emperor Tyene. But Emperor Tyene did not take action immediately, but fell into deep thought. Emperor, this imperial scale clan calls us slaves. I'm afraid they won't be able to coexist peacefully with us. Holy Lord Tyene reminded. Okay, I get it. A flash of anger also flashed in Tyene Emperor's eyes, and he raised his hand and pointed a finger. Boom. A palace immediately exploded. Except for one golden-scaled monster that barely escaped, dozens of other royal-scaled monsters were all killed. Purple Scale Master. The King of War looked at Emperor Tyene, with deep fear flashing in his eyes. When Gao Yan, who was hiding in the dark, saw this scene, he was inexplicably shocked. Just now, dozens of saints joined forces and could not break through. A palace. Now, the Taiyin emperor shattered the palace with just one finger. Not to mention killing so many people. There are so many royal-scale people. This emperor is too powerful. Think of this. He suddenly felt unsafe and immediately deployed the Great Void technique and fled quickly. After escaping for more than 100,000 miles, Gao Yan took out any door again and teleported directly back to the Nine Saints sect. He had a hunch that the Taiyin emperor had already discovered him, but his cultivation level was still low and he was too lazy to pay attention to him. Other side. The Taiyin emperor took action again, and when she reached out to grab him, the War King was captured by her. She then reached out and touched his eyebrows, directly reading his memory. When she learned from the War King's memory that the Imperial Scale clan actually had 2 purple scales, which were Emperor-level beings, she couldn't help but frown slightly. Think about it. She walked towards a huge palace. Push the door and enter. This giant palace only has a huge golden coffin, and inside lies a giant scaly creature that is hundreds of meters high. The next moment, a phantom appeared above the golden coffin. He stared at Taiyin Emperor and said with some regret, "I didn't expect that my clan has been sleeping for many years, but the human race has given birth to such a master." Excellent. Taiyin Emperor said calmly, "You tribes have been sleeping for many years. I'm afraid you don't know that there is a creature called the Void Beast outside the world. For these years, we emperors have been resisting the Void Beast outside the world. Once they let them if you break into this world, except for the emperor-level creatures, all other creatures will die without mercy, and this world will also be destroyed. I have a suggestion. Why don't you, the great emperor of the hundreds of tribes, go outside the world and join us in resisting the vicious beasts of the void? As for the battle between the human race and the hundreds of tribes, how about we don't interfere and let the creatures below the emperor level fight?" From the memory of the War King, she learned that hundreds of races have emperor-level creatures. Once they all revive, there will be hundreds of great emperors. Fortunately, the hundreds of races are not monolithic, and there are many races in the hundreds of races that interact with each other as enemies. Otherwise, they are united as one, and the emperors of the human race and the demon race are far from their opponents. That's why the Taiyin Emperor directly spoke about the Void Beast. The Void Beast is here again? The purple-scaled shadow frowned. Good. Emperor Taiyin nodded, "We have been trying our best to prevent each other from breaking into this world these years, but the strength of the Void Beast is constantly getting stronger. We and the Emperor of the Monster Clan alone cannot resist it for long. Okay, the purple scales of our Royal Scale Clan can join in the fight against the vicious beasts of the void. As for whether other races can agree, I can't guarantee it," said the purple scale phantom. "Although he wants the Royal Scale Clan to become the masters of this world. Again, the threat of the Void Beast is too great. In the era of hundreds of tribes, the Void Beast invaded. Even if hundreds of their tribes joined forces, they still lost many powerful men before they could kill all the invading Void Beasts. The current batch of Void Vicious Beasts should not be as powerful as those in the Hundred Clans era. Once the Void Vicious Beasts are dealt with, it will not be too late to deal with the great emperors of the human race and monster race." Seeing the purple-scaled shadow agree, Emperor Taiyin felt a little more relaxed. But then he thought that after the void beast was dealt with, the two sides would probably fall out. Gao Yan, who returned to the Nine Saints sect, couldn't help but secretly guess, has the Taiyin Emperor completely eliminated the Huanglin clan? I believe this news will spread over time. As expected by Gao Yan, a piece of news spread in just 1 week. The Taiyin Holy Land actually took the initiative to give up 1/3 of its territory to the Huanglin clan. After learning the news, Gao Yan was quite surprised. But he immediately thought of a possibility. That is, there are probably emperor-level beings in the imperial scale clan. Otherwise, the Taiyin emperor would have wiped them out directly, and how could 1/3 of the territory be freed up? In the eastern wasteland, there is a fairy city named Taiyue. In the restaurant, 2 monks, a man and a woman, were drinking together. Not only were these 2 monks wearing exquisite white robes, but their hair was also snow white, but their appearance was extremely handsome, and they exuded an aura of nobility. Other people in the restaurant would feel ashamed of themselves just by looking at them. After drinking the wine in the cup, the white-haired male cultivator said with emotion, unexpectedly, we have been sleeping for many years, but the human race has become the master of this world. I really didn't expect it. The white-haired female cultivator echoed in a complex tone, the human race was so weak at the beginning, and our hundreds of races fell asleep. There are many races that are stronger than the human race. Now there is no trace of those races. Who could have expected that at the beginning? The slaves will be the final winners. The white-haired male cultivator smiled. It doesn't matter. No matter how strong the human race is now, they can't be the opponent of our hundreds of races. Hey, I don't know what Yu Huang is thinking. It is clear that the spiritual energy in Zhongzhou is the most abundant, but he happened to fall in love with Dong Huang. Yes, this man and woman are members of the Yu clan among the hundreds of clans. Although Zhongzhou is good, there are many people who have the same idea as Yu. The female Yu clan said, our Yu clan ranks 93rd among the 100 clans. If we want to compete with other races for Zhongzhou, we will definitely suffer heavy losses. What's more, today's human race is no longer the original slave clan. They want to take. It's not easy to go to Zhongzhou. 2. The male Yu clan nodded. If I remember correctly, the people of the Red Phoenix clan should have recovered. As long as our 2 clans join forces, it will be relatively easy to take down the eastern wasteland. After chatting for a while, the 2 Yu tribesmen paid their bills and left. Wait until you get out of the city. 2 pairs of snow-white wings suddenly sprouted from their backs. With a slight flapping, they turned into 2 streams of light and disappeared into the sky. A few days flew by. In the past few days, hundreds of sleeping tribes from Zhongzhou and the 4 regions have returned one after another. Even Donghuang is no exception. Among the hundreds of tribes, the Yu tribe, the Red Phoenix tribe and the Golden Horn tribe recovered one after another. Although they have not officially attacked the 9 major sects, all 9 major sects have entered a pre-war alert state. This day, a voice spread throughout the entire eastern wilderness. We, the giant god clan, have returned from the long river of time. All the forces in the eastern wilderness must come back and surrender within 10 days. Otherwise, wherever our giant god clan sets foot, no chickens or dogs will be left. Feather Clan. Hearing this voice, Emperor Yu, who was sitting on the throne of the palace, frowned. These barbarians are really stubborn and still so arrogant. Red Phoenix Clan. The Flame Queen, who was bathed in the flames, also snorted coldly, "Damn the Titan clan, sooner or later you will all be burned to ashes." Golden Horn Clan. A middle-aged man with a 3-foot-long golden horn on his forehead and wearing golden armor said in a disdainful tone, "A bunch of fools are trying to unify the Eastern Wasteland. They are simply dreaming." Nine Saints Sect, Holy Sun Hall. Gao Yan frowned and cursed, "Damn it, I've only enjoyed a few days of peace and prosperity, and a bunch of bullshit tribes showed up again." He knew that with the recovery of hundreds of races, the entire world of Songqiong might fall into chaos. Just then, several waves of terrifying pressure descended on Dong Huang. Diwei. As soon as he felt this coercion, Gao Yan understood that a great emperor had arrived in the Eastern Wasteland, but he didn't know whether it was the great emperor of the human race or the great emperor of the hundreds of races. Somewhere in the void, 5 emperor-level creatures stood with their hands behind their backs. Suddenly, the void opened, and a giant creature more than 1,000 meters high tore through the void and came. When he saw the 5 people in front of him, he was slightly startled, and then he yelled, "You damn Royal Scale Clan, you actually hooked up with the lowly slaves, you are really despicable. Bad mouth. It's time to hit." The 2 female emperors, Emperor Taiyin and Emperor Shen Yuan, both looked dissatisfied. However, Emperor Wu Yue was the first to take action. "Knock the giant creature away." Although he was not injured, the giant creature was furious. "Slave clan, I'm going to kill you." Soon, the 2 emperor-level creatures started fighting in the void. But in just half a quarter of an hour, Emperor Wu Yue left 3 wounds on the giant creature's body. Although he has a bad character, he is still very powerful. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death long ago, just because of his various entanglements with the female emperor. "Brother Wu Yue, let's stop." Seeing Wu Yue, who had completely gained the upper hand, a great emperor from the Huanglin clan spoke to persuade him. "Big man, if you dare to speak rudely again, I will chop off your dog's head." Wu Yue threatened and retreated. Although the giant creature has a bad temper, he is not a fool, but he has no face to give in and can only let out a cold snort. "Haha, I didn't expect that I would watch a great show right after I arrived." A mature and beautiful woman bathed in flames appeared. She was the Flame Queen of the Red Phoenix clan. "You bitch, do you want to die?" The giant creature glared angrily and cursed loudly. "Giant Emperor, you have been sleeping for many years and your bad temper has not changed. This is not good." The next moment, a large number of white feathers appeared, and then these white feathers quickly condensed into a human form, but it was an extremely handsome white-haired, middle-aged man wearing a white robe. He is the Yu Emperor of the Yu clan. "It's none of your business, you old licker. After all these years of licking, I still haven't seen that stinky bitch marry you," the giant creature sneered disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yu's face darkened, but he endured it in the end. But Queen Yan couldn't help but said, "Damn giant emperor, I'm going to burn your stinky mouth." As he spoke, several fire phoenixes condensed by flames rushed towards the giant emperor. Hesitant slightly, Yu Huang also took action. 2 emperor-level creatures besieged the giant emperor. After just a moment, he became extremely embarrassed. Not only were there many long and narrow wounds on his body, but even the sparse hair on his head was completely burned. In the end, it was the emperor of the Huanglin clan who took the initiative to be the peacemaker and made Queen Yan and Emperor Yu stop fighting. "Ha ha ha, Ji Huang, your new hairstyle is so beautiful. with a mocking voice, the golden-horned emperor appeared. I don't talk to sticks. The face of the golden-horned emperor, known as the stick, suddenly turned extremely dark, and the look he looked at the giant emperor revealed murderous intent. What, stick, do you want to fight with me for 300 rounds? Ji Huang said provocatively. Seeing this scene, Emperor Taiyin and Emperor Shanyuan exchanged glances. This emperor of the giant god clan seemed to be mentally disturbed. Okay, giant emperor, shut your mouth. If you continue to speak rudely, don't blame me for uniting everyone to beat you up. The emperor of the royal scale clan, who had been the peacemaker twice, couldn't stand it anymore and said with a threatening tone. The giant emperor smiled and chose silence. In a separate void world, the Blood Emperor, the great emperor of the imperial scale tribe, said in a deep voice, we have brought you four here for one thing only. The void vicious beast is attacking again. All the emperor-level creatures have to go outside the world to resist the void vicious beast. All emperor-level creatures are not allowed to interfere in the fight. Damn it, these ferocious beasts of the void still dare to attack, I have to smash them to pieces with a giant stick, the giant emperor shouted. Shameless talk. Queen Yan gave him a disdainful look. You stinky bitch, what are you talking about? Back then, my giant god clan destroyed more than 10 million vicious void beasts. My father and brother even worked together to kill 3 disaster-level vicious void beasts. Void beasts are divided into 6 levels by hundreds of tribes, namely ordinary level, leader level, commander level, overlord level, disaster level, and world-destroying level. They respectively correspond to transformation of God, Dongshu, Hadao, Holy Realm, Great Emperor and Immortal. Hee hee. Queen Yan let out a meaningful laugh. The giant emperor's father and brother did join forces to kill 3 disaster-level void beasts, but they were too bad-mouthed, offended too many people, and were plotted against. Although they killed 3 disaster-level void beasts, the 2 of them also lost their lives. It has to be said that the bad mouth of the giant gods is hereditary and cannot be changed. What do you mean? Believe it or not, I will smash you into a bitch with a giant stick. Hearing Queen Yan's laughter, the giant emperor roared in anger. Try it. Yan Ho's eyes turned cold. Giant emperor, Queen Yan, please stop saying a few words. We are discussing how to deal with the void beast. This time, Yu Huang acted as the peacemaker. Humph, I'm not as knowledgeable as a birdman. The giant emperor snorted coldly. Upon hearing this, not only Queen Yan was very dissatisfied, but even Emperor Yu was a little angry. However, considering that the giant gods are all famous for their bad mouths, even though they have suffered a lot from this, they still remain stubborn. Do you have any objections to this proposal? The Blood Emperor of the Imperial Scale Clan asked. Hearing this, the emperors of the 4 tribes all agreed. Creatures like the void beast would swallow everything with energy and reproduce very quickly if they were allowed to break into the world of the sky. Soon, this world will be destroyed. By that time, even if all of their tribes become the masters of this world, again, what's the use? Therefore, the top priority is to deal with the void beast. Besides, although the human race is strong today, they are not vegetarians. Even if there are no emperor-level creatures to intervene, they still have great confidence in their own people. Soon, 10 days passed. No force from any party went to seek refuge with the giant god clan. So, the giant gods began to take action. The first force they targeted was the giant sword sect of the 9 major Sections. Because the name of this sect contained the word giant, the giant god. Clan believed that except for their race, other forces were not qualified to be named with the word giant. The Titan clan dispatched more than 500 giants. The 9 leading giants each held giant sticks and led the 500 giants to run quickly across the eastern wasteland. Wherever they passed, the void shook, the earth trembled, and the sound they made was like thunder. They trampled countless mountains wherever they passed, and many unlucky monsters were trampled into blood by them. It's hard to overstate it with a sentence. Knowing that the giant god clan was coming for them, the giant sword sect immediately asked for help from the other 8 sects. Although each of the 9 major sects in the eastern wasteland had their own grievances, at this critical moment, they also sent people to the giant sword sect to provide support. On the 9 Saint sects side, Ancestor Shangyun, Ancestor Qianyun, and Ancestor Hongyun led 12 Hadao and 36 Dongshu to the giant sword sect for support. He didn't say much at first, but Patriarch Shangyun took him with him. Seeing this scene, even Shangguan Shang, the sect leader, was quite envious. After this period of fermentation, the classification of the realms of the hundreds of tribes has also spread. And they are divided into 6 levels: ordinary, leader, commander, overlord, disaster and world destruction. It has to be said that the Bai tribe is a unique race. As long as they reach adulthood, they have the fighting power of a god. It's no wonder that when hundreds of tribes ruled this world, the human race was never able to rise. After all, at the starting point, the 100 races left the human race far behind. The starting point for others is the god transformation level, and in the human race, except for a bastard like him, even genius monsters have to spend decades to reach the god transformation level. As for ordinary cultivators, they may not be able to reach the level of god transformation even in their lifetime. This is the gap. The scene changed, and we arrived outside the gate of the giant sword sect. Reinforcements from the other 8 sects have arrived, and the giant sword sect naturally has to thank them. Gao Yan's reputation in Donghuang is very loud now, but he is of the younger generation after all, and in the eyes of the older generation, he is still transparent. Therefore, when communicating with the older generation of various ethnic groups, if they have a good personality, they will praise them, but if they have a bad personality, they will not bother to pay attention and just ignore them. Gao Yan didn't take this to heart. Could it be that he could still ignore him because of the other party? Then he jumped out and shouted, "Listen up, you old sticks. 30 years to the east of the river and 30 years to the west of the river. Don't bully young people into poverty. Everyone hasn't been chatting for long." A thunderous sound came from the distance. The monks looked up and saw billowing smoke. In the smoke, more than 500 huge figures were looming. After a while, the giant god tribe's troops arrived. Today, we are here to crush the giant sword sect. All other irrelevant personnel must get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. With the stick in my hand, I will smash you all into minced meat. Hearing such arrogant threats, anger flashed across the faces and eyes of the cultivators present. The next moment, the leader of the giant sword sect flew into the air. Why did he do this? Because the people of the giant god sect are too tall. The 9 leading giants are all over 800 meters tall. If he doesn't fly into the air, he will have to look up and talk to them. Fellow Taoists of the giant god clan, my giant sword clan asks loudly that we have not offended you. Why do we come to invade? The leader of the giant Sword Clan shouted and questioned. I am happy to do so. The leading giant God Clan giant said proudly. Then, he swung his stick and smashed it at the leader of the giant Sword Clan. This stick was extremely heavy and extremely fast. In less than a second, it had hit the head of the giant sword sect leader. For a moment, he was so scared that he wanted to escape, but found that the void around him had been sealed. The only way was to resist. How dare you? A loud shout sounded, and then a figure appeared beside the giant sword sect leader, raised his hand and punched the giant stick. Bang! A loud noise was heard, and the giant sword sect leader was thrown out, while the old man who helped him block the stick retreated in the void. After stabilizing his body, a blush flashed across his face, and then quickly disappeared. Old dog, take another stick from your grandfather. Seeing that the stick failed to kill him, the overlord-level giant was a little dissatisfied, and a fierce look appeared on his face. He swung the stick again and hit the saint realm of the giant sword sect. Not to be outdone, the holy realm of the giant sword sect controlled two holy weapons, one to protect the body and one to attack the enemy, to launch a counterattack. At the same time, hundreds of formations suddenly rose into the sky, encompassing thousands of miles in radius. The battle between the Saint Realm Masters was too loud and the destructive power was too terrifying. Not far away was the mountain gate of the giant sword sect. If they were allowed to fight, the leaked energy would probably destroy their mountain gate. Only half an hour passed. The holy realm of the giant sword sect was smashed away with a stick, and the body-protecting holy weapon was dim and cracked. At the same time, the powerful shock force also caused blood to flow from his mouth and nose. Haha, I have just warmed up, and you are defeated. You are not strong enough. The overlord giant laughed arrogantly. Fellow Taoists, this giant god clan is bullying others too much. Let's all come together and show them how powerful they are. Another giant sword sect Saint Realm shouted loudly. Subsequently, the other 6 holy realms in the giant sword led their subordinates Hadao and Dongshu into the formation together. Upon seeing this, all the other 8 sects masters from the holy realm also joined the formation. Now in the eastern wasteland, the giant god tribe, Yu tribe, Red Phoenix tribe, and Golden Horn tribe have resurrected. If they lose this battle, the other 3 tribes will feel that the human race is weak and can be bullied, and they will attack. Therefore, no matter what, we must defeat the giant god clan this time. The giant sword sect has 7 holy realms, except for the 9 saints sect and the Xianming sect, which have 3 holy realms to support them. The other 6 major sects only send 2 holy realms. Therefore, there are a total of 25 holy realms on the human side. As for the giant god clan, there are only 9 holy realms. With the numerical advantage, the human side gained the upper hand as soon as they fought. For a time, the formation was in a state of civil war. They were so frightened that everyone on both sides below the holy realm withdrew from the formation. Half an hour later, the formation that had been tortured for a long time could not withstand the energy impact of so many masters and collapsed. Hadao and Dongshu of the giant sword sect were so frightened that they quickly stood in front of the mountain gate to form a formation to resist the energy impact so as not to affect the mountain gate. After a while, the battle is over, and all 9 overlord-level giants were beaten away by the human race's holy masters. Withdraw. Seeing that there was nothing they could do, the Titans chose to retreat. Seeing the evacuated giant gods, all the human saints present felt happy. I don't know if I don't fight. After the fight, they discovered that the skin of the giant gods was too thick, and they were too powerful. Even if they had an absolute advantage, it was quite difficult to kill them. And you also have to face backlash from the other party. Therefore, this battle seems to be extremely fierce, but it is more like a tacit test by both sides. In a temporarily opened void world, a young and middle-aged man, whose appearance was somewhat similar to that of Yu Huang, sighed, "Things are unpredictable. Who would have thought that the slave tribe back then would one day be able to compete with all our tribes? If our tribe hadn't been sleeping, how would they, the human race, have had a chance?" A young man from the Yu tribe, who was too handsome to look like a man, snorted coldly. "Second uncle, eldest brother, I'm afraid it won't be easy if we want to take down Dong Huang." The eyes of a girl from the Yu tribe next to her sparkled with sparks of wisdom. "I see, these human sects have already thought of uniting to fight against us. Jiao, you have always been smart, but you have a plan in mind." The middle-aged Yu clan member looked at his niece and asked. Jiao smiled proudly. "The 9 sects of the Eastern Baron that are united are difficult to deal with, but the 9 sects that are scattered are no match for us. Therefore, my method is to recruit a group of them and defeat them. They can't be so stupid." Mo, a young man from the Yu tribe, frowned. "That's natural." Jiao chuckled and said, "As long as we can bring enough benefits, I believe someone will be tempted. As far as I know, there are disaster-level techniques in Dong Huang. If we use disaster-level techniques as bait, I believe someone will be tempted." "Isn't this trying to support the enemy?" Mo questioned. "Brother, have you forgotten that our skills are all created based on the characteristics of our race? It is difficult for humans to practice our skills. Even if they succeed, the effect will be far inferior." Jiapa be confident and authentic. "Good." The middle-aged Yu clan member nodded in agreement. "That's what happened." Then Jiao, "Which sect do you think we should bribe?" Jiao said thoughtfully, "Among the 9 sects in the Eastern Wasteland, the 9 Saints sect and the Xianming sect are the strongest. We can choose one of these 2 sects, and then choose the other 2 sects. Why can't the 9 Saints sect and the Xianming sect choose together?" Mo asked doubtfully. Jiao explained, "According to the information I have received, there is a lot of grudges between the 9 Saints sect and the Xianming sect. As long as we conquer one of them, I believe they will be very happy to destroy the other one, and it is difficult to control them if they are too strong." After hearing Jiao's explanation, the middle-aged Yu clan members and Mo both nodded secretly, fully agreeing with what she said. "Then when will we start our plan? Should we go to the 9 Saints sect or the Xianming sect first?" "You can act now, let's go to Xianming sect first." Jiao thought for a while and said. "Why?" Mo asked again. Jiao Dao, "As far as I know, the 9 Saints sect has a relatively close relationship with an immortal cultivating family in Zhongzhou. However, the Xianming sect is a force native to the eastern wilderness. In addition, the Xianming sect's behavior is quite unscrupulous. As long as the benefits are sufficient, it will be easier for them to betray Dong Huang." 2 days later, the Holy Sun Hall of the 9 Saints sect. A smile appeared on Gao Yan's lips, because another magical medicine in the spiritual medicine planting space had matured. This time, the mature one was the 7-color fairy peach. The two peach trees had a total of 368 seven-color fairy peaches. This seven-color fairy peach has two major effects after taking it. First, it can transform the soul, and second, increase life by 1,000 years. With a thought, Gao Yan appeared in my world. At the same time, a seven-color fairy peach with a strong fruity aroma appeared in his hand. After taking a bite, a sweet juice burst in his mouth. Soon, Gao Yan ate a seven-color fairy peach. The medicinal effect gathered on the soul, causing his soul to transform. Again, the medicinal effect of the seven-color fairy peach was very mild, so Gao Yan took out another one and ate it. He ate 9 in a row before he stopped, because the effect of the 9th one had become very weak. It seems that this magic medicine is the same. The maximum amount of medicine taken is 9 units. If it exceeds this unit, it will have almost no effect. After staying in my world for a few days, Gao Yan's soul was completely transformed. Looking at his soul, Gao Yan actually had a sense of holiness. My current soul strength is probably far beyond the Hadao, and can even be compared with the holy realm. Gao Yan guessed. Swish! A figure flashed. Gao Yan appeared in Yuhe town. This time, he not only called out the Yi sisters, but also called out the little maid Dongfang Ji, who was practicing hard. Dongfang Ji's cultivation level improved rapidly. Now she is a cultivator of the 6th level of foundation building. This peach is good for your cultivation, eat one each. Gao Yan gave each of them a 7-color fairy peach. After leaving the small world, Gao Yan forced Xiao Yanran, who was in seclusion, to come out and gave her another peach. He couldn't be partial to his own woman, so he went to Xia Homing again. There are more than 307-colored fairy peaches left. Gao Yan decided to make a deal with the 9 founding ancestors. With the revival of the 100 races, his 9th level cultivation is not enough, so he has to improve his cultivation by upgrading. He didn't dare to let go of the deal with Patriarch Sheng Yun before. That was because he was worried that the other party would guess that he had a way to quickly mature the magic medicine, so he would be greedy and arrest him for questioning. But it's different now. Hundreds of tribes revived, and the situation of the 9 Saints sect became precarious. The older generation alone cannot fight against the hundreds of tribes, and excellent younger generations must be cultivated. And he has obviously fallen into the eyes of Patriarch Sheng Yun and others. Otherwise, the support team of the Giant Sword sect would not take him there alone this time. Obviously, the 9 ancestors had the idea to focus on cultivating him. In addition, Gao Yan also needed income value, so he went to Ancestor Sheng Yun again to make a deal. Same as previous times. After he arrived at the foot of the mountain, a spiritual crane came to carry him up the mountain. Why are you here again? There was a sense of intimacy in Patriarch Sheng Yun's tone. Ancestor, I came to do business with you, Gao Yan said with a smile. Hearing this, Patriarch Sheng Yun's eyes lit up. Do you think you have another magic medicine? Gao Yan nodded. Why don't you call the other ancestors together? I have a lot of magic medicine. I'm afraid, Ancestor, you won't be able to take it by yourself. You are not old, but your tone is not young. Ancestor Sheng Yun pretended to be dissatisfied. If the magic medicine in your hand cannot satisfy me, see how I deal with you. Soon, the other 8 Saint Realm ancestors arrived. Boy, everyone is here, take out your things, Patriarch Sheng Yun urged. Gao Yan waved his hand, and 200 colorful peaches appeared in front of him, floating quietly in midair. Seeing these 200 colorful peaches, the eyes of the 9 ancestors of Shengyun were straightened. The 9 ancestors, a total of 200 colorful peaches, can transform the soul after taking them, and each 7-colored fairy peach taken can increase the lifespan by 1,000 years. However, the maximum number can be taken is 9. Just like last time, 1 piece is 10, how about trillions of spiritual stones? Good boy, you really didn't disappoint me. Ancestor Shengyun's face was almost broken with laughter, and he immediately said, "We have 200 colorful peaches each, and the remaining 20 will be divided among the 5 families. Do you have any objections? It's all up to Big Brother." The other 8 ancestors all expressed their opinions. Later, Gao Yan got the top-grade spiritual stone worth 2,000 trillion low-grade spiritual stones. This directly caused his income value to soar to 2034 trillion, and the total number of spiritual stones soared by 12,000 trillion, reaching 12,575 trillion. Got the spiritual stone. Gao Yan left directly. Brother, if this guy can come up with so many magical medicines at once, I'm afraid he has a big secret. Ancestor Heiyun said meaningfully. Hearing this, Ancestor Shengyun gave Ancestor Heiyun a cold look. What, Lao Lu, do you have any ideas? Ancestor Heiyun smiled and said immediately, Brother, don't get me wrong, I was just talking casually. So best. Patriarch Shengyun's tone returned to normal. Lingshur is of little use to cultivators at our level. Why do you have any dissatisfaction with exchanging the spirit stone for magic medicine? Besides, this son first obtained it from the emperor's tomb, bringing back the emperor's scripture, and now offering the magic medicine. It can be seen that this boy has great luck. Generally, for a person with such great luck, let alone whether you can kill him, even if you kill him, you will suffering a blowback from luck. Good. Ancestor Hongyun strongly agrees with Ancestor Shengyun's statement. First, the emperor's tomb of emperor creation was born, and then the emperor's opened the emperor's academy, and then hundreds of tribes revived. I suspect that the age of great strife has already arrived. What does third sister mean to give birth to a new emperor? Patriarch Taoyun asked. Haha, although it is difficult to become a great emperor, there are a lot of great emperors. If the age of great struggle is only to become an emperor, then what kind of age of great struggle is it? Ancestor Hongyun said with twinkling eyes. Someone wants to become an immortal. Ancestor Ziyun exclaimed. That's right. Ancestor Hongyun nodded. Why are the hundreds of tribes sleeping, and why are they resurrecting in this era? I suspect that they have already planned it, and there should be a fairy fate in this era. So, that kid Gao Yan also has the possibility of becoming an immortal? It's hard to say. Ancestor Hongyun shook his head. The path to immortality is difficult, and there will not be only one son of destiny. The only thing we can do next is to protect Gao Yan. Once he becomes an immortal in the future, maybe we, the guardians of the path, will also be able to do so. Become emperor. Upon hearing this, the ancestors present became hot in their hearts. Although they have modified the emperor's scripture, it is still very difficult to become an emperor. Otherwise, the Holy Land sect families in Zhongzhou, who own the emperor's scripture, would have become emperors long ago. Then we directly order Gao Yan to be the next sect leader? Patriarch Lu Yun said. No. Ancestor Shengyun decisively objected. If anything is as beautiful as the forest wind, it will be destroyed. Although Gao Yan may be the son of luck, he Should not show his prominence too early, otherwise he may become a stepping stone for others. This kid is good at hiding and disguising, then let him continue to hide and disguise. We only need to solve some unsolvable troubles for him in secret, and don't interfere too much in other matters. Other side. Gao Yan has returned to the Holy Child Palace. He brought up the system's sub-interface with some excitement. The current level of the sub-interface is level 40, and the revenue required for upgrading is 20 trillion. System, I want to upgrade as much as I can. Gao Yan shouted excitedly. Ding, consume 20 trillion revenue points and upgrade to level 41. Ding, consume 30 trillion income value, upgrade to level 42. Ding, consume 40 trillion income value, upgrade to level 43. Ding, consume 100 trillion income value, upgrade to level 49. The system upgraded 9 levels in one go, consuming a total of 540 trillion income value. Ding, the upgrade time is 6 hours, please wait patiently. Soon, 6 hours passed. The system upgrade rewards also arrived, with a total of 45 luxury draws and 90,000 free attribute points. After a slight pause, Gao Yan ordered the 40 luxury draws to be combined into 8 special draws. At present, his cultivation of the god and demon art has reached the 3rd level of the law god and demon, and his cultivation of the immortal Tao has reached the 9th level of the void. Soon, 8 special draws were combined, plus the previous 2, there were 10 special draws. System, use 5 luxury draws first. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a god and demon upgrade card. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. The system broadcast 5 consecutive sounds, all with the same content. Beautiful. Gao Yan exclaimed, and then flashed into my world. After using the 5 god and demon upgrade cards, he reached the 8th level of the law god and demon. After 5 levels in a row, Gao Yan felt that he could blow up a cave cultivator with just one punch. Collect your mind and continue to draw. The 5 luxury draws are just appetizers. Now it's the turn of the special. Draw 10 consecutive draws. System, use all special draws. Ding, start the special draw for 10 consecutive draws. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the special magical power of anal explosion. The prize has been distributed to the system space, please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the immortal upgrade card. The prize has been distributed to the system space, please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a group of pure avenue power. The prize has been distributed to the system space, please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the top grade holy weapon. Tiandi sword, the prize has been distributed to the system space, please check it yourself. 10 special draws, a total of 3 special magical powers, 1 god and demon upgrade card, 1 immortal upgrade card, 3 groups of pure avenue power, and a top-grade holy weapon. Let's talk about the 3 special magical powers first, namely, anal explosion, cartilage and I am your father. It is still difficult to understand their effects just by looking at the names of the 3 special magical powers. So, Gao Yan first took out the 3 magical jade slips to merge. Then, Gao Yan's expression became weird. Because these 3 magical powers are 2. Let's talk about the anal explosion magical power first. Once it is used, the designated target's skin swallow will explode. The power of the magical power is not strong, but it is an absolute weapon to humiliate people. For example, someone is pretending to be cool, and then Gao Yan suddenly Releases an anal explosion magical power. The opponent's skin swallow explodes. In front of everyone, and he probably wants to die. Let's talk about the cartilage magical power. If you are hit by this magical power, no matter how hard your bones are, they will become soft as mud and sand. It is definitely a great magical power to seduce people. Let's talk about the last magical power, I am your father. After using it, you only need to shout out the 4 words I am your father and your enemy will kneel on the ground and kowtow 9 times in a row, and will also kowtow while shouting that the child is unfilial. Among them, the chrysanthemum explosion magical power and the cartilage magical power are both in the primary state, and they still need to use free attribute points to upgrade. As for the magical power of I am your father, it is a bit special and is considered a causal magical power, so it cannot be upgraded. Consuming 20,000 free attribute points to upgrade the chrysanthemum explosion magical power and the cartilage magical power to the intermediate level, there are more than 80,000 attribute points left, which is not enough to upgrade the 2 magical powers to the top level. After thinking about it, Gao Yan decided to upgrade the cartilage magical power first. So, he consumed another 20,000 to upgrade the cartilage magical power to the advanced level, and then consumed 40,000 attribute points to upgrade it to the top level. There are more than 20,000 attribute points left, and he upgraded the chrysanthemum explosion magical power to the advanced level. Now, there are only a pitiful 660 attribute points left. With a thought, a god and demon upgrade card appeared in Gao Yan's hand. However, unlike the upgrade card obtained from the luxury lottery, this upgrade card can upgrade to a higher realm. Gao Yan decisively chose to use it. Then, his body swelled uncontrollably, turning into a giant with a height of 100 feet, and every inch of his skin was covered with mysterious runes. At the same time, his ribs on his back itched, and then a pair of black flesh wings grew out. In addition, there was a strong energy gathering in his body. Finally, a fist-sized cyan crystal was condensed. This crystal is his god and demon crystal, and it is also wind attributed. Gao Yan waved his arm. It feels that it is easy for him to smash an ordinary Hadao cultivator with one punch. He is currently at the first level of the great Dao god and demon. But his overall strength is much stronger than the ordinary Hadao third level. However, how strong it is, we have to fight to know. With a thought, his body quickly shrank and returned to human form. The appearance of the god and demon is a bit hard to describe. Then, the Immortal Dao upgrade card appeared in his hand. It was also a great realm upgrade card. After using it, he could enter the Hadao realm. Use. Suddenly, the Dao seed in his body quickly merged with the Dongshu space. Originally, this process was very long. But under the control of the upgrade card, the fusion time was shortened by many times, and the fusion was completed quickly. A Dao 100 meters long and 100 meters wide appeared in Gao Yan's sea of consciousness. Not bad. Gao Yan's smile was very bright. As far as he knew, the Dao of ordinary Hadao cultivators, just condensed, was only a few meters long and tens of centimeters wide. Unexpectedly, his Dao was 100 meters long and 100 meters wide just after condensing. The length of the Dao represents the realm, and the width of the Dao represents the potential. Length multiplied by width represents combat power. Therefore, his current Dao combat power is 10,000. Therefore, not to mention the ordinary Hadao level 1, even the second and third levels are far from his opponents. Of course, the fact that he can condense such a powerful Dao has a lot to do with the Tao seed given to him by the Creation Emperor. It is no wonder that the great Emperor of Creation could defeat the immortals. His Tao was so strong. The next moment, Gao Yan reached out and grabbed. 3 balls of pure Tao power fell into his hands. Then, he put 3 balls of pure Tao power into his own Tao. As the Tao operated, the 3 balls of pure Tao power were quickly absorbed. Crack! The Tao of creation directly increased by 30 meters, and Gao Yan's realm also broke through to the second level of He Tao. However, the width of the Tao did not increase at all. Although the Tao only increased by 30 meters, his combat power increased by 300, and Gao Yan was still very satisfied with this. For a moment, Gao Yan couldn't help but sigh. It's fun to cheat for a while. But it's fun for a lifetime. There is one last prize left. He reached out and grabbed it, which was an ancient long sword. This long sword is a top-grade holy weapon, called the Heavenly Sword. The magic weapons produced by the system are generally easier to refine, so it didn't take long for Gao Yan to successfully refine the Heavenly Sword. Now, the system upgrade condition has become 200 trillion profit value. There are about 150 trillion profit value left. You can continue to upgrade. System, continue to upgrade. Ding, consume 200 trillion profit value, upgrade to level 50. Ding, consume 300 trillion profit value, upgrade to level 51. Ding, consume 400 trillion profit value, upgrade to level 52. Ding, consume 500 trillion profit value, upgrade to level 53. Upgrading to level 4 in a row, consumed a total of 1400 trillion profit values, and there are 94 trillion profit values left. Ding, the upgrade time is 6 hours, please wait patiently. This upgrade consumed so much profit value, their upgrade rewards should also increase. Gao Yan said secretly. As expected. 6 hours later, the upgrade was completed. The upgrade rewards were also presented. Upgrading to level 4 in a row rewarded 8 special draws and 400,000 free attribute points. First of all, the draw reward became a special draw, and secondly, the attribute point reward increased tenfold. The draw did not surprise Gao Yan, but the increase in attribute points exceeded his expectations. He originally thought that it would be good to increase to 20,000, but he didn't expect it to reach 100,000 directly. Suddenly, Gao Yan's mind moved. System, can special draws be combined into higher level draws? After all, Gao Yan has mastered some rules of the system after using it for so long. Ding, 5 special draws can be combined into a god-level draw. It really exists. Gao Yan was a little excited and immediately ordered, System, combine the god-level draw for me. Soon, the god-level draw was successfully combined, and the system asked whether to use it. Use. Ding, the god-level draw is open. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a great emperor puppet. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Nima, the great emperor puppet. Gao Yan was so happy that he took it out immediately, and then there was an emperor puppet without facial features and male and female characteristics in front of him. After touching the great emperor puppet, a piece of information emerged in his mind. He can shape the appearance, gender, etc. of the great emperor puppet. Slightly hesitated. Gao Yan made a decision. Soon, a female great emperor puppet with peerless appearance and great figure appeared in front of him. This is not that he has any idea about puppets. It is simply for the sake of pleasing the eyes. After taking out the clothes and putting them on the puppet, Gao Yan put her into the puppet space. The main reason was that the cost of using the Great Emperor puppet was a bit high, consuming 100 million spirit stones per hour. What made Gao Yan even happier was that this Great Emperor puppet also came with an emperor's weapon. However, this emperor's weapon was tailor-made for the Great Emperor puppet by the system and could only be used by her. TSK, with the Great Emperor puppet, my safety will be no problem. Gao Yan thought happily. There are 3 special draws left. Gao Yan thought for a moment and kept it for the next upgrade to use to synthesize the God-level lottery. After all, the God-level lottery is so awesome. This time I directly drew the Emperor's puppet, maybe I can draw the Emperor's soldier next time. By the way, the Juju magical power is still at an advanced level. So Gao Yan spent another 40,000 free attribute points to upgrade this magical power to the top level. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan walked out of my world. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. These days, news of the recovery of hundreds of tribes keeps coming. The most people have recovered in Zhongzhou. So far in the eastern wasteland, there are only the giant god, Red Phoenix, Golden Horn and Yu clan. As for the 500 tribes that have revived in the western wilderness, there are also 4 in the southern Xinjiang, and there are even fewer in the northern plains, only 2. Gao Yan is not surprised by this. After all, Beiyuan is the most barren existence among the 5 major regions. As for Zhongzhou, there are currently 3,200 tribes reviving there, and in the following days, there should be more hundreds of tribes reviving in Zhongzhou. There were too many resurrected tribes, which also caused a lot of chaos. Fortunately, there has been no emperor-level battle for the time being. Otherwise, Zhongzhou would probably be in ruins. 2 more days. The sect leader Shangguan Shang summoned the Holy Sun and Saint to discuss matters. On the way, Gao Yan and Xia Homing meet. The 2 of them are both veteran actors. On the surface, they greeted each other in a polite way, but secretly they were communicating and flirting. Soon, Gao Yan and his party arrived at the sect's main hall. Different from the previous times, this time the sect leader, Shangguan Shang, and the 2 deputy sect leaders arrived early. Upon seeing this, Gao Yan and others immediately greeted him. After a while, when everyone arrived, Shangguan Shang said, "The Hunyang sect has been destroyed." Upon hearing this, everyone subconsciously thought that Bai clan did it. Sect master, which race did this work? Xia Hojian asked. It's not just the Bai clan, it's the Yu clan joining forces with the Xian Ming sect to do this. A strong murderous intent flashed in Shangguan Shang's eyes. What, Xian Ming sect actually united with the Yu clan? Everyone looked shocked. Before the hundreds of tribes fell asleep, it was no secret that the human race was called the slave tribe and was used as blood food by the hundreds of tribes. It was not only known to everyone, but also the slightly larger forces knew about it. Hundreds of tribes treat humans as beasts. Naturally, the human race will not have any good impressions of the Bai clan. It should be said that the human race is hostile to the Bai clan. In this case, the Xianming sect actually chose to cooperate with the Bai clan. That was a complete act of rape. I'm afraid that I will be criticized by many people. Wrong. It is impossible for Xianming sect not to think of this. Since they can think of this, they still choose to cooperate with the Yu clan. There is only one possibility. That is, the Yu clan gave Xianming sect an irresistible benefit. And what can make Xianming sect unable to refuse? The answer has emerged in Gao Yan's mind. Although there is no great emperor from the hundreds of tribes, Gao Yan is sure that there is an emperor from every 100 tribes. The reason is simple. The human race has a great emperor. Hundreds of tribes call the human race slaves, and even regard the human race as blood food. If there is no great emperor among the hundreds of tribes, how can the great emperor of the human race not destroy them? Shangguan Shang raised his hand. Stopped everyone's yelling. This time, there is only one reason for calling you here. We will unite with the other 6 sects to jointly attack Xianming sect. We have the intention to completely destroy Xianming sect. Therefore, in addition to the outer disciples, even the inner disciples, everyone has to join the fight. I'll obey. Gao Yan and others said in unison. Okay, you go back and prepare first. We will send troops in 3 days at most. Shangguan Shang said. Wait until you return to the Holy Sun's Hall. Gao Yan quietly went to Xia Homing's place again. According to usual habits, when the two meet, there will naturally be a fight. But now, no one has that intention. This battle should be very dangerous, don't leave me too far. Gao Yan grabbed Xia Homing's hand and said. I see. Xia Homing wanted to refute, but she felt the concern in Gao Yan's eyes, so she obediently agreed. Gao Yan didn't stay with Xia Homing for long before he went back. Xiao Yanran has been released from seclusion. Apparently, she has also received a summons from the Xiao family. Husband, this time we will fight together. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. Now. Xianming sect. The 9 Xianming sect saints are secretly meeting with the overlord level masters of the Yu clan, the Red Phoenix clan, the Golden Horn clan, and the Giant God clan. Ancestor Xianming smiled and said, I got the news that the 9 saint sect has probably contacted the other 6 sections. In the near future, they will come to attack our Xianming sect. Brother Xianming learned the news so quickly. Did he have an informant among them? The middle-aged Yu clan asked with a smile. Ha ha. Ancestor Xianming laughed, things have come to this point, and I won't hide it from you. The Diamond sect has secretly taken refuge. Although the Yu clan gave them the Emperor scripture, it did not make him completely dizzy. Not to mention destroying all the sects in the eastern wasteland. His real idea is to destroy the 9 Saints sect and the Shangqing Sword sect. Then swallow up the 100 Flower sect, and then form an alliance with the Diamond sect. This way, he can not only give an explanation to the 4 clans present, but also strengthen himself. With the help of the Vajra sect, we are much more confident. The middle-aged Yu clan member smiled. Humph, I say, just attack the 9 Saints sect and destroy him, why do we need to come up with any conspiracy? A hegemon-level strongman of the giant god clan said disdainfully. After this, not only was the Xianming patriarch somewhat unhappy, but even the 3 races were quite dissatisfied. The giant god clan had a mouth by mistake. If they didn't have a mouth, I'm afraid they wouldn't be disgusting. 3 days later, a message spread throughout the East Wilderness. The 9 Saints sect joined forces with the Eternal Ancient sect, the 100 Flower sect, the Heaven and Earth sect, the Giant Sword sect, the Vajra sect, and the Shangqing Sword sect, to attack the treacherous sect, Xianming clan, and stated that this crusade was to destroy the Xianming sect. Immediately afterwards, the troops of the 7 sects set out from their respective sects and headed straight for the Xianming sect. 9 Saints sect. The mighty flying boats took off into the sky, and then turned into streams of light and flew towards the Xianming sect. On one of the flying boats. Gao Yan stood on the deck, Xiao Yanran stood side by side with him, and half a step behind were the younger sister Yin Yutong, the eldest sister Yu Qing Kong, the second brother Bai Songyun and the third sister Luo Chanqian. With the help of Gao Yan, the eldest sister, the second brother and the third sister have all reached the peak of the 9th level of the nascent soul, but the transformation of the soul is not so easy to achieve. Yin Yutong, on the other hand, comprehended the transformation of the soul with the help of Gao Yan's great dual cultivation technique, and now has broken through to the first level of the transformation of the soul, which is considered to be a latecomer. Therefore, when looking at her, the three brothers and sisters were a little envious. After several hours of flying, the flying boat group finally arrived at Xianming sect. And Xianming sect has already opened the sect protection formation. In the next half an hour, 6 sects, including the Eternal Ancient sect and the 100 Flowers sect, arrived one after another. At the same time, there were many fearless casual cultivators nearby who came to watch the battle. Of course, there were also those who wanted to pick up the leak. But because the time was too short, there were not many casual cultivators who came, only 30,000 to 50,000 people. At this time, the figure of Shangyun Patriarch appeared in the sky. He stood with his hands behind his back and said in a thunderous voice, "Xianming, come out and talk to me." As soon as Ancestor Shangyun finished speaking, the void in front of him split open, and Ancestor Xianming walked out of it. He responded loudly, "Shangyun, I'm here, what do you want to say?" "Xianming, as a fellow human race, why do you collude with the 100 races? To deal with our human race? If you don't give us an explanation today, there is no need for Xianming sect to exist," Ancestor Shangyun said sternly. Faced with Ancestor Shangyun's questioning and threats, Ancestor Xianming said disapprovingly, "Whether it's the 100 races or the human race, they are all creatures in this world. Why can't I cooperate with them? Shangyun, you are too narrow-minded." Faced with Shuaming's sophistry, Ancestor Shangyun's expression became particularly gloomy, staring at him intently. "Then do you know that the 100 races call our human race a slave race, and even treat our human race as blood food?" But Ancestor Xianming responded lightly, "That was an old matter many years ago, so don't hold on to it. Again, isn't it natural for a race to be bullied when it is too weak? Therefore, we can't blame the 100 races at all, but only our human race for being too weak. Also, now that our human race has risen, the 100 races can still treat us as slaves and blood food, otherwise, the Feather Clan would not cooperate with our Xianming sect." "Oh my God, this Xianming Patriarch is so good at quibbling, it seems that he can turn black into white." Gao Yan, who was standing on the deck of the flying boat, couldn't help but secretly said, and even many people showed thoughtful expressions after hearing his remarks, "We can't let him continue to quibble, otherwise, it will definitely affect the morale of the coalition forces." Gao Yan secretly said, just in time, he hadn't used the chrysanthemum explosion magic power yet, so he tried it with the Xianming Patriarch. With a thought, Gao Yan locked the Xianming Patriarch, and then activated the chrysanthemum explosion magic power. The Xianming Patriarch suddenly had a bad premonition, and then, with a bang, his skin swallow exploded, and a puff of blood mist also exploded, dyeing the sky red. A strong stinging pain came from behind, causing the Xianming Patriarch's cheek to twist a little, followed by shame and anger, and shouted loudly, "Who is it, who is attacking me?" The people from the 7 sects present were stunned when they saw this scene. And then there was constant laughter. The Shangyun patriarch, who was very angry and depressed because of the Xianming patriarch's sophistry, suddenly felt enlightened at this moment, and couldn't help but laugh. Xianming, I think you will die if you do too much evil, and you will be punished by God. At the same time, he was also shocked in his heart. He was not far from Xianming, and he did not feel any energy fluctuations at the moment when the Xianming patriarch's skin swallow exploded. From the exasperated expression of the Xianming patriarch, he did not find out who was attacking him. Shangyun, did you, the shameless one, do this? Suddenly, Xianming patriarch stared at Shangyun patriarch and questioned. I am not like you, who does things uprightly. I can't do such a thing. Shangyun patriarch hurriedly explained. He didn't want to be known as a person who blew up human skin swallows. After hearing what Shangyun patriarch said, Xianming patriarch also knew that he had misunderstood the other party. He looked around and said, which sinister person attacked me? If you have the guts, stand up for me. It has to be said. The recovery ability of the strong in the Holy Realm is strong. In just a moment, Xianming patriarch's skin swallow, which had a big hole in it, has recovered. So, Gao Yan's heart moved. He locked the other party again, and then urged the explosion of anus magic. Boom! Another explosion sounded, and Xianming patriarch's skin swallow exploded. Again. Asshole, who did it? Get out, and I will fight you till death. Ancestor Xianming was furious. He had clearly covered his whole body with the spiritual power of the great Tao, especially that part, and at the same time, he spread his divine thoughts all over the surroundings. Unexpectedly, he was still hit. For a moment, he was almost mad. And the people present couldn't help laughing again, and at the same time, couldn't help looking around with caution. This move was not very harmful, but it was too insulting. If they were hit, they would probably have to dig a hole and crawl into it. It was simply too shameful to see people. After roaring for a while, Ancestor Xianming saw that no one stood up, and immediately changed the subject. Shangyun, if you have the guts, follow me to fight in the void. As soon as the voice fell, he cut through the void and stepped into it. I'm not afraid of you. Ancestor Shangyun cut through the void and chased after him. At this time, the Ancestor Gao Yan stood up and shouted to the gate of Xianming sect, Xianzhen, come out for a fight. Gao Yan, you have been waiting for a long time, enter the void. A void cracked, and a figure of a saint appeared, saying provocatively. Then, the Ancestor Gao Yan followed and stepped into the void. Next, the other 7 saints of the 9 saints sect all challenged the saint of Xianming sect, and the saint of Xianming sect did not refuse, and all entered the void to fight. Seeing this scene, Gao Yan frowned slightly. The saints of Xianming sect are too conceited, and they all ran away. I am afraid there is a trick. At this time, a saint of Baihua sect shouted, everyone, since the 9 saints of Xianming sect are entangled, it is a good time to destroy them. If you don't do it now, what will you wait for? They have not forgotten that Xianming sect had robbed them of the key to the Emperor's tomb. Now that they see the opportunity to destroy Xianming sect, how can they let it go? It has to be said that women are the most vengeful creatures. As he spoke, the Saint Realm of the 100 Flowers sect raised his hand and slashed at the Xianming sect's protective formation, causing it to shake violently. Then, other Saint Realms took action one after another. The Xianming sect's sect protecting formation could not last more than 3 seconds before it collapsed. But what is unexpected is, after the formation collapsed, 2 giant sticks were thrown towards Baihua sect, the Titan clan. The Baihua sect Holy Realm all changed their expressions. They did not expect that the Xianming sect not only colluded with the Yu clan, but also colluded with the giant God clan. No wonder, Gao Yan secretly thought, no wonder the 9 holy realms of Xianming sect dared to leave Xianming sect alone, but it turned out that there were experts from the giant God clan inside their mountain gate. Wrong. Suddenly, Gao Yan thought of a possibility. Since the Xianming sect could collude with the Yu clan and the giant God clan, could it also collude with the Red Phoenix clan and the Golden Horn clan? Think of this. He decisively used his magical power of foreknowledge. Images of the future kept popping up in his mind. After seeing the scene in the future, his expression was a little gloomy. As he expected, the Xianming sect had indeed colluded with the 400 tribes in the eastern wasteland. What he didn't expect was that the King Kong sect actually turned against them and followed the Xianming sect. Hooked up with 400 tribes. Thinking of this, he immediately sent a message to Shangguan Shang sect. Master, the King Kong sect is from the Xianming sect. Please notify other sects quickly and be careful not to be stabbed in the back by them. How did you know? Shangguan Shang walked to the deck of the flying boat where Gao Yan was riding and asked in a deep voice. Sect Master, I can't say how you found out, but I'm sure that the King Kong sect has betrayed us. Gao Yan said with determination. Okay, I believe you for once. Shangguan Shang nodded solemnly. If the King Kong sect betrayed them, plus the 400 tribes, they might not even be able to escape this time, not to mention destroying the Xianming sect.